Return Protector by Arceroth. Return Protector, Chapter 1. Are we ready to begin? Orlan asked, striding confidently into the massive heart chamber of his castle. A circle of men and women in long robes stood around the anchor heart that hovered in the middle of the room, a single test ring of mana flowing around above their heads. We should be, Protector Lord, the oldest man present answered from his spot in the ring. Did the seers verify the rift is large enough? They did. Orlan nodded, motioning the mages who'd been seated along the wall of the round chamber to rise. They were there to take over for any of the head mages that fell. 12 of the most powerful casters in the world took deep breaths as their Grandmaster inspected the slip of paper Orlan had handed him, ensuring the spell would be properly attuned to the rift they sought to hitch a ride on. Each of the head mages was an 8-sphere mage, the Grandmaster the only 9th sphere alive. Slowly the Grandmaster lifted his arms, the room falling silent as the other head mages matched his movement. Orlan stepped up to the anchor heart and placed his hand upon it, feeling the power pulsing through the grand stone. His power. The Grandmaster began to chant. The phrases were meaningless, serving only to time each action of all the casters. One by one, nested rings of glowing light appeared in the air around the anchor heart, each mage responsible for a single ring. With the last of the 12 rings formed, the Grandmaster's chant changed, and runes began to appear between the rings, the glowing lights being carved from the air itself. The third chant began, and now it was Orlan's turn. He began to channel power from the anchor stone into the spell surrounding it. The pulsing violet light almost seemed to taint the beautiful runes and lines of the spell, several of the mages grunting in effort as they struggled to contain the raw power within the rings. They'd practiced this several times over the last couple months, but this was the first time they'd be powering a full 12-ring spell. As far as he could tell, no one had ever powered a 12th-tier spell with power from an anchor heart, much less using Orlan's unique mana. The rings flickered as the spell construct struggled to manage the rampant, chaotic power of the rift. For several minutes, all the mages waiting along the walls held their breath, the head mages sweating as they forced the energy into the proper shape. Then, like the pin of a lock falling into place, the spell stabilized to the obvious relief of everyone in the chamber. That was the first hard part, where things could have gone horribly wrong. Rift mana was volatile at the best of times, and while the spell was theoretically sound, it hadn't been tested in full. Taking the opportunity for a short break before they activated the spell, most of the head mages pulled a mana crystal out and crushed it, grunting as the energy entered their souls. But a short break was all they got as the Grandmaster restarted the chant. This time the entire island shook as power suffused the area, ripping it from where it hovered over a wasteland far from Last Wall. This was the next hard part. Once they entered the rift, the spell would be automatic, but until then they were tunneling their way through the void under their own power. Only Orlan's rift mana even made this possible, but that didn't make it easy. The head mages struggled to keep their rings stable as forces upon both the spell and the land they stood upon grew. The next section of the chant indicated they'd left their world behind and were now in a rift of their own making. Any mistake now could be fatal for everyone on the island. Realistically, it was only a matter of time before someone was overexerted, but that was why the extra mages were gathered to take over if needed. Even a less powerful mage was preferable to breaking the circle. The newest of the head mages was, predictably, the first to go too far. His outer sphere shattered, releasing a flood of energy as his soul partly broke down. Years, perhaps decades of work gone in an instant. The head mage dropping to the 7th sphere. Despite the pain, the man grit his teeth and stayed in. So long as they were at least 6th sphere, the mages should have the control needed to manage the spell. Orlan was too focused on his own task to notice. While the mages kept the spell active, it was his job to keep the island intact. With each quake, new cracks appeared in the foundation of his island, forcing him to draw energy from the already taxed anchor heart to seal them. As they approached the rift, they were planning on joining the instability would only get worse, to the point that even a minor fracture could become a major fault in the structure of the island. 2 more mages dropped to the 7th sphere as their outer soul shattered, one of them being overwhelmed by the surge of energy and had to be replaced. The injured head mage was rushed out of the room to a nearby ward where some of Orlan's knights with healing abilities waited. They couldn't risk other magics in the anchor heart chamber, forcing them to leave all uninvolved mages a safe distance out. Cracks were forming faster than Orlan could seal them by this point, and he was being forced to supplement the power of the anchor heart with his own mana. He was being forced to prioritize critical damage over less vital areas, leaving him helpless as he watched a landslide take out a small village on the northern side of the island. Thankfully, all inhabitants of the island had been evacuated to the castle specifically for this reason. And while the loss of the village would hurt their ability to produce food, it shouldn't matter in the long run. The other side should have plenty. Right when Orlan thought it couldn't get worse, it did. They'd impacted the outer skin of the rift they were targeting, and were now forcing their way through. Only the Grandmaster had avoided having a sphere shatter. The massive mana being ninth sphere gave him holding out far longer than the others. Now, though, mana flowed from him like water from an overturned cup. Orlan felt as his own outermost sphere shattered, power surging through him into the anchor stone, dropping him to the sixth sphere. The massive power reserves of the anchor stone had sustained him until now, but at the end of the day, he, too, had limits. They were rapidly running out of mages, 2 of the head mages having fallen below the sixth sphere and being forced out of the circle. Orlan reached out and checked on their progress, hoping they were almost through, only to find they were trapped against the inner skin of the rift. They needed another burst of power to make it through, and Orlan grimaced as pain flooded his body as he dropped to the fifth sphere. Despite the reduced capabilities of his reduced soul, he still felt as the Grandmaster summoned enough power to cast another spell. Orlan's eyes popped open, looking to where a single spell circle hovered in the air over the middle of his chest. "Grandmaster," Orlan forced out through his clenched jaw. "Don't." The old man simply gave a sad smile as the spell activated, and all 9 of the man's spheres shattered at once. Immense energy flooded from his body, more than any single mage could hope of generating. Not even the anchor stone could have produced such a torrent of power. In an instant, the spell stabilized, reinforced by the life force of the world's strongest mage, and they broke through into the rift. Every mage still standing collapsed to the ground, panting, including Orlan. After a few minutes to recover, only the Grandmaster's body remained unmoving, however. The other mages all knew what had happened as soon as power had flooded the spell, but to think the old man would shatter all of his sphere, giving his very soul to ensure their success, took them minutes more to comprehend. With the spell cast and the island now safely riding along in a natural rift, Orlan's knights entered the chamber to tend to the exhausted mages. "Lord, you did it," a soft, feminine voice said from next to him. It wasn't a question, but a statement and congratulations. Orlan slowly turned to look at his head knight, Lady Lialra, as she gave him a soft smile. Accepting her help, he stood, putting his hand on the anchor stone once more to inspect the damage. A few more landslides had escaped his notice, the skyship port was trashed, and several older buildings in the main town at the base of the castle had collapsed. A small section of the eastern island was hanging on by a thread, and Orlan directed the anchor stone to send its energy there as it regenerated its now spent reserves. That last act completed, he allowed Lialra to lead him from the chamber and to a bed. 2 days had passed since they entered the natural rift. A short service was held for the fallen Grandmaster, despite the darkness outside. Without a sun, it was starting to grow cold, but they'd prepared for that, and the castle was completely heated by the anchor stone's magic. Orlan had recovered from the ordeal in under a day, despite being reduced to the fifth sphere, while the other mages were still convalescent. The seers predict that we'll be emerging in under a day, Kithara reported. But even they admit that it's hard to see the world now, so they could be off by quite a bit. "That's fine," Orlan nodded. "I want the knights ready for combat at a moment's notice. We'll be emerging in the middle of a beast rift, so keep the island's defenses at the ready." "Will you be joining us, Lord?" Nariva, the youngest of his knights, asked hopefully. "Yes," Orlan nodded. "I may be only fifth sphere now, but I can still fight." The girls winced at the mention of his reduced capabilities. Their power was limited as well by his condition, so while the knights at the sixth sphere were still stronger, they wouldn't be able to tap the powers granted by their bond as easily. "Lord," Lialra spoke up, here eyes refocusing indicating she'd just received a message. Orlan suppressed his frustration that he hadn't been able to sense the incoming message. He'd forgotten how limited his magical sense had been like this. "The new Grandmaster thinks he's located about where we'll be emerging," she continued, holding a hand up. 3 spell circles appeared, rapidly filled with runes, and vanished to be replaced by an illusory map. Orlan leaned forward to look at it, then scowled. "Looks like we'll be appearing over a major city," he said, "unless the other side had changed radically since I was there. So I want both lances deployed with healers. Also be prepared for other combatants in the area. I doubt the locals will be able to differentiate us from the beasts. Avoid hurting other people if possible, but, as always, keep yourselves alive." "Got it?" It was bright out, despite being the middle of the night, the city lights illuminating the ground as effectively as the sun would. Despite the late hour, cars were about and people were working, going about their day or night as normal, when a couple of massive bolts of lightning silently flashed across the cloudless sky few noticed, only for the thunder to strike the ground like a shockwave. The city shook and the lights flickered out citywide. Even the cars went still, and for a single timeless moment the city was quiet. Then the screams began. From injuries as a result of glass shattered by the thunder to simple panic, at the sudden outage the city refused to remain silent. Another set of massive lightning bolts struck the ground in one of the many city parks, briefly casting the city in stark light and shadow before the thunder blew the ground apart, toppling several of the taller structures nearby. A swirling maelstrom of light was left behind where the lightning struck. No more than 100 feet across, but hardly a stable sphere, as it boiled and writhed, almost like a living creature struggling to free itself. What had been simple panic became outright terror, as strange creatures appeared out of the night, first seen only as silhouettes as smaller threads of lightning lashed out from the maelstrom of energy. But before long, their roars echoed across the city to match the screams. The strange, bestial creatures, reminiscent of great apes but with almost stick-thin limbs and body. Boar-like heads filled with a maw of dagger-like teeth bit deep into anything that got too close, while razor-sharp claws cut through flesh and steel with equal ease. Gunfire joined the growing din of the battle, accompanied by pained roars. But these creatures weren't simple animals, and the handguns used by the local police did little more than slow them down. Larger rifles and shotguns, rare within city limits, were able to drop several of the monsters, but there were only so many to go around, while the number of beasts only seemed to grow. More lightning flashed across the sky, but this time it was partly blocked from sight. More flashes revealed a massive island of stone, easily several miles across, floating in the dark sky above the city. Within moments, boats with flattened bottoms and sails protruding out to either side shot out from the top of the island and curved down into the city below. Each boat made for a different spot around the maelstrom, warriors in armor jumping from the copper-clad hulls before they even touched down. Reports of women in armor were common in the days following the attack. Wielding strange anarchic weapons, they carved through the beasts with the ease the beasts had been killing people off moments earlier. While most of the feminine knights focused on killing monsters, others went out of their ways to help people. People would tell stories of an angel in armor pulling them from the rubble of their houses, a soft yellow glow enveloping them as their injuries healed in real time. Then the woman pointed them towards safety before running to save the next person. They would talk about the other strange powers, throwing balls of fire or light striking out with the power of a tank shell to level entire masses of the monsters. The fighters moving with superhuman speed and strength were common, but while most reports were scattered, there was one that was repeated by people from multiple locations. A man in heavy steel armor, wielding a bladed spear, who seemed to flicker in and out of reality as he tore through the monsters, only to vanish like a dream. He seemed to be everywhere at once. Wherever the fighting grew fiercest, he would appear. Many assumed it was a group of different men who, despite the different abilities and weapons demonstrated by the warrior women, all had the same powers. Whatever the case, by the time the sun began to rise, the maelstrom of light at the center of the event had vanished. City streets were littered with the dead, hundreds of people and thousands of monsters, but no bodies belonging to the angelic warriors who'd come to their rescue. Orlan looked at the map displayed on the round table in the center of the room. Many of his higher-ranking knights were with him, watching as points of light appeared, marking each detected rift event. While the central rift was the source of largest number of monsters, smaller temporary rifts would appear at random at some distance around the main rift, and each could be the source of one or more monsters. I estimate a 98% effective cordon, Nalia, the strongest mage among Orlan's knights, explained, gesturing to a set of rift events that appeared on the far side of a river that cut through the city. While a couple seemed to have slipped past us initially, the training squad hunted down many, if not all, of the stragglers. Unfortunately, between the chaos in the ether due to the rift and the number of people in the city, we haven't been able to confirm that any divination is effectively impossible in these conditions. Nothing we can do about that, Orlan shrugged. What about casualties? We estimate between 5 and 10,000 injured and around 800 dead among the locals. She continued, shaking her head at the numbers. A city in her world had 10,000 people, yet that many being injured here was considered a low number given the sheer size of this city. For us, almost everyone was injured, but only 3 were serious. The training lance was caught off guard by a series of rift events. Orlan simply nodded in reply. The training lance was filled with knights in training, none of whom were above the 4th sphere. They'd been placed where the fewest people and monsters should have been, but, as was all too common, the rift proved unpredictable. Thankfully, with their healers, none of them would be permanently injured, but several were out for several days due to the backlash of healing magic. The monsters were largely 2nd sphere equivalent, Nalia continued. Only a few rising to 3rd sphere equivalent, which likely explains our low casualty count. Based on our estimations of this side's ether, they'll be unable to sustain themselves for more than a couple days, so if any did escape, they won't last long. Still, I want at least one knight ready to respond at any time, Orlan ordered, several of the knights nodding. Just in case, this is a heavily populated area after all. Our estimation of local defenses is poor, the mage added as she continued the report. We figure they dealt with no more than a couple dozen monsters. If any more rifts hit this area, it's unlikely they'll be able to stop them, even with advanced warning. Finally, there are a couple odd flying craft circling the island. I believe you said they were called helicopters. There were 5 as of last count, but they've been coming and going since the sun came up. I suppose I should deal with them, Orlan sighed. If that's all, I'll go do that. After a glance around the room to see if anyone had anything to add, he turned and strode out, followed closely by Lialra. The two walked in silence through the halls of the castle for a minute, until they were far enough from the map room that they were unlikely to be overheard that Lialra spoke. How's it feel to be back? She asked. Wish it could have been under better circumstances, Orlan admitted. Or better yet, not at all. I was happy with our life in on the other side. Really? She asked in a teasing tone while leaning forward. I seem to remember you being desperate to return when we first met. That was years ago. Orlan rolled his eyes, a smirk on his face despite himself. Before I found myself. When every fight nearly killed you, Lialra added, a playful smile on her lips, and I had to nurse you back to health for days on end. Miss those days? Orlan returned, glancing at her. Hardly, she snorted. Sometimes I felt less like your knight and more like nursemaid. In fact, I seem to remember you telling me about a kind of outfit they had on this side that would... Well, time to deal with those helicopters, Orlan interrupted, a faint blush on his cheeks, before he stepped forward and vanished through space. Lialra merely smiled for a moment before calling on their bond to follow him, appearing in the courtyard of the castle in time for him to step through space once more, appearing on an outer turret, followed an instant later by Lialra. It was harder to follow him through his jumps due to their weakened bond, but as long as she was near him, she could manage it. Though she imagined most of his other knights couldn't right now, one of the many capabilities lost due to the power lost when crossing between the sides of the world. Looks like news choppers, Orlan commented, having felt Lialra following him through his rifts. No military yet. Is that good? No idea, he shrugged. A series of runic circles appearing in the air behind him, only to flicker out just as quickly, leaving Orlan scowling. Right. Flight is a 7th sphere spell for me. Guess you're stuck rift stepping up, she said, like we used to. You coming? Of course, she replied with a warm smile. Orlan simply nodded and pulled upon the inherent power of his mana and stepped through space once more, a small spell circle appearing under his feet for a moment as he emerged in midair, forming a shield that supported him for an instant before he stepped once more. Lialra a step behind him, summoning her own shield to step on as they made their way towards the nearest of the helicopters. It took a dozen steps before Orlan stepped onto the skid of a helicopter, reaching out to grab a handlebar on the door while a spooked cameraman scrambled backwards. He said something, but Orlan couldn't hear him over the roar of the blades above them, so he pointed to the man's head, then to his own ears. It took a couple tries, but eventually the surprised man fished a headset out and handed it to Orlan. He glanced towards the rear of the helicopter. Lialra was standing just behind him on the skid, but was looking up in wonder at the spinning blades just above them. He'd warned her to avoid them, but she still seemed fascinated. "Can you hear me?" he asked after slipping the headset on. "You gotta move the mic in front of your mouth," a muffled voice replied, and Orlan quickly complied. "That's it. So, how the hell did you get up here?" Orlan simply lifted an eyebrow at the man, turning to glance back at his island, a massive mountain of stone that hovered hundreds of feet in the air over the ocean. He'd moved it so it didn't hang over the city. He knew there was an airport in the city and didn't know how it would handle his island being in the way. "That's your first question?" Orlan asked in response, turning back to the cameraman. Behind him, someone else was peering out from the front cabin of the helicopter. He also wore a headset, but hadn't spoken up yet. I don't," the cameraman stuttered, and Orlan simply rolled his eyes before looking at the other man. "Can you speak properly?" he asked of the other man. "Yes," the other man answered quickly and confidently, showing experience in dealing with odd situations, though this isn't a great place for an interview. "That's fine, I just wanted to get a message out," Orlan replied. "First off, tell everyone that approaching within 3 miles of my island could be risky, it'll trip our defenses, and, well, I'd rather not hurt anyone. Second off, I'm willing to do a quick interview, but in return I want a cell phone, with a plan paid, let's say, a year out, and a radio I can use to speak with other choppers." "You want a cell phone?" the man asked incredulously, looking at the simple, if well-made, leather brigantine Orlan wore over a dark tunic and trousers. Looking down at his dress, he did stick out, perhaps looking like he was in costume or from a Renaissance fair. Despite that, he was asking for a cell phone and radio, which he had to admit was a rather serious juxtaposition. "I may not look it, but I am from this world," Orlan explained, looking up. "Though it has been a while. Are cell phones not common anymore?" "They are, just..." The reporter shook his head. "We'll need somewhere to land." "I'll put a helipad on the southern end of the island in a couple hours. Just be sure to approach from the south so we know it's you," Orlan replied. "I'll only answer questions for half an hour for now. I'm expecting the government to show up eventually." "No kidding," the reporter agreed, writing something down on a pad. "Cell phone, radio, 2 hours from now. Approach from the south, right?" "That's it." Orlan smiled, pulling his headset off and tossing it to the still confused cameraman before stepping off the skid and vanishing through space, Lialra following him a moment later. "Is this wise?" she asked as they returned to the ground a couple minutes later. "Inviting them here?" "One way or another, we'll need to talk with someone. Best to do it on our terms than wait for them to force the issue." Orlan shrugged. "If the government is anything like it was when I left, they won't respond well to us appearing out of nowhere." "A very controlling royal family?" "Something like that," he nodded, reaching out a hand and pulling on energy from the anchor heart and directing his will into the ground before him. The ground flowed almost like a liquid, becoming flat and solidifying into a stone platform a couple dozen meters across. Orlan couldn't remember how much space a helicopter needed, so he decided to go overboard. Thankfully, this side of the island had never been heavily used, so there was plenty of open ground. "And now we wait," he said after ensuring the platform was stable. He couldn't make full structures this way. The anchor heart couldn't manage that level of complexity without an earth mage, but he could make foundations and generally alter the terrain. Return Protector Chapter 2. "Scanning spells have found a minor mana geyser some distance to the south," Nalia explained. Even after a couple hours, the news helicopter hadn't shown yet, and some of the off-duty knights had come to join him and Lialra as they waited. There are a couple others to the west, but those are all in the middle of large cities. The one to the south is a few miles off the coast. "Makes sense," Orlan nodded. "Living beings are drawn to mana, even if they don't know it." "The geyser is only just strong enough to support the Protectorate, but it should be enough to let you relax a bit," Nalia finished. Despite her cold exterior, it was clear she still cared. "Once these news people show, we'll get underway," Orlan decided, then continued seeing the look Lialra gave him. "I can hold on for days more if needed." "I know," Lialra said with a slight sigh. The thin ether of this side is slowing down all our regeneration, so don't push yourself." Orlan gave her a smile in response. It was true that all of the mana regeneration of both him and the anchor heart had slowed after leaving the rift, but while they'd been inside it, there'd been more mana than he could have possibly used. Upon coming out of the rift, the anchor heart was as full as it had ever been. But it was true that it was currently using more mana to stay aloft than it regenerated. On the other side, he hadn't had to deal with that issue for years, as even at the fourth sphere, he regenerated mana faster than the island consumed it. "Do you hear that?" one of the younger knights asked, breaking his train of thought. After focusing for a moment, he heard the thumping of a helicopter approaching them, and he smiled. "Looks like our guests are here," he announced, pausing as he looked at what the girls were wearing. All of them were off duty, so they had various dresses on, as was typical of women on the other side. "Isla, can we get a wind barrier for you all?" "Why?" Isla, another of his knights and a user of wind mana. "Their flying machines tend to kick up a lot of wind, and..." Orlan nodded to how they were all dressed, causing Ayla to blush for a moment before a spell circle appeared before her outstretched hands for a second. A few minutes later, a helicopter belonging to the same network he'd seen before, though it clearly wasn't the same vehicle, was carefully settling down on the large flat stone pad Orlan had created some distance from where he stood. The few knights who stood by him had quickly retreated behind the wind barrier once the gust from the helicopter hit them. Even the one mage from the mage tower who joined them retreated when his robe started catching the wind. Thankfully, the helicopter wound down soon after landing, a small group of people with bits of equipment emerging before the blades had fully stopped. "You're the one in charge?" a woman leading the group asked, approaching Orlan, who nodded. Before he could respond, she shoved a bag at him. "Here, a phone and radio like you asked. Best we could do on short order, but should be sufficient." "Good." Orlan nodded again, looking through the bag to find a new, seemingly unused cell phone and a large handheld ham radio still in the packaging, along with a few replacement batteries. With a final nod, Orlan put the bag in his personal rift before returning his gaze to the news lady. She was paused midway through checking her makeup, staring at where the bag had been before it vanished. Seeing his look, she shook herself before ensuring she was presentable. A couple others began setting up equipment behind her. Orlan recognized the camera, but the rest was a mystery. He figured some of it was sound equipment, judging from the mic one of them held. A few cables led back to the helicopter, presumably for power and transmission. After a few minutes, the woman was finished checking herself and straightened again. "Snag!" "All right, we're doing this live, so just look into the camera when speaking. That's the box thing with the lens." She started only for Orlan to interrupt her. "I know what a camera is," he said. "All right," she replied skeptically before schooling her expression and looking at the camera for a minute. Orlan could just barely make out a voice from an earpiece she wore, though he couldn't understand what was being said. "Thanks, Kathy, and that's right," she said in a much peppier voice, a moment after a red light came on from the camera. "We're currently on the mysterious floating island that appeared over Boston during the mysterious attack last night. Joining me is the man claiming to be in charge, so tell us, who are you and what is going on?" "I'm Protector Lord Orlan," he said as the camera turned to bring him into shot. "My knights and I came through the rift last night. That was the strange event with the monsters." "Fascinating," the newswoman replied. "You said you came through that rift, as you called it? Can you tell us why?" "Sure." Orlan nodded. "As my title implies, my job is to protect people, specifically from the monsters that the rifts bring. On the other side, these rifts are common, but until recently they've been exclusive to that side. When we realized that rifts were appearing on this side, we knew we couldn't leave you unprotected." "What do you mean by other side?" "The other side of the world, not like Australia?" Orlan paused to think. The world has two sides, like a coin, one mundane, one magical. These two sides are largely separate, rarely interacting. "Are you implying the world is flat?" the reporter asked. "What? No, don't be ridiculous." Orlan shook his head, his smile faltering slightly. "The coin is just a metaphor. Clearly, the world is a sphere." "Does this mean there are an infinite number of worlds like ours?" "Not so far as we've been able to tell, just the two sides." "I see." She paused, holding a hand to her ear, indicating she was listening to something. "There are reports of your people helping out during the rift last night. Is that true?" "Yes." Orlan nodded, looking more somber. As I said, our job is to protect people from monsters, so as soon as we arrived, well, did our jobs. I'm just sorry we couldn't get here sooner. And your people healed some of the victims? Several of my knights are skilled healers, Orlan confirmed. But even healing magic isn't, well, all-powerful. Most healing takes a toll on the body of those being healed, but it should be minor for the average person. Then are you aware several of the people you healed have suddenly fallen dead? The reporter asked. What? Orlan asked, eyebrows raised in surprise. If they were able to survive the healing magic, they should have recovered just fine. Then you don't know why several people who reported being healed by your so-called knights suddenly fell dead over the last couple hours. Nalia, Orlan said over his shoulder, the blank-faced woman quickly approaching while pulling a small book and pen from her personal space. What were their symptoms? She asked in a monotone yet demanding voice. I'm not sure, the reporter said slowly, looking confused at this development. This is Nalia, one of my head knights, Orlan said quickly. Now, answer. I'm being told they seemed fine, uninjured, before suddenly having a seizure and passing away, the reporter said. Are you saying you weren't aware your healing would have this effect? Fine for several hours, then seizing before death, Nalia said, writing quickly in her book before looking at Orlan. That sounds like a mana allergy. Blighted soul? From several people all at once? Orlan asked, looking equal parts disturbed and skeptical. So, you didn't realize this would happen? The reporter insisted, shoving the mic in his face. Some people have a negative reaction to magic, Orlan explained slowly. Just like you described, they're fine for a few hours after exposure, before having a seizure. It's a known condition, but vanishingly rare. Only a handful of cases are observed a generation. It could be more common on this side, Lord Orlan, Nalia added. Without constant exposure to magic, those with it wouldn't have been selected out of the population. Damn it, Orlan cursed softly before looking up at the worried glances the technical people were giving him. You should be fine. Even if you have an allergy to mana, simply being on the island isn't exposure enough. Nalia, anyway, we can identify people who have it. Not without a testing and waiting for a reaction, she replied immediately, something that isn't practical when dealing with injured. All right, new standard orders going forward. Minimal healing for natives to this side only. Only enough to ensure they survive long enough to receive more mundane treatment, and only if needed. So your healing magic did cause this? The reporter pressed. Yes, though it wasn't our intent, Orlan sighed. Despite everything, there's still a lot we don't know, and this mana allergy wasn't something we considered. But you were aware of the risk? You have to understand, on the other side, the condition is extremely rare, and those with it rarely make it past childhood, since magic is more common over there. Thinking about it now, it seems obvious, but... And you intend to keep using your healing magic, even knowing it might kill people? Only if they won't survive otherwise, Orlan said. Given a choice between certain death to injuries or possible death to magic, I'd imagine the latter is preferable. Still, shouldn't people be allowed to decide that for themselves? In an ideal world, sure, but since when is this an ideal world? So you'll just keep forcing your potentially deadly healing on injured people. You make it sound like we're trying to hurt people, Orlan scowled. We're trying to save people. With potentially harmful methods. Would you prefer we stand and watch people who we could have saved die? Orlan demanded, his good nature having rapidly vanished. Couldn't you find a way to help people without causing potential harm? The reporter insisted. If you manage to find one, I'll gladly make use of it. Orlan snorted. Unfortunately, there isn't one. Now, do you have any other questions? Before she could respond, the light on the camera went out and the woman let out a breath, handing the mic back to one of the assistants. Thanks for the interview, she said, her voice considerably blander now that she wasn't on camera, turning back towards the helicopter while the others began picking up their equipment. You call that an interview? Orlan demanded. Just business, hon. She shrugged, only to freeze as a blast of energy shot past her, impacting the side of the hill the pad was built on in a large blast. She looked back to see Orlan's knights all glaring at her, several having drawn weapons and one with a fading spell circle before her. Orlan quickly held out a hand to stop them before things escalated, but the news crew had all frozen at the attack. Is this how you respond to basic scrutiny? The newswoman asked after a moment. I didn't realize I approached a tabloid and offered an interview, Orlan retorted. I'm just asking questions, she replied. Not here you aren't, Orlan said definitively. Your news company is no longer welcome on my island. The woman simply snorted before returning to the helicopter. Want me to take a lance and destroy their house? Ayla offered as the helicopter faded into the distance, her eyes filled with rage like many of the other knights. No, Orlan shook his head. You said that camera thing would allow many to watch that interview, she said, yet she still had the gall to imply that doesn't matter, not like she or anyone can stop us. Lord, Nalia said, the only knight present with a blank face before pointing into the sky. Is that one of those fighter jets you told us about? I think so, Orlan said, shielding his eyes as he struggled to make out details of the distant object. I don't know any mage who can fly that high or that fast, Nalia commented, flipping to another section of the book she was holding before starting to write. And you said they do that completely without magic? That's right. Orlan nodded, grateful for the distraction. I'm no expert on how they work, though. Any chance we can acquire one? She asked, not looking up from her notes. If we can incorporate the knowledge that goes into one of these fighter jets with our magic, we might be able to enhance our cutters. Orlan simply shrugged, holding out his hands and returning the helipad to simple dirt. No need to seem inviting. Thankfully, the knights had been successfully distracted and spent the short walk back to the main castle talking about the various things they'd seen during the battle the night before. Damn it! It's worse than I thought, Orlan cursed. He'd managed to figure out how to work the cell phone and found it had an internet connection, which had surprised him. According to the news, there had been several rifts over the last couple months, the one the other day simply being the largest yet. Lyra hummed in askance from across the table, tilting her head slightly. Any progress on detecting new rifts? He asked, turning the phone off. The mages say they're confident out to about 100 miles, she replied. But not beyond that. They're suffering from the low ether of this side more than the rest of us, though the mana geyser has helped. Orlan nodded. The knights had a bond to him that granted them a small portion of the regen of the anchor heart, but the mages were on their own. Normally, such a small difference wasn't noticeable, except in extended combat, but here it was drastically slowing them down. It seemed that they didn't have the energy to fully power the detection array, or they'd have a range closer to 1,000 miles. He opened his mouth to respond, only to freeze at a tickling at the back of his mind. Lyra seemed to notice this and straightened. Invaders? She asked. A couple objects just entered within 3 miles of the island, Orlan said. Feels like military helicopters. I'll get everyone armored up, Lyra said, dashing from the room. Orlan only took a few minutes to swap out his clothing for his full plate armor, one of the many benefits of his rift mana giving him a large personal space. His knights were also granted one, due to their bond, but it was noticeably smaller than his. Moments later, he appeared in the main hall, a dozen of his knights already waiting, armed and armored. First lance with me, he ordered. Second and third guard the castle and villages. Without waiting for a response, he left the castle. He was still tracking the helicopters, and it felt like they were down close to the water, presumably to avoid detected, and would only rise up to the island at the last moment. He quickly identified the best place to greet them if they kept their current heading, and ran at superhuman speeds, followed closely by his knights. 60 seconds till contact, the pilot reported over the intercom. The dozen men in the back of the helicopter ensured their rifles were ready. No one quite knew what to expect when they landed. They'd been told to treat everyone on the island like a potential combatant, but they were sorely lacking in information, and clearly they didn't enjoy the feeling, judging from the 2 fully loaded Chinooks they'd assembled, complete with air support holding a few miles out. The strike had been delayed as the island had moved once more, but when it settled off the coast of DC, those in charge only seemed to grow more nervous. The helicopter shifted as they began to climb rapidly. Near as Recon could tell, the island had no radar capability, so they figured approaching from low to the ground with lights off shortly after night fell would ensure an easy approach. Getting off the island was also easy, as everyone was rated for paradrops. They could simply jump off the side of the island and pop their chutes, since they wouldn't be needed for landing. It was an odd situation, helicopter in, parachute out, but it was what they were paid for. "Hey, Dan," one of the soldiers asked, leaning forward. "Do you think this magic man can help you with your issue?" "Maybe he can summon a condom small enough for you," Dan retorted, the squad laughing in response. "Quiet back there," the sergeant interrupted their joking as the Chinooks cleared the lip of the floating island. "What the—" one of the pilots stammered. "What?" "I think they detected us," the pilot explained, the sergeant opening the door to the cockpit to see what they were talking about. Hovering in the air a third of the way into the island were giant neon glowing letters reading, "Hey, Army man, land here," with an arrow pointing to the ground where a large area of flattened land waited them. "Oh, for crying out loud!" "I think they see it," Lyra said, her voice full of mirth, as the two Army helicopters seemed to stumble, as if unsure what to do. "I should hope so," Nalia replied simply, being the one responsible for the light show with her light magic. "Will they actually land here?" "No idea," Orlan shrugged, a smirk on his face as he imagined the discussion going on. After a few moments, the helicopters began moving once more, both in their direction, apparently deciding not to attempt stealth. Returning Protector Chapter 3. Powerful spotlights came on from the helicopters, bathing Orlan and his knights in light. There was more than enough space for both large vehicles to land, but only one chose to descend for the moment. Aaliyah put up another wind barrier without having to be asked, though this time it was less to protect the girl's modesty than to deflect any debris tossed about by the wind. Of course, some of the armor many of the knights wore made it obvious the wearer was female, as it was clearly designed for a more feminine frame. Other, more magically inclined knights wore ankle-length robes over their more minimal leather armor. The Chinook landed a good 100 feet from where Orlan and the First Lance stood, far enough away that it was possible to have a shouted conversation over the helicopter, but close enough that they could retreat to it in short order. The other helicopter took up an overwatch position, partly opening the back ramp so a couple soldiers could provide covering fire if needed. "Are those firearms?" Nalia asked, dismissing the glowing sign in favor of a large sun-like ball that lit up the whole field. "They look too small to cause any real damage." "Their muzzle velocity and rate of fire is far above anything on the other side," Orlan replied. "Even the small bullets are more than enough to kill a normal person. Even a Tier 2 might be injured by the rounds." "Fascinating. Any chance we can acquire one for inspection?" "I need to show you how to use the phone," Orlan chuckled, watching the soldiers carefully approach them, rifles up and ready. "You should be able to look up lots of things on it." "Orlan?" the closest soldier shouted, coming to a stop a good 20 feet away. "So-called lord of this island?" "That's me," Orlan confirmed, pulling his helmet off and storing it in his personal space. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you boys were here to kill me." "We've been ordered to take you into custody," the soldier replied. "Come quietly and no bloodshed is required." "And why are you trying to arrest me?" "We're not police," the man growled back. "We don't need to read your charges." "And if I say no?" Orlan asked simply. "Then we take you by force." "I think you've badly misjudged the situation," Orlan said with a sigh. "You're acting like you have the power here. We've got you outnumbered, and we have proper guns, not your little toys," the soldier sneered. "All right. How about a challenge then?" Orlan said, opening his arms wide. "If you manage to hurt me with your proper guns, then I'll come with. If not, you leave." The soldier didn't even hesitate to pull the trigger, a loud gunshot ringing across the field. A couple sparks fell from where the bullet shattered against Orlan's breastplate, not even leaving a scratch. Casually, Orlan lifted a hand to brush at the spot the bullet had hit. "Nice shot, aiming for the gut. 'Cause lots of pain, put me down quickly, but unlikely to actually kill me if I'm treated quickly." Orlan nodded. "Well, seems like you lost." "Take them down," the lead soldier ordered his own men. "Don't kill them," Orlan snapped out an instant before gunfire erupted from the whole squad this time. The battle, if it could be called that, lasted barely a minute, and it only took that long as the knights weren't aiming to kill. Considering their job was to kill monsters, they didn't have a lot of experience with non-lethal measures. Orlan, for his part, simply stepped forward, vanishing from where he stood and appearing among the soldiers, lashing out with his gauntlet-covered fist to disarm or knock out one soldier after another. Semi-transparent vines of greenish energy sprung from the ground, pulling any soldier caught by them to the ground despite their ghostly appearance. Bright flashes of light disoriented the soldiers, making it hard for them to tell what was going on until it was too late. "There! Now we can talk," Orlan said, holding the squad leader by the front of the man's harness after crushing the man's rifle with the other hand. With practiced skill, the soldier pulled his pistol from the holster at his side, lifted it to aim right at Orlan's uncovered head, and fired. The ghostly outline of a helmet could be briefly seen as the bullet was deflected. "Expanded coverage, a pretty common enchantment," Orlan explained on seeing the man's shocked expression. "It extends the protection of armor to places that would otherwise be uncovered. It's not perfect, being less effective than proper armor, but still useful. Also, some of the girls in the Second Lance have used it too. Well, let's just say their breastplates could use a bit more plate." "Orlan!" Lyra scolded him, waving her staff menacingly. "So, what now?" the soldier asked after a moment, dropping his pistol to the ground in an admission of defeat. "I'm sure our government would be willing to negotiate for our release." "Before we get to that, can you tell me what justification you had for arresting me?" Orlan asked. "You're a foreign military force on American soil," the man replied after a moment. "The government can't simply allow that." "But I'm a U.S. citizen," Orlan said simply. What?" the soldier stammered for a moment. "Do you have any proof of that?" "I should," Orlan said, reaching out with one hand and rummaging around for a moment before coming back with a card. "Here, my old driver's license. It's a bit out of date, but still me." "That changes things," the man said, looking at the card carefully. "Now, as to what we're going to do with you," Orlan said, pausing for a moment to build some drama before simply releasing the soldier. "We'll be taking your weapons as compensation. Call it battlefield salvage, but otherwise you're free to go." "Just like that?" "Just like that," Orlan agreed with a smile. "I would appreciate it if you gave the leadership a message, though." Right. "This internet is fascinating," Nalia commented, hunched over the cell phone, while a couple other off-duty knight crowded around her. "So much information that is so easily accessed." "When I left, the internet wasn't so robust," Orlan admitted, sitting across the small table from her. "And immediate access to news from around the world," she added, her mostly monotone voice at odds with her excitement. "We might not need the rift detection array if we had a few more of these." "They can only report on a rift after it appears. The array should be able to predict them in advance." "Not to mention the other data the array can give us," Lyra added, walking into the sitting room and joining Orlan on the couch, "from the power output to the type of rift." "All the rifts on this side have been beast rifts," Orlan said. "The mages say the ether isn't dense enough to sustain a persistent rift." "Nothing is impossible," Lyra shrugged. "The added mana from all these rifts could help thicken the ether." "Maybe we're dealing with a lot of unknowns here," admitted Orlan. "Any progress on the mana allergy thing?" "Some of our stealth specialists did some investigations. Looks like around 1 in 12 people of this world have a blighted soul," she replied, a certain amount of hopelessness in her voice. "Obviously, we're still lacking data, so it could be off a good amount." "What about detecting people with it?" "The mages are working on it, but they're quite busy with attuning the detection array as it is. They did mention it would be easier if they had access to a few people with a blighted soul, said it would help develop a scanning method." "I'll see what we can do," Orlan sighed. Finding someone with a mana allergy without endangering people was difficult enough. The best method they had right now was the same as people had used for centuries: inject the person with a small, hopefully non-lethal amount of mana and wait for a reaction. It was effective but risky, not to mention it took time since any reaction to the mana could take hours to show, and that was sidestepping the issue of finding volunteers who would willingly submit to such an examination. With a groan, Orlan pushed himself from the couch, taking a moment to stretch. "All right," he said in a slight groan as he stretched. The anchor heart is about full, so I'm going to work on getting back to 6th sphere. Good luck, Lyra replied with a smile, the other knights looking up briefly before returning to the cell phone as Orlan walked out. The process of tearing up, sometimes called cultivation by the more Asian-inspired cultures on the other side, wasn't an easy task, and being a Protector Lord both helped and hurt the process. The first requirement was a full mana pool. On one hand, the added regeneration granted by the Anchor Heart made that easier, especially in a world with such a thin ether. However, his mana pool included the Anchor Heart, increasing the size of the pool massively the higher his tier. Combined with the constant drain of keeping the island aloft, he practically needed a mana geyser before he could consider tearing up. Several of his knights greeted him as he walked the halls towards the Anchor Heart chamber. Many of them were only pseudo-knights. They lacked combat skill and ability to be true knights, but were skilled in management and otherwise running the Protectorate. It was thanks to them that he could focus on fighting off monsters and the like without getting bogged down in day-to-day operations. One might have thought that having the grand doors leading to the Anchor Heart chamber being unlocked would be a security risk, but in truth, there wasn't much that could be done to a stone while it was bound. People have tried multiple times to destroy the Anchor Hearts for various reasons, and no one ever managed so much as a scratch. Sitting on the ground with the Anchor Heart hovering just before and above him, Orlan took a deep breath. The first step to tearing up was having full mana, but that was the easy step. Second was a level of knowledge or insight into your element, something Orlan had in spades. Not only had he already been 2 spheres higher than he was currently, but he'd spent nearly a week inside a rift. He'd made plenty of observations that would help with the construction of his spheres. It was the third requirement that was giving Orlan pause. Once one had enough mana and knowledge to construct their next sphere, they had to decide what exactly they wanted to do. Most people started with a single major mana attunement, but with each new sphere they could lean into one aspect or another of that element, altering their mana. This could specialize them in a specific aspect, like an air mage focusing on flight, or grant them access to abilities of other elements, like a water mage incorporating an aspect of rain to grant limited air abilities. Not every aspect was created equal, but which were better or worse was hard to tell. Exactly how a given aspect will combine with one's soul could be influenced by anything from how the user felt about their element to their surroundings. Orlan was in an even stranger position, having a unique mana type, so there was no knowledge about what aspects might be good or bad. For the most part, he'd used his early spheres shoring up his weaknesses or leaning into his strengths, restraining the often unpredictable rift mana he used. He could simply reuse his insights from before losing his spheres, but after witnessing the interior of an unstable beast rift for an extended period, he had other options. All in all, the inherent abilities granted by his lost spheres were middling, and he was sure he could do better. There was one thing he'd noticed above all else while in that rift, and that was the ambient mana. Despite common belief, an element didn't create mana of its element. A fire didn't generate fire mana, for example. Aspected mana was simply mana with properties similar to the given element, so the ambient mana within the rift was largely unattuned, raw power of the ether, and far above either this world or the other one. Before, it wasn't something he hadn't thought about much, but now he wondered where that mana came from. The void was exactly that. Empty, yet rifts which passed through the void like bolts of lightning carried immense amounts of energy. He spent close to an hour pondering this question, thinking of a way he could utilize it in his soul. Eventually, he decided to wait on attempting to understand that particular question. There was a limit to what a given sphere of his soul could handle. The 6th sphere was advanced, but far from the deeper truths of the universe. Instead, he chose to go with something similar to what he'd had before, the aspect of distance, but using his new understandings of rifts. Rifts didn't just connect 2 places, and they weren't as simple as separate spaces either. They were tiny worlds in their own right, small and unstable, overflowing with power and destined to collapse, but small worlds nonetheless. Focusing on the idea of miniature worlds within rifts, he began to crystallize his mana, the final step of tearing up. It was also the most difficult. Simply cramming more mana into his body would solidify it, but it wouldn't become a sphere. Worst case, he'd ruin his entire being, becoming a monster. Properly crystallizing a new sphere could take weeks, but thankfully it didn't need to be done all at once, which was good as shortly after he began the door to the Anchor Heart chamber flew open. "Lord Orlan," Nalia said, her characteristic monotone somewhat elevated. "There's a new rift somewhere called North Carolina. The detection array reaches that far? He asked, scrambling to his feet. No, I saw it on this, she explained, holding up the cell phone, its display showing a breaking news report of what was clearly a rift. That shouldn't be too far away by cutter, Orlan said, striding from the room with Nalia following just behind. Laelra is having the knights get ready, Nalia reported, opening her mouth to add more when the phone she held began to ring. This surprised her, not that you could tell from her blank expression as she looked at it. Orlan snatched it from her and hit the answer button. Hello? Am I speaking to Orlan? A voice on the other side said. Yes, he replied. This had better not be a prank call. I'm a representative of the U.S. State Department, the man explained. Have you heard of the Rift event? I have, and we're preparing to depart, Orlan said, still walking purposefully through the halls of the castle. That's why I was calling, to tell you not to get involved, the man said, continuing before Orlan could reply. The National Guard is mobilizing. We don't need your assistance. All you'll do is get those men killed, the Protector Lord snorted. Our generals are confident. Great for them, I'm still going. If you do, we'll consider it an invasion, the government man warned. When I became a Protector Lord, I swore to always help save man from the dangers of the rifts, Orlan said seriously. You do what you need to do, and I'll do the same. Before the man could reply, Orlan hung up and shoved the phone into his personal space, where it wouldn't have any contact with the outside world. Nalia gave him a curious look, but he stepped through space as he started retrieving his armor before she could say anything. Looks like some kind of humanoid monster, Nalia said, having retrieved the phone from him shortly after they departed. No evidence of mages among them yet. Damn it, Orlan cursed. Humanoid monsters were always difficult, being more intelligent than mere beasts. There was also an increased risk that some of them had formed something resembling a sphere around their core, which would grant them access to proper magic. How strong do they seem? Laelra asked. Hard to tell, at least second sphere equivalent, Nalia answered, working the cell phone like an expert. What's the terrain like? Orlan asked. More like we're used to. Nearest large city is a few miles from the rift, so only a few scattered rift events have occurred within city limits. I want teams of no less than 3, Orlan ordered after a moment. First Lance is to focus on protecting the city and surrounding suburbs. Second Lance gets to hunt. What about you, Master? Laelra asked. I'll move about as needed. You're only 5th sphere, remember. If there's a core of tier 3 beasts, they can easily overwhelm you. I don't plan to stray too far, but you know how I fight. Just be careful, she said with a pleading look. Returned Protector, Chapter 4. This is the nearest major settlement to the rift, Nalia said as she and the rest of the First Lance stepped off the cutter almost before it had settled. There's something called a golf course southwest of here, where the main rift appeared. Orlan simply nodded. No changes to the plan were needed. The second cutter with the second lance of his knights was already headed that direction. There were a couple small mountains between the town and the rift, so the main host of monsters hadn't appeared yet. Being humanoid, the monsters tended to stay in groups, ranging from a few members to a couple dozen from what they'd seen so far. Several of such groups had already been cut down by the knights as they spread out through the town, but overall there were too few monsters. A single rift could contain hundreds or even thousands of monsters. Most emerged from the main rift, with the rest being scattered over a 2 to 3 mile radius from there. But it had taken them nearly an hour to arrive at the small town of Jefferson, more than enough time to travel from the rift to the town by foot. The terrain was rough, but there were plenty of roads for them to follow. There was another large town some distance to the south, but surely the monsters would prioritize the closest concentration of people. That's how they always worked. A few would scatter about wreaking havoc, even becoming just another part of the wilderness, but most should be headed here. There was one thing that could have stopped them. An alpha monster, something that could exert some level of control over the horde. A humanoid alpha was bad if true, as alphas were both more powerful and more intelligent than their lesser kin. Orlan shook that thought from his head, reaching out and pulling his short, bladed spear from his personal space. The weapon sung for blood as he stepped through space, appearing a street over. Another step brought him directly before a group of 3 of the monsters, and these ones truly earned that title. They were vaguely reminiscent of large bipedal ants with insectoid limbs and a hard chitin that covered their entire bodies. Their heads had the large, sharp mandibles, oversized compound eyes, and long antennae that would be expected, but between the mandibles was a forest of what looks disturbingly like human fingers. Seeming to take the place of both lips and teeth, judging from the razor-sharp nails each ended in, they wiggled unnervingly constantly. Each hand was similarly replaced with a mess of fingers, but that didn't seem to impair their ability to carry weapons. As if things couldn't be any worse, every one of them was armed with a short sword or spear, all made of bronze if Orlan was any guess. They were low tier 3, high tier 2, making them far above any normal human, but Orlan was another level higher. He seemed to flow through their attacks like water, while his spear lashed out like lightning to cut through bronze, chitin, and flesh alike. In a handful of seconds, the monsters were all dead, and Orlan vanished in another step before the last of them could even hit the ground. He tore 4 such packs apart before a faint buzzing in the back of his mind indicated an incoming message. "Yes?" Orlan asked, Riff stepping onto a building so he could scout out the surroundings. "Second Lance has run into a problem," Lyra's voice said in his mind. They weren't able to land near the rift. The monsters seemed to be swarming around it, protecting it. "Damn it, an Alpha," he cursed. "That was my guess," she agreed. "Doesn't seem to have emerged yet, but most of the swarm is waiting for it." "They look like ants. A queen?" Orlan offered. "Hopefully ant queens are large, but not exactly built for combat," she replied. "I'm worried she'll have a royal guard, though. Would fit with their appearance." Orlan simply nodded. While monsters were odd beings, they tended to follow natural roles. If a monster looked like a wolf, it would likely hunt in packs. It wasn't perfect. Monsters tended to have bits and pieces from multiple creatures or things that didn't match up with anything on Earth, but it was a good guess. "Worst case would be a princess," Nalia added. "She'll still have the royal guard, but her body won't have changed to focus on reproduction yet." "Tell the Second Lance." He paused as a pair of fighters screamed by overhead. "Tell them to stay away from the main swarm. Focus on containment." He felt her agreement before the connection snapped. This looked like it was going to get difficult. Shh. Long gouts of fire erupted from the ground as the bombs dropped by 2 fighters struck the ground, covering several holes of the golf course in a raging inferno. The napalm covered hundreds of the bug monsters who cried out in rage and pain. For nearly a minute, the flames burned before the napalm ran out, leaving scattered brush and trees aflame. The ground was covered in ash and blackened bodies of the strange ant monsters, and for a long moment all was still save the crackling of the random secondary fires. But soon one of the heavily burned ants began to move, pushing itself to its feet, burned chitin flaking from its body like dust. Then another began to move, and soon most of the monsters were standing once more. They were covered in burns, their carapaces cracked in multiple places from the heat. They struggled to breathe as the spiracles along their sides were scorched. Barely a third of the monsters had succumbed to the flames. The rest were injured, but still alive. A circling recon plane reported in, shock evident in their voices, but the imagery they sent back was undeniable. More conventional bombs weren't any more effective, they'd learned earlier. While the blasts were enough to dismember and kill a handful of the humanoid ants, the shrapnel was largely ineffective, bouncing off their exoskeleton. To the south, multiple National Guard groups, the ones that had been fastest to respond, were hunkered down behind their Humvees. They'd only encountered scattered groups of the beasts, yet had been forced to stop when a couple ripped a tree from beside the road and threw it at the lead vehicle. Now the rest were pouring fire into the ants from behind cover. The rifles proving to be less that effective. Even armor-piercing rounds failed to penetrate the chitin. Direct hits to the eyes could still kill, and there were gaps in their carapaces around the joints where the rounds could do some damage, but largely the weapons did little to the monsters. The only reason they hadn't been overrun was due to the heavy .50 caliber machine gun mounted atop each of the vehicles. After several of these rift events, the army made sure that some heavier weapons were available to the National Guard, and it was proving effective. The heavy rounds broke limbs and cracked armor from their sheer power. It still took a couple seconds of directed fire to ensure a kill. A couple of the men had shotguns that at close range delivered enough force to force the ants back, even if it couldn't kill them reliably. But they couldn't kill the monsters as fast as they arrived, and it was only a matter of time before they were overrun. Considering the beast could run fast enough to keep pace with the Humvees over short distances, running wasn't an option. They had all but resigned themselves to death when three warrior women seemed to drop out of the sky, the largest of them wielding a massive steel axe with enough strength that the ants were more blown apart than cut to pieces. The second woman carried a pair of shorter axes, moving with such speed the soldiers could barely keep track of her. The final woman carried a massive shepherd's crook that glowed with an eerie light. Phantasmal beasts sprung into existence around her, with each swing of the crook, biting through the monsters with supernatural strength, only to fade away moments later. The soldiers could only watch in shock as the women tore through the small horde that had gathered around them, though whether their shock was due to the power on display or the fact that the large woman was laughing as she fought was anyone's guess. Despite their strength, the fight wasn't entirely one-sided. Bronze weapons struck the berserker, many of them encountering seemingly transparent armor as they did, but some did manage to draw blood. The woman only laughed harder as she was injured, ignoring the pain. A minute later, all three women were covered in blood, most of which wasn't theirs, the two axe wielders letting out screams of anger as they sprinted north, looking for more prey. The woman with the crook paused to apologize to the soldiers in a soft voice before running after her companions. Orlan had been fighting for nearly an hour when he got the call in that the rift had collapsed, meaning the Alpha had come through. The town of Jefferson looked like it had been bombed, which wasn't completely inaccurate as the Air Force refused to give up on dropping ordnance. It seemed they figured that even if the bombs were of limited effectiveness, there was no risk to the plan. All the remaining monsters are retreating towards the golf place, Nalia reported from next to him. Looks like the Alpha is calling them back. Damn it, hoped we had more time, Orlan grumbled. First lance with me, we're going to sweep south down the valley. Second lance is to remain on the south end of the rift zone. Casters with heavy area spells stay back and regenerate mana. We're going to need you when we hit the main horde. A chorus of agreements answered him as they set off. Protector Lords and their knights were uniquely suited to fighting beast rifts, as even a strong 5th sphere warrior would have struggled to fight at full strength for this long. But with the bonus regeneration provided by the Anchor Heart, even tempered by distance, Orlan was still going strong. It didn't hurt that his combat style largely revolved around the inherent abilities granted by his spheres rather than spells which weren't as mana efficient. Anyone could learn spells, given they had enough spheres and the right attunements, but inherent abilities were unique to everyone. He and the dozen members of the First Lance swept south like a wind of death, culling any monster they found. Even those who weren't immediately killed weren't safe, as one of Lyra's inherent abilities caused her spells to infect those they injured with a terrifying rot. Being 6th sphere herself, a single scratch was often enough to kill these monsters. Being a higher sphere than her Protector Lord meant she didn't get full benefit of the bond, but by restricting herself to lower tier spells and making liberal use of rot ability had preserved her mana. Nalia focused more on intelligence gathering, using her light magic to illuminate the world, as she put it. Aaliyah was the defensive magic user, her winds rebuffing anything that got too close. After long years of fighting together, the group almost seemed like they could read each other's thoughts. While many of them had a telepathic message spell, they didn't need it to fight as one. In less than 15 minutes, they'd covered the mile from the town to the golf course, leaving a scattered trail of dead monsters in their wake. But as they looked down from a ridgetop to the massive ants below, they realized they had barely scratched the surface of the swarm. "Look," Nalia said, holding her hand up to display an image to the others. One of her inherent abilities was far light, allowing her to see things at a distance so long as she had line of sight. By modifying an illusion spell, she could display what she saw, and what she saw made Orlan scowl. In the middle of the horde, near where the center of the rift had once stood, were 4 ant creatures that stood far over the smaller monsters. Unlike the main swarm, these 4 had 6 limbs arranged in a centauroid fashion, with the 4 rear serving as legs, while the front 2 were used as arms. They each wore heavy bronze plate over their upright torso, and something that resembled barding over their rear half. Each carried a massive bronze shield in one hand and a long spear in the other. The 4 stood in a circle, facing outward as if watching for threats, and they were the first to react when the distant scream of a jet engine could be heard. Acting as one, they raised their shields and moved to cover each other, clearly intending to defend against the incoming fighters. But another odd-looking ant had a different idea. The image projected by Nalia showed as another ant monster, larger than the normal ones but smaller than the four massive beasts, pushed aside one of their shields and held out her hand. The Protector Knights went silent as a spell formed in the air before the dozen wiggling fingers that made up her hand. Spears of earth rose from the ground around her and rocketed into the air as the jets cleared the mountain. Without any time to react, the spears tore the jets apart, ripping through the metal like it was paper. Only one pilot managed to eject, the other looking like it was hit directly in the cockpit, and both jets slammed into the ground at the base of the mountain moments later. "A princess," Orlan said slowly, "and one that can use magic. Great." "She's fourth sphere equivalent as well," Nalia added, "though I estimate her magic abilities are only second sphere." "Those four monsters around her are the Royal Guard," Lyra finished, then looked at Orlan with a smile. "Been a while since we've been pushed like this." Return Protector Chapter 5. "Dahlia, can you deal with the chaff?" Orlan asked, one of his knights approaching from where she'd been towards the back of the formation. While all of the knights wore distinctly feminine armor, Dahlia's was on another level, like a strange mix of armor and an evening gown. With a flourish, she returned her paired blades to the single sheath they shared. "I've just the spell," Dahlia replied with a feral smile. "Try not to burn down the forest this time," Lyra teased. "One time," Dahlia grumbled in annoyance even as she took a deep breath. Reaching out with both hands, 5 concentric circles of blazing red light flashed into existence in the air. Orlan motioned for the others to cover her while she cast. While magic was extremely powerful, it took time to summon, especially when casting spells at or near your limit. As a 5th sphere mage, Dahlia's limit was 5th tier magic. It was possible to push past those limits, but it wasn't something you wanted to do in combat. Orlan summoned a quick barrier as the Ant Princess noticed the glowing magic and began casting her own spell. Aaliyah added a windshield, and between them they managed to deflect or block the stone spears that shot their direction. Some of the nearest ants had begun rushing up the slope towards them, but a withering hail of low-tier spells forced them back onto the fairway. Given time, the ants would eventually overwhelm them through sheer numbers, but all they had to do was hold the mass off until Dahlia's spell finished. "Ballet of the Dancing Flame," Dahlia said as the spell circles she'd summoned flared. A mass of burning mana shot from the spell towards the ant horde. The Royal Guard were quick to pull the princess back and cover her with their massive shields, but rather than impacting the spell, seemed to slow down and transform mid-air. The ball of energetic mana burst to reveal a ballet dancer made of reddish energy, as if some kind of off-color ghost. The dancer landed gracefully among the ants. At more than double their height, she was easily seen even without the bright red-orange light she gave off. She began to dance to some unheard song, pirouetting and spinning across the battlefield at a deceptively slow pace. Any ant her spinning foot or sweeping hands touched was almost instantly incinerated. But the real danger was dozens of flecks of red energy sent flying with each of her movements. Drifting like snowflakes, anything they landed upon they burned. Grass, chitin, dirt, and rock all burned beneath these sparks of mana. Dahlia's main inherent ability was an increase in power for spells or attacks that were beautiful. While the Dancer was a 5th tier spell, this ability pushed it to match a 6th tier in power. Even as it burned ants by the hundred, the Royal Guard were largely unaffected, their shields able to repel the flakes of fire the Dancer gave off. The Dancer was insubstantial, but could still be blown. Anytime she got too close to the guards, they waved their shields, the wind pushing her away as if she were a cloud of mist. This kept a small core of ants around the Royal Guard safe while the majority of the army burned. "Well done!" Orlan nodded in approval as Dahlia fell to a knee in exhaustion, though her smile never wavered as she took in the destructive beauty of her spell. "Nalia, stay here with Dahlia. Keep her safe and provide fire support." "Yes, Lord," the blank-faced mage knight agreed. "The rest of you, as soon as her spell ends, we're going in," Orlan continued. "It'll be hard to get at the princess while her guard are still up, so we'll take them down first. Aaliyah, Lyra, you keep the others locked down while Pena and I focus down one at a time." "Yes, Lord." "Yes, Master." Orlan barely waited for the chorus of agreements before dashing down the mountain, his heavy armor and strength allowing him to plow through the brush in his way. Only occasionally did he seem to flicker in and out of existence as he rift-stepped through a larger bush or tree. Dahlia's Dancer burst after a last spinning flourish to kill off the last of the ant monsters remaining near the Royal Guards, the rest having scattered to avoid the destruction. This left a field of smoldering ash as the stage for the battle, the fairway being almost unrecognizable. The princess attempted to fire off another wave of spikes at Orlan and the charging knights, but a beam of light forced one of her guard to pull her back and shield her from Nalia's spell. Approaching within 100 feet, Orlan drew his arm back and threw his spear without breaking stride, a greenish spell circle appearing in its path, as Lyra cast an enhancement spell on the throw. Orlan still scowled as the spear failed to break the sound barrier, even as it rocketed through the air towards the ants. Two royal guard attempted to cover one another with their massive round shields, only for a gust of wind to buffet one of them, preventing them from stacking up. Seeing its partner stumble away, the royal guard was forced to angle its shield to deflect the spear away, barely managing it before the weapon struck. Despite catching the throw at an angle, the spear left a large dent and long, deep scratch in the thick bronze shield before finally being turned away, rendering the shield nearly useless. Rather than waste time dumping the damaged shield, the guard ant drew its own spear back to strike the now unarmed Orlan as he quickly followed his spear. The torso-sized spear tip lashed out, perfectly timed to meet Orlan just as he entered range, but the protector vanished the instant the ant committed to the attack, stepping through space to appear beneath the massive centaur-like ant. More confusingly for the royal guard was the fact that he was holding the spear he'd thrown in both hands. Despite catching the monster off guard, the spear was unable to penetrate the thick chitin of the ant's leg. While the weapon was sharp enough, Orlan's reduced strength wasn't enough to push it through, resulting in a modest scratch, but no real damage. To the side, the second royal guard was busy dealing with a confusing maelstrom of winds that constantly pushed it around. Aaliyah's main inherent ability giving her winds greater force, but made them harder to control. This made her perfect for pushing physically superior opponents around, locking them down, even if she lacked the ability to deal them serious harm. A third royal guard was struggling against torrents of incorporeal thorn-covered vines, its carapace slowly beginning to rot away from Lyra's abilities. The final was forced to stay back and cover the princess as intermittent blasts of light or fire lanced down from the two knights back atop the ridge. Neither presented a real risk to the royal guard as Dahlia was low on mana, while Nalia's light lacked impact, but the instinct to protect their princess was too great to abandon her. Orlan rift stepped backwards through a shield bash, only to be caught in the side by a wild sweep of his opponent's spear, launching him a dozen feet away. Aside from a slight bruise, he was unharmed, his armor absorbing much of the impact, but it was a grim reminder of how much strength he'd lost with his spheres. An instant after he hit the ground, he'd stepped through space and was once again assaulting the leg of the royal guard, his spear blurring from a simple attack spell, causing the weapon to strike 3 times with each thrust. It reduced the force behind each strike by 1/3 as well, but that was immaterial to Orlan. His core inherent ability, the one gained at the first sphere, was his hidden weapon. Not as flashy as Rift Step, nor as utilitarian as his person spaces, Void Strike caused the spear tip to glow with an unearthly black light that was injected into the target with each strike. Shifting its weight, the royal guard kicked out with the leg Orlan was assaulting, forcing him back while it began to turn its attention away from the seemingly impotent protector. But as it brought its foot back down, the entire leg crumbled like it was made from sand, the light of the void corroding the chitin. As the massive ant stumbled, Orlan Rift stepped into the air, his spear lashing out at the eyes of the great monster. It flinched away, so the thrust struck its forehead instead, leaving a nasty gash in the carapace but failing to penetrate. Despite that, Orlan summoned a small barrier beneath a foot, so he could once more rift step away from the royal guard, flashing over to the ant being battered by Aaliyah, ignoring it as it had intended to ignore him moments earlier. But it barely got a chance to right itself before the void energies injected into its head damaged its small brain. Its simple mind was unable to comprehend what was happening as its limbs twitched and seized, seemingly ignoring its desires. For several more seconds, it struggled to control its thrashing limbs, falling to the ground before the damage caused by the void strike spread too far and it fell dead. Seeing one of her royal guard fall, with another soon to follow, judging by the vast swaths of rotting chitin on the one facing Lyra, sent the princess into a rage. Ignoring the attempts to protect her, she summoned several spells and began firing spears of earth wildly at the humans who dared attack her hive. Before the lances could strike anything, a beam of light lashed out like a sniper to engulf her head. One of her eyes was instantly reduced to a smoking husk, while the other seemed distorted, but Nalia wasn't a damage dealer, so while the Tier 3 spell had struck directly against the Ant Princess's skull, it failed to eliminate her. Instead, it seemed to drive her even more wild. Her sight damaged, she threw spears wildly in every direction, even striking her own royal guard a couple times. Seeing the opening, Orlan stepped past the confused guard, his spear flashing out and cleanly removing the princess's head in a single strike. A second royal guard falling moments later from a combination of Lailra's rot and the princess's spikes. From there, it was only a matter of time before the last two guards fell, their protective instinct so strong that they refused to abandon the princess, even seeing her dead. The other regular ants had begun to gather once more, but seeing the princess fall, they had no qualms about fleeing, scattering into the mountains. Many were cut down by the second lance which had spread out to contain such a scattering. Groups of survivors even took their own toll on the fleeing mass. Heavy hunting rifles and shotguns brought down at least 24 of the monsters as the horde fled. With no organized resistance, the National Guard units finally managed to push north, reaching the golf course as Orlan and his knights finally gave up on chasing the last few ants. No way we've enough space in the hold for all of this, the captain of one of the two cutters said, shaking his head looking at the pile of ant monsters 15 minutes later. Focus on the bronze and the bodies of the royal guard then, Orlan replied after a moment. I think most of the weapons are imbued to tier 1 or 2, which should help repair the damage the island took. You already throw the weapons of the guard in your personal space? The captain asked. Along with the body of the princess, he agreed. That's all at least tier 3, so hopefully we can get another cutter or two operational with it. Shame there's no good wood on this side, the other man added. Harbor Master says he can only fix a couple cutters with what lumber he's got. Orlan simply nodded. The sky docks were hit especially hard during the transit, leaving them with only 2 functional sky cutters. Compared to the half-dozen they'd had, it vastly reduced their transport abilities. It was one of the main reasons he'd been forced to leave the training lance behind. There simply wasn't space to bring them on the ships they had. Not if they wanted enough room to bring a useful amount of loot back. Looting the monsters was the main way Protector Lords sustained themselves. Combined with a largely self-sufficient town on their islands, allowed them to remain almost completely independent of outside funding. Of course, several kingdoms on the other side had issues with the arrangement, to the extent that there had been several wars about it, but it remained the standard. Looks like the locals want to talk, the captain said, breaking Orlan out of his thoughts and gesturing with his chin towards where a couple men in camos were approaching. Orlan took a breath and turned to meet them, several of his knights pausing in their work to pay attention. Orlan? The large man asked, holding out a hand in greeting. Major Williamson of the North Carolina National Guard. Pleased to meet you, Orlan replied, taking the offered hand only to pause as the major's other hand came up to slap a cuff around his wrist. I was told to arrest you if... Williamson started, only to trail off, and Orlan reached up, pinched the cuff between 2 fingers, and with a simple twist, snapped the metal as if it were cardboard. There going to be a problem? Orlan asked. Nope, the major said, sounding almost relieved. I've some friends who live in Jefferson, so I'm grateful you were able to save people. I had my orders, though, and this way I can say I did my best. Fair enough. Orlan shrugged after a moment, then gestured over his shoulder. My girls have avoided using magic healing where possible, so there's a number of wounded scattered about. We tried centralizing them where possible, but we don't have the resources to treat them all. We'll handle it, Williamson replied, motioning to the man next to him. Just give the lieutenant their locations and conditions. Nalia, called Orlan, the blank-faced knight appearing and producing a scroll which he handed to the lieutenant. You going to completely police the field? Williamson asked once that was done. I've got no orders to the effect, but I imagine the brass will be upset if you take everything like you did in Boston. We don't have the ability to take everything, Orlan snorted. We're focusing on the most valuable stuff, but there will be hundreds of monster corpses we can't fit. Great. A word of warning, though. Magical materials are dangerous, Orlan added. Just handling them should be safe enough, but if you start messing with them, you're likely to release large amounts of mana. Even if you aren't allergic to the mana, it can still cause injuries. I'll pass the warning along, but chances are they'll ignore you. They'll learn one way or another, shrugged Orlan, about to turn away when he paused and reached out to pull some fruit from his personal space, offering one to Williamson. Banana? What? The large army man asked, confused. Passed through a half-collapsed grocery store while fighting, Orlan explained. There aren't any bananas on the other side, so I grabbed some. Will that be an issue? Well, no, but Williamson stuttered. So you don't want one? Orlan asked as the major seemed confused before shrugging and walking away. As he walked, he returned the bunch to his personal space long enough to peel the fruit he'd separated, retrieving the bunch to offer one to various knights and skycutter crew that had gathered to watch the meeting. They all seemed interested, watching as Orlan demonstrated how to peel and eat the fruit before he moved on, retrieving more of the fruit to distribute. The knights ate with a feminine grace that was at odds with their blood-stained armor, while the sailors quickly scoffed the fruit down before returning to their work of loading up the flying ships. Major? One of Williamson's asides interrupted the man's thoughts. Something the matter, sir? No, he replied after a moment, looking down at the dark skin of his hands. Yeah. You have been ordered to appear before Congress, the voice on the other side of the phone explained to Orlan. An emergency session has been called 3 days from now. You are to arrive at the Capitol building by 9 in the morning. Ordered, huh? Orlan asked. You claim to be a U.S. citizen. If that's the case, then yes, ordered. You're not making this easy for me, Orlan sighed. Protector lords aren't beholden to any nation or king. You've been operating a military force on U.S. soil, and you expect a polite invitation? The other man asked skeptically. Last I checked, the U.S. doesn't own any floating islands, and before you try to claim this one, we do, in fact, have a flag. Orlan retorted with a smile that slowly faded as the line remained silent. Guess that joke has been forgotten. I'd argue that we're being very generous by having you appear before Congress rather than taking you directly to jail, the other man replied after a moment. I hate politics, Orlan groaned openly. What kind of hearing is it? This is a public hearing. So you want to grandstand at me, great, he sighed again. Fine. Assuming there isn't another rift, I'll be there. Good, the other man replied before hanging up. Are you really going? Lyra asked as Orlan dropped the phone back into his personal space. I need to talk with the government one way or another. I'd prefer to do it on my terms, but clearly they aren't going to let me do that, Orlan explained. It'll make them think they're in charge, she warned. They can think what they want. I'll disabuse them of that notion if needed. Return Protector, Chapter 6. Orlan stood in the large anchor heart chamber in the heart of his castle once more, a wooden training spear in his hands, eyes closed. Slowly he began to move, spinning the spear through a series of blocks and strikes. There was no set pattern to his training, looking more like he was fighting invisible enemies than a regimented routine. But that was what worked best for him. The pattern the spear tip wove in the air reminiscent of lightning, flowing along a jagged path without slowing before striking the target with all the power of a rift. The chaotic yet flowing fighting style was of his own creation, based on his own observations of rifts. It was also utterly impossible without the superhuman body granted by the spheres of mana within his soul, performing seemingly impossible lunges, spins, and blocks that a normal human couldn't manage. But this wasn't training. It was an active meditation as Orlan focused on condensing a sixth layer of his soul. Doing so required immense concentration. There were a number of chambers in the castle specially designed to assist in meditation. Some were thick with incense, the burning herbs chosen to heighten focus, while others were almost completely bare to remove all distractions. But Orlan always felt most comfortable in the presence of his anchor heart, allowing his body and mind to slip into a martial trance, the gentle pulsing of the grand stone granting him a sense of calm even as he danced across the room, spear tip humming through the air for hours on end. Normally, he wouldn't spend so long in isolation, but tearing up was a critical goal for him. Not only would it improve his mana regeneration, increasing the time he could spend in combat before exhausting himself, but it also improved the anchor heart. It would allow them to move the protectorate to other regions, not as reliant on mana geysers to sustain the massive floating island. But ultimately, he wasn't some sage of a wizard's tower, able to shut himself off from the world for days or even weeks at a time. A faint buzzing in the back of his mind broke him out of his meditation, pulling him from the depths of his spirit in an instant. After a moment, to ensure being interrupted hadn't damaged the sphere, he answered the telepathic call. Lord, there's another rift, Nalia said on the other side, as Orlan wiped the sweat from his face. In a country called Germany. Damn it, he replied. That's too far for us to reach. Indeed, she agreed. Even if we were to fully discharge the Sky Cutter's mana, we'd only be able to reach Spain. On foot, it would take us days to travel from there to the site of the rift. You find out about the rift on the phone? Yes. Seems like there might have been another rift in the last week on a continent called Africa, but word never got out, she added. Orlan simply sighed. He'd known it would happen, but hadn't expected the rate of rift appearance to increase this rapidly. In the year before Orlan returned, it looked like there had been 1 or 2 rifts per month. Only a handful had been reported as most likely happened far from civilization or in the depths of the ocean. In the 2 weeks since the major rift that brought him, however, there had been 3 reported rifts, meaning a handful likely went unnoticed by the world at large. It was a far cry from the 2 rifts a day that was the norm on the other side, but he was the only Protector Lord on this side. He could only cover so much territory by himself, even with the island and sky cutters. Ultimately, there was only one way to help people, and that was to attempt to raise mages in this world. Mundane guns could hold lower-tier monsters off, but against a beast rift, you needed to do more than simply delay them. You needed to kill them. Even rifts in remote areas could unleash a tide of monsters that could swallow entire regions in the beasts. Thankfully, the weak ether of this world was, for once, working to their benefit. Unlike mages, monsters needed a constant supply of mana, or their cores would break down. The higher tier the monster, the more mana they needed. Even on the other side, this had restricted what kinds of monsters could appear in which areas, with the strongest often trapped in wild regions where mana filled the ether like a thick fog. The mages at the Spire figured that the ether of this world couldn't support more than second sphere equivalent monsters for any period of time. Any higher than that, and the beasts would slowly suffocate from the lack of mana. It might take days, but eventually those ant monsters would grow weak and die. Of course, the amount of damage they could do before then was why they couldn't simply wait the beasts out. After cleaning off and joining Nalia in the main sitting room, he simply waited and watched along with several others as reports came in from the rift in Germany. The monsters there seemed to have the bodies of elephants, but the head and neck of a heron or crane. Even normal elephants had hides thick enough to be resistant to small arms, and boosted by magic, these monsters were almost immune to small caliber rounds. They were slow and clumsy, but had surprising reach with their razor-sharp beaks, able to lash out to spear people in an instant. The rift was in a relatively remote location, it seemed, and the German army was on the scene fast enough that Orlan suspected that the units had been on standby. Of course, most of their weapons were of minimal effect. Only anti-tank weapons seemed to be able to reliably put the beast down. The knights were especially interested when the first tanks appeared on the streams. Such large armored vehicles were unknown to the other side. The tanks did better than Orlan expected, their main gun more than capable of putting a shell clean through one of the monsters. But it was clear they weren't built for this kind of combat. Most rounds were designed with fighting other tanks in mind and tended to pass completely through the monsters. Often they hit something vital on their travels, but these beasts were tougher than any normal animal, and many times they simply took the hit and kept going. The rate of fire of the big guns also left much to be desired. More than once, news helicopters witnessed a group of tanks be overwhelmed by a stampede of the elephant-like monsters. They would kill a few, but couldn't get more than 1 or 2 shots off before being overrun. Normally, infantry would screen for the tanks, but no amount of small arms fire would deter these monsters. "What's the policy on recruiting, boss?" one of the girls from Second Lance asked suddenly. "I'm not sure," Orlan admitted. "I'd planned on recruiting as normal, but with the risk of soul blight..." "I think all we can do is make them aware of the risk," the knight shrugged. "And conduct a test for mana allergy," Nalia added. "It's a risk, but better than nothing." Ooh. It looked like a small army had gathered in front of the Capitol building as the car bearing Orlan pulled up to the structure. He'd initially planned on simply landing a cutter across the street, but figured that it was best to not. Instead, the cutter had touched down some distance from the city, and he'd called to ask for a pickup. The man on the other side sounded annoyed, but when Orlan offered to simply fly over the city in a cutter, he became much more amenable. "We were only expecting one," the first security guard to approach commented, glancing at the other 3 with him. "Did you actually expect me to come alone?" Orlan asked with a raised eyebrow. "Honestly, most of my knights wanted to come with me." "Knights, huh?" the man said, glancing at the 2 women with him, both of whom wore frilly dresses, before shrugging. "We're going to have to search you for weapons." "Really?" "It's procedure. He shrugged, motioning for them to follow. Of course, a half-dozen news vans were present as he walked into the Capitol building. Thankfully, security kept them away, allowing Orlan to enter unmolested. The next half hour was spent walking through metal detectors and having themselves searched. It was all completely useless, of course, as he could pull his weapon out of his personal space at any time. After that annoying process, they spent well over an hour simply waiting to be called before whatever committee had called for the meeting. By the time the four of them were finally called, it was well past 9 when the meeting had been supposed to happen. The room for the meeting wasn't the main floor of Congress, but a side room. A dozen committee members sat at a long raised desk facing the rest of the room, while Orlan was restricted to a simple table with a few chairs on the ground, meaning he'd be forced to look up at the committee. Typical, he thought to himself. Governments never change, even in other worlds. They just had to feel superior. There was only one nameplate at the small table, and surprisingly, it had Orlan's full name. With a scowl, before sitting, he ran his finger across the nameplate, a pulse of mana vaporizing the paper that had been fitted to the plate until just Orlan was left. This action drew some raised eyebrows from the congressmen who were still getting settled, but they waited until everyone was seated to begin. "Why don't you begin with introducing yourselves?" the committee leader offered once the room was quiet. "I'm Protector Lord Orlan," he replied confidently. "This is Lady Laelra, my second-in-command, and Lady Nalia, my personal aide. Finally is Grandmaster Benimar of the Mage's Spire." "Interesting," the committee leader replied, not bothering to introduce himself, but there was a nameplate for William before him. Next to him, the Grandmaster Mage grumbled softly to himself. Of everyone, he was the only one who hadn't wanted to come, but Orlan had felt that a representative from the Spire was a good idea. "According to the ID you showed our men, your name is Orlando Eckhart," William continued. "Is there a reason you don't use that name?" "As a Protector Lord, I'm required to give up all familial ties, from names to titles," Orlan explained. "And I've always gone simply by Orlan, so I figured I'd just make it official." "I see," William said, writing something down before continuing. "There are a number of reasons for this meeting. First on the schedule is your actions in Boston and Jefferson." "That's where you want to start?" Orlan asked, surprised. "Please refrain from talking unless asked a question," William warned him with a mild glare over his glasses. "Now, the senator from New Jersey is first. You have 10 minutes. "Thank you, Chairman," another woman on the committee replied, taking a moment to gather her notes. "Now, Mr. Eckhart, accord." "Call me Orlan," the protector interrupted. "Please don't talk during my time." The woman scowled at him before continuing. "According to news reports, you employ quite destructive means during these rift events, as you call them." "Destructive how?" Orlan asked. "As in damaging," the woman insisted. "Many buildings in Boston were damaged by your so-called magics." "We try to minimize collateral damage, if that's what you're asking," Orlan said slowly, "but there's only so much we can do when the monsters can punt a person through a solid wall." "But you admit to causing widespread damage?" "The damage would have been worse if I hadn't been present," countered Orlan. "And it never occurred to you to leave the situation to the military?" "If the military had any chance of helping, I'd consider it." "I understand you've been missing for over a decade, but according to our records, you were a college student when you vanished," she pressed. "I find it hard to believe that you, no matter what you went through, and a handful of girls could be more effective than the most powerful military on the planet." "Did you see what happened in Germany the other day?" Orlan asked. "Do you honestly think—" "Mr. Eckhart," the woman interrupted, "I'm reclaiming my time." "What does that even mean?" "It means it's my turn to speak," she snapped, glancing at the chairman before looking down at her notes, continuing after a moment. "Now, after the events in Boston, you resisted the agents sent to arrest you, is that correct?" "The 2 squads of soldiers you sent to my island, you mean?" Orlan asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah, I wasn't going to just go with them." "So not only did you cause extensive collateral damage, injure several agents while resisting arrest, there are also reports of people dying after being treated by your people. Yet you insist you're more effective than our own army. I would suggest that this man is as much of a danger to our nation as these monsters are, if not more so. We can't simply allow vigilantes to go around causing such damage and loss of life," the woman said, turning to the chairman before Orlan could respond. "That's all I have to say, Chairman." "Thank you, Senator," the man in charge said as Orlan stood. "Excuse me," he growled. "Do I get a chance to respond?" If someone wants to donate their time to you, then you can speak, the chairman replied, looking through the papers on his desk. Those are the rules. Next to Orlan, both Lyra and Nalia were quite tense, their smiles strained as they clearly struggled to keep still and not draw their weapons. Orlan simply took a deep breath and sat down once more. He'd known this would be frustrating. He just had to deal with it. Eventually, the next senator was called to speak. Now, Mr. Eckhart, the rotund man started, the grinding of Orlan's teeth almost audible across the room as he was once more called by his old name. Based on reports, all your so-called knights are women. Is that correct? Yes, Orlan started. It's due to a quirk of... Thank you, Mr. Eckhart, but it's my time, the senator interrupted. And all of them are white, correct? A few of the girls are from further south, but... Please answer my question, Mr. Eckhart. The majority of my knights are fair of skin, yes, Orlan growled. According to the report, you also committed a racist act following the event in North Carolina, he continued. Do you have an issue with black people? What are you even talking about? Answer the question, please. No, why would I have... Thank you, Mr. Eckhart. The senator once more interrupted. Perhaps you can explain why. A moment, Senator, the chairman interrupted. That was quite the accusation. Surely Mr. Orlan deserves a chance to respond. It's my time, Chairman. He can respond on his own time. I'm going to pause your time then. Give our guest a chance to defend himself, the chairman stated, nodding to Orlan. On the other side, I spent most of my time in northern Ura and Syria, Orlan said after taking another calming breath. On this side, that corresponds loosely to northern Europe and Western Asia. Travel isn't as common or easy on that side, and recruitment mostly comes from local populations, so it's to be expected that most of my people resemble the populations native to those regions. But you don't have an issue with recruiting black people? The chairman asked. No, I just never got the chance. Objection, Chairman, another senator spoke up. But there are no reports of him being in Europe for the last few decades, much less of a flying island. Because I was on the other side, Orlan said dryly. Objection noted, the chairman said with a slight glance at Orlan, before motioning to the second senator. The gentleman from Michigan has the floor again. So, Mr. Eckhart, you claim to have no objection to recruiting people of color, the round man from earlier said. Then can you explain why you attempted to hand a banana to a black man in North Carolina? Orlan started, completely caught off guard by the question. Because bananas are tasty? Are you aware of the racial implications of such an action? No? I see, the senator said, pausing to scribble something down. I think it's clear that in addition to the issues pointed out by the lady from New Jersey, this Mr. Eckhart fails to live up to the values of the U.S. Hiring so many women is laudable, but completely ignoring people of color and even showing disdain towards them, I think proves he doesn't value diversity. Thank you, Chairman. Orlan was once more forced to stew as the chairman looked through his notes, eventually calling a senator from Texas next. You've never had to deal with politics like this, have you, Mr. Orlan? The senator asked with a sympathetic smile. I think it's important that people have the chance to defend themselves. So I'd like to ask you one question, and then donate the rest of my time so you can defend yourself. My one question is, what exactly happened in Boston? Thank you. Orlan sighed, grateful that at least one of the committee members seemed friendly. What happened there and in North Carolina and Germany was what we call a beast rift. Basically a poorly understood event that deposits hundreds or even thousands of magical monsters into the world over. Objection, the senator from New Jersey interrupted. This talk of magic is preposterous. Can we stick to scientific terms? I tend to agree, the chairman replied after a moment. Perhaps we should start with that. Can you tell us what this so-called magic is? It's magic, Orlan said slowly. By drawing energy called mana from the ether, we can influence the world in seemingly supernatural ways. For example, the giant flying island I use is kept aloft by powerful spells placed upon it 1,000 years ago. And these beasts can use magic? In a sense, Orlan replied. To put it simply, every living thing uses mana. Even everyone in this room is only alive thanks to magic, in a sense. Of course, most people barely require the tiniest gust of mana in their entire lives, but mages like my knights and I and monsters can draw on much greater amounts to empower ourselves. This manifests in a number of different ways, all of which are loosely called magic. You can understand how hard this is to believe, the chairman said. With how common CGI is today, it's hard to believe what is seen on the news. Can you provide an example? Something solid? Sure, I actually prepared for this, Orlan said, reaching out and pulling a small billet of metal from his personal space. With enough mana, it's possible for inanimate objects to use mana as well, though in more limited ways. This is regular iron, mostly pure, making it rather brittle. Consider it a baseline now. This is Tier 2 iron. Orlan continued, pulling another small bar out. As iron becomes imbued, it becomes stronger and heavier. At Tier 2, its weight will have about doubled. By way of demonstration, he dropped first the mundane iron onto the table, which clattered loudly as it bounced a couple times, followed by the Tier 2 iron, which landed with more of a crack. Orlan reached out and pulled a third finger-length bar before continuing. This is Tier 5 iron. After Tier 3 or 4 things tend to become rather extreme, so while I'm certain you could and will try to explain the other bar with mundane concepts, I expect this one to be a bit more difficult, he said, and dropped the bar from the same height as the others, and the table bent and seemed to buckle as the bar crashed into it, nearly punching through the wooden top. For a long moment there was simply silence following the demonstration before the chairman spoke up. "And are you willing to leave this iron to be inspected?" he asked. "Of course." Orlan nodded. "I will recommend that, for the Tier 5 bar, you handle it carefully. I doubt you could break it outside of a machine, but if it does break, there's a good chance it'll release much of the mana within which could be dangerous." "I see." Return Protector CH7. It took a few minutes for a few aides to retrieve the billets of iron, the final heaviest one causing the most difficulty, as it was no larger than a playing card, the small size making the aide think it was light, but the smooth surface and surprising weight caused him to fail to pick it up a few times. Eventually, he managed to get it off the table with a grunt of effort, struggling to carry it from the room. Moments after he left, a loud crash could be heard as he put the billet down somewhere, Orlan and his 2 knights smirking in amusement. Finally, the chairman called the meeting back to order, signaling for Orlan to continue, but before he could, the lady from New Jersey spoke up. "I must continue to object to the claims of magic," she said. "A heavy bit of metal is hardly proof of mystical powers." "Oh? Then what would you like for me to do?" Orlan snapped, standing up suddenly. With a slight turn to his right and a step, he was suddenly on the rightmost side of the committee room. "How about teleporting? Is that magical enough for you?" he asked, taking a step to the side to appear next to the left-hand wall. "Or am I somehow managing this with smoke and mirrors?" Another step took him to the middle of the hall. "Perhaps you want more. How about this?" Orlan then took a step forward, a rune appearing in the air just beneath his foot as he did, allowing him to step onto air like he was climbing a set of stairs. He took 3 more steps, stopping when his head was level with the committee. "Go on. Call this a trick." The meeting quickly devolved into shouting from there, forcing the chairman to break for the day earlier than planned. "Shedner." "It feels like there's something wrong with the moon," Lyelra said later that night. They were back aboard his protectorate after the first day of the meeting, looking up at the night sky. "You just aren't used to it yet," Orlan replied with a smirk. "I remember thinking the same thing when first seeing the moon on the other side." "Really?" she asked. "I remember you running outside that first day after the Anchorheart summoned you and falling to your knees when you saw the moon. Don't think you ever told me what was going through your head." "I was terrified," he admitted. "I was kind of like those idiots in that meeting. Everything you showed me was somehow a trick, something that could be explained by hidden mechanisms or sleight of hand. But the sight of a purple-hued hurricane moving across the face of the moon, the longer I watched, the more convinced I was that it couldn't be faked." "Right. There was a purple storm on its surface that night." Lyelra nodded. "I wonder if it was caused by the Anchorheart summoning you." "Who knows?" he shrugged in reply. The moon was subject to all kinds of magical storms on that side. Many thought it was a reflection of the movements in the ether on the earth, or that it was portents of the future displayed upon the lunar surface. In theory, a Tier 10 mage of the right attunement could go there and check it out, but if one had done so in the past, they hadn't told anyone. "Oh, Nalia said some other nations were putting out statements welcoming you," Lyra said after a few minutes of silence. "Mostly in Eastern Ura and South India, or Eastern Europe and South America, as I guess they're called on this side. Some places near Judah or the Middle East are calling you a djinn. That's a stupid name, by the way. Middle East makes no sense." "I didn't name them," Orlan chuckled. "Not that your side of the world is much better. I mean, Atlantis really exists, except it's called Atlia, and it's just the British Isles." "I was excited when you told me the Atlians were real on this side, you know," Lyra replied. "One of my ancestors is from there, supposedly. Her whole family died when the island sunk. Thought I might be able to learn more about them." Orlan smiled and nodded, pausing as a message came in from Nalia. "Another rift," he reported. "In Australia this time. About as far from here as you can get and still be on this world." "One every 2 days," Lyra replied. "If only it was so peaceful on the other side." "If only we had more protectorates on this side," Orlan countered. And despite the humor, neither of them could find it in them to laugh, knowing on the other side of the planet a rift was currently spewing out monsters. Humderer. "Now, Mr. Orlan, I'd ask you to refrain from engaging in wild behavior today," the committee chairman said seriously as the meeting began again the next day. "You are here under subpoena to answer the questions of—" "Excuse me," Nalia interrupted, "but point of order, we received no subpoena." "Really?" the chairman asked, looking surprised, his gaze turning to the first senator who spoke the day before. "The lady from New Jersey was responsible for sending the subpoena, I believe." "We found it impossible to deliver a written subpoena to Mr. Eckhart," the senator explained after a minute. "The best we could manage was to call him on the phone number acquired from KNF News." "I see then, technically Mr. Orlan is here under his own volition, not congressional mandate," the chairman said. "Given the already unorthodox nature of this meeting, I believe we'll have to shift to a more open format." That alone caused several minutes of argument as senators who'd been in the first few spots to question him argued that their time should be granted regardless, but eventually the committee calmed down with the chairman promising to allow questions in the order they would have been allowed to speak. "So, Mr. Orlan, let's move forward assuming your magic is the real thing," the chairman said. "If he was exasperated by dealing with the others, he was good at hiding it. I assume you know that, while the Constitution protects the right to bear arms, there are limitations. Based on reports at Jefferson, you, or one of your knights, managed to reduce an entire hole of a golf course to little more than ash. Is that level of destruction common with your magic?" "Her spell was on the upper end of pure destructiveness for her level," Orlan replied. "But after Tier 4 or 5, spells become far more destructive far faster." "You've mentioned these tiers before. Could you explain them?" "Sure. As you cram mana into something, be it a person, object, whatever, it will become more and more difficult to put more mana in, until you cross a threshold where it suddenly becomes much easier again. Each threshold you surpass is a tier, though it should be noted. For mages, we call them spheres, as you can't simply cram mana into a living creature without some structure to it. At best, it would cause unexpected mutations, but more likely they'll become crazed and monstrous. That's the difference between a mage and a monster. A mage has control over the power within them. A monster is controlled by that power." "Objection, Chairman," the senator from Michigan spoke up. "This talk of monsters is unbecoming of this committee. I move to strike Mr. Eckhart's comments from the record." "Overruled, Senator," the chairman said, barely holding in a groan. "Terminology can be debated later. For now, we're here to assess the risks of these events." "To be honest, you've barely seen anything yet," Orlan spoke up. "The rift in Jefferson was a 3rd-tier rift. Botson was 2nd-tier at most. How high do these tiers go?" "There is no known upper limit," admitted Orlan. "But to give you a taste, I am currently 5th sphere, and, without hyperbole, could likely take on every single guard you have in the building at once. Against most firearms, my skin is effectively immune. I can bench press a car and run 3-minute miles for over an hour, and that's just my physical abilities, not getting into my inherent abilities, magical spells and the like." "Are all of your knights capable of these feats?" the chairman asked skeptically. Those who focus on physical ability could likely match me depending on their sphere. Orlan nodded. Mages can vary much more in specific capabilities than monsters, though. We tend to be more focused on certain aspects based on how we attune our spheres. But to the point, the most powerful mage on the other side was Ninth Sphere. He's the one, ultimately, who allowed us to bring my protectorate through to this side, though he perished in the act. Orlan paused. A man at the 10th Sphere named Noak built the protectorates a millennia ago. The most powerful rift I ever witnessed was 7th tier, and it nearly wiped out a nation even with 4 protector lords like me helping. And you expect these rifts to become more powerful? The chairman asked. I do, and more frequent. Seems like rifts are appearing every 2 to 5 days apart now, somewhere around the world. The other side averages 2 rifts a day. I don't know why rifts started appearing on this side, but I would consider it likely to approach that frequency eventually. And what would you suggest? In the long term, raising up local mages is the only real way to counter the monsters, Orlan said. It can take years to train a single class of mages, and that's without the difficulty of locating people who can safely use mana on this side. One of the biggest advantages of the protectorates is the mobility it gives us. With modern technology, that isn't as big a concern on this side, so a few thousand skilled mages can likely protect a nation with proper support. And in the short term, honestly, individual strength and preparedness. A gun can't kill most monsters, but it can keep a family safe long enough to reach a shelter. I'd recommend every family have a plan ready if a rift appears near them, somewhere to shelter, a weapon to ensure you're safe long enough to make it. Monsters can appear anywhere, up to several miles away from the main rift, but they're unlikely to appear below ground level for whatever reason, so a basement with a solid door should keep you safe for at least a while. That's your suggestion? The senator from New Jersey scoffed. A gun and a bunker? To put it simply, Orlan nodded. It's clear that individuals are unable to handle these events. The people should wait at home for government instruction, the senator continued. No need to encourage people to arm themselves. Do you have similar complaints about his long-term plan? The chairman asked. Not as such. A solid military utilizing these new powers could be of great benefit to the United States. In fact, I suggest we move to create a bill to form a special commission to work with Mr. Eckhart in pursuit of such a thing. I hope you realize, Miss Senator, Orlan said, leaning forward. I plan to share this knowledge with countries all over the world. My goal is to protect human life, not a single nation's interest. You're a U.S. citizen? You'd give advantages to our enemies? She asked in surprise. I don't plan to only share with governments, but with people, Orlan explained. Magic isn't a power you can monopolize, nor would I allow you if you could. You are a U.S. citizen. Sharing arms with national enemies is treason, she pressed. You could be brought up on charges and even put to death. You're welcome to try, Orlan snorted a laugh. Excuse me? The woman asked, seemingly aghast. It seems you have a false notion of the power balance of this discussion, Orlan growled, allowing power to seep from his body, dark lightning snaking across his skin as the room seemed to darken in some imperceptible way. I am not some powerless citizen you can push around. I am the leader of the most powerful group of mages on this planet right now. Your power comes from mutual agreement. Mine come from my strength. You dare threaten this committee? The senator from Michigan stood. I demand you apologize to us on this committee and to the nation at large. Or what? You'll use the submarine hiding beneath my protectorate to threaten my people? Orlan asked, nodding to Nalia, who placed one hand on his shoulder. With her other, she projected a spell that showed a view from the edge of the protectorate island. You want to see power? This is power. Orlan reached out through his bond with his anchor heart, and through that into the space surrounding the island. With a scowl he focused. The ocean shown by Nalia seemed to dance as he expressed his power, a massive circle of purple energies appearing in the air, facing the water. Slowly the circle rose, and with it the ocean water formed a great column, like it was being sucked up a straw hundreds of meters across. Within the pillar of water a submarine could clearly be seen, resting silently, seemingly unaware of what was happening to it. After a moment, to ensure the news helicopters that constantly circled the island got a good view of it, Orlan slowly lowered the column back into the ocean. Moments after the spell vanished, the submarine breached the water, seemingly having undergone an emergency surface, a perplexed-looking Navy man poking his head from the hatch for an instant. "I'll have you held in contempt for this threat," one of the senators shouted as the display ended, but before he could continue, Orlan waved a hand and his voice fell silent, despite his mouth still moving. "I understand these open sessions are largely for grandstanding, but I'm done with the show," Orlan said, nodding to his three companions to join him. "If you're willing to listen to me more openly, without the showboating, feel free to call me." With that, he turned and swept out of the committee room. Almost as soon as he was out of sight, he sagged slightly. His show of power had been costly. Remote casting of a spell on such a large scale took nearly a third of the reserves of his anchor heart. He hated having to resort to such measures, but he refused to be belittled, and judging from the aura Lyra was giving off, his action was the less radical. "Orlan!" a voice shouted as he made his way from the building, causing Orlan to turn and see the senator from Texas, who'd been largely silent today. "What?" Orlan asked, hiding his weakness in an instant. "I'm sorry about those two. They're part of what we call the Bird Party," he explained. "They got elected through social media, so they like to make scenes constantly in attempts to get trending and boost their profile." "So I played into their hands?" Orlan asked. "I wouldn't worry about it. They talk big, but when it comes time to vote, they'll go party lines," the man assured him. "Honestly, I'm surprised your missus didn't kill them." "I'm still considering it," Lyra said in a too sweet voice. "Don't," Orlan replied dryly. In any case, the Texas senator chuckled as if it was a joke. "If you want a more friendly place to talk, I know a few talk shows or podcasts you might consider." "Podcast?" Orlan asked. "Basically a multi-hour interview on the internet. They're quite popular nowadays," he shrugged. "Point is, it might be good for you to be seen in a less confrontational setting." "I'm not opposed to it," replied Orlan after a moment. "Feel free to send them my phone number. I can't commit to anything now, but—" "Of course, I'll have my people give you a call after seeing who might be interested." The senator nodded, speaking up as Orlan once more turned to leave. "By the way, were you serious about your physical abilities? Bench pressing a car?" "If anything, I was understating it," Orlan said with a smirk. "Well, that was shit," the new Grandmaster of the Mage's Spire commented as they boarded the Skycutter once more. Why did I have to come again?" "I thought they might have actual questions about magic," Orlan admitted. "As the Grandmaster, you—" "I'm no Grandmaster," the man snapped. "I'm only in charge because I passed out upon dropping to 7th sphere, making me the strongest mage. At best, I'm keeping the seat warm until a more qualified mage rises back up." "You're still the strongest mage in the world," Orlan pointed out. "My specialty is long-range magic and weather manipulation," he snorted. "If you need a light rain shower in the next kingdom over, I'm your man. But in raw power, I've spent most of my career working to end droughts, weakening hurricanes, and the like. In combat, the best I could do is make it slightly uncomfortable." "You still made it to 8th sphere like that," Lyra pointed out, "because smart nobles are willing to pay a good sum to ensure their lands won't suffer a failed harvest. Regardless, you're better positioned to answer questions on magical theory than I am," Orlan said. "Fine, but don't call me Grandmaster like it's true," he retorted. "Though if you want me to ensure the estates of those counselors suffer some hard weather, I'd be happy to help." "That won't be necessary," Orlan sighed. Return Protector Chapter 8. Even though Orlan and his knights had taken care of the Ant Princess and most of the monsters from that rift, a good number still escaped. Though scattered and weakened formed the weak ether of this side, they were still quite dangerous to normal people. With only 2 Skycutters, Orlan chose to send one with the 3rd training lance to hunt down as many ant creatures as they could find. 3 knights in training, followed by an older instructor, swept into a ruined house deep in the forests. At only 3rd sphere, they weren't able to cut down the ant monsters with the same ease as the main knights, being forced to leverage both their innate abilities and magical powers to bring down each beast they encountered. The instructor stayed back, simply watching as the others fought. She wasn't there to protect them, but to protect any civilians who might be present. It had been several days since the ant rift in North Carolina had been closed, so the training knights were surprised when the instructor dashed forward to stop one of the ants from crashing into a shed. She caught it with one hand before casually throwing it back to the trainees. Both monster and knights paused to see if she followed up, but she merely stood next to a small building and watched. Clearly deciding it had a better chance fighting the trainee knights, the ant monster threw itself back into the fray. Tired from fighting for close to an hour, it managed to score several wounds on the young knights, but outnumbered and out-tiered, it stood no real chance. Several minutes later, with the monster defeated, they approached the instructor as she tore the thick wooden door from the shed with her bare hands. "Is there a survivor in there, Lady White?" one of the trainees asked. Rather than respond, the older knight crouched down, looking into the darkness of the shed as if waiting for something. After a few moments, a figure slowly emerged. It was hard to tell from the darkness of the shed and several layers of caked-on grime, but a young woman crawled out from beneath several shelves that had fallen over. "The monsters are dead, young lady," the instructor White said in a friendly tone. "Are you injured?" "No," the girl responded, slowly crawling to her feet to see the knights around her. Did you kill them?" "We did," White replied with a smile. "We can escort you back to your home if you want. I'm sure your parents are missing you." "Pa's dead. Him and Simon grabbed the rifles when the monsters came," she explained softly. "Heard some gunshots, saw one of the monsters go down, but the rest—" "And your mother?" "Died years ago." The trainee knights exchanged complicated looks between them as White held out her hand for the girl. "How about a neighbor? Family friend? Somewhere you can stay for the moment?" "Did you really kill those monsters?" the girl asked in response, the knights nodding. Can you teach me to kill them?" "Possibly," White said slowly, her smile fading. "It's not easy, and you'd have to fight monsters like that often." "I don't care," the girl replied after a moment, looking up to meet White's eyes. "I don't want to live in fear of the monsters. I want to be able to fight back." "How old are you?" White asked. 23, she replied instantly, only for the older knight to give her a light glare, at which point she corrected sheepishly, 19. White nodded, holding out a hand, a spell circle appearing in her palm for a moment as a floating point of light appeared above it. Once the tiny ball of light was fully formed, the spell circle vanished and White held it out to the young woman. "I don't know how much you've been paying attention to the news, but a good portion of people on this side are, for lack of a better term, allergic to magic. This is a small bit of mana. If you swallow it and show no reaction by the time the sun rises, then you'll be able to learn magic," White explained, pulling the small floating ball of light away as the girl reached for it. "This much mana shouldn't kill you, but it might. So be certain you want to take the risk before eating it." The girl nodded, looking at the ball of light as White held it out once more for a long moment before steeling herself, grabbing the ball and shoving it in her mouth. To her surprise, it didn't taste like anything, simply exploding as soon as it was inside her, its power rushing through her body. "What's your name?" White asked, and Amy. "All right, Amy, let's get you back to the cutter," the instructor said, turning and gesturing for the trainee knights to lead the way. Amy watched as they dashed ahead, never straying too far, weapons out. "Most of us started like you," White explained, "orphans of a beast rift or war. So don't be afraid to ask us anything." "You all work for Orn?" she asked slowly. "Lord Orlan is our leader, yes." "Will I have to sleep with him?" No," White chuckled, giving Amy a friendly smile. "The bonding process is quite intimate, but you have to be at least 3rd or 4th sphere before you'll be allowed to form a bond with him. And you won't be forced to, but if you want to join his knights proper, you should. Even if you do form a bond, he'll just be your leader, nothing like that." "So you're surrounded by beautiful women and you don't sleep with them?" the podcaster, a man named Bob, asked, seemingly in disbelief. They sat in a series of leather couches and armchairs in a small room filled with sound equipment and a couple cameras. Bob held a cigar in one hand while his co-host Robert managed the sound equipment while occasionally chipping in. Other than Orlan, only Lyra was present, as the podcaster had said that only one other person could join them, wanting to keep the number of people talking low to make any conversation easier to follow or something. "Technically, on the other side, we are considered his wives," Lyra said unhelpfully. "That's just a legal technicality," Orlan said with a roll of his eyes. "The magical bond we form is quite intimate, but it's nothing sexual." "Then why are all the women so hot?" Bob asked. Magic improves your body in all respects, Orlan answered. More than simply become stronger and faster, it extends your lifespan and even improves your appearance. Though how much it improves any given aspect depends on a large number of things, Lyra added, such as what kind of mana you have, how you build the spheres in your soul, your inherent abilities, and so on. I'm currently 6th sphere, while Orlan is only 5th, due to having to sacrifice some of his power to bring his island over to this side, yet Orlan is likely physically stronger than I am. Magic can make you better looking and longer lived? Bob asked, taking a pull on his cigar. How do I start? It's not easy, Orlan replied, and it only gets harder the further you go. The common saying on the other side is that only 1 in 10 people will ever manage to awaken, Lyra added. Many people say that simply awakening is the hardest step. Snap! During your last congressional hearing, you said you wanted to raise hundreds or even thousands of mages, is that right? Asked Robert. Yeah, can you share the method with us? Bob added, We've 100,000 or so people listening right now. If you want to spread the knowledge, now is likely the best time. Bit of a disclaimer first, Orlan said, taking a breath. Magic is dangerous at the best of times, but on this side, there's an added danger, specifically that of mana allergy. From what we've seen, about 1 in 6 people are allergic to mana, violently so. So, while I doubt anyone will manage awakening without assistance on this side, if you attempt to do so, be aware there's a 1 in 6 chance doing so could kill you. Okay, but how do you awaken? Pressed Bob. There's 2 steps. The first is to become aware of the mana within your body, feel its movements, explained Orlan. This can be done on your own, but typically an older mage will inject a bit of mana into a pupil, stirring up their own mana so they can feel it. Some people need this done a few times before they can sense their mana. Even without having another mage stir it up, many can't even manage that. It's like learning to feel an arm you didn't know you had and can't see, Lyra added. But even that isn't the hard part. Really? Bob said with a raised eyebrow. No, the hard part is next. Categorizing your mana, Orlan continued. All mana has a color or flavor, a series of associations or feelings attributed to it. It's hard to explain. I use nature mana, Lyra stepped in. To me, nature is gentle and beautiful until roused, at which point it becomes extremely dangerous. When I first felt my mana, it was like that. Gentle and kind with an undercurrent of danger. It took me nearly 2 months to associate it with nature when it all clicked. Everyone's mana is unique to them. Even among people with the same element, they could feel very different things about it. One fire mage might see fire as hungry, all-consuming, while another might see it as beautiful, said Orlan. That's why this part is so hard. You need to feel your mana and link it to what element or aspect of the world that feels the same. Once you have that, it's easy to consolidate it into your core, officially awakening and becoming a Tier 1 being. I bet we'll be seeing lots of people sitting in parks meditating in the next few weeks, Robert joked. Is it possible there are already mages on this side? Bob asked. While rare, it still seems like someone might accomplish it by accident. It's possible, but unlikely, Orlan admitted. With how weak the ether on this side is, there isn't really enough mana for anyone to feel their mana. What is this ether anyways? Right. The way it was described to me is, the ether is the air, and mana is the wind, Orlan said. Mana is just spiritual energy. It's not really a physical thing, and the ether carries it typically. And our ether on this side is too thin? Something like that, Orlan nodded. It's not a one-to-one analogy. You'd have to speak with the Grandmaster of the Mage's Spire if you want a proper explanation. I see, Bob nodded, taking a pull from his cigar. Ah, super chat from one. Baraton 14, Robert spoke up. Thanks for the $100, it says. Thanks to Orlan for standing up to those idiots in Congress. What? Orlan asked. Right. You've been in another world for decades, Bob chuckled. People can donate to send us messages. $100, though? Not worth as much as it was when you left, Robert snorted. Maybe we should spend an hour just getting you caught up to the modern world. Yeah, have you heard of Game of Thrones? Bob asked. It's a book series, right? Orlan said slowly. I heard of it but never read it. They made it into a TV series, Bob explained. It was a real big thing for a while. Until that last season, Robert added sadly. We need to get you to watch it. Orlan smiled at their antics, enjoying this style of interview far more than either the journalist or Congress. I doubt your castle has a TV, Bob said, turning to Orlan. No idea how we'd get power hooked up on a flying island. We can probably manage something, Orlan shrugged. Despite appearances, the other side isn't as technologically backwards as you might think. There's indoor plumbing, flintlock rifles, and the like. Electricity? Not as such. A few cities have some basic electric lighting, but it's rare. I tried to make computers work, but didn't know enough about them to recreate the technology over there. But we've managed to recharge the cell phone we got using magic without much difficulty. You can turn mana into electricity? Bob asked, surprised. Could you manage a full generator? Power a city? Unlikely. The exchange rate is pretty bad. We might be able to improve it with time, but I doubt it will ever be viable, Orlan said with a wince. It takes the full output of a fifth sphere mage to recharge the phone, not something that can be done passively. Shame, I'd drive a magic car. Magic cars are actually quite tough, Orlan replied. Strangely, it's easier to... He cut off with a scowl, holding a hand to his ear as if on the phone. What is it? Bob asked after a moment. He's getting a message, Lyra answered. I should take the chance to explain Orlan's mana for anyone who thinks it's a good idea to mess with us. He is unique in being the first known person to have rift mana. Rifts to him are powerful forces, warping the world to their whim, but unless tightly controlled will tear apart everything. What are you saying? Robert asked. I'm saying that if Orlan gets angry enough to lose control, well, let's just say there's a crater the size of a small city in the other world that is still burning with his magic. Why mention it now? Because the message is about one of our knights in training going missing, Lyra replied. If there is an easy way to make him angry, it's to hurt his knights. Is he going to destroy a city? Bob asked in alarm as Orlan's expression grew darker. Oh no, Lyra assured with a smile. He's gotten far stronger since he made that crater. Return Protector Chapter 9. You didn't need to come so quickly, my lord, one of the mages said as Orlan watched over the preparation of the divination table. A map of the eastern coast of the United States rested under a pane of glass. Bits of dirt and plant matter were scattered about on top of the glass, seemingly at random. A single tall, thin nail stuck up from the four corners of the map, while the mages pulled out crystals and placed them around the perimeter of the map. Orlan didn't reply, simply scowling at the map as it was prepared. If one of his bonded knights had been taken, he could have led them to her location by himself, but instead they were forced to make use of this arcane divination array. The dirt and leaves had been taken from areas displayed on the map and had been placed as close to that location relative to one another to form a crude representation of the region represented. Crystals of various attuned mana types had been placed that matched the missing knight's mana, allowing the array to filter out the mana of others. Finally, each of the nails had a single long strand of the knight's hair tied around it. The theory was to fool the ether around the map into thinking the representation was the real world. Then, using the bond between a lock of hair, freely given, and the knight in question, to make the hair attempt to return to its source. It was a crude technique requiring a dozen stacked spells to work in unison without disrupting one another, but it should at least give them an idea of where the knight was being kept. And the Ether Map spell had actually been developed originally to detect rifts. The wizard who designed the spell, hoping the ether within the spell would also show disruptions indicative of a rift. Surprisingly, it did. However, the distortion on the scale of a tiny map were too small to detect. The spell with the hair was a modified version of a standard dowsing spell, where a mage would use a small amount of a substance to lead the way to a larger amount of that material. Obviously, this version was designed to seek out the source or owner of a strand of hair, but the principle was the same and suffered from a similar issue of scale when used without the ether map. Simply put, the further away the source was, the less reliable the dowsing was. This was mitigated somewhat by the map setup, but it could best be described as jury-rigged. Amusingly, the spell was first developed by village mages to track down lost livestock, but worked just as well at finding people. Orlan simply watched silently as the mages began stacking the spells, forming the ether map and casting the spells on each of the strands of hair. The hairs began to move as if blown by a light breeze, flicking back and forth in a chaotic motion. Unlike a true wind, however, every one of the hairs pointed inwards, crossing one another in a way impossible for proper air movements. "We don't have enough reference points for a proper reading," one of the mages said as the hairs moved about, referring to the bits of dirt and plant matter. "We've only a half dozen points for the ether map. It should work, but for a map of this scale, I'd normally recommend 20 to 30 samples. And with how weak the ether is, the dousing spell is more chaotic than normal," another added. "Still looks like it's settling in around this Washington place," the caster said. "I'd imagine if she wasn't taken there, she's in the region." "The capital?" Orlan cursed to himself. If true, it meant she'd been taken by the U.S. government. "Can you redo the test on a map of just D.C. and the surrounding area?" "We'd need to collect more samples, specifically from that area," the diviner said. "Do it. Take one of the cutters," the Protector Lord said, turning to leave the room without waiting for a reply. "What are you planning to do now?" Lyra asked once they were out of earshot of the mages. She knew Orlan well, better than anyone else quite likely, and while he seemed mostly calm, she knew, underneath, he was close to boiling over. He'd practically stormed out of the podcast and rushed back to the Protectorate, knowing that his presence wasn't needed to assist the divination. "I'm going to ask them directly," he growled in response. "Wait, my lord," she said, placing a hand on his arm to stop him in the hallway of the castle. He spun and his fierce gaze landed on her. Anyone else might have frozen in fear from the intensity of his anger hidden within his eyes, but she knew he would never hurt her. He was angry, but he trusted her. "These United States don't seem to respond well to pressure. You might want to try a less direct method." "Like what?" he asked, his anger still simmering, but he knew better than to dismiss her advice. "It seems to me that the representatives who run the government care more about their appearance than anything. Demand they hand her over, and you'll only provoke them. They can easily deny they have her while accusing you of threatening war. It seems to me that it would be better to go after them indirectly," she said with a feral grin, her own anger at one of her sister knights being taken showing. "So, what's the analysis of this Orlan?" A tired-sounding man asked a room filled with other tired people. Theodore had spent decades working his way up the bureaucracy, assisting in election campaigns, organizing committees, and the million other behind-the-scenes tasks needed to run a government as large as the United States. The background check didn't turn up much of interest. One of the others spoke up. His father died while he was in grade school in an industrial accident. His mother passed a year after he vanished from a stroke. His only surviving close family is a sister who currently has a family of her own, including a son named Orlando. "Were they close?" "No idea. He vanished before social media was widespread, so we can't exactly look online." The younger man shrugged. "I managed to contact a few people who knew them in high school, but didn't find anything definitive." "What about his personality?" Theodore asked. "A couple of his teachers described him as intelligent but undriven, average grades, no incidents of note. Even in college, he went to a local university and hadn't declared a major before disappearing." "That's not how he is now," another analyst spoke up. "I've been looking into footage of him and he seems very driven now." "Something happened on the other side?" Theodore asked. "Probably, not that we could tell if it had," the analyst replied, taking a sip of coffee. "From what little footage we have of him, he seems generally friendly, but extremely driven to fight these monsters and protective of his knights." "What makes you think that?" someone questioned. "That he's protective of his knights? There's video footage of him fighting in Boston and Jefferson. Several times he puts himself in danger to protect them, intercepting attacks, drawing attention to himself, and so forth." "What about his power?" Theodore asked, changing the topic to the real reason an entire group had been gathered to discuss one man. "It's unreal," a woman said slowly. "We have footage of him running faster than a car, both in short bursts and extended periods, topping out around 40 miles per hour at a minimum. His spear easily puts holes in solid steel. He's been knocked through reinforced concrete walls and emerged uninjured. And that's just his confirmed strength. We're having trouble analyzing the footage from his congressional meeting. One moment he's in one place, then, with a step, he's across the room. It's not quite instant, there's a 2 or 3 frame gap, but in that gap, it's like he simply doesn't exist. Could he be telling the truth when he calls it magic? I don't know, she admitted. We've been trying to figure out his magic, but it seems too inconsistent. Sometimes he or his knights need to summon a glowing circle in the air to use their magic. Other times they don't. We think there's a limited number of spells, for lack of a better term, that each individual can cast without casting it, but it seems each person has a different selection. He's supposed to be on Bob and Rob today, right? Another analyst said, maybe he'll get into it then. He should be on there right now, the woman agreed. Some of our aides are ensuring we have a recording of it, but it'll be a while before we can fully analyze it. From what you know now, how would you rate his combat ability? Theodore asked. I'd put him on the level of a battle tank. He's fast, durable, and can unleash immense carnage in a short period of time. From the reports from the rangers who encountered him, small arms fire is completely ineffective. Oddly, attacks that should have been weaker than a gun have done actual damage to him. They've all come from those portal creatures, so my only guess is that there's something that allows them to bypass some of his toughness. Scientists are currently looking over materials recovered from Jefferson, along with what he handed over to Congress, but initial reports are, they don't act like normal materials, Theodore said, pulling out a piece of paper. Their words were, materials demonstrated strength far greater than their material composition would suggest, but they haven't mentioned anything on why that is yet. Then his magic suggestion likely isn't wrong, the man responsible for analyzing Orlan's personality said, earning a few glances. I'm not saying it's magic, but it could be something not fully understood. Long ago, people didn't understand why cooking food was necessary, but they did it anyways, someone said. They might as well have called it magic. For the moment, we'll use his terminology, Theodore decided. But besides that, he's driven, protective of his people, and effectively a walking battle tank. Anyone disagree with that assessment? Theodore asked, looking around the room, waiting for anyone to speak up. A few of them were looking through their notes for anything else important to add, but after a minute, no one spoke up. Taking a breath, Theodore was about to move on when the door was thrown open. Sir, you need to see this, an intern shouted, panting. Put on the news. In shock, Theodore grabbed the remote for the small TV in the corner of the room and flicked it onto a random news channel. He took a breath when he saw Orlan, in full armor, standing before a growing group of reporters. Isn't he supposed to be on that podcast? Something happened and he rushed out about an hour ago, one of his people going missing. Then he suddenly calls a dozen different news organizations and calls this conference on the outskirts of D.C., the intern explained. One of his people went missing? Theodore asked, a hint of fear creeping into his mind. There's no way the CIA or anyone would make a move yet, right? Their teams had to be at least as good as his, so they should know he'd be protective. Were they trying to provoke him? While Theodore had no doubt the full might of the U.S. military could take this Orlan out if needed, it wouldn't look good for them, attacking a man who'd helped them with such force. And if he publicly accused them of kidnapping one of his people, the mere thought of it made Theodore's blood run cold. A short time ago, I got word one of my knights in training went missing. Orlan spoke, his eyes burning with a barely contained anger as he stared directly into the cameras. She was on a mission to hunt down monsters that escaped the initial battle during the Beast Rift near Jefferson. My knights searched for her, but were unable to locate or track her. Through magical divinations, we have determined she is likely in the DC area and are currently working to narrow it down. My message is to whoever kidnapped her, Orlan continued, release her. If by the time we find you she isn't free, then you will not survive the encounter. I assure you, nothing you can do will stop us. As he spoke, the space around him seemed to crackle with the force of his anger, strands of purple lightning snaking through the air. Many of the reporters who'd been closest were taking steps back, the force of his wrath forcing them back. Even through the TV broadcast, Theodore felt his heart rate increasing, as if the division between them couldn't keep him safe. After a moment glaring, Orlan turned and walked off. A few brave, or perhaps foolish, reporters attempting to shout questions were ignored, before it switched back to the anchors, who looked a little shaken themselves. Theodore quickly muted the TV before they could speak. He didn't directly implicate us, he said. He didn't need to, an analyst replied. Who else has the capacity to kidnap one of his knights and bring her to DC? Assuming he's not bluffing, another spoke up. His only evidence was a magical divination. I'd put that at one step up from trust me, bro. He's no reason to lie, if anything. If he wasn't certain, it would be in his interest to not say she was in DC. I'm not sure he's politically astute enough to act so calculating, the personality analyst said. He's more the barge and first type from what I've seen. Quiet, Theodore shouted, silencing the others. Why do you mean he isn't political astute? In his first interview with that reporter, he started good, but blundered into their trap. Part of that was due to not knowing about the people who died after being healed, but he held nothing back, immediately issuing orders and outright demanding information from the reporter. Before Congress, he was easily angered, and his answers were often short and direct, without qualification, not something one who's interacted with politics often would do. But he called this conference and implicated us without outright stating it, Theodore pointed out. That's my issue. It's not in alignment with what we know of him. Perhaps one of his knights advised him? Another analyst offered. I don't see how, in all the interactions we've witnessed, he cares for them, but they haven't offered suggestions unless directly asked. In public, it's often said to not question your leader where others can see or hear, Theodore said. Could they be advising him in private? It's possible, the analyst admitted, but even if they did, they aren't from this world, so even if they were political experts on the other side, they shouldn't be able to come up with a plan like this. So, what, you think he's hired a publicity firm or something? That's not important right now, Theodore stepped in again. Focus on his missing knight. Contact the president, the Pentagon, anyone you can. To go from Jefferson to DC in a couple hours, they'd have to fly. Good. Look up chartered flights from near Jefferson to DC in that time. Private aircraft, anything. Theodore said, standing up. We need something. Anything. How can we handle this? I believe he's telling the truth, that he'll tear through anything in his way to get to his missing knight. An analyst spoke up. He'll avoid civilian casualties, but anyone who stands in his way is liable to be torn apart. What about optics? How should we recommend the government respond? Theodore asked. I'm not sure we should, someone else said. Doing so would tacitly imply we had something to do with it. More importantly, if we are involved, we shouldn't say anything that would hinder the operation. Damn it, Theodore cursed. The biggest issue with having a big government was that it was hard to communicate with all of it. For now, the best they could manage would likely be a we're still gathering information response. We're still gathering information, the White House press secretary said in the emergency meeting on the grounds of the White House. This is news to us, so I just can't say any more. So you're saying the U.S. government isn't involved in kidnapping one of Orlan's knights? A reporter shouted. I feel I was pretty clear. We're still gathering information, the press secretary insisted before walking away from the reporters, ignoring the shouted questions. Can they really be this incompetent? Lerla asked, looking over the phone alongside Orlan and a number of other knights in the cutter that currently hovered over the Potomac River. They could be simply pretending to not know anything, Nali offered. It would buy them time to come up with another solution. Or they don't actually know anything, but suspect they might be involved, Lailra replied. If they were certain they weren't involved, why not say so? This indicates that they at least suspect that someone in the government could be responsible. If there is, and we reveal it, then they can claim it wasn't a sanctioned act and cut ties with those responsible. And if they aren't involved, they can claim no knowledge of it from the start. So we learned nothing? Orlan groaned. We learned plenty, Lailra said with a feral grin. We learned that they at least suspect that the government is involved and are afraid of stepping on that group's toes. I find it hard to believe that he, leader of the nation, isn't aware of what is going on, said Nalia. Can they really do things like this without permission? I've no idea, admitted Orlan. I wasn't big into politics on this side and don't know much about how the government operates. Trust me, no one here thinks of you as a politician, Lailra said with a softer smile, patting him on the shoulder, the gathered knights chuckling despite the situation. What's the status of the divination? Orlan asked, breaking the good mood. Said, the other cutter is on the way back to the Protectorate with the samples. We should have a better location within an hour or two. Return, Protector. Chapter 10. Amy stepped out into the hall wearing a clean shirt and trousers, both made of a light but surprisingly durable cloth. It all felt so surreal. She knew she was in a castle atop a giant flying island, but it felt more like some modernized palace. The bedroom had an attached bathroom, complete with a warm shower she spent a good half-hour using to scrub away every bit of dirt and blood that had dried to her skin, desperately removing the evidence of the hours she'd spent hiding in the mud as monsters killed her family. Her clothes had been torn and unrecoverable, so she'd left them in a pile on the tiled floor of the bathroom, opting to change into the clothes laid out for her. "Feeling better?" asked Lady White, who was awaiting her in the hallway. "A bit?" Amy nodded, looking to see a number of the other knights in training waiting as well, all of them dressed much like she was while looking freshly showered. "I'm sorry I took so long." "Don't be," White dismissed. "There's no rush." The young girl nodded but didn't say anything as the instructor led them down the long, confusing hallways of the castle. Dozens of men and women, all dressed like they were in some fantasy roleplay, rushed down the halls. "Normally we'd introduce you to Lord Orlan as a prospective knight, but he's busy right now," Lady White explained, walking with a calm confidence that Amy found impressive. Maybe it was her recent traumatic experiences, but the instructor radiated a sense of cool power that Amy found herself desiring. "You said one of the other knights went missing," Amy asked. "Yup," White nodded. "He can be quite protective of us." "But you're so strong," said Amy slowly. "Isn't it insulting for a man to feel the need to protect you when you can protect yourself?" "He's our Lord Protector. Ultimately, he's in charge of us, and thus he feels responsible for our well-being," shrugged Lady White. "Looking out for those you command is part of being a good leader." "I personally think it's sweet," another trainee named Ruby said with playfully overdramatic swoon. "Even though we're stronger than most people, he's willing to rush to our rescue at need." "Ignore her," a second trainee who went by Topaz said, giving Ruby a playful push. "My sister is a hopeless romantic." "It's natural for girls to want to feel protected," Ruby protested with a giggle, "just like it's natural for men to want to protect." "I was taught that a strong woman doesn't need a man," Amy said softly. "What a foolish thought," Ruby snorted. "No wonder Master Orlan took to the other side so well. If this one tells him he's unneeded." "Just because we're strong doesn't mean we can't appreciate a knight in shining armor," Topaz said, giving her sister another push. "It's not an issue of male or female," White interrupted. "He's responsible for our well-being, and he takes that responsibility seriously. Your father did the same when he sent you to hide." "But why take my brother with him?" Amy asked softly. "He probably insisted he come," Ruby said, clasping her hands together and swooning playfully again. "How touching, father and son working together to protect you. I can just—" "Stop it!" Topaz snapped, flicking Ruby in the forehead to stop her. Ruby looked about to protest until she saw the tears in Amy's eyes. "Oh!" Ruby squeaked. "I'm sorry." "The point," White said slowly, glaring over her shoulder at the two sisters, "is that if you want to protect someone, anyone, you need power. You need the strength to bear that responsibility." "And you'll give me that?" Amy asked, wiping the tears from her eyes. "We'll show you how to gain it yourself," White said, leading the group out of the castle and into a training yard. "We can't start your awakening until we're sure the magic won't kill you, so for now we'll do some simple weapon training." The older instructor motioned to the side of the hard dirt yard where a number of racks held wooden weapons of all kinds. Amy slowly approached the racks, looking over the weapons. After a minute, she reached to pick up a wooden training sword only to grunt as it refused to budge. Grabbing it with both hands, she strained to pick it up, only getting it a few inches before losing her balance from the surprisingly heavy weapon. Instructor White's hand reached out to snatch the weapon before Amy could fall over. "That's a Tier 3 weapon. Probably a bit much for you," White said, putting the weapon casually back on the rack. "Mundane weapons are at the far end." "You can use that thing?" Amy asked, looking at White in shock. "That thing had to weigh at least, 40 pounds. Wood gets denser and heavier as it tears up. These weapons are specifically made to mimic the weight of steel weapons of their tier," White explained, holding out another wooden sword that Amy gingerly accepted once she realized it weighed as much as a wooden object that size should. The added weight makes it easier for us to apply our enhanced strength. You can't strike something as hard with a blade of grass as you could with a stick." Amy simply nodded, taking a few awkward swings with the wooden sword. She'd never used a weapon before, but it felt powerful, like she could crush the ant monsters that killed her family with it as she swung the sword. "No, hold it like this. Keep the blade aligned with the swing," White said, reaching in to adjust her grip. "And fix your stance. You want your legs about shoulder wide with knees slightly bent out." Amy did her best to keep up with the flood of instructions, setting her jaw and imagining she was slashing at those monsters with each swipe of the wooden blade. "You're certain about that?" Theodore asked one of the analysts in a demanding tone. "The White House knows nothing about the missing knight?" "That's what they told me," the younger man said, nodding rapidly. "What about transportation?" Theodore spun to face another group of interns. "Any flights that could have carried the girl?" "There was a private jet that flew from Jefferson to D.C. in the right time frame," the intern said, still holding a phone to his ear. "I'm still trying to track down who the owner is." "The flying ship is on the move!" another shouted, pointing at the TV, instantly silencing everyone in the room as they turned to see the flying ship, while Theodore turned the volume up. "It seems the Sky Cutter is on the move," the anchor said. "Does this mean the missing knight has been located?" "Hard to say," another voice responded. "Looks like it's headed for the southwestern side of D.C. "Will they respect the capital's airspace? In the past, they've always landed outside restricted air, but could they be intending to ignore it?" "Again, hard to say, Casey. It looks like they're planning to land south of Arlington, perhaps near the Army-Navy Country Club." "Damn it," Theodore cursed, muting the TV again. "I hope he's not headed where I think he is." "Where is he heading?" an analyst asked. "If he lands at the country club, that puts him less than a mile from the Pentagon." "Shit," the analyst agreed. Orlan and the First Lance were on the ground before the cutter even stopped, rushing alongside the highway, nearly keeping up with the traffic even though they were on foot. None of them said anything as sirens began to sound around them, police mobilizing to try and contain them. But caught off guard and headed for somewhere unexpected, they weren't stopped, arriving outside the imposing structure of the Pentagon only a couple minutes after landing. "Well?" Orlan asked, looking at Nalia, who held what looked like a large compass. In it, a dowsing rod wrapped in a hair from the missing knight spun lazily. After coming to a stop, she pushed some mana into the item, and the needle swung to point directly at the Pentagon. It waved back and forth slightly, but this close to the target, even the weak ether of this side was enough to give a decent reading. Nalia simply nodded, prompting him to sprint directly into the grand structure. Building security were unable to so much as react as Orlan and his knights tore through the entryway at superhuman speeds. They'd only just begun to receive warning that Orlan was headed their way and were utterly unable to do anything as security doors designed to stop explosives shattered, barely slowing the angry Protector Lord down. Nalia to the lead, guiding them down the confusing maze of hallways that was the Pentagon with the compass. It took them several minutes to navigate the odd building until they reached a dead end where the compass began to spin in place. Nalia turned the compass on its side, and the needle pointed down. "A false floor?" Orlan asked. "Feels solid," she replied, tapping the ground with her foot. "Could be a hidden door." "Then there should be a switch around here, right?" Lyra asked, feeling along the walls. "That's what the adventurers say, isn't it?" "That's what I've heard," Nalia agreed, starting to put the compass away as Orlan knelt down to inspect the ground where the compass had pointed. Before she could begin searching, he lifted a fist. The purple flames of the void covered his gauntlet as he punched down, striking the ground with immense force. The entire building seemed to shake as his fist cratered the ground, the energies of his void strike tearing through the mundane materials, quickly reducing the carpet and concrete to a sandy consistency. Unwilling to wait, he raised his other fist and struck the ground again, his hand once more covered in the dark flames of his void strike ability. This time the concrete cracked and fell away into another hallway. Dropping down, it was virtually identical to the one they'd just been in. Fluorescent lights illuminating plain blue carpeting and dull whitish walls. It looked indistinguishable from anywhere else in the structure. Nalia pulled her compass out again, and the needle now pointed resolutely down the hallway. They were getting close. A minute later, Orlan barged through a thick steel wooden door like it wasn't there, revealing a larger room with steel cells along one side. A man in a normal business suit and tie looked shocked as Orlan rushed him. To Orlan's surprise, however, the man leaned back, narrowly avoiding the punch Orlan had aimed at him. He hadn't been planning to kill, the blow had been to knock the man out, but for a normal person to dodge was impressive enough that it caught Orlan off guard. The man scrambled backwards, pulling a card from its lanyard and pressing it to a reader attached to one of the steel cages. The reader beeped and the cage popped open, revealing a tall, lanky, gorilla-like monster with the head of a boar. Orlan recognized it as one of the monsters from the rift he'd come through. The monster was weakened, barely alive, but as its restraints popped open, it let out a raspy roar as it charged the first person it saw. Orlan ducked the sloppy swing, stepping in and countering with enough force to cave in the monster's rib cage. Confirming the monster was dead, he turned to see to the man, only to catch a glimpse of a door swinging shut. Before he could give chase, a hand grabbed his arm. "Orlan," Lyra said, restraining him gently and pointing to another cage. "Look." He turned to see a woman in one of the cages, one of his training knights. The man forgotten, he took 2 steps through space, ending up within the cage before where she sat, unresponsive. There was a tube leading to her arm that Orlan pulled out, careful to not injure her. Behind him, Lyra ripped the door to the large cage open. "Her bindings," Orlan said, pointing at the oddly colored leather straps holding her in the steel chair. "Do you feel that too?" "Feel what?" Lyra asked, reaching out to touch the leather. "Oh, it's magical tier 1? Maybe a low tier 2? "Tier 1, Nalia confirmed, analyzing it with a spell. "Looks like it came from a monster. The processing is crude, however. The monster it came from was likely tier 3. "Any enchantments?" Orlan asked. No." Nodding, Orlan pulled a knife to cut the leather, freeing the unconscious girl from the chair. "She's uninjured," Lyra said, inspecting the knight with a healer's eye. "Just some mild sedative. She should wake in a few minutes now that no more is being pumped into her." "Boss?" Dahlia called, her and the other knights of the First Lance inspecting the other cells. "What should we do with the monsters?" Orlan scowled, finally turning his attention to the other cages in the large room as he picked the unconscious knight in training up. There were a dozen other cells, and most of them held 1 or more monsters, all heavily restrained. There were a couple ant creatures from the Jefferson Rift, one other gorilla thing from Boston, and some he recognized from previous rifts that had occurred on this side before he arrived. "Kill them," Orlan ordered. "If you have room in your personal space, take the bodies, but our goal is to get out of here safely now." "Yeah. "You're certain he's still inside?" Theodore demanded over the phone, the harried National Guard commander on the other side responding quickly. "Yes. He went in 10 minutes ago and hasn't come out yet," he repeated angrily. "I have orders from the president to detain him." "Don't!" Theodore cried. "If his kidnapped knight is in there, we're in the wrong." "I don't answer to Congress," the National Guard officer snapped. "I'm only even speaking with you because I was told you've been conducting an investigation of this Orlan. And I'm telling you, you won't be able to stop him." "I don't care how strong this supposed magic is. I have a dozen 50 cals trained on each side of the building." "Which might be qualified to give him a back massage," Theodore snapped. "Listen, don't think of him as infantry. He's a main battle tank shaped like a human, perhaps even a light cruiser. And that's alone, he has a dozen of his knights with him." "Right. Maybe you should leave the combat analysis to the military." The commander audibly sneered before the line went dead. "Fuck!" Theodore roared, throwing the phone across the room. "Someone get the president on the line." "Afraid they won't be able to stop him?" one of the analysts asked. "I'm afraid they'll force him to respond with deadly force," Theodore said, desperately typing on his laptop. The missing knight was supposed to be a knight in training, meaning she is likely weaker than him or his other knights, so while they might not be at risk, she might be, especially if she's injured from being in captivity, and if she's injured. "The podcast," the analyst said, eyes widening in realization. Clips of the cast had already started going up, and one of the more viral ones was of Lyra explaining how dangerous Orlan could be if one of his knights was injured. If she wasn't overstating his power and he really could reduce a small city to a burning crater, he was in the middle of DC right now. "No one at the White House is answering," an intern said, already attempting to dial again. "All the lines are busy." Does anyone know any personal phone of someone who works there? Theodore demanded. Or knows someone who knows someone? We might have minutes before things get messy. Should we evacuate? A scared intern asked. We should be safe here, Theodore said. But if any intern wants to run, then feel free. Just don't expect to keep your internship. After a tense moment, no one in the office moved before Theodore nodded, turning back to his laptop. I have an idea, an intern said slowly, drawing Theodore's gaze. Orlan walked out into the deserted entry lobby of the Pentagon, carrying the still unconscious knight himself. The parking lot to the building was filled with military and police vehicles, dozens of weapons on the exit to the building as they saw movement in the trashed lobby. Looks like about 100 people out there, all armed with firearms, Nalia reported. Some quite big. I believe you called them machine guns? Those might not be much of a threat to us, but for Sarah, Lyra said slowly, gesturing to the unconscious knight in Orlan's arms. Orlan opened his mouth to give orders when a phone in the lobby began ringing. Scowling, Orlan looked at the phone. It was directly in front of him. Surely the call couldn't be a coincidence. Seeming to understand his thinking, Lyra stepped forward and picked the phone up. Hello? She asked, the person on the other side muffled by her ear. Her eyes seemed to widen slightly in surprise and held it out for Orlan. It's for you, my lord. Hello? Orlan said carefully as she pressed the phone to his ear. Orlan? I'm Theodore from the Congressional Committee on... Well, it doesn't matter, the man on the other side said. I'm not holding any hostages or anything, Orlan said dryly. I know. Look, I'm assuming you found your missing knight, correct? And that you've seen what is waiting for you outside? The man said quickly. They have orders to bring you in, direct from the president, apparently. So, what do you want? I want to avoid violence. My team was assigned to investigate you, and, unlike many, I believe you are more than capable of dealing with the forces outside, Theodore explained. But I'm afraid that doing so while protecting your trainee things could get deadly. I want to avoid that. And why should I listen to you? Orlan growled. Your people took one of mine hostage, bound and drugged her alongside a dozen monsters in a hidden underlevel. If she was injured, I would have already reduced this building to rubble. They what? Theodore gasped. Monsters? Like those from the rifts? They had some held underneath the Pentagon? Why? Wait, it's not important right now. Look, if you step outside right now, things will turn violent. It could lead to war between us. You think I'm afraid? I think you'll do anything for your people. While I don't doubt your power, I'm sure you know how powerful the U.S. military is. Sounds like you're threatening me, Orlan said. I'm not. But surely you can see where this is headed as well, Theodore pleaded. Then what are you offering? I have a way for your people to get out safely and allow us to avoid conflict. I'm listening. If you surrender yourself, then you... I refuse, Orlan interrupted. Listen to me. I promise, if you let them arrest you, your people will be allowed to go home safely. And all I have to do is become a prisoner? I don't think we have a cell that could possibly hold you, Theodore explained rapidly. But this is the only way for this to end without violence. So you expect me to surrender myself, then break out later? How does that make anything better? For one, your people will be safe, but more importantly, the media is all over the Pentagon right now. If you willingly turn yourself in to save your people, to prevent violence, there will be a massive outcry against the government. I doubt they'll be able to hold you more than a week, even if you don't break out. Orlan paused to think, looking at his increasingly anxious knights. This Theodore was spot on, surprisingly. He wanted to avoid combat, he just wanted his people to be safe. But to let himself be arrested for that, was he willing to sacrifice his pride like that? I agree, Orlan said. It wasn't even a question. His pride meant nothing if it allowed him to keep those he cared about safe. But if anything happens to my knights, then at least I can say I did my best, Theodore said, clearly relieved. Now give me a minute to call the National Guard and explain the situation. Return Protector Chapter 11. Slowly on national television, before nearly 100 men of the National Guard, Washington, D.C. Police Department and Secret Service, Orlan walked out. His armor having been replaced with a dark-colored tunic and trousers, he looked like someone headed for a fair or convention, and not a person requiring such a massive response. A group of officers approached him carefully, pistols trained even as he kept his hands out to the side, palms out, so show he wasn't armed. "Hands on your head," one of the officers shouted as they stopped a short distance from him. "Once my people are out," Orlan replied simply, seemingly concerned about the weapons pointed at him. The officer scowled, about to retort when he froze. Someone speaking in his ear. "Fine, but you don't move," the officer said, sounding upset but not questioning the orders from above. With a telepathic message, Orlan's knights, one of whom was carrying the still unconscious knight in training, filed out, quickly making their way through a corridor opened by the National Guard. Several of them seemed upset to be letting the armored women go, but they had their orders, even restraining a few police officers who seemed intent to stop them regardless. Once they were out of sight, racing along the highway back towards where the air cutter had dropped them off and had now returned to pick them up, Orlan lifted his hands to the back of his head. Under the direction of the officers, he knelt down and allowed himself to be cuffed. They quickly searched him for weapons, fully aware there was a dozen cameras pointed at them by various media outlets, with more arriving every moment. None had a particularly good shot. The guard were keeping civilians from getting too close, and no helicopters were allowed in the airspace. Finding nothing, two officers attempted to grab him under the arms and lift, only to grunt as he barely budged. They were forced to order him to walk into the back of the armored truck while holding him under the arms as if they could carry him. Cameras flashed as the truck drove away, flanked by a police escort. "What's he doing?" one of the officers in the back of the truck asked. Orlan had sat down, crossed his legs and closed his eyes, apparently meditating even as he was taken away. "I'm more concerned about why his hands are in front of him," the officer replied, nodding to his hands, which were folded in his lap, still cuffed. "We cuffed them behind him, right?" "I thought we did." The two officers exchanged confused and worried glances, but didn't speak anymore. "What do you mean he vanished?" the head of security at the Pentagon demanded of the small team in one of the many security rooms. "The hallway he went down. It's a dead end with no camera coverage," the other man replied, pointing to a couple screens. "They're intentionally placed to give the staff somewhere to hide if the Pentagon is..." "I know why they're there. My question is, how did he know about it?" The head of security snapped. "And why he punched a hole in the floor there?" "I don't know either of those answers, sir, but several cameras you can see one of his knights pull out a device. Looks like a compass for a moment. We think it was some kind of tracking device." "Fine," the man sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Then show me video of him in the sublevel." "We don't have that here. Section 3 covers that layer of the underground." "They said you guys covered that region," the head of security replied. "Look, sir." The man pointed at a partial map of the Pentagon on the wall, only showing the locations covered by the cameras controlled by this room. The hallway he went into isn't marked on this map, but you can see where it should be if the map was fully accurate. The section of underground below that point isn't ours. The head of security scowled at the map, pulling up his cell phone, an action that made the security personnel nervous, but they didn't say anything as he scrolled through it. Eventually pulling up a picture of the map he'd taken at the other section and held it up. The two sections matched up. In theory, if you had all of the maps, you could combine them into a single complete map of the Pentagon. But there were intentional flaws built in, such as missing dead-end hallways. The two maps combined bracketed the section of the underground Orlan had broken into, but neither displayed anything there. It was like an entire section of the Pentagon was simply missing. "Fuck!" the head of security swore, cursing the Division of Information, and not for the first time. "What is it, sir?" "I don't know, but someone is going to hang for it." Hours after his arrest, Orlan was motionless in a government holding facility. It wasn't a prison or jail, as those would imply he was a criminal who might have rights. His legs were crossed beneath him, hands folded in his lap as he focused on building up his sixth sphere. He hadn't used much mana during the raid, which had fully recovered shortly before being cuffed. With nothing else to do, he turned inward, only opening his eyes when they arrived at the facility, and he was walked to this cell. Even in such a trance, he sensed someone approach the heavily reinforced door on the other side of the thick, reinforced glass before it opened. "You'd think you were someone dangerous with all of this security," the man remarked as he placed papers on the table. rather than some cosplayer with a sense of superiority. Even your magics couldn't get you out of here. If it were up to me, you and all of your knights would be locked up for the rest of your lives after that stunt at the Pentagon. But, for whatever reason, the powers that be have ordered me to interrogate you, so let's make this easy. You tell me what I want to know, and we'll see about getting a reduced sentence. Orlan didn't move a muscle, even as the man sat down on the other side of the glass and relaxed. The silence stretched on for a long moment before the man spoke up again. If you cooperate, we can even negotiate reduced sentences for your followers, he added. They were picked up by the Secret Service before making it back to that flying boat thing of yours. I know how much they mean to you. If you want to help them, then cooperate. That's a lie, Orlan replied simply, barely moving and still not opening his eyes, though he had stopped working on his next sphere. My people made it back to the island. Such confidence, the interrogator chuckled. Did you honestly believe the government would keep a promise to a terrorist? I don't need belief, Orlan said, his eyes opening to fix the man with a glare. My magics, as you call them, allow me to communicate with them mentally. What? Like telepathy? The interrogator snorted, rolling his eyes. Whatever you want to believe, I guess. How can you people still deny my power? Orlan asked, sounding more confused than angry. Was the giant floating island not enough? The flying ships? Me teleporting around in front of Congress? If you have all that power, why are you in that cell, huh? Because I want to avoid conflict, the Protector Lord said. Because that was the deal to get my knights out safely. Because I don't want to kill normal people. Because I take my vows to protect the innocent seriously. Take your pick. You didn't seem all that concerned with normal people when you crashed through the Pentagon. Was anyone injured? No. Seems like I was thinking about the normal people then. The interrogator stared through the glass at Orlan, maintaining his calm exterior through years of practice, but there was something different about this man. Even the most confident terrorist wouldn't be this calm in an unmarked building far from civilization. Perhaps it was just an act, but besides opening his eyes, Orlan hadn't even moved. Maybe you don't understand your situation, the interrogator said, leaning forward. You aren't a criminal. You don't have any rights here. No lawyer, no trial, nothing. We can do whatever we want to you, torture, isolation. We could even put a bullet in your brain. Has the country truly fallen this far? Orlan asked, sounding more sad than worried for himself. Is it this way due to the rifts? The first one appeared in the U.S. a year ago, correct? Was that the prompt for all these draconian laws? Should you really be worrying about that? The interrogator asked, trying to hide his growing worry. Even a mention of death didn't faze this guy. I suppose not. I'm duty-bound to stay out of national politics where possible, Orlan admitted. Still, it's sad to see my home country like this. I suggest you focus on yourself rather than worry about things you have no power over, the other man said, trying to get the conversation back on track. Are you willing to answer my questions or not? I've been answering them since I returned, on the news, before Congress, in interviews. You just haven't been listening. I don't want to hear about that magic nonsense. If you try to pull that again, things might get uncomfortable for you, understand? Then first question, where have you been hiding for the last couple decades? According to the records, you went missing, only to reappear suddenly claiming to have magic. As I've said a number of times, I was on the other side. Call it another world, a parallel Earth, whatever you want, Orlan answered. See, this is what I'm talking about. You don't expect us to believe you, do you? I'll admit it's an odd story, but is it any odder than glowing rifts opening up to allow monstrous creatures to pour forth? Orlan asked. Just because something isn't understood doesn't mean it's magic, the interrogator snorted. Then call it something else for all I care. Are you going to tell me where you've been or not? Are you going to believe me or not? Fine. You want to play this game? The man said, slamming his hand on the desk. If you have magic, then show me. Right here, right now. Very well. What would you like to see? Orlan replied, unconcerned. What? Are you going to pull a flower from your sleeve? Maybe grab a rabbit out of a top hat? Tell me what card I'm thinking of? I'm not a summoner or mentalist. My abilities are more combat-oriented, Orlan replied. You mentioned that if I truly had magic, I'd be able to escape from this cell. Would that be sufficient? Sure. The man leaned back. Let's see you get out of there. Orlan smoothly rose to his feet, took a step forward, and vanished. Despite himself, the interrogator flinched, not having expected him to actually do anything. "Is that enough evidence?" Orlan asked from behind the man, causing him to jump again and spin around, pulling out his pistol to find Orlan standing calmly behind him. "How'd you do that?" "Magic. You wanted to see magic, so I showed it to you," Orlan replied calmly, even with a pistol pointed at him. "I don't know how you got out, but we're going to wait for security to put you back in." "If you want me back in, I can do that too." Orlan sighed, taking another step and vanishing. The interrogator spun again to find Orlan sitting back down within the cell. "There's no way out of there. The doors have multiple locks," the interrogator said slowly, lowering his weapon but not holstering it yet, "and it would take you at least a few seconds to walk from the hallway into this side of the room." "Starting to believe?" Orlan asked with a smirk. "Or should I show off some more? What are these cuffs made of?" "Hardened steel with a Kevlar covering," the man said slowly. "The chain can take almost 1,000 pounds of weight without breaking." Orlan raised his cuffed arms and, with minor effort, ripped the chain into two. He then tore each of the cuffs off his wrists with the same level of casual disregard, pausing to rub where he'd been bound before folding his hands back into his lap. Outside his cell door, he could hear a group stacking up. Clearly, his actions had triggered a silent alarm, but they didn't move to break in. "I might need to talk with my superiors," the interrogator said after a minute of silence. Orlan simply nodded and closed his eyes once more. "Did you feel anything?" Instructor White asked as Amy finished off a breakfast of eggs and toast. "And don't hide anything. If you had even a minor reaction to the mana, the training will kill you." "I slept fine." Amy shook her head. "Then we can start training you today." The older knight nodded after a moment of searching Amy's eyes. "Just like that?" "Just like that," White nodded. "Having second thoughts?" "No," Amy said quickly, continuing in a softer voice. "I'm still afraid of those monsters. I can still hear the sounds of them killing my father and brother. I don't want to be weak." "Good. Then let's get started," said White, leading Amy from the mess hall. "There are a few things you should know before we get started. First off, Orlan has decided to train many others to First Sphere as part of his plan to raise mages on this side. If all you want is magic, you can wait for that and join the first group. That way you can have enough power to raise yourself up while returning to your country." "Will that be enough to kill those monsters?" "By yourself?" "No, those monsters were third sphere equivalent," White replied. "To reliably kill one on their own, a normal mage is expected to be at least fourth sphere. Military mages and knights trained in combat can regularly kill one of the same tier with minor injuries. Protector knights, however, are expected to be able to fight monsters a tier above us and win. So I'd have to be level 2 to kill that monster if I train under you?" "If you throw yourself into the training and forge a bond with Lord Orlan, then by the time you're second sphere, you should be able to kill one of those on your own," White corrected. "In reality, you likely won't form a bond until you hit tier 3 or 4. "Why is that?" Amy asked. "Every Protector Lord is different. They get their power from the island we're on. These islands were near miraculous creations made by a grand mage thousands of years ago. They form a bond with the island much like I have a bond with him," explained the older knight. "But each island is different, from who may form a bond with it to who may become his bonded knights. In addition, Orlan has a limit to how many bonded knights he can have at once. Going beyond that limit will strain the island and weaken all of us. Ideally, Orlan would keep his number of knights maxed out, only replacing one when they fall. But reality is rarely so kind, so he always has a few openings. That said, he isn't going to just bond anyone, partly because the bond is such an personal process requiring great trust, and partly because he doesn't want to risk taking those too weak into the heat of battle." "So, what does this bond actually do?" Amy asked. "I'll tell you later," White smiled. "It's not wise to get too far ahead of yourself. For now, let's focus on awakening you." The two walked out of the castle and into one of the training yards where a dozen other knights were already training. A few looked up and nodded their greetings, but most ignored them. White led Amy over to a side of the yard where a small stone structure stood. Inside was a single stool on a bare stone floor with bare stone walls. This is our low-tier breakthrough room, White explained, motioning for Amy to sit in the stool. Breakthroughs can be volatile, so we have places like this scattered about that are easy to replace. You'll be spending most of your time here until you awaken. The first sphere can come on suddenly, so if you find yourself thinking on the nature of your mana, come here. Amy struggled to understand what she was being told as she sat. White moved behind her and placed a strong yet soft hand on her back. I'm going to push a bit of mana into you, more than the pill I gave you yesterday, White explained. Close your eyes and try to feel it moving within you. How will I know? Amy started only to cut off as she felt energy rushing into her. It felt like a cool breeze flowing through her chest, blowing away cobwebs and dust that had settled without her realizing it. But despite the rejuvenating effect of the gentle wind, there was a hard edge to it, like it was but the herald for an oncoming storm. Was that... My mana, White interrupted. What you're feeling is what my mana feels like. Keep focused on the sensation. It will pass shortly, and you should be able to feel your mana. Amy nodded, closing her eyes and keeping focused. Return Protector, Chapter 12. Agent. Smith? Really? The interrogator asked, looking up from the ID the man had shown him. Does the CIA have no creativity? Are you going to get in our way? The agent asked. No. He shrugged, handing the ID back. I'll warn you, though. This Orlan is, different. We have our ways, Smith said, gesturing to the three techs behind him and the cart they were working hard to move through the lobby. Despite it only having a small case, about the right size for a violin, they struggled to move it. Is there space near the subject we can set up? There's an office that shares a wall with his cell. There's 10 inches of reinforced concrete between them, though. That's fine. The agent waved for the techs to take the cart further into the building, one of building security offering to lead them to the room. I'd like to observe the subject. Right, the interrogator said, heading for the observation room. Managed to get anything out of the subject? He's sticking to the story about magic and... Honestly, I'm starting to believe him, the interrogator admitted, hurriedly adding, I'm not saying it's actually magic, but it's clearly something we don't understand. I've tried everything to get him to break. I told him we have his knights in custody. He told me he could contact them telepathically or something. So? I was skeptical too, until he told me the results of last night's baseball game. He's been in the cell, without contact with the outside world, for almost 3 days now. I'm the only one who's spoken to him, and even the staff aren't allowed to access their cell phones here. I had to get my phone from security to check if he was right. The interrogator shook his head. We tried to drug his food. He asked for the recipe. Not for the food, for the drug. Said it could be useful for training or something, but he showed no signs of it taking effect even after downing the whole meal. What about starving him? The agent asked, following the interrogator through the complex building. We tried that. I woke up this morning to find him eating some kind of trail ration. He snuck in rations? No, he just pulled them from thin air. The interrogator sighed, unlocking the observation room. A series of screens showed different camera angles of Orlan sitting, cross-legged in his cell, eyes closed. I've witnessed him teleporting through solid matter. He broke the cuffs like they were made of cardboard. Honestly, he's only here because he wants to be. And he spends most of his time like this? Agent Smith asked, gesturing to the screen. In meditation? Yup. Unless someone approaches one of the doors or he decides to eat, he just sits there. Haven't even seen him use the toilet yet. So long as he remains still, the agent shrugged, the scanner will get something from him. Scanner? Is that what was in the case? Before the agent could respond, a muffled voice spoke through his earpiece. Smith tapped his ear and told them to proceed. Everything about my visit is classified, Smith explained. Anyone who needs to know will know, so tell no one I was here. I know how this works. The interrogator rolled his eyes. I've been doing this for... Wait, what's going on? Orlan's eyes had opened and his head snapped to the left where he seemed to stare at the wall. On the other side of that wall was the office he'd told the techs to set up the odd scanner. What's he doing? Smith asked, the other man simply looking confused before Orlan began to stand, vanishing from sight before he was even on his feet. Where's that office? Smith demanded, the interrogator nodding and rushing from the room. They ran down a series of halls, past a number of confused-looking security. He barely even paused upon reaching the office, shouldering the door open to find Orlan holding what he assumed was the scanner. It was a simple box-like device atop a reinforced tripod. One side had some kind of hatch that Orlan was just closing with his finder. The Protector Lord looked up, fixing the two of them with a glare. "Where did you get this?" Orlan demanded of the agent and interrogator, gesturing to the scanner. "You couldn't have gotten this from a rift." "Put the scanner down," Smith snapped, drawing a pistol and aiming it at Orlan. "No, I'm keeping this," replied Orlan, lifting the scanner before it vanished from his hand. "Do you even realize what it is you have?" The CIA agent replied by firing his pistol twice, both rounds hitting Orlan in the torso. The Protector Lord jerked back from each impact before stepping forward, somehow covering the distance between them in a single stride. He wrenched the pistol from the agent's grip, tearing the weapon apart till he pulled the magazine out and eyed the bullets. "Tear one bullets?" Orlan asked, scratching at the topmost round with a nail. "Made from bone? Carapace? You made bullets from the bones of creatures from a rift?" Shaking his head, Orlan tossed the remains of the pistol aside, even the CIA agent starting to look worried. A number of security guards, drawn by the gunshots, began filling the hallway behind the agent, rifles at the ready but hesitant to fire with the friendlies in the way. "All right, as much as I've enjoyed our time together, I'm leaving," Orlan declared, nodding a farewell to the interrogator, vanishing before the agent could respond. It took Orlan 3 steps to find his way out of what appeared to be a small, converted office building. The parking lot was small, barely enough for a dozen cars, and a chain-link fence separated the grounds from a dense forest. A small sign indicated that the building belonged to some obscure government department. It was exactly what Orlan imagined when thought of hidden government black site, almost frighteningly so. But what concerned him wasn't the bland structure, but the armored truck in forest green that had positioned itself in the entryway to the parking lot. A large man in simple fatigues that barely fit over his giant muscles stood next to it, a low-profile pack on his back and a large knife in his hand. "How are you radiating so much mana?" Orlan demanded of the larger man who, by way of responding, lifted his arms into a fighting pose. The mana Orlan sensed coming off the man was on par with a Tier 3 or even Tier 4 monster, yet something was wrong. Mages were more efficient with mana to radiate the same amount the man would have to be 5th sphere. But when the odd man rushed forward, it wasn't with the kind of speed he'd expect of a 5th sphere mage. It was, however, much faster than any normal human, racing across the 100 feet between them in a few seconds. Orlan swayed out of the way of the first strike with the knife, batted a punch aside, and countered with a punch to the man's gut. His opponent staggered backwards, but Orlan remained frozen in the stance, fist outstretched, knees bent. "You're a Tier 2 core ward human?" he asked, looking shocked. "But how are you giving out so much mana?" The man didn't respond, instead charging back into combat. His arms seemed a blur to the security guards emerging from the office building, but no matter what he did, neither his fists nor knife managed to strike anything but air. After nearly a minute of fighting, Orlan vanished, appearing behind the man to drive a fist into the plastic backpack. The casing shattered under the force, revealing a series of pouches filled with a glowing red-white liquid. Tubes led from the pouches, passing through the other side of the pack. "Refined monster blood?" Orlan asked as the man spun, swinging his knife wildly. "Are you some kind of attempt to make a super soldier? You're basically doping." The man seemed to grow angry at this, speeding up his attacks, yet Orlan continued to avoid or deflect them with ease. "But with so much mana, how are you still only 2nd tier?" Orlan asked as they fought, more staff from the building emerging to watch. "Is it that you don't know how to break through? Whoever made you clearly knows there's higher tiers of power, but their best solution was to simply pump you full of mana and hope for the best. Do you realize how dangerous that is?" "How many died to get one success? Did they even tell you?" The Protector continued. "You want to know what happens to most people who absorb the amount of mana you have? Their mind collapses, their body warps under the power, becoming a monster, a beast. I bet they don't even know why that didn't happen to you." By this point, everyone from the office building was outside, including Agent Smith and the interrogator, watching in awe at the superhuman fight between Orlan and the large man. Back and forth, their battle took them across the parking lot, faster than any normal man could run, all while exchanging blows that left dents in the bodies of cars in the lot. but barely fazed either of them. The larger man was more skilled, more experienced in fighting other people. That much was clear by his movements that spoke to decades of combat experience. Not only was Orlan unarmed, but he was more used to fighting monsters, yet the large man had yet to land a single blow of any significance. "Prepare more shackles," Agent Smith said to the interrogator. "For him or us?" the interrogator asked, looking at the agent for a moment. "I'm barely following what's going on, but even I can tell your man is losing." As if proving his point, the large man went flying into the side of a car, crumpling the door into the vehicle with his body. The exposed pouches on his back burst, spraying mana-rich fluids over the interior of the car. "I don't understand. He has decades of experience, combat experience," Agent Smith said, as the large man slowly extracted himself from the crumpled metal, Orlan walking towards him with an angry scowl on his face. "I said, all you've done is pump him up with what amounts to magic steroids," the Protector Lord snarled. "Compared to a proper mage, he falls far short. Even if he was the same tier as me, he'd still lose." "How? How are you so much stronger?" Smith demanded, matching Orlan's fury with his own. "How are you stepping through space? How do you pull objects from thin air?" "Stay back," the large man grumbled, speaking for the first time before Orlan could reply. "It seems I have to get serious." As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood and faced Orlan down, pulling a spare knife from inside his boot. But before he took a stance, he pulled a pill from a pocket and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it and taking a fighting stance. Orlan paused as the mana coming off the man nearly doubled. "More magical drugs?" the Protector asked, reaching his hands out, gauntlets appearing on them as he pulled them back. "Let's see if you can make me get serious." "Pull out your spear," the man rumbled, the ground seeming to shiver as he spoke. "Prove you're worth killing," Orlan retorted. With a grunt, the large man shot forward, his speed on another level from before. Orlan dodged the first strike with a knife, only for the man's fist to crash into his face, sending the Protector flying. In a nimble flip, Orlan landed on his feet, a grin on his face. "A mana boost in a pill?" "Fascinating," Orlan said, readying his fists. "You want to know why I'm so much stronger? Then watch carefully." The large man charged in again, the pavement cracking as he pushed off. Orlan stepped forward and vanished, reappearing behind his opponent. Orlan spun, lashing out with his elbow as the man dove forward, avoiding the attack as he turned to face the Protector. But Orlan had vanished through space again, his gauntlet-covered fist slamming into the man's back and sending him tumbling across the parking lot. Before he'd even come to a rest, Orlan reappeared, kicking the man in the side hard enough to launch him into and through the chain-link fence that surrounded the parking lot. "Fire!" Agent Smith shouted. A dozen security guards lifted their rifles and sent a storm of bullets towards Orlan, only for a runic circle to appear and form a barrier, blocking every single round. The rounds fell to the ground like rain as the large man shot back into the parking lot, his face bloodied and one arm hanging limp at his side. Orlan seemed to flicker in and out of reality, flashing around like a ghost, landing punch after punch on the large man. While their strength and speed seemed to be on par now, Orlan's magical abilities more than made up for losing his advantage in physical power. Runic circles popped into existence to block kicks, even as he beat the man. As skilled as the Marine was, he had no experience fighting a proper mage. There was simply no way he could have been. What had once been his greatest strength, the superior skill in fighting people, became his greatest weakness. Orlan's magic allowed him to move and attack in ways no human could. It was less like fighting a man and more like a ghost. Still, the man was tough, taking the beating and continuing to get back up, until he couldn't. Both of his legs refused to listen, the muscles torn from repeated strikes and being pushed too far by the mana booster. Orlan stood over the man, panting. "You could have been good mage," Orlan commented. "Too bad you're a dead man walking." "I wasn't even good enough to see your spear," the bloodied man said with some mix of a chuckle and cough. "I can only pull Kayla out when I intend to kill," Orlan replied. "It has nothing to do with your strength." "What am I lacking? Why can't I match you?" "Your process is wrong. True magical power doesn't come from being pumped full of mana. You have to build your power up over time carefully. There are many ways to pile stone, but only a few of those result in a tower." The man nodded, closing his eyes and leaning back, seemingly passing on. Orlan stepped forward, aware of the gazes of the dozen security guards and staff who'd kept him contained for the last few days. He knelt down and reached for the man's dog tags, only for the man to suddenly lunge up, his eyes snapping open and a small stiletto blade appearing in his hand. The Protector Lord jerked back, which is the only reason the blade missed his heart and instead stabbed into his thigh. He looked down in shock as the blade sunk into his flesh, realizing it wasn't a normal weapon. It was a Tier 2 weapon, probably made from monster parts. In an instant, Orlan's spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it down through the heart of the other man, piercing through his chest and even cutting deep into the pavement below. Returning the weapon to his personal space, he reached down to grab the knife in his thigh, only to pause. The CIA agent was shouting something and pulling out a second pistol. This one smaller, but radiating enough mana to indicate it had mana-infused bullets as well. With a wave of his hand, a series of barriers spells sprung up, intercepting both the magical bullets from the agent and the mundane ones from the other security guards. Leaping to his feet, leaving the knife in his leg for the moment, he stepped backwards through space. A few more rift steps as he turned and was deep into the forest. "We're on the way, Orlan." Lylra's voice spoke in his mind, her concern for him evident. "I felt you take a hit. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied. He'd called for her to come pick him up as soon as he decided to leave. Even if he didn't know where he was, his knights could sense his location, just as he could sense theirs. He quickly explained what had happened as he continued to run through the forest, no longer using his rift step to conserve mana. "I thought there was no magic on this side," she asked as he finished the story. Could all of this be the result of them messing with mana from monster bodies? "If it was just the man and weapons, I'd say it was," said Orlan, slowing to a walk as he pulled the strange scanner from his personal space. "But this, I don't understand." As he spoke, he ripped the scanner open, revealing it to be far simpler than it appeared. The electronics were all false, designed to make the device look like some advanced technology, but contained inside, a housing reinforced with monster carapace was the true heart of the scanner. Tossing the rest of the scanner aside, he looked down at the object he'd found inside it. A human eye, preserved in glass or crystal. Even he felt the weight of it, as it weighed several 100 pounds, far more than a small glass bauble should. But neither the weight nor the fact it was a human eyeball that truly caught his attention. It was the amount of mana coming off of it. It was a Tier 9 item. Returned Protector, Chapter 13. Sarah is recovering well, talking with Theodore, that man from the government who helped us out. The drug used to knock her out was a standard anesthetic, though he says the amount described should have killed her. Lylra chuckled as she reported to Orlan. Despite the ease of communication through telepathy, it was still easier to report in person. Not only did it save mana, a real concern with the weak ether of this side, but it was more personal. Does she remember anything? No, just being hit with darts by shadowy figures, Lylra shrugged. The drug apparently messes with memory as well, so it's unlikely she'll remember much of the attack. But she's recovering well? Orlan asked, seeing Lylra nod before continuing. Good. You need to respond to this, Lylra said before Orlan could ask another question. I know you don't like getting political, but it may be too late for that. Protector Lords aren't supposed to be political, Orlan nearly shouted before wincing at himself. I know, Lylra replied, not sounding offended or scared despite his outburst. But that was on the other side. This side things are different. There was hundreds of years of history on the other side, working out how Protector Lords are to be treated. Here, they only have your word you don't want to be political. They see you as a powerful actor, like the king of a small nation with a powerful army. If I'd known they'd be like that, I'd have stayed on the other side, Orlan muttered. No, you wouldn't have, his head knight chuckled, leaning against his shoulder. You wouldn't leave people to suffer and die. Not when you can do something about it. Orlan didn't respond, simply taking a deep breath and gathering himself and thinking. Despite everything, the encounter with the magically enhanced soldier had shaken him, more than even the Tier 9 eye encased in glass, if he was being honest. While at first glance the eye seemed the bigger deal, it was possible that it was a relic from the splitting, when the magical and mundane worlds were separated. It was hard to imagine the kind of power such a spell would require, much less that it would be imperfect. But after thinking it was possible, The magically enhanced soldier, however, was something else. As far as he knew, magic had only begun appearing on this side again a bit over a year ago, when the first rift opened. Even if there was some secret society with access to relics like the Eye, to think that they could figure out how to imbue not just items, but people to Tier 2 in under a year, that was difficult to grasp, especially when they seemed so intent on refuting his claims of magic entirely. It was almost like he was dealing with two different groups. Think the US is compromised? Orlan asked. Infiltrated? Like by some kind of mind-controlling parasite? Lyra asked, cocking her head for a moment. It's unlikely, but possible, I suppose. None of the recorded rifts had anything like that, but it's possible there were other rifts they missed. Maybe I should declare the US infiltrated. No, absolutely not. She shook her head immediately. Not only do we not have proof, but on this side, they wouldn't know what that means. At best, they'd see it as some weird magical thing, but more likely they'd see it as you making an excuse to declare war. If we had allies on this side, as well as proof, then maybe, but right now? No. Then what? Just continue as normal? Orlan asked. I think you should stick with your original plan, she consoled. Get back to the sixth sphere, then the Protectorate should be able to travel without worrying about mana. Based on what the seers have been saying, it looks like there's a hotspot in Europe for rifts. There's likely one here around DC as well, but after the last series of rifts, it should be quiet for a bit. Any progress on the detection array? You'd have to ask them, she shrugged, standing and motioning for him to do the same. Come, let's tour your land. I thought I was in charge around here, Orlan said with a smirk. Of course you are, Lyra replied with a smile. Now do as you're told. The array has a reliable range of around 400 miles. The mage responsible for the array explained, gesturing to the mirrored basin in the center of the large room. A grand crystal hung above it, suspended by a dozen chains, light from an unknown source filtering through it down into the basin where a series of irregular, concentric circles moved about the basin. They flowed and warped like water in the sea, seemingly at random, though a handful of mages clustered around it, attempting to interpret the movements of the lights. And, unfortunately, that's about as good as it's going to get, the mage added. The ether is simply too weak for anything more on this side. But there is a good thing about this side. While the ether is thin, it's also calm. While our reliable detection range is limited, I believe we can detect possible rifts from further out. For instance, we're seeing the possible precursors of a rift to the southeast right now. Where? Orlan demanded. No idea. We won't be able to pinpoint it until either it appears or we get closer. The mage shrugged. Best we can do is give you a direction. The southeast? That's open ocean, Orlan said. There's not a lot of places it could be. Or it's an ocean rift. The mage shrugged, but Orlan wasn't paying attention. Bermuda, he said, receiving word from Nalia mentally. Rifts were drawn to land, though no one really knew why. Some speculated that the rift was seeking out some place the creatures within it could survive, while others said that large bodies of water were natural wards against rifts. Regardless, islands and coastlines were some of the more dangerous places to live on the other side, since rifts were more likely to appear there. Despite that, the resources and opportunity afforded by a coastal location often outweighed the additional risk. The ground shuddered under them as the Protectorate began moving under Orlan's orders. Are you sure? Lyra asked. Like you said, my job is to protect people. I can't just let them suffer and die if I'm able to help, he said, giving her a reassuring smile. Besides, there's almost certainly a mana geyser on or near the island. I just wish I could see what the government was thinking right now, she smiled in reply. What do you mean it's moving? Theo demanded of the poor staffer that had been chosen to deliver the message. Just as I said, sir, the young woman stuttered. Observers reported the island began to move again, away from the coast. What direction? South and east, she said hurriedly. Deciding he wasn't going to get anything more from her, Theo dismissed the poor girl and reached for his phone, putting it to his ear as he decided who to call first. In all likelihood, the president already knew. If Theo was smart enough to pay someone to sit on a boat off the coast and watch the floating island, he knew the military would be well ahead of him, assuming they hadn't just left the submarine Orlan had exposed in place anyways. The same logic applied to his contacts in the FBI and CIA. They'd likely found out before him. No, there was only one group he was best served by contacting. "Hello?" A somewhat monotone voice answered after ringing a few times. "Lady Nalia?" Theodore asked. "I'm Theo. I work with Congress. You helped us at the Pentagonal building, yes," the woman said simply. "Don't expect anyone to thank you for that idea." "I didn't think they'd take your lord to a black site, but that's not why I'm calling," he sighed. "I just got word the island is moving again." "Correct. Care to tell me why?" "Because Orlan decided." Please, I'm trying to help." Theo sighed, resting his face in his palm. "After the events of yesterday, this won't help you out." "Yesterday? You mean when your government accused my lord of violently breaking out of prison?" the woman asked in a monotone. "Yes, that." He sighed again. "Look, I'm sure he had his reasons, but to move right now makes it look like he's running away." "Because he is," Nalia said, catching Theo off guard. "He's running because he has a job to do and doesn't want to kill people who refuse to let him do that job." "If you could just tell me where you're going." "Why should I?" "I'd like to think I've earned some level of goodwill," Theo replied desperately. "I was the one who leaked the reason Orlan was arrested to the press." "You were also the one to suggest he let himself be arrested." "Yes, I'm trying to tell you that I'm not your enemy. I'm trying to help." "I'll inform my lord that you called," the woman said flatly after a moment before the line went dead. Theo let out a long groan. He didn't exactly blame them for acting like this. He should have known they wouldn't put Orlan in a normal prison. That mistake was on him, but he was trying to help. With another deep breath, he reset the phone and prepared to call someone else. "Sure. Have you decided what your name is going to be?" Ruby asked, leaning across the table with a conspiratorial smile. "My name?" Amy asked, looking confused. "Clearly, White hasn't told her about that tradition yet," Topaz said, scolding her sister before turning back to Amy. "Protector lords are required to abandon their past upon becoming a protector lord, giving up their family name, any titles, land, and everything. Us knights aren't required to do anything so drastic, but we still can't hold any land or titles other than that of protector knight while we're bonded with our lord. So, traditionally, us knights change our names during our time in service to our lord." "You could go by Sapphire," Ruby said excitedly. "After your eyes, you can be our little sister, too." "Wait, you two aren't real sisters?" Amy asked. "We are," Topaz said, flicking her sister in the forehead. "And no adopting new knights." "Oh, but I've always wanted a little sister. You grew up with a little sister. It's no fair," Ruby pleaded. "Unfortunately, you are my little sister," Topaz replied dryly. "So we'll call it even." "Rude," Ruby said, sticking out her tongue. "Yeah." "In any case, don't worry about picking a new name," Topaz said, looking at Amy with an amused smile. "Focus on awakening your mana right now." "Yeah. Any progress?" "I can feel it now. Barely, I think," Amy admitted after a moment. "It's hard to describe. It feels like a smothering force covering everything, like it can be a source of both tension and comfort, a constant companion or what you fear the most, something so fragile the slightest touch can break it, yet something you don't want to break despite your fear. I don't know." "It's fine," Topaz said with a friendly smile. "It took me months to figure out my mana." "I figured mine out in a day," Ruby said with a proud smile. "You got lucky," Topaz countered with a roll of her eyes. "Don't worry, you'll figure it out before long." "I thought most people never figured out their mana," Amy asked. "Most people don't spend enough time thinking about it, or they get confused about what they're feeling. There's a million reasons why someone might not decode their mana." "Considering the benefits, you'd think people would spend a lot of time working on it." "You don't see many benefits till you pass the first bottleneck," Topaz countered. "The first two spheres leave you mostly mortal, not until you reach the third sphere and up that you start seeing real benefits. And most people, seeing the effort it takes them to reach sphere 1, give up, deciding the chance of them reaching the third sphere isn't worth the effort." "I've heard these bottlenecks mentioned a few times. What are they?" Amy asked. There are points where your body, as it is now, can no longer contain any more power, Topaz explained. For most spheres, all you have to do is gather and shape enough mana to form a new sphere, but for the third and sixth, a more fundamental change is required. Like having to upgrade to a larger glass if you want to carry more drink, Ruby added, gesturing with her mug. Right, Topaz said, giving her sister a side-eyed glare. You'll get more instruction when you get closer to that point. For now, focus on your mana. Amy was about to reply when she sensed movement across the mess hall and instinctively turned to glance. Most of the people she'd interacted with over the last few days had been other knights, all female, though she'd seen some mages and other residents of the island who were a more typical mix of male and female. But the man walking into the hall was different from the farmers or robed mages. He wore a dark-colored tunic that barely fit over his broad chest and muscled arms. His gait was casual and strong, seeming to radiate power and confidence. "Oh, Lord Orlan is back," Topaz said, following Amy's gaze. "That's Lord Orlan?" Amy asked. "He's dreamy?" Ruby asked in a teasing tone, earning another flick to the forehead from her sister. Before any of them could say anything, Orlan turned and met her gaze. "You must be Amy, right?" he asked after walking over, Amy only able to stare and blush. "She is, Lord," Topaz answered for the flustered girl. "I think this is her first time seeing an ascended person." "I suppose, even though I'm down to 5th sphere, my body is still ascendant, isn't it?" Orlan said with an easy laugh. "You and Ruby looking after her?" "Yes, sir," Ruby said brightly, practically bouncing in her seat. "She's going to be my little sister." "She'll be no such thing," Topaz said, smacking her sister on the head playfully. "Behave yourself in front of the Lord." "Glad to see she's fitting in. I'll leave you sisters alone then," Orlan said with a mischievous grin that only grew as Topaz fixed him with a glare before he walked off to rejoin the women who'd accompanied him. Amy stuttered as she shook herself, nearly collapsing in her seat and covering her face in embarrassment. "What was that?" "Remember those bottlenecks we were talking about? Each time you go through them, it improves your body," Topaz said with an understand smile. "I'd seen him on the news before," Amy replied. "I didn't stare like a schoolgirl with a crush." "You mean on those moving pictures? I doubt they can truly capture his presence." "For poor young women like us, we're not, but..." Ruby started only for Topaz to flick her forehead hard enough to send her falling from her chair with an indignant cry. "Don't worry," Topaz told Amy as Ruby scrambled to her feet, rubbing at her forehead and muttering angrily. "Your reaction was quite normal for teens. You should see how some of the young men stare at Lady Lyra in public." "Lady White isn't that beautiful," Amy commented. "Sure, she's only in the earthly realm, not the ascendant like Orlan or Lyra." Topaz shrugged. "Didn't she fail to break through a few times?" Ruby asked. "Do I have to flick you again?" Topaz asked with an amused glare as Ruby shielded her forehead with both hands before smiling. "It's rude to gossip." "But gossip is fun," Ruby whined but didn't press the issue, returning to her meal. She seems nice," Lyra commented as Orlan returned to her and Nalia, glancing past him at where Amy sat with Topaz and Ruby. "I'm more worried about Ruby," Orlan replied, walking over to the buffet and grabbing a plate. "She can't help teasing, and if it keeps up, Topaz might just throw her off the side of the island." "I'll keep an eye on them," Lyra replied dryly. "Is it wise to keep her?" Nalia asked. "I don't think that Theo fellow would be happy if he learned we had her on board." "Frankly, I don't care." Orlan shrugged as he began to load food onto his plate. "I'm more worried about how our food stocks will hold out. You said they're replanting the eastern field that was ruined when we entered the rift." "The bigger issue is the growing houses," Nalia replied. "Without a good source of imbued glass, we can't easily rebuild them." "I saw plenty of glass on the ground," Lyra replied. "Couldn't we trade for some?" "Assuming we found someone willing to trade with us, maybe, but the glass here is made differently than we're used to, so we can't easily imbue it," Lyra realized. "Yes," Nalia agreed. "I recovered some shards during the last rift. The mages are studying it, but we have a lot going on and not enough help." "I'm still waiting for them to cast an assay on the eyeball," Orlan agreed. "So far all they've been able to tell me is its aura isn't actively harmful." Divine realm objects don't need to be actively harmful to be dangerous, Lyra pointed out. Trust me, I made sure they know, replied Orlan. The issue is to even begin to understand a Tier 9 item's powers, you need a Tier 8 spell, at a minimum, and since we don't have any 8th sphere mages, they'd need to assemble a few to joint cast, finished Lyra, a task made harder by all the other things they need. Never thought I'd say this, but do you think we should have brought more mages? Orlan asked with a grin. Considering how much convincing it took just to let us bring the Grandmaster and his entire spire? Lyra joked. We had to leave some for the other side. Yeah. Orlan snorted a laugh out. Maybe I should have learned more about magical theory. When you could have learned about fighting? Nonsense, Lyra laughed, following him to a table to eat. Return Protector, Chapter 14. Sweat dripped from Orlan as he took a breath. Sliding his left foot forward and extending his right arm, he clenched every muscle in his upper body while sending a gentle pulse of mana down his outstretched arm. After a moment, he sensed a small disruption in the flow of mana. With a scowl, he focused his mana down in that area. Forming a complex knot of energy, he felt the energy grinding away at the tiny imperfection. Physically, it felt like someone had implanted a hot coal in the flesh of his arm, which is why he locked up his body to prevent it from moving. It took a minute before the impurity broke apart under the torrent of mana, his body quickly expelling it as a drop of oily blood that seeped through his pores and dried. It joined a dozen other tiny drops of dried blood on the arm, where other tiny impurities had been removed. With a sigh, he returned to the neutral stance with his fists at his waist and feet together. Slowly, the pain in his arm faded, the muscle tissue growing back to replace the tainted cells at an increased rate thanks to the lingering mana. Taking another breath, he turned to see Lyra standing at the entrance of the training room, openly checking out his sweat-covered torso. Enjoying the show? Orlan asked dryly as he walked over to grab a pitcher of water and take a long drink. She replied, playfully biting her thumb as she continued to unabashedly stare. I don't know what you enjoy about seeing me like this, he continued. That's because you're a man, she said with a playful grin, grabbing a towel and walking over to help clean the tainted blood from his arm. You only enjoy the results, us women. We enjoy the process as well. If you say so, he replied, rolling his eyes, but allowing her to scrub his arm. Honestly, I'd hoped I'd never have to go through this tempering again. Then hurry up and get back to the 6th sphere, she admonished lightly. Then your body will stop attempting to revert. I'm working on it. Can't do it while we're in motion, he shrugged. So, did you come here just to ogle me? Or is there something else? She asked, looking up from his arm with a slight blush. Oh yes, the mages conducted their initial investigation into the eye you brought back. They're hesitantly calling it the seer's price for the moment. So far, they've only worked out its aura, not any active effects, but that alone is worrying. How so? Asked Orlan, taking the towel from her so he could wipe the sweat from his body. Apparently it aids in, call it inspiration of those within the aura, guiding them to figure things out faster than they otherwise would, explained Lyra. It's a subtle effect, but still quite powerful. However, it exacts a price on those who are exposed to it for too long. From what they could tell, there's no limits to what this price could be. A limb, your sanity, even lifespan. I told them divine items are dangerous, Orlan sighed. Don't worry, they have the eye under lockdown. They attuned a warding box to contain its aura, she assured him. They also don't think a few hours or even a day or two of exposure would have any noticeable effect. And any idea why the U.S. government had it? On that I'll admit we are lacking, she shrugged. Best they could offer is that on both this side and the other, there are multiple myths of gods or figures that were both immensely powerful and missing an eye. And they think these myths are based on an actual person. It's not impossible, but you know how twisted legends can become over time, she replied. Beyond that, the U.S. government put out a statement accusing you of murdering a bunch of people during your escape, more than the one you said you did. Wait, a bunch of people? Yeah, they say you slaughtered the entire staff of the, off-site holding facility, she said flatly. Even had a bunch of pictures of blood on concrete, body parts, and... Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, Orlan scowled. Even if they don't like, I wouldn't think they'd want to intentionally aggravate me. I don't get it either, Lyra agreed. Recommended we call Theo. He's our one contact in the government that isn't openly hostile to us. And you? She paused, taking a breath while Orlan pulled his tunic on. I don't know. I feel like we're missing something. A cover-up, perhaps? Wanting to obscure that they were holding me at a black site? Orlan offered, or keep the secret of their experiment with the Marine. I guess, she said slowly. I think that talking with Theo couldn't hurt at the very least. Then let's do that. Orlan nodded. Oh, Lord Protector Orlan was it? Theo asked over the phone line. Being awfully formal there, Orlan said skeptically. I'm supposed to do what I can to bring in the criminal known by that name. Consider yourself informed, the man said. Now that I've done everything I can to bring you in, what can I do? And it doesn't sound like you're taking the charges that seriously. 'Cause I'm not, snorted Theo. I've seen the pictures, the uncensored ones, and I've seen what monsters subject to Orlan's tender mercies look like. Those people were shot, not taken apart by a blade or magic. I could have stolen a gun to kill them, to obscure my actions, Orlan replied. No, you're straightforward. If you wanted someone dead, you'd kill them, but you wouldn't butcher them. Despite what the official autopsies might say, I spoke with the coroner. They were cut apart after being killed. Okay, so why frame me for all of this? That's what I can't figure out. Before this, the government wasn't a fan of yours, but they weren't looking for an excuse to go to war with you, Theo groaned. Especially not to the level of killing a dozen of our own people to fabricate an excuse. Is that a real possibility? Orlan asked. War? I don't know, admitted Theo. Any suggestions? Start with telling me your side of the story. A Marine? Theo asked. Or army guy or something. He was in fatigues, clearly trained in combat, and hopped up on magical steroids. Orlan agreed. There was no mention of a Marine or any other soldier being present, Theo said, the sound of shuffling papers coming over the line. No mention of the armored van either. So they're covering up their magical experimentation? Orlan asked. There could be more to it than that, Theo sighed. There's a big investigation going on at the Pentagon after your rescue operation. I couldn't get anything solid, but I have figured out that they're trying to dig out the original blueprints and design of the Pentagon, considering those should have been destroyed. That's worrying. Why? It means they found something that shouldn't exist. I've been asking around, and no one I've spoken to works in the section your knight was being held. Meaning what exactly? Orlan asked. I don't know, Theo sighed. Security is tight around the Pentagon, so it could mean nothing. But I can't help but feel there is something going on, something I can't figure out. I guess that brings me back to my original question. What do you suggest? For one, we need a better way of communicating, Theo said. Something more than this phone of yours. I'm not letting you establish an embassy on my protectorate, Orlan said instantly. That wouldn't work anyways, not with your arrest out. No, I want something less formal, not connected to the government. Like what? You said on that podcast you intended train people to be mages. I can set up a non-profit that will aid you with that, including transporting a group of people to your island along with a bunch of equipment that we could use to talk. Will there be any spies in this group? Almost assuredly, Theo barked a laugh. From any and every government capable of manipulating someone onto that helicopter. But so what? I assume you have your own security procedures. I doubt anything we could do would compromise you. We're facing a food issue. Lyra suddenly spoke up from beside Orlan, causing Nalia to reach out and put the phone on speaker. Many of our farms were destroyed during our transit to this side. We might not be able to handle a large influx of new mouths to feed. Food is easy, Theo said. I'll include a bunch of equipment to set up a satellite internet connection. I might even be able to swing a 5G cell tower if you're interested. How will we power all that? Orlan asked. A gas generator should work. And the government will allow you to do all this? Lyra asked. Given Orlan's status as a fugitive? I'll backdate the documents too before the arrest warrant was out, Theo dismissed. Besides, it's not like non-profits refuse to work with nations ostensibly hostile to the U.S. We're not a nation, Orlan said. You might want to rethink that policy. The best outcome here is if the major powers treat you like a nation. Hell, you've more land area than some real nations I could mention. We'll take your advice into consideration, Lyra said before Orlan could respond. I'm sure, Theo said, sounding unconvinced. In any case, I'll contact you when the non-profit is set up and connect you with the person in charge. Orlan simply gave Lyra a look as the phone line went dead, and Nalia put the phone back in her personal space. When the first Protector Lords rose and bonded with their islands, they were regarded as kings, Lyra said slowly. The oath prevented them from claiming any inheritance or family tie, but the other kingdoms still treated the Protector Lords as the rulers of their own nations. And how did that end up? Orlan asked dryly. My point is that there's precedent for this, Lyra said with a glare. There's no framework for the nations on this side to interact with a Protector Lord but a king of a small land that they can wrap their heads around. I'm not a king, nor am I saying you should be one, Lyra sighed, pausing to gather her thoughts. Internally, we can abide by the Protector's oath, claim no citizens, no land or noble titles and all that. But externally, we can interact with others like a nation, speak through ambassadors, negotiate treaties. We'll never claim to be a nation, but that doesn't mean we can't pretend to be one until something better is worked out. Is it too late to go back to the other side? Orlan groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. All I want to do is be left alone so I can kill monsters. And in time, they'll figure out that's in their best interests as well, Lyra assured him. But until then, we need a way to prevent conflict. Might be too late for that. Might be, Lyra admitted. You wanted to see me, Grandmaster? Orlan asked, joining the older man atop a small mountain on the southeastern side of his island. The man turned to fix Orlan with a glare, making his feelings on the title clear before turning back and gesturing to the sea in the direction the island was heading. There's something weird ahead of us, he said. Tell me about it, Orlan said dryly. No, I mean, literally. I can sense more mana in the ether, and the density is growing every hour. How high will it get? Still far short of Tier 1, but greater than anything we've seen on this side so far, he answered. I'm confident we'll find a powerful mana geyser near our destination, likely one on a ley line. This side has ley lines? Orlan asked, giving the older Grandmaster a look. I thought the ether was too weak for them to form. It should be. My thought is that they're old channels left over from before the splitting, but even that wouldn't explain why it's active. You think the rifts are causing the ley lines to wake up? Orlan asked. Or the ley lines waking up is drawing the rifts, the Grandmaster replied. Ley nodes are always a hotspot for rift activity. What are you saying? Just musing on some questions, the older maid shrugged. I actually called you because there's a storm ahead of us. Wanted to know if you want it taken care of. Anything serious? Not even a Tier 1 storm, the mage scoffed before sobering. But it's close. That's why I notice mana levels are rising as we travel. If a rift opens up near that storm, the mana could cause it to reach Tier 1. And we're expecting a rift to open up in the area, Orlan said. Then go ahead. Take care of it. I'll talk with the treasurer about payment. Might have to wait till we reach the mana geyser for me to condense the mana stones, though. That's fine, the Grandmaster said, already forming a complex 6-ring spell in front of himself. Honestly, I'm just happy to be doing my actual job, managing the weather. It's far more complex than people think it is. I blame those shamans who claim to be able to do a dance and make it rain, the charlatans. In reality, there's more to the rain, far more. At times, I've had to shape wind patterns for months just for a chance of rain, directing the air over a body of water before cooling and slowing when above the target area. That required a series of carefully constructed spells to prevent from disrupting the weather across the entire region. And that's how you charge the big bucks? Orlan asked with a wry grin. And the wise leaders pay for it, he replied with a chuckle of his own, runes beginning to fill the outer rings of the spell. But this is what I've always enjoyed, what I'm good at. With a final touch, the spell pulsed, a torrent of energy shooting into the distance, before the spell's circle dissipated like mist. There, the storm should subside in a few hours. I made sure to scatter the mana within the storm as well, just to ensure there's no surprises if the rift appears. Thanks, Orlan said, patting the man on the shoulder. You could probably make an easy living on this side as well, you know. I bet there are plenty of wise leaders ready to foot the bill if you can promise them rain or disrupt storms. And once someone else steps up to take over this damn title, I'll consider it. The man nodded. But until someone else reaches the seventh sphere, I'm the most powerful damned mage on this side, near as we can tell. As much as I dislike the title, I'm not a coward. I won't shirk my duty until I'm certain there's someone who can take my place. And wait, I'm getting word that Tropical Storm Sandra is breaking apart. The weather reporter for a major news network said, hand to his ear. Surprisingly, the storm, which was predicted to become a hurricane in the next few days, has simply dispersed. Do we have satellite images? After a moment of panic, the green screen behind the man flickered and displayed the storm, now seeming to be in the middle of separating into dozens of smaller cloud systems. This is quite unprecedented, it seems. The storm is falling apart, almost like something cut it up, the reporter said, seeming confused. I'm being told that the odd floating island that appeared over Boston a couple weeks ago is moving in that direction. Perhaps it is having some unknown effect on the surrounding weather. Rare that there's ever any breaking news in weather, the main anchor chuckled, the camera returning to her desk. As Mike said, the floating island is heading in that direction and has shown many capabilities, so it might be related. Or it could just be the air mass the island is pushing ahead of itself, the co-anchor replied. An island that large has to move a lot of air. That could have disrupted the storm. It also could have made it worse. A storm is just a mass of moving air after all. Could this have caused the worst storm in recorded history? We'll have more for you after these commercials. Return Protector, Chapter 15. It had taken the Protectorate nearly 4 days to reach Bermuda. The floating island was many things, but fast was not one of them. On the other side, each Protector Lord would have a modest area, typically a good chunk of a continent that they were responsible for. But it wasn't anything written in stone. They spread out because it was the best way to ensure that at least one Protector Lord was ready to respond to any beast rift, able to detect incoming rifts up to a week ahead of time, and from nearly 1,000 miles away allowed even the slow-moving Protectorates to be ready for most rifts. On this side, with less than half the detection range, and being the only Protectorate, Orlan largely had to guess as to where the hotspots were, and hope he was close enough to respond. Even during the 4-day transit, another rift had been detected in northern Asia. Thankfully, with so few people in the area, casualties were low, and it was likely the beasts would either die or down-tier from the low mana levels before they could reach any major cities. Still, it annoyed him at how limited he was on this side. Even the 4-day trip to Bermuda had strained the mana stores of his Protectorate, leaving him with less than a third of the pool left. Thankfully, as the current Grandmaster had predicted, there was a powerful mana geyser off the coast of the island, easily able to support and refill Orlan's mana. The mages predicted they had, at most, 2 days before the rift hit, and Orlan found himself waiting on a soccer field where his cutter had landed near the center of the island, one of the few places they could land without disrupting anything. There's a lot of people here for such a small island, Lyra noted, watching the traffic passing on a nearby highway, most of which was slowing down to look at the sky cutter. Bermuda has a population of 63,500, Nalia added, tapping at the cell phone. It's owned by either the British Empire or the United Kingdoms. There seems to be some conflicting information on that. They're the same thing, Orlan explained. Not sure of the history, but the British Empire was the old name, and the United Kingdoms is the new one. I think. That's the nation that rules the Orthuran Isles, right? Asked Lyra. It's called the British Isles on this side. But yes, Orlan nodded. Also, it's more intact than on the other side. I still don't get how there are so many shared myths and legends between the two sides, Lyra said, turning towards the parking lot where a handful of cars were pulling in, including several police cars. There are records of people traveling between the sides like you did, but it's not common, not enough to explain the similarities in any case. It's possible for seers to peer into this world from the other side, Orlan pointed out. That's how we knew rifts had started appearing on this side. Even if that was common enough to transfer knowledge, culture, and myth across, that would only explain it going one way, Lyra countered. The similarities are enough that it has to be both ways. Unconscious sight, Nalia said suddenly. Even unawakened people can catch glimpses of distant locations or events through dreams. Perhaps that can extend between sides of the world as well. It would explain how some stories are similar but different, Lyra admitted, cocking her head in thought. But, from what I understand, unconscious sight is less than well understood. Orlan simply shrugged as the group of people emerging from the cars began to approach them. The man in the lead wore a partly unbuttoned short-sleeved top and khaki shorts, revealing a good portion of swarthy skin despite his age. But given the temperature and humidity, Orlan didn't really blame the old man. Of the approaching party, only the police had long pants on, and judging by the sweat soaking through their uniform tops, they'd prefer to be wearing shorts as well. While Orlan wore his typical dark tunic and trousers, his ascended body keeping him comfortable despite the heat, both Nalia and Lyra wore lighter dresses than their usual. By the standards of the other side, their outfits would be outright scandalous in public, but compared to what they'd seen people walking the streets wearing on the island, they were downright conservative. Not often we get magic men landing in the school soccer field. The older man, who seemed to be in charge, remarked as his group approached Orlan's. Though I should say the British government told us to apprehend you for extradition to the US if the opportunity presented itself. After looking at what you're capable of, I figure all we can do is ask if you want to turn yourself in. I'll pass, Orlan said dryly. Welp, I've done all I can. The old man shrugged. I'm Scott Lalji, current governor of this fair island. How can I help you? You're not concerned about my status as fugitive. I'm the governor of a small island in the Atlantic. He shrugged, gesturing to the police officers. This is the extent of my military assets, and from what I understand, guns don't do much to you. So I figure if you're here to take over, there isn't much I can do. I have no interest in taking anything over, Orlan sighed. I'm actually not allowed to own or manage lands beyond my own island. And my pledge of office still requires me to swear my loyalty to the king, Scott snorted. Guess how much power the king has. I thought England had a queen. She passed away a couple years back. Now we have a king. Oh, well, my oath is a bit more binding. If I break it, I'll suffer significant backlash. From who? The king? From the magic binding me to the island. So magic is real? Well, Orlan paused, turning to look north, where his protectorate hovered 10 miles off the coast of the island, close to 1,000 feet off the waves, before turning back to the governor. Certainly seems like it. Who was it that said any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic? Arthur C. Clarke, Nalia spoke up, earning a confused look from both Orlan and Lyra. What? I was researching how this side thought of magic. Right, well, I guess call me skeptical that you're using magic and not some sufficiently advanced technology, Scott offered. I don't care what you call it, magic or unknown science or whatever. Orlan sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. What matters is that if I break my oath, I'll be killed or crippled. Great, the governor said. So, what can we do for you? Our seers have predicted a rift will appear on or near here in the next couple days. And how accurate are these seers? How accurate is the weatherman? Countered Orlan. I guess that's fair, the old man chuckled. But why tell me? There's no way we can get all 60-odd thousand people off the island in 2 days, even if we had somewhere to put them. Part of our process on the other side was to inform local rulers of any rifts that might appear on their land, Orlan explained. This is so they can make any preparations they can. I'll admit I'm not sure what you can do to get ready, but you would know that better than I. I'm open to suggestions. There are typically 3 things rulers do when they hear a rift is coming. First, they muster their army, militia, and whatever else they can get their hands on. Second, they warn the public so everyone can arm themselves if needed. And finally, they attempt to evacuate anyone or anything especially important from the region. As I've said, the extent of our military might is police officers. Firearms are largely illegal here, since we follow British law, and I'd consider everyone on the island important. Then, I don't know, Orlan groaned. You must have storm shelters? Anything underground to hide people in? Underground shelters? On an island? There's a subway tunnel going under the English Channel. Surely you can have a basement on an island. You'd be surprised, Scott shrugged. All I can really do, however, is try and spread the word without causing a panic. Having any hospitals prepared for mass casualties would be good too, Orlan offered. We'll do what we can to minimize damage, but, well, I'm sure you've seen the videos of what the Rift Beast can do. Honestly, I'd probably have preferred it if you were here to take over, Scott admitted after a moment. It's our nature. People don't like seeing us as it means a rift appearing, but they're grateful we're there when the rift appears. We'll see, the governor replied. That went better than I expected, Lyra admitted as the sky cutter flew back to the island. Then again, considering our reception back in the United States was to call us criminals and shoot at us, that's a pretty low bar. I didn't realize how unprepared this side would be, Orlan admitted. Some of the major nations have their militaries ready to respond to any rift, but seems these more out-of-the-way areas are shockingly unarmed, Lyra offered. I'll say, during the rift in Carolina, I got to see how people on this side lived. Every house I've ever lived in on the other side had, at the very least, a flintlock by the door, if not a handful of spears as well. Until recently, there weren't beast rifts on this side, Orlan pointed out. There are still people, and a flintlock will put down a criminal just as fast, if not faster, than a beast, countered Lyra. I just don't see there being an excuse for not having some home defense measures in place. Apparently, it's a big debate on this side, Nalia spoke up. Something called the gun control debate, in which one side thinks guns should be illegal and the other thinks they shouldn't. What would making them illegal do? Keep the criminals from getting them. Call me skeptical that making something illegal would stop people who are willing to break the law from breaking the law. I think their argument is that if there are no guns, then the criminals won't be able to get them, Nalia said, Lyra's snort indicating what she thought of that. Has that lady from the International Mages Association, has she called again? Orlan interrupted, changing the subject. She sent an email asking how many students we wanted at once, Nalia replied, and asking if we can put a runway for planes to land on the island. Didn't I tell her 50? Orlan asked. I'm more worried about dealing with blighted souls. Apparently, she's gotten a large number of applications since the nonprofit was set up, and she wants to accept more per class. She already has that many applicants. Has she started advertising yet? Not to my knowledge, Nalia replied. Probably a bunch of operatives from various nations who got word of the organization from word of mouth or something, Lyra said, holding her dress down as she walked the gangway from the cutter to the docks. Ask how many of them cite military or government service in their past. Close to 100%, I'd imagine, Orlan agreed, helping her off the gangway. We'll have to limit how many potential spies end up in the classes. I want most of each class to be civilians. I imagine that anyone who takes part will be taken in by the government for questioning on their return, Lyra said. Any chance we can keep their identities secret? I'll ask, Nalia replied, already typing away at the cell phone. All we have to do is keep training as many people to be mages as we can, Orlan said. Eventually, there will be too many for any government to keep control of. You realize that will only anger them more, right? Lyra asked. We'll deal with that when it comes to that. For now, I want all the knights ready for the rift. Are you sure your mana type isn't silence? Ruby asked for the third time, causing Amy to glare at the other woman. The two of them were in the breakthrough room just off the 3rd Lance's training field. Amy sat in the center, attempting to ponder on her mana, while Ruby sat off to the side, her legs folded under her like she was wearing a dress and not training leathers. For the last time it isn't, Amy said, and shouldn't you be outside training or something? We're on light training in expectation of a rift. Ruby dismissed her concerns with a wave of a hand. Not that I expect to see much fighting. Aren't you part of the 3rd Lance? Asked Amy, which means you should be fighting, right? The 3rd Lance is the training lance. Typically only the strongest knights in training join the initial combat. The rest of us wait till most of the beasts are dealt with before we're brought in to get some experience, Ruby explained. Normally there are a lot more people in training than there are now. Most of the prospective knights chose to remain behind when Orlan announced he was going to attempt to cross over to this side. How many knights are there anyways? I know there's 3 lances, but I don't know how big a lance is. Historically, a lance was a single knight and a handful of peasant militia from a given region, said Ruby. For the Protector Lords, however, A lance became a group of protector knights that operate as a group. Every lord is different, but Lord Orlan divided us into 3, or technically 4, lances. The first lance are the strongest knights that serve as his retinue in combat. They seek out any alpha beasts and anywhere else that is considered important to the fight. The second lance is the majority of the actual fighting force. While there are only 10 knights in the first lance, there's nearly 20 in the second. Their main task is containment and area control. They break into groups of 2 to 4 and spread out, dealing with scattered beasts and clusters that aren't large enough to justify the first lance's attention. Amy smiled as the other woman spoke. Despite her airheaded personality and silly nature, she was still a trained warrior. And the best time to see that was when she got talking about being a knight. It was just one of many strange contradictions here. Her fellow knights were feminine, but spent their days training to fight. They often seemed like average, normal women, until a weapon was in their hand when they'd remind everyone of their superhuman abilities and well-honed skills. The third lance, the training lance, is normally the largest, but also varies the most in size. Ruby continued, leaning back against the stone wall of the room. We can have anywhere from 10 to 50 trainees. Obviously, right now, we're on the lower end. Since we aren't bonded to the Lord, we are often kept out of direct fighting, and when we are involved, it's in search and rescue or security more than anything. Of course, we also take part in post-battle cleanup, hunting down as many remaining beasts as we can. Which is how I was found, Amy said softly, Ruby giving her an empathetic smile before continuing. And finally, there's the support knights. They aren't really a lance, but might as well be, she said. They manage the castle, equipment, and everything needed to keep the rest of us combat ready. Most of our healers are support knights, along with any other non-combat people we need. But don't think that they are helpless, while they aren't bonded to our lord either. A number of them are retired from being proper knights due to injury or age. The rest don't have inherent abilities suitable for combat and opted to avoid fighting, but many of them are still strong mages. Which lance is Lady White in? She's a support knight, technically, though she spends most of her time with us in the third lance, replied Ruby. Apparently her previous protector lord died while she was bonded with him, and the backlash traumatized her. Still wanting to help, but unable to form another bond, she joined Lord Orlan as an instructor. At least that's what the rumors are. Are bonds that dangerous? Only if the Lord dies while you're bonded, Ruby said. Apparently, those who are especially close to him can even feel when he's attacked. And is it true that all the bonded knights are considered his wives? Amy asked, her cheeks coloring. Oh? Interested in our lord? Ruby asked with a teasing smile, leaning forward. No, Amy said, perhaps too insistently. I want to know what I'm getting into. Right, Ruby said with a knowing smile. Don't worry, it's just legal nonsense. Protector lords can't own land or take titles, and that extends to all his bonded knights. Unlike the protector lord, however, being a protector knight isn't a lifelong station. We can leave his service. And when we do, we're allowed to claim any lands or titles that should have fallen to us. Apparently, for stupid legal reasons, that's similar to if a noble's child was married off to another family, only to divorce and come back. They can't inherit anything while they're married to another family, but after separating they can again. So that was applied to protector knights as well. Ruby shrugged. I don't understand it, but don't worry, you don't have to sleep with him. Unless you want to. Amy rolled her eyes at Ruby's teasing smile, preparing to return to her mediation when a loud bell tolled loudly enough to rattle her. Instantly, Ruby was on her feet. Come on, that means a rift is forming. That's a big rift, Orlan commented as the cutters raced towards the island of Bermuda. The sun was beginning to set when lightning lashed out of the clear skies to strike the ground of the small island. From there, a rift had formed, starting out the normal size before quickly growing. By now, it was over 100 feet across and half again as tall. A great beast? Lyra offered. The seers didn't mention it was a single beast, Nalia said. Given the thin ether on this side, they may not have been able to sense much from it. I don't sense any rift events elsewhere on the island, Orlan said. Due to his mana, he was quite sensitive to rifts opening nearby. I think we're looking at a great beast. First lance engages, second is to stay back and minimize damage or use ranged attacks only. The other knights nodded their understand as the swirling mists of the rift suddenly collapsed, shrinking back into a single point to reveal a massive creature. It stood easily 100 feet tall, covered in thick carapace, not unlike a crustacean, a similarity further solidified by the 6 legs that, oddly, looked like oversized crab claws. At the top of the massive pillar-like body were over a dozen further limbs that resembled crab legs, each dozens of feet long. Overall, it resembled a strange cross between an anemone and a crab, with an upright body, crab legs in place of the tendrils on top, and crab arms for legs. At first, Orlan thought it had arrived upside down, given how the legs were on top and the claws on the bottom. But as the beast began to walk, its massive claws crushing what few trees remained standing in the park where the rift formed, it was clear this was simply how it was. As he was about to open his mouth to give more orders, several of the upper limbs stretched out from the mess, and, to his shock and horror, spell rings appeared around their tips. "Fuck! Go!" Orlan shouted, rolling from his seat and jumping off the side of the cutter, still 200 feet from the ground. One of the spells was aimed directly at the cutter, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Most of the other knights of the First Lance joined him in jumping from the ship, all those who had the ability to control their fall in any case, while the rest began firing off spells in an attempt to disrupt the beast from casting. Orlan ran as fast as he could, stepping through rifts and summoning shields beneath his feet so he could take another step. His spear appeared in his hands in a flash, eagerly emerging from his personal space, almost without him needing to open it. Bolts of fire, clusters of icicles, and other spells shot past him to explode on the carapace of the beast, as he took a last step, slashing his spear through the still-forming spell circles of the monster, the tip of the weapon flaring with dark flames as he triggered his Void Strike innate ability. While the spear itself had little effect on the mana within the half-cast spell, the void mana tore at it, disrupting the spell and causing an explosion of wind and lightning. Orlan was sent flying away from the beast for a few seconds before he could get his bearings and form another platform to step off of. The spell had only been 3rd tier, and it seemed the beast as also only 3rd tier, but beasts this large often broke the rules a bit due to their sheer size. The world itself seemed to shudder as the massive beast let out a loud groan, dirt on the ground dancing under the force, and all the sounds of battle being momentarily drowned out. Despite all the mid-tier spells striking it, minimal damage had been dealt. No matter how high the mana density, it was like throwing pebbles at a full-grown man. It would hurt, but the damage they could do was minimal. "I'm starting a scan," Nalia's voice said in his mind. With a glance, Orlan saw that the first cutter had landed and Nalia was standing in an open area with a clear line of sight to the beast, a 5-ring spell appearing before her. "I'm covering," Aaliyah added, a barrier of wind springing up around Nalia, just in time for a bolt of lightning from one of the beast's spells to strike it and be forcefully bent around the barrier to strike the ground. "It's only casting Tier 3 magic," Lyra said over the link. "Looks like wind and storm-related spells." Orlan took in all the information as he shot back in. Still 100 feet in the air, one of the leg-like upper limbs lashed out at him, the tip of it taller than he was, but he managed to rift step through the attack and drive his spear into one of the joints. The limb flinched back in pain, the carapace pinning the spear in the joint, but Orlan didn't care, pulling himself up to put his feet against the limb and push off as he released the weapon, vanishing as he rift stepped. Reappearing 20 feet away, his spear suddenly in his hands again, he struck at the main body of the creature, the spear tip shrouded in void mana. While the spear penetrated nearly 6 inches, when he pulled it back, there was no blood, meaning he hadn't fully pierced the carapace. Grunting, he once again rift-stepped away as one of the beast's limbs slammed into itself where he'd stabbed it. Grinding his teeth, he realized this was going to be a hard fight, even with the beast being 2 tiers below him. Return Protector Chapter 16. Orlan dashed through the air, spell platforms forming under his feet anytime he needed to change direction or had to step off in order to trigger his rift step inherent, but it wasn't true flying. For one, the platforms were stationary relative to the planet, bringing him to a sudden stop each time he used one to change his direction. It also limited his speed to what he could accelerate to in a single step, which, while impressive thanks to his superhuman physique, was limiting. Finally, it made him predictable, as there were only so many ways he could push off the platforms, and an intelligent enemy that was paying attention to how he angled the summoned shields could estimate where he'd end up. And despite its appearance, the odd beast was clearly intelligent as it managed to bat him out of the air after he changed direction. His body crashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dirt and debris, stunning him for a moment before he managed to recover. The knights who could fly or could manage some semblance of flight were harassing the beast while the girls on the ground protected Nalia. The scan spell had finished a few moments ago. A barely visible disk of light, over 100 feet across, was slowly passing down the beast, gathering information on the creature, informing the caster as it progressed. Already, she was giving a stream of data, but until the scan was completed, the tactic was to keep the beast contained and minimize damage while conserving strength. Thankfully, while the beast was strong enough to turn Orlan into a makeshift meteor and create a crater with his body, it was still only Tier 3, and thus wasn't able to deal critical damage to him in a single blow. While more than a few of his ribs were bruised by that hit, and he likely had some microfractures in his arm, the damage was minimal. Both sides found themselves in an odd stalemate where they couldn't really harm one another, at least for the moment, but the beast could still do massive damage to the island as a whole. The beast is third sphere. It's a proper sphere-word mage. Nalia's voice went out over the telepathic network, causing Orlan to curse. The data wasn't particularly surprising, considering the beast was casting spells like a mage, but it meant that, like human mages, the beast would have inherent abilities. It has 2 inherent abilities, Nalia confirmed moments later. Both are passive. It is making use of one right now, and the other hasn't been utilized. Multicasting? Orlan asked, dashing up to interrupt another spell, cast from one of the leg-like protrusions around the crown of the beast. Partly, Nalia agreed, multicasting was difficult for most mages, yet this beast was throwing around spells like they were going out of style. I think each of its limbs can only cast a single spell. She continued, its inherent allows it to assign a spell to a limb. That limb can then cast that spell with minimal focus. That made sense. It was a powerful inherent, but such abilities regularly twisted, if not outright broke, the rules of magic. Orlan's rift step shouldn't have been possible. Teleportation was complex, yet he could manage it easily at low mana cost. Nalia's spell transmission was even more powerful, depending on who you asked, as it allowed her to manipulate spells after she'd cast them without needing to plan for it. Many mages on the other side, upon hearing of her ability, spent years shattering and reforming their spheres in an attempt to get a similar ability. Only 2/3 of the limbs have cast. Lyra spoke up, given her magic's weakness to large armored targets. She'd stepped into a more oversight role, normally taken by Nalia. We've only seen lightning attack spells from them. Could the other limbs have defensive spells? Aaliyah asked as her wind barrier deflected another bolt of lightning. I think the second inherent is related to summoning, Nalia said. The mana of that sphere seems to be related to the relentless oceanic storms. Okay, the plan is to deal with the upper limbs, Orlan decided. Nalia, get what you can out of the scan spell, then mark targets. Lyra, see if you can't limit the beast's movements. Anyone with powerful spells, target the upper limbs. Her. Come on! Ruby pulled Amy across the rolling hills of the Protectorate. We're going to miss it. After being told the situation on the ground, the majority of the 3rd Lance had been told to stand down, with only the strongest of them being put in reserve for search and rescue operations should they be needed. For the weaker trainees, however, they were free to watch the battle, and apparently the best place to do that was from the edge of the floating island. Amy was panting. Having not realized just how far the edge of the island was from the castle, the Protectorate was just over 5 miles across. In absolute landmass, it was actually larger than the Isle of Bermuda they were hovering around, but most of that land was wooded hills and unused. For Ruby, Topaz, and the other 3rd Sphere Knights, a 2-mile run wasn't anything extreme, a good warm-up if anything, but to Amy it was too much. Which is why Ruby had been all but carrying Amy the last half-mile. The 3 of them were among the last to arrive, only some of the citizens of the island arriving afterwards. Most of the 3rd Lance, along with a good portion of the mages, were there to watch the battle. Even though the sun had set, covering the world in a thick blanket of darkness, and the rift's appearance had shut down every light on the island, the battle was still easily visible. Flashes of light cracked the night, casting the island in stark shadows before night took over once more. In the air were a half-dozen spells that were showing zoomed-in views of various things. One showed the odd tree crab beast lashing out with magic at small specks darting around it. Another showed Orlan dashing through the air, flickering in and out of reality, while working to interrupt spells. A few of the other major knights Amy didn't know were also shown in different spells. Oh, we got here just in time! Ruby cheered, sitting down on the hillside and pointing towards the spell showing Orlan. 5 rings of purple-white magic had appeared in the air behind him, even as he kept dashing about, stepping through space and attacking wildly. This is why many of us look up to Lord Orlan, Topaz added, explaining to Amy what was going on. Casting a spell at your highest tier is draining and requires quite a bit of focus. You'll understand when you finally start casting. Lord Orlan is something of a monster when it comes to combat casting, however. Meaning he can fight and cast minor spells even while assembling a larger spell, Ruby said excitedly, nearly bouncing as she watched. I can barely cast a top-tier spell and walk at the same time, much less fight in the air. Amy nodded, though she didn't quite understand, taking the girl's word for it as runes filled in the 5 spell rings over the course of a minute. A number of other knights down there were also charging up powerful spells, it seemed, but they were all stationary, eyes closed like how one would imagine a wizard casting magic. But in truth, she wasn't completely paying attention to the spell images, but watching the battle on the distant island. Something about the lights flashing was speaking to her in a way she didn't really understand. Despite her trance-like state, she still knew exactly when Orlan's spell went off. A multiple-foot-thick bolt of black-purple lightning lashed out from the tip of his spear, striking one of the caster limbs of the beast. The magic seemed to tear through the limb, the carapace shifting and shuddering unnaturally as space itself was twisted chaotically. Yellow ichor sprayed from cracks in the limb as the rift bolt ripped down the limb before crashing into the main body, staggering the beast. The strange dark light of the bolt momentarily shattered the fragile darkness of night, forcing Amy to squint even though it was miles away. But the night wasn't so easily pushed back, quickly covering the world once more as the spell faded. Night, Amy whispered, as moments later the distant rumble of the unnatural lightning rolled over the island. It felt like she'd popped a joint in her back as energy started rushing into and through her. Ruby and Topaz immediately understood what was happening, holding her down as she jerked with the power surging into her body. Unaware of the breakthrough happening on his island, Orlan cursed as he took in the damage his greater rift bolt had inflicted. The limb was cracked and bleeding, but it wasn't destroyed. The beast was tough, seeing as his 5th tier spell hadn't caused significant injury. Thankfully, he wasn't alone, as other high-end spells started going off moments after his spell faded. The first looked like a long stem made of fire had pierced through the limb in 2 places, a rose of flames blooming on one end as the beast thrashed, struggling to free its limb. In moments, a massive rose made of magical flames had bloomed, the petals curling backwards and burning back down the stem to scorch the limb. Aaliyah's spell was far more straightforward than the showy rose of fire, a simple cannon shell of air exploding within the holes left by the rose, nearly blowing the end of the leg off. The beast groaned in pain, loud enough that the entire island seemed to shake. Before any more spells could strike the wounded limb, the beast struck it with several of its uninjured legs, ripping the wounded leg off and sending it crashing to the ground. If it was anything like a real crab, then it could likely regrow the limb next time it molted, but hopefully it couldn't molt in combat. Orlan was about to begin charging a second rift bolt, targeting another of the upper caster limbs, when a new series of spells appeared around a handful of outstretched crab-like legs. Its second inherent ability is in use, Nalia warned, and those look like summoning spells. Disrupt them, Orlan ordered, worried it was going to summon a magical storm. At 3rd tier, a summoned storm wouldn't be too dangerous for them, and the effects would be somewhat localized, but it could still wreak havoc on Bermuda. Orlan managed to rift step to the nearest limb and disrupt the spell with his Void Strike, the corrosive void mana eating away the spell chaotically and sending him flying away in a gust of wind and rain. A couple of the other summoning spells were disrupted through various means by the other knights, but there were simply too many, and a half-dozen went off at once. Instead of summoning a storm, however, strange creatures emerged from the completed spell circles. Made of translucent mana, they resembled deep-sea creatures with transparent, glowing bodies. The summoned fish of mana swam through the air as if it were water, long blade-like fins slashing at anything they passed. They came in all shapes and sizes, from schools of smaller fish that charged at some of the knights like luminescent clouds to larger and slower tigerfish, with a great number of spines sticking out several feet. "Second Lance, focus the summons," Orlan ordered through the telepathic network. In an instant, the giant crab beast was surrounded by a reef full of glowing sea creatures. It seemed that the beast's second inherent ability was related to these summons, as they seemed more solid and durable than a tier 3 summon should be. But despite any benefits from the inherent ability, they were still only crafted with tier 3 mana, meaning that they were of limited risk to all of first and most of second lands. That didn't mean they weren't a danger at all. Mana density was important, but it wasn't everything. As demonstrated by Orlan's injuries, he'd slowly been gathering as the battle went on. He was 5th sphere, but his body was still ascendant since he'd previously been 7th sphere, which put his durability around 6th sphere. Despite that, his armor and ability to roll with a blow, he was covered in bruises and likely had more than a few fractures. Thick, glowing green vines had worked their way up one of the claw legs of the beast, clearly Lyra's work. Her greatest offensive ability was due to her own inherent ability that infected those her spells injured with a powerful rot. Against heavily armored foes like this crab beast, she was unable to cause much damage. Instead, she focused on control, using her nature magic to literally tie enemies down with summoned plants. Her other weakness was the need for her plants to originate from the ground, thus the openings in the beast's armor that were nearly 100 feet above the ground were out of her reach. Given the rot would be of limited effect on a monster of this size, as well meant it wasn't worth finding a way to break the much thicker carapace of the lower limbs. Dahlia, the first Lance's fire mage, could break through weakened bits of armor with her highest tier spells, as shown by the flaming rose that had crippled the limb earlier. But chaining high-end spells was draining, even for Protector Knights. Aaliyah's wind magic was powerful, but lacked precision thanks to her inherent abilities, making her a good blocker, but not great with heavy armor. Nalia's offensive power was naturally low, using light mana, and against a beast. This durable, the best she could manage was to momentarily blind the dozen eye stalks sticking up from the crown of legs. In short, this was generally a bad matchup for Orlan's team. He was certain they could eventually bring the beast down, but it would take time. And the longer a battle lasted, the greater the chances were of someone making a mistake that could lead to an injury or death. Gritting his teeth, he dropped back and began casting a spell. "What the hell is going on?" the first officer asked, looking at the small screen of the periscope. Around 15 minutes ago, there'd been a giant flash of lightning that struck the island of Bermuda. All the lights on the island had gone out, and they'd lost contact with the small U.S. Navy port there. Now all they could see was flashes of light on the horizon, their view obscured by the rolling waves and the low height of the periscope. "Maybe it's another of those rift things?" one of the officers of the watch offered with a shrug. The captain remained silent as he chewed on his nail. This assignment had been one humiliation after another so far. First was the simple idea of it. His submarine was to spy on a giant floating island used by people who didn't have radio. They couldn't intercept transmissions that weren't there, and they couldn't see something that was above them. It had still taken the chain of command days to realize why his ship wasn't getting any intel. Then they'd been exposed to the world on live television by some stupid magic nonsense. The entire purpose of a submarine was to remain hidden, undetected, yet somehow their entire sub had been lifted from the water while he'd been helpless to do anything. He'd hoped that they'd be told to come back to port after that fiasco, but the brass had told them to remain on station. They claimed the island could only detect them at a range of 3 miles, so they were ordered to back off to 5. He'd had them remain around 10 miles from the island as he didn't trust the intelligence. His sub hadn't been within 3 miles of the island when it had been lifted from the water after all. What followed was a week of watching a lump of rock float in the sky, the only transmissions being the occasional cell phone call that were likely being tapped by the CIA, and slowly following it south towards Bermuda. There were monsters appearing out of thin air randomly across the world. He had crew from North Carolina who didn't know if their families were okay after the monsters appeared there, but they were told to remain at sea and continue tracking the island. Now, another monster event, as the government had insisted on calling them, was likely happening right in front of them, and all they could do was watch. It was frustrating in the extreme, even for normally patient submarine crews who regularly went months without contact with the outside world. "Excuse me," a voice said, and instantly everyone was on alert. The crew chief spun and was reaching for his sidearm. The bridge staff whipped around in surprise, and even the captain found himself on his feet as soon as he heard the voice for one simple reason. There were no women on his ship. Yet now a woman in tight leather armor stood in the corner of his bridge, bowing slightly and looking unafraid even as several pistols were pointed at her. "How did you get on board?" the captain asked, holding out a hand to get the men to lower their weapons. The pistols were loaded with purely subsonic rounds to minimize the chances of a breach, but it was always best to avoid the risk where possible. "I apologize, but I've been watching you since you surfaced a week ago," she said simply, straightening. "Lord Orlan asked me to watch over you in case you were ordered to remain watching over him." "Great," the captain growled, just what he needed. More humiliation. "I'm going to guess you used magic to remain hidden, so I won't ask about that. But why have you revealed yourself now?" "My lord wishes to speak with you," she answered, lifting her arms and summoning a spell circle. After a moment, a misty figure formed before her outstretched hands. "You the captain of the sub?" the voice of Orlan asked from the misty construct. "You that magic protector guy?" the captain countered. "Good point. Look, I need you to hit this beast with a cruise missile." "You what?" "My knight will cast a spell on your missile to make it effective against the beast. All you need to do is lead her to it and let her do her thing before firing it," Orlan said. "We're having trouble breaking its armor, but a cruise missile with some magical enhancement should crack it enough for us to finish the job." What?" the captain stuttered, clearly in shock at what he was being asked to do, before pausing to catch his breath. "And why should I do as you ask?" "Because the longer this fight goes on, the more innocent people die," Orlan answered immediately. "It's my job to minimize losses. You're in the military. You should feel the same." "Even if I wanted to, do you know how much a cruise missile costs?" "They can bill me," Orlan shouted, several of the bridge crew snorting a laugh, despite themselves. "Look, blame me all you want. Say my knight held you all hostage. I don't care. Are you going to help or not?" The captain paused, studying the misty construct carefully and thinking. This Orlan wasn't wrong. He did want to help. Sitting here had been frustrating for both him and the crew, but to fire off a missile without approval? "How do I know the missile won't hit people?" the captain asked. "The beast is 100 feet tall. Set the missile to remain above 60 feet. That way you can be sure it won't hit anyone on the ground." "All right, first officer. Show our guest to the magazine," the captain decided. "Bring the crew to combat stations. Surface the ship and prepare for shore bombardment." "Sir?" the first officer asked. Why are we surfacing?" "Because I want to confirm the target," the captain answered as the crew jumped to life. Nodding, the first officer lead the young woman away from the bridge as the ship seemed to tilt backwards, quickly crossing the remaining distance to the surface. From periscope depth, there wasn't enough room for them to build up speed for a proper emergency surface, but he felt good simply doing something more than watching. As soon as the sub settled, he climbed up the ladder to the top of the short mast with a pair of binoculars and a wired handset. It took only 5 minutes for a fresh missile to be enhanced with whatever magic the Lady Knight had, loaded and prepped for launch. From the distance, it was impossible for the captain to get a proper lock on the beast, so he ordered the missile to be flown manually. That should also prevent any chance of the weapon hitting civilians, but even though he couldn't confirm the target enough for a lock, it was still clear the beast towered over anything else on the island. "Captain, we've a call from command," the bridge staff said over the handheld moments before an angry voice came over. "What is going on, Captain?" the sound of an angry admiral called. "I don't know what you're talking about," the captain said innocently as the hatch on a missile tube flipped open. "We're reading that your ship had surfaced, loaded a missile, and has a hatch open," the admiral shouted. "Strange. Explain, Captain." "I don't know what to say," the captain replied slowly, pausing as a missile shot from the launch tube, roaring into the night. "What was that sound?" "Probably just a mechanical fault, Admiral. I'll have the crew look into it." Return Protector, Chapter 17. Orlan spun his spear around so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. With every rotation, the bladed tip sliced through one or more spectral fish the great beast had summoned. Almost dancing through the storm of flying fish, not a single one escaped his blade, and after only a handful of seconds, the entire school had been destroyed, the remains dispersing into the air. Individually, the summoned fish and other aquatic creatures weren't much of a threat, but more were constantly pouring from the casting limbs of the beast. The 5th tier spell he'd been preparing while fighting off the summoned creatures finished, and Orlan stabbed his spear out, using it as a conduit for the spell. Another bolt of black lightning, limed in white, shot through the air towards one of the casting limbs. The bolt tore any summoned creature that got too close to it to shreds, expending a small amount of energy as it ripped through the swirling cloud of magical fish. By the time it reached the main creature's limb, nearly half of its power had been expended, barely managing to fracture the dense carapace. His knights attempted to follow up on the opening, firing a series of spells at the damaged limb, but the crab monster had learned from the past, spinning its body faster than a beast of that size should have been able to move. Most of the spells either missed or wasted their energy on undamaged limbs, causing minimal damage. Protector lords and their bonded knights had greater mana pools and regeneration rates than most mages of their level, but this beast seemed to have a limitless supply. It must have cast nearly 100 spells at 3rd tier already and was still going strong. Giant beasts like this often broke the normal rules of magic. Despite being 3rd sphere, Orlan wouldn't have bat an eye if he was told it was 5th sphere equivalent. "Where's that damned missile?" Orlan cursed, looking to the north where he knew the submarine was. "What are you doing to it?" one of the men in charge of the magazine asked as the Lady Knight used a spell to etch markings onto the outside of the missile. "Placing a simple enchantment anchor on this weapon and hoping it allows the spell to stick to it," she replied, finishing half of the etching and reaching for the missile to turn it over. The man moved to help her turn the 6-foot missile over, only to watch in shock as she easily managed it with one arm and began etching again. "You said this projectile explodes, right?" she asked without looking up. "Yeah, there's a sizable explosive warhead right under where you're painting." "How is it launched?" "A charge of compressed air pushes it from the launch tube, then the rocket motor takes over from there." "It's a rocket?" She looked up, surprised. "I've never seen a rocket this large." "Technically, it's a missile," the man replied, "meaning it's guided." "A rocket guided to the target without magic. Impressive." She nodded, finishing up the etching and taking a deep breath before casting another spell. This one with 3 rings. "I only know one spell that might work. It's supposed to be used on cannon shells to enhance and focus explosive force, but it should work here." "Okay," the man said awkwardly, simply watching as she finished her spell, the etchings on the missile's housing glowing slightly. "There," she said, standing aside while wiping sweat from her forehead. "The enchantment should hold for at least 15 minutes. The man nodded, and followed by a handful of others, they quickly pushed the missile into the loading arm, turning it upright and finally loading it into the tube. After checking the connections were secure and the hatches were shut, he nodded to another man across the tight deck who picked up a phone to inform the bridge the weapon was loaded. "So, are you going to stick around after this?" the man asked. "No, I'm heading back to the Protectorate," she sighed. "I'm not much of a spy, to be honest. I much prefer scouting." "Oh," the man replied, sounding almost disappointed, the room shuddering as the missile was launched, the roar of its engine momentarily drowning out all other sounds. By the time the man turned back to where the Lady Knight had been standing, she was gone. All he saw was a strand of mist flowing out of the room. Is leveling up always like that?" Amy asked as she recovered from discovering her mana, lifting an arm to cover her face. "Yours seemed worse than most," Topaz replied. "Typically, it's only breaking through the bottlenecks where it's hard." "How long was I out?" "What do you mean?" "The sun is up. Have I really been laying here all night?" Amy asked, still covering her eyes. "It's still night. You've only been out for a few minutes," Ruby said. "Impossible," Amy grumbled, pushing herself up and blinking her eyes open. "It's not this bright at night." The two sisters, instead of reply, exchanged a glance and a grin before Topaz pointed up at the sky. Amy followed the gesture and froze as she saw a sky full of stars. After a long moment of surprise, she looked down at her hands and around at the others sitting on the hillside, watching the distant battle, then back up at the star-filled night sky. "How?" she asked. "Seems we already know your first inherent ability," Topaz said with a smile, Ruby jumping in and giving Amy a hug. "Those abilities you get from forming a sphere?" Amy asked in surprise, idly returning the hug while looking at Topaz. "Mine is..." "What?" "Dark vision." "There's probably more to it than that. You said your mana was night, correct? Maybe it lets you see as clearly under the night sky as you can during the day," explained Topaz. "So in a dark room you couldn't see, But outside at night you can, or maybe the moon is what lets you see. So on a moonless night you'd still be blind, or it could be that you can simply see in the dark. That seems kind of lame, Amy admitted. All this magic only giving me same ability as a pair of night vision goggles. Don't worry, Ruby said, pulling back from the hug and meeting Amy's gaze. Maybe you're just stronger at night. That would, of course, include your vision. Or more likely, it'll end up being simple, but grow more powerful as you form more spheres, Topaz added. It's not uncommon for your core innate to grow and change as you get stronger. Okay, Amy said, not sounding quite convinced, before looking down at her body. I don't feel any different either. Wasn't this supposed to make me stronger? It does, but it doesn't happen right away. The sphere will enhance your physical abilities, which Orlan calls stats for some reason. What aspects are enhanced and by how much vary, but they don't happen immediately. It takes time for the mana to augment your body. But now you can do magic! Ruby nearly shouted, earning glares from some of the other spectators. With a sheepish smile, she continued in a quieter voice. It'll be hard at first, but we can start teaching you some basic spells later. All right. With Night Mana, I'll probably have an easier time teaching her than you, dear sister, Topaz said, smiling at the pout Ruby gave her. I use Moon Mana, so there should be some overlap in what we're capable of. I use Sun Mana, Ruby added cheerfully. For now, let's... Wait, Topaz started, only to pause and turn as something flew past the floating island on a tail of fire, rocketing towards the beast. What is that? Looks like there's a rocket incoming, Nalia reported in her usual monotone voice through the telepathic link. That's our support, Orlan replied. Light the beast up. Clear away those summons. Moments after he gave the order, a swirling column of wind enveloped the beast. It didn't do any damage, but the summoned flying fish shot into the air. They dove down, but struggled against Aaliyah's powerful wind magic. Bursts of fire, exploding like fireworks, among the cloud of glowing fish sowed even more chaos among the artificial beings. While slightly smarter than the normal fish, due to being made of magic, they still didn't understand fire, scattering from the bright lights. The large missile screamed into the chaos, moving erratically as whoever was guiding it struggled to keep it on target, before slamming into the side of the beast. The explosion was sudden, ripping into the carapace of the giant creature, strands of mist being driven deep into the armor by the force. The beast staggered, groaning in pain, and fell over. The limb Lyra had covered in vines cracked loudly as the beast fell, tendons tearing and cartilage snapping under its own weight, the entire limb ending up at an odd angle. As the smoke and mist cleared, one side of the beast was clearly damaged. A 10-foot-wide crater blasted into the carapace, while yellow ichor leaked from cracks that covered almost the entire side of the beast. All of the spells it had been casting were disrupted, the caster limbs flailing in confusion for a few moments. "Keep it down!" Orlan shouted, running across the ground and then into the air towards the fallen monster. He could sense his knights agreeing, spells raining down on the beast. Shackles made of light, more entangling vines and hardened air all prevented it from rising as Orlan landed next to the crater left by the missile. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his spear over his head with one hand. Caledorn, Spear of Two Worlds, I call upon you and request your aid in my endeavor, he intoned while channeling mana into his Void Strike inherent ability. For a moment, nothing happened, and Orlan was briefly afraid the spirit of his weapon had refused to help, only for the blade of the weapon to erupt in purple fire. With a wide grin, he felt as more and more of his mana was siphoned away, with each passing moment the purple flames of his weapon growing denser and more chaotic. The beast shifted under his feet, and he struggled to keep his balance. He couldn't move until the attack was completed, and even with his immense mana pool, it took time to channel it all. Rings of dark mana appeared around the tip of his weapon, each sparking with barely controlled power as his inherent ability was combined with a spell, something which should have been impossible. Void Strike worked only with weapons. He couldn't use the void mana to cast a spell, as he didn't truly wield the corrosive mana, only creating it and pushing it into his target. But the spirit of his spear could make use of the dangerous mana, and though he had little control of what spell the spirit decided to cast, he trusted the weapon. The fourth circle filled with runes only for a fifth to appear. It seemed the spirit was going all out. Normally she was more reserved. Perhaps she was upset with how her wielder had been treated recently, or she simply wanted to show off. Orlan couldn't tell, but he didn't care. Sensing something was going on, the crab beast lashed out with its upper caster limbs, slamming into its own carapace and cracking it more in an attempt to crush Orlan. Despite the danger, the Protector Lord remained still, while willing to injure itself. The beast still instinctively avoided hitting itself right on the wound where Orlan stood. The limbs were awkward and had a hard time sweeping side to side. Its first attempt to do so passed a dozen feet over Orlan's head. Becoming desperate, the beast groaned loud enough that the entire island seemed to shake, small stones dancing on the ground, while concrete fractured and trees shivered. Finally becoming desperate enough, it brought a limb down directly atop Orlan, intent to crush him even if it made its own wound worse. Yet Orlan stood still, trusting in his knights, and not without reason, as, moments before the giant limb smashed into him, the air above his head solidified, taking the blow like the skin of a great drum. The fifth circle of the spell locked into place. The spirit could only cast spells up to his own tier, so this was it. Taking his spear in both hands, he inverted it, the point aimed directly at the wound. Lifting the weapon up, he took a breath and drove it down with a roar. A massive spear of purple fire flashed into existence as he began the attack, mimicking the motion and driving down into the wound. 5 feet thick and over 100 feet tall, the magical weapon plunged into the creature, what remained of its carapace dissolving under the powerful void mana in seconds. The flesh of the beast provided even less resistance, turning to dust as the column of purple light stabbed downwards. The magical weapon continued to plunge into the beast's depths, even as Orlan reached the limit of how far he could thrust the weapon, ripping through organs and muscle tissue alike. The beast's groans became deep, panicked whines, its limbs tearing at the ground, unable to escape its death. The final bit of the great purple spear vanished into the beast, and for a moment all was still. But Orlan held his breath, sensing the void mana gathering in the center of the creature. Even with all the damage done, the beast was still alive. But the spell wasn't done yet. In a flash of dark purple light, the void mana exploded, ripping chaotically through the interior of the beast. Its entire body seemed to glow with a dark light and expand, pushed outward by the force of the magic. The damaged carapace on which Orlan stood gave way, the dust that had once been the creature's internals combined with the remaining void mana, ripping out of the beast in a slow-moving explosion of light and magic. Orlan stood in the middle of the torrent of energy, unharmed, watching as the last of the spell spent itself before finally dispersing. Now standing on a platform of mana, since the carapace he'd been standing on had dissolved in the explosion, he stepped through space to reach his knights. Seeing the tired looks in their eyes, he grinned. "Call the cutters in for pickup," he said. The girls letting out sighs of relief as he confirmed the beast was dead. What the hell? Did we just watch? Theo asked the other congressman. He sat in a meeting room of an office building near the Capitol building with a dozen of his colleagues, watching footage from a surveillance drone the military somehow had in the air over the site of the battle. "A sub-launched missile barely cracked that thing's armor," someone else said slowly. "Yet he tore it open like, I don't know." "I think that missile was enhanced with magic too," another added. "See that mist in the explosion? That wasn't normal." "Does our military have magical weapons now?" "Maybe one of the wizards cast something on it." Theo groaned, leaning back in his chair as the other speculated. There were 2 ways this could go as he saw it. The government could come out saying that it assisted the Protector Lord in protecting the people of Bermuda, hinting that it had magical weapons in the process without outright admitting it. It would show that the U.S. government was still the good guy, while extending an olive branch to Orlan. After that kind of display of power, that should be in their best interests as well. But more likely, the government would say the missile was their attempt to clean up the mess Orlan made. They'd edit the footage so it was their munition that took down the beast, and not the powerful strike by the Protector Lord. They'd use this to argue he wasn't as strong as he seemed, attempting to bring internation pressure down on him. What exactly they hoped to gain from this was hard to say. Maybe they hoped he'd somehow end up in their custody again, where they could force the secrets of his magic out of him. Perhaps they were hoping to simply reclaim an appearance of strength, an appearance that the rifts in Orlan had damaged. Walking out of the meeting room, Theodore pulled his cell phone out and, after struggling to unlock it for a moment, began looking through his contacts. Maybe if he moved fast enough, he could get ahead of the story. He knew several fact-checking websites that he could warn of misinformation that the government was likely to release. Even better, maybe he could get his hands on the footage of the battle and leak it. "Theo?" A voice interrupted him before he could even dial the first number. Looking up, he found a thin, rather nondescript man in a modest suit standing in front of him. "Do I know you?" Theo asked, searching his memory for the man. "We've never met." The man smiled. "I work with a—" "Look, I'm busy," Theo interrupted rudely, stepping around the man and starting to walk away. He didn't have time to deal with another political action committee attempting to bribe him. "I see," the man said, walking alongside Theo and pulling out a card. "When you feel like talking, give us a call." Theo took the card without looking up. Selecting a number from his phone and about to press the call button, looked at the card. "Sons of Kion?" Theo muttered. The card was simple, dark with soft white lettering and a symbol that looked like the moon. He'd never heard of that group. It almost sounded like a cult more than a PAC. Looking up to ask the man about the group he found, he was alone in the hallway. "The fuck!" he cursed. Return Protector Chapter 18. Everyone had some level of injury, but nothing serious, Nalia reported as Lyra tended to Orlan's wounds with some magic. A hovering cutter bathed the entire battlefield in bright light, allowing the knights and cutter crews to gather up the remains of the beast. A few knights were hit with lightning, which resulted in moderate burns and muscle damage. Almost everyone who engaged in close combat with the beast got hit, suffering widespread bruising and several fractures, yourself included. "Anything bad enough for them to suffer healing backlash?" Orlan asked as Lyra's healing magic soaked into his bones. "No, my lord." Nalia shook his head. "The worst most of them will suffer is a few days of lethargy." "Good. What about locals being injured?" Several, police officers were struck by a stray lightning spell from the beast. They were in a car attempting to observe the battle. 2 of them died instantly. The other 2 are in critical condition, suffering from major burns. Considering they were struck with a spell, already our healers are currently treating them with magic." Orlan nodded, agreeing with the logic. If they had a mana allergy, they'd die anyways, so their best option was to receive healing magic. He tried to turn towards where the body of the beast rested, only for Lyra to grab his shoulder, causing him to hiss in pain. "Hold still," she said, fixing him with a glare. "You somehow got a fracture in your shoulder joint, and I need to ensure it's properly aligned." Orlan quickly stilled, giving Nalia a pleading look, silently asking for help. "Most of the beast's organs were destroyed by your attack, along with a good deal of the flesh of its bodies, but most of the limbs are fully intact," Nalia continued, ignoring his silent plea. "The carapace is all high 3rd tier, even after the damage suffered in battle, and some of the mages think its blood can be used to treat glass up to 3rd tier. Ensure none of the blood reaches the local water table," Orlan said in a resigned voice, realizing no help was coming to save him from Lyra's ministrations. "Even if it isn't toxic, the mana could still hurt people." "I already have most of the 2nd lance burning out any blood splatter," Nalia told him. "Given the low mana levels of this side, it's not hard to locate bits." "Any movement from the locals?" "No, my lord, and no response from the U.S. government either. Velen returned to the Protectorate after ensuring the missile was launched, so we don't know what's going on there either." "Well, proceed with the cleanup. I'll lift the main body to the Protectorate," Orlan said, slowly looking at Lyra. "As soon as I escape this—" "What?" Lyra interrupted him with a dangerously sweet smile and a stiff poke at one of his injuries. "You were saying, my lord?" "As soon as my lovely, loyal Lady Knight is done tending to my injuries," Orlan finished. "That's what I thought." She smiled again before returning to healing him. "Help me," Orlan whispered to Nalia. "I'm sorry, my lord," Nalia replied flatly as Lyra rolled her eyes. "The Sons of Kion?" one of Theo's orderlies asked the next morning. "I've never heard of them. Is it some kind of cult?" "I don't know." Theo shrugged, holding up the card. "Can you look into it?" "Sure," the orderly nodded before leaving his office. Surprisingly, the government had yet to release a statement about the events of the night before. They were keeping quiet about it as well, which made some amount of sense. One of their own attack subs had launched a missile at Bermuda, a British territory. It had hit the giant monster, but apparently the British were trying to decide if they were angry or grateful at what had happened. Given the weakness of the current administration, having both houses of Congress filled with members of the opposition party, they had to carefully consider their stance. Theo had tried to get some messages to the White House through various channels to urge them not to further antagonize Orlan, but he imagined everyone in Congress was doing the same thing. Several of the birds from Congress, who were somehow popular on various social media platforms, had already begun releasing their own statements. Or, to be more accurate, rants. One side claimed that Orlan was a dangerous wild card with too much power, while the other called him every name in the books from racist to sexist to whatever other trending form of bigotry they felt like accusing him of. The moles of Congress, like Theo, who didn't have a social media presence but quietly did their jobs without drawing attention, were typically more reasonable. It was harder to gauge their views on the issue, but they also had their own agendas. Only a few congressmen could be relied upon for a good, reasonable policy. Then there was this weird card he'd been given, despite thinking it was some obscure PAC. Theo had been unable to find anything on it online. All he'd found was that the Kayan were a cultural minority in Myanmar, but they had no connection to the moon symbol or to any political action committees in the US. Looking at the card one more time, he sighed and grabbed his phone, holding it to his ear and dialing the number. "Theodore?" A voice greeted him on the other end. "These sons of Kayan?" Theo asked more. "It's pronounced Kayin, but yes, I'm glad you decided to call," the other man replied. "Are you available for lunch? We can meet anywhere in DC you wish." "Can you tell me who the hell you people are first?" Theo demanded. "All I got was some guy handing me a card and walking off." "I can explain more at lunch, but for now I'll say that we're a group that is quite interested in the arrival of Protector Lord Orlan." Theo scowled. Few people referred to Orlan by his title in the US government, using only his name if they were being respectful, or his old full name if they were trying to annoy him. But more than that, the way he said Protector Lord felt like the man knew something about it. "Fine, lunch it is." Orlan stood at the edge of his protectorate, looking down on this small island of Bermuda. As soon as the sun had come up, he'd ordered the island to float in closer, practically hovering over the other. With a deep breath, he held out his hands, a 4-ring spell circle appearing in front of him, and moments later, a far larger one appeared in the air over the carcass of the crab beast. The body was too large to load into a sky cutter. Even 2 of them working together was risky. To keep his remaining cutter safe, he chose to instead lift the beast himself. The acre heart was designed to keep things floating in the air. That was its primary purpose. By channeling his own power through the heart of his protectorate, he could lift things nearby into the air, much like he had with the submarine before. He could even add to his island like this, assuming he was strong enough to expand the spells of the anchor heart to more territory. The rough math was the protectorate could be 1 mile across per sphere of the Protector Lord. At only 5th sphere, his island was at the limit of what he could manage right now. Slowly, the massive carcass of the crab beast rose into the air, mana flowing like water through Orlan and into the spell. Thousands of people on the island watched in awe as the spell lifted the crab beast hundreds of feet into the air. With complete focus, Orlan guided the beast over his island and carefully set it down in a clear space near the edge of the island. The body landed with a loud thump, sending up a cloud of dust as the lift spell dissipated. As soon as it settled, Orlan was ordering the island back out away from Bermuda to settle atop the mana geyser again. Dozens of workers and mages were already descending on the body as he made his way back towards the castle, eager to cut it up and harvest anything usable from it. "Got another call from the director Kerry," Nally reported, referring to the bland woman who had somehow been put in charge of the non-profit that would enable him to teach people magic. "She wants to send the first aircraft out this week. Have you decided where you want to put the landing strip?" "On the southern end of the island," Orlan said immediately. "Same place we welcomed that reporter. Any reason why she wants to move that quickly?" "Apparently the paperwork went through faster than expected," Nalia shrugged. "Theo, I assume," she shrugged again, "regardless, the first few aircraft will bring supplies and equipment along with people to set it up. So long as we provide the facilities, they claim that by next week we'll be able to accept students." "Can you find out how long it'll take us to build a usable dormitory and classrooms?" Orlan asked. "If you set the foundation, we should be ready just in time," she replied immediately, apparently having already asked around about it. The Mage's Spire has offered to oversee the construction so long as they can take part in teaching the students. They also want to accept apprentices if any are found among the students, keeping them on the Protectorate long term. That's fine, Orlan nodded. Have them select a spot and I'll level the ground later today. Of course, my lord. Any word from Theo? No, I tried calling him earlier, but the call... I believe it's called going to voicemail or something. She shrugged. He's probably busy. Anything else of note? Our newest recruit, Lady Amy, awoke last night, becoming First Sphere. Oh? Orlan asked, perking up slightly. Her mana is related to the night, and her core inherent seems to be the ability to see at night, Nalia reported. I plan to do a more in-depth scan, with your permission, once my mana recovers. Think there's something wrong? No, my lord, but simple night sight is too simple for a core inherent. Not to mention that if she should reach 6th sphere, it'll be almost completely useless. It could evolve. Perhaps, she acknowledged it, but I'm also interested in the soul runes, and if they are different for those on this side. Mine aren't. But you were forcefully awoken when you were taken to our side, your body remade with mana. She'll be the first known mage who is properly of this side. So long as she agrees, Orlan said after a moment. Of course, my lord. You wanted to see me, Lady Nalia? Amy asked, nervously approaching the older woman. Ever since she had awoken, her senses had been odd. Before, Nalia had been an oddly beautiful woman with a monotone voice and expressionless face. But now it was like she could sense the power behind her, a scorching light that burned away the shadows to leave all bare to be seen. It'll be fine, little sister, Ruby said cheerfully, patting Amy on the back and ignoring a glare from Topaz. She just wants to see the words of your soul. My what? Whenever you form a sphere, the mana crystallizes within you, Nalia answered calmly. Patterns form in the crystal. These are called the soul runes, Cars. Words of your soul, or the divine language, depending on who you ask. They are the basis for all magic. It'll make more sense when we begin your training properly, Topaz assured her. Basically, she wants to check on your first sphere and see the patterns formed on it. She should be able to determine the full ability of your inherent. Is this necessary? Amy asked after a moment, looking nervously between Nalia and the sisters. Oh, your mana is opposed to hers, isn't it? Topaz said suddenly. You feel scared and exposed looking at her, right? That's because she uses light mana while you use night mana, which are opposed. Ruby uses sun mana, and I don't feel anything like that from her, Amy pointed out. She's barely 3rd sphere and your friend, so you know she's not a threat instinctively. But Lady Nalia is 6th sphere, and you don't know her as well, Topaz said. It could also be that I have a fully formed aura, Nalia added. You could be reacting to that. Regardless, I promise she isn't going to hurt you, Topaz added. With a last glance between the two sisters, Amy sighed and stepped forward and nodded to Nalia. The expressionless woman lifted her hands, and a massive series of spell circles appeared before her. You said these were the runes of the soul, or something, right? Amy asked, distracting herself with questions. Does that mean the soul is real? Yep, Ruby answered instantly. If you are referring to the immortal soul that goes to the afterlife, we don't know, Nalia said more helpfully. From my studies of the culture of the United States, when we refer to the soul or spirit, we're talking about your consciousness, the undefinable spark that makes you who you are. But if some part of you persists after death, going to an afterlife is impossible to tell. So you mean my mind? Amy asked. Not precisely. It's possible to copy your mind and memories to an artificial construct, but no matter how perfectly the transfer is done, the result always lacks something critical, Nalia explained as runes filled her spell. Research into the subject of souls is highly taboo, but what studying has been done indicates there being something impossible to define or measure that is required to make a person. Whether that's a soul or your consciousness or something else doesn't really matter. Most people on the other side believe in a soul, Topaz added, seeing her sister's confusion. But Lady Nalia knows more about the scientific side of things. We just call it a soul. Amy simply nodded, uncertain how to feel about the information. Her family had been religious, but hearing about your soul in an old book was one thing. To have evidence of something that resembled a soul is another. Eventually, she simply filed it away along with the magic is real, as something odd that had turned her view of the world upside down. Despite all the evidence, part of her still didn't want to believe in anything in that part of her mind, from magic to now the possibility of souls due to how in conflict it was with her worldview. Nalia's spell suddenly completed and a shimmering sphere of light appeared before Amy's chest, starting at the size of her heart before growing to several feet across. The surface of the sphere was largely translucent but wasn't even, with crystalline lines crossing over it. These lines formed complex patterns that oddly felt very familiar to Amy. "This is a visual representation of your first sphere," Nalia explained, slowly walking around the glowing sphere. "The lines are the soul runes that grant you an inherent ability and other magical powers." "They make sense to you?" Amy asked, looking at the sphere in wonder. "Only in a broad sense. The runes we use when casting are a crude imitation of the real thing. For example, this section," she pointed to a series of crisscrossing lines that almost resembled stars in a bright sky, "likely increases your agility and speed, but that is only one of its functions most likely. Unlike with our spells, the soul runes interact with each other in a system so complex, no mind can understand it and no spell can simulate it. So, while I can recognize some runes, I can only give you broad impressions as to what they actually do." "Okay," Amy said slowly. "So, what do they do?" "This one is the core rune and generally refers to night or starlight." Nalia pointed to a section. "This one here seems to be aura, or possibly cloud. You said you could see clearly after you awoke, even at night? I don't see any rune corresponding to vision or sight. If anything, I'd guess your inherent was an aura of night." "I knew it," Ruby declared, bouncing up and down and holding up a fist. "My younger sister couldn't have anything so simple as night vision for her inherent." "It did seem odd," Topaz agreed, even as she flicked Ruby in the forehead. "Any idea what it does?" "My guess would be that, under the light of the stars, she is able to draw on ambient mana as if it were her own," Nalia said. "She instinctively used it for sight, but I imagine it can be used for more than that." "That's quite the powerful inherent if true," Topaz said, smiling at Amy. "But difficult to use in accordance with the law of balance." "I don't quite understand," Amy said slowly as Nalia continued to inspect the glowing sphere. "But I am hungry. Are they serving breakfast yet?" "Oh, of course. You just teared up. You need food," Ruby said. What had previously been an upset glower while rubbing at her forehead instantly became an excited smile. "Come on. We can get you some proper magical food now." Returned Protector, Chapter 19. "Don't bother with that," Topaz said as Amy reached for the pitcher of orange juice. She felt unusually hungry, but the Gem Sisters had assured her that was normal after tearing up. Something about her body needing more nutrition to aid in the restructuring of her physiology. Amy didn't understand, but it was all the excuse she needed to put an extra helping of eggs and bacon on her plate for breakfast. "Yeah, you get to have a special drink," Ruby said with a mischievous grin, leading her towards a stand in the corner of the mess hall. She'd seen a few people heading over there before, but the sisters had never brought her here, so she hadn't thought about it. The counter was set up like some mix of a tea stand and laboratory with vials and pouches filled with various substances covering most of the table, most of which were protected by glass in a kind of display case. A few teapots were scattered about, one of which had some steam gently wafting from the spout despite not being on anything like a heated surface. "Oh, you girls!" an older woman said, glaring at Ruby and Topaz as the three of them approached. She was probably the oldest woman Amy had seen on the island, with wrinkles beginning to form on her face, and her once brown hair dusted with gray and white hairs. "Don't be like that, Lady Woodward," Ruby said with a smile. "If you two knock boiling water onto me again." "That was one time." "Or try to trick me into giving you more drinks." "I promised I wouldn't do that again." "Humph," Woodward snorted, glancing at Amy. "You're the new girl, right? You better not turn out like these two." "We're here because Amy here awoke to her mana last night," Topaz explained, gesturing to Amy. "And she intends to become a knight, so—" Yeah, the older woman interrupted, beckoning Amy closer to look at her. After a moment of inspecting Amy, Woodward reached out to swipe her finger through the air a few inches from Amy's face before bringing the finger to her nose. Interesting, she mumbled, taking a sniff. A delicate but all-covering mana. Hints of both fear and safety. What kind of mana do you use? Night, ma'am, Amy said, confused by what was going on. Interesting. Woodward nodded, looking down to search through the supplies, picking up things seemingly at random while muttering to herself. Some she returned after inspecting them, while others she took a small pinch of and added to a tea strainer. Lady Woodward is the best alchemist in the castle, Ruby explained. Every time we sphere up, we're allowed a few of her concoctions. Alchemist? Amy asked, looking surprised. Am I going to have to drink some weird potion or something? Only if you go to those alchemists at the Mage's Spire, Woodward snorted, not looking up from her work. They're focused entirely on utilitarian alchemy. She's just upset that only Orlan would hire her, Ruby said in a whisper that the old alchemist clearly heard based on her scowl. Those real alchemists ignore half of what alchemy really is, the older woman said. Lord Orlan is the only one to recognize and understand what alchemy can and should be. What is that? Amy asked, ignoring Ruby as she desperately signaled for her to stop. Alchemy is cooking, Woodward explained while grinding up some kind of seed pods. Half of it is getting what is needed into the person, and half is the taste. What good is a potion if someone doesn't want to take it? What I'm making you will aid your body in adapting to the new power running through you, making you stronger, faster, all while easing the burden such changes will place on you. But to see the most benefits, you need to drink all of it. If it tastes bad, then you might not be encouraged to finish it. Which nearly doubles the cost of the potion, Topaz added, earning a glare from Lady Woodward. Most people prefer to choke down a bad-tasting potion if it's half the price. And most people are idiots, Woodward countered. And it's not just potions. Meals made from the meat of beasts can aid in strengthening the body if properly prepared. Doubly so if the meal is good enough to make someone come back for seconds. But many still see it as a needless luxury, Topaz shrugged at me. Making beast meat tasty is difficult and expensive. Which is why most people settle for good enough, putting the meat in a stew and overwhelming its flavor with seasonings. I think what you're doing is incredible, Amy spoke up, earning surprised looks from the other three. Good food can soothe the soul, give people a reason to fight. If that food can be healthy as well as taste good, all the better. Thank you, my dear, Woodward said with a sudden smile, putting the strainer in a cup and pouring hot water over it. Good to see someone gets it. My pa never had to tell me to eat my veggies since he was a good cook, Amy added, her smile falling a bit. I was always confused when others told me they didn't like vegetables until I realized they weren't making them like Pa did. Sounds like a good man, Woodward said, sprinkling a last few things into the tea as she removed the strainer. Wise like Lord Orlan. Amy took the teacup with her free hand, taking a sip of it before putting it on her tray, only to pause as the flavor hit her. It tastes almost like hot chocolate, Amy said, a tear forming in her eye. Like my mother used to make. Come back tomorrow morning for another drink, Woodward said with a motherly smile. You'll need 1 or 2 more to get the full effect, but only 1 a day. Of course, Amy smiled back, wiping the tear from her cheek as the 3 of them turned to walk to a table. So, Ruby said after a moment of silence, what's hot chocolate? You don't have chocolate on the other side? Amy asked. We do, but it's a luxury drink for rich people, said Topaz. We didn't think you were a noble. I'm not. Chocolate isn't that rare. When my brother and I were kids, my mother would make us hot chocolate using a secret recipe, she said, still smiling as they sat down. Even Pa didn't know what she put in it, and after she passed, we couldn't figure out how she made it. Still, hot chocolate remains one of my favorite drinks. If it's for sale in markets on this side, we should get some, Ruby said excitedly. Assuming Lord Orlan gives permission, I don't see why we couldn't go shopping, Topaz added. I've wanted to look at the clothes of this side since we got here. I could use a few more bras, Amy agreed after a moment. What's a bra? Ruby asked. Any reason why Governor Scott wanted to meet us? Orlan asked, inspecting the long, flat expanse of stone he'd formed from his island to serve as a runway. The first plane wasn't supposed to arrive for several days yet, but he'd been hard at work between laying the foundations for the dorms around the Mage's Spire and working to reach Sixth Sphere. He wasn't specific over the phone, Nalia said, looking at the landing helicopter. Shrugging, Orlan turned to look at the craft as it settled on the stone. It wasn't like the news choppers that had first landed here, or like the twin-rotor army helicopters that had come later. It was a small two-person aircraft, more designed for air tours or personal use than anything else. The large glass bubble canopy showing the governor sitting in the side seat, while the pilot carefully set the heli down, shutting off the engine even as the governor got out. "To what do we owe the pleasure, Mr. Scott?" Orlan asked as the engine began to wind down. "Well, for one, I wanted to thank you and your knights. The U.S. is claiming their missile put that monster down, but I saw the fight myself." Scott explained, "Without you, I don't know how much damage that thing would have caused. Instead of thousands of dead, all I have to deal with is a torn-up park. Expensive, and my treasurer has been complaining about that, but I'd rather pay to fix the landscaping than bury people." "You're welcome," Orlan said with a smile, visibly relaxing, as he realized the governor wasn't here to make any silly demands or accuse him of something. "Killing beasts is our job, and I'd like to think we're pretty good at it. I wish we could end it there, but unfortunately I can't." Scott sighed, Orlan tensing up slightly again. "Don't worry, I've been told not to try and arrest you anymore. The English government isn't sure what exactly happened, as the claims made by the US directly contradict my own report about who killed the monster, so they're sending down a fact-finding team to investigate the situation. As part of that, they want to interview you, and I've been tasked with getting you to agree to an interview." "A straightforward politician?" Orlan said in surprise. "Not going to ask me to come to a meeting and ambush me with the interview. Insist I go to London and testify before Parliament." "I made it clear to them that I couldn't and wouldn't force you to do anything," Scott said with a chuckle. "And I find it, distasteful to use such trickery against someone who helped us without asking for pay. Either you show or you don't." "I'll have to think about it," Orlan said after a moment. "I'm going to be quite busy for the foreseeable future, so I can't give anything definitive." "Fine by me." Scott shrugged, beginning to turn around. "Expect the Crown to keep hounding you, though." "Oh, before you leave, some of my knights have expressed interest in, well, call it shore leave on your island," Orlan added as the man turned back. "I wanted to make sure that was all right." "I've no complaints assuming you follow our laws, but do you people have money? Might be hard to enjoy our island without some cash." "I doubt you want mana stones." "We've gold and silver," Orlan offered. "You might find a pawn shop to trade that for cash." "Would you be willing to pay if we fixed the park that was damaged in the battle?" "Could you do that?" Scott asked, raising an eyebrow. "Lyra?" "The landscaping would only take us a couple hours," the lead knight replied. "We've plenty of earth mages who can move stone and dirt without much issue. The plants will be more difficult, as I'm the only real nature mage. I can try to save any trees that were uprooted or damaged, which would take the better part of a day, but if they don't make it, the best I could do is germinate new trees. I know a couple spells to encourage growth, but it will still take years for them to grow." "And you can do all that in 2 days?" Scott asked, looking surprised. "My treasurer has been complaining that such a job would take over a week and cost us tens of thousands." "Well, if you're willing to provide my girls with some spending money, then I don't see why we can't fix the damage," Orlan said with a smile. "Say, half the price your treasurer quoted." "I can't promise anything, but I believe I can talk him into hiring you instead." Scott nodded. "Shmoo. This is so much more comfortable than a corset," Ruby said from within a changing room, marveling as she tried on a bra at the clothing shop. "And there's so many styles," Topaz added, looking at the racks. "Too many," Amy sighed, picking through the garments. "It's hard to find something in the right size that isn't too lacy." "The lacy ones are pretty," Ruby called, her voice echoing slightly from within the changing room. "I want to be comfortable, not pretty." "Why not both?" Topaz shrugged, holding a particularly frilly garment to her chest before glancing at the price tag and wincing. "Ah, they seem to cost quite a bit more." Amy smiled. It felt like it had been years since she'd done something so normal as going shopping with some friends. But it had likely only been a few months, of course. She'd spent the last couple weeks training on a flying island with magical lady knights. Even now, the three of them had drawn quite a bit of attention due to their odd, archaic outfits. Even beyond being just odd tourists, everyone knew they were from Orlan's protectorate and stared with some mixture of awe and interest. Thankfully, the knights from the First Lance had drawn most of the attention, largely due to their magically enhanced beauty and aura of strength that set them apart. Only one man had been brave enough to approach the three knights in training, but quickly left after realizing they weren't interested. Apparently, someone had tried to grope Lady Nalia, being too drunk, high, or both to think about it. After nearly losing his hand, word had quickly spread that the knights weren't to be messed with, and most locals gave them space. The only exception, of course, was the shop owners, who were eager for money no matter the source. Ruby, in particular, spoke excitedly with a worker of the clothing store they were in, discussing styles and sizes. Amy was afraid the other girl would spend all of the cash they'd been given at the first store they went to, but Topaz told her not to worry about it. The two of them came from peasantry and were good with money. Ruby was just easily excited. Amy was skeptical, but while each of them left the store with a bag of garments, they hadn't spent too much. From there, they sampled various foods from chocolate to ice cream and other local street foods. By the time they were heading back to the Sky Cutter, Amy felt better than she had in a long time, since her family. Shaking that thought off, she focused on the meaningless conversation Ruby and Topaz was having, the older sister putting on a show of keeping the younger one in line, all while they licked ice cream cones and walked down the streets. Beyond their odd clothing, it was impossible to tell them apart from any other group of girls on spring break or vacation. No one would guess that Ruby could bench press nearly double her own weight, and Topaz could run fast enough to keep up with the cars passing them. "Is this common?" Amy asked as the conversation the other two were having wound down. "Going out like this, I mean." "Lord Orlan tries to give us time off whenever he can, but there can be long stretches of time between when we can relax like this," Topaz said. "Thankfully, it's not like the castle is uncomfortable. Still, it's nice to get some girl time." "Feels odd," admitted Amy, "going from high-intensity training, magic and combat to girl time." "You get used to it," Ruby assured her. "Lord Orlan cares about his knights, even those of us who are just in training," Topaz added. "And we look out for each other, so if you ever have any concerns, feel free to talk with us, or any of the older knights." "Do knights often die?" Amy asked. "We're in a dangerous job," Topaz said with a gentle smile. "So injuries and even death are possible, but it's not common. Because Orlan has so few knights, he ensures we are well trained and equipped when we do go into battle, and he is quite willing to risk himself to save us if we get in trouble." "A true knight in shining armor," Ruby said with a playful sigh. "Is that not common on the other side?" "Depends on the Protector Lord. Some are good about caring for their knights, like the Mage Protector," Topaz said. "But others, like the Imperial Protector, aren't." "I've heard he has nearly 400 knights," Ruby added, shivering, "and that he doesn't really care about most of them." "Let's just say we're glad we picked Orlan to work for," Topaz agreed. "Shh, raw. Theo?" Orlan asked, taking the phone Nalia handed him. "Orlan, we need to talk," the congressman replied. "So talk." "No, in person," Theo said. "Is everything all right?" "It's complex. I'll tell you more when we meet." "I'm not going to D.C. Best case they try to arrest me," Orlan said dryly. "Doubly so since they're claiming their missile took out the beast." I'm doing what I can, but the White House is calling the full video, which mysteriously got released by unknown actors edited," Theo groaned, "while claiming the one that shows the missile killing the monster to be the real one." "What about other handheld footage of the battle?" "Apparently the lightning bolt that starts a rift acts like an EMP, so while there are a lot of eyewitness reports agreeing with your side, there isn't any real footage of the fight." "Maybe I should get camera crews embedded with my knights," Orlan grumbled. "That's a good idea," Theo said. "It's a terrible one," snapped Orlan. "It's hard enough to fight those beasts while evacuating locals. We couldn't look after a civilian following us around." "What about those flying boats you have?" Theo asked. "Couldn't we use them like a news helicopter?" "We don't have enough to waste space on non-combatants." "There's a rumor some of your knights were seen repairing a park on Bermuda," Theo said slowly. And any chance I could commission a flying boat from you guys and pay to station it on your island? That's... Orlan started only to pause and think. I've no idea how much even a small skyship would cost on this side. Even on the other side, they're quite expensive. I brought a small shipyard crew with me through the rift, mostly to maintain the cutters I have, but they can, in theory, build new ships. Great. But it's not that simple, Orlan interrupted. We need magical materials, specifically tier 3 or 4 wood, in order to handle the flight enchantments, and well, we don't have enough. If it's just a matter of lumber, I can swing by the local hardware store. They only have mundane lumber. Can't you just, I don't know, wave your hands at it or something and make it magic? It's not that simple, Orlan sighed. Imbuing materials with mana is complex. It's like, let's see, imagine you asked for steel and I offered to get you some iron ore. Okay. Whatever. If you aren't coming to DC, there's a flight headed to your island with technical crews in a few days, right? Mind if I hitch a ride? Why even ask? Don't you run the group that operates the plane? Because I feel that showing up on your island unannounced is, at best, rude and at worst, bad for my health. That's fair? All right, fine. If this is really important and can't be done over the phone, we can talk then. I promise you it is, Theo assured him before the line went dead. Speaking of the shipyard, the dock workers should have the third cutter repaired in a few days, Lyra said as Orlan sighed. Good. Any more issues with shore leave? Scott called earlier, apologizing profusely about that one guy who tried to grab Nalia's butt, Lyra said with a slight smirk. I feel like I should apologize to him after she nearly removed his arm. Orlan snorted. His reply was, I quote, if he doesn't know to keep his hands to himself, eventually he'll stick it somewhere he won't get it back from. Lyra giggled, covering her mouth with a hand. Nonetheless, I've told the girls to not hurt anyone if they can avoid it. Still, there haven't been any more reports like that. Actually, we've had quite a few people asking to join, men and women. They understand I can only take on women as knights, right? I'm not sure, Lyra admitted. People on this side seem quite oblivious to the differences between the sexes. Still, should we accept anyone? How is that girl Amy doing? Orlan asked after a moment. She's good. Went shopping with the Gem Sisters on the island. Came back with something called a bra. Lyra smirked. After trying it on, suddenly every knight needs some. Even you? I may have asked Aaliyah to get me a few, the head knight admitted, eyeing Orlan with a hint of mischief. Any reason you never mentioned this invention before? Because I know nothing about them, Orlan said dryly, matching her gaze, and if I had brought it up, you would have teased me about how I know so much. If you say so, Lyra smirked. Return Protector, Chapter 20. November 923. Tango Golf to, the giant floating island. The radio in Orlan's hands crackled. I was told to treat you as an uncontrolled airfield, but there would be someone with a radio. Do you copy? Yep, I hear you, Orlan replied, covering his eyes against the sun as he spotted the approaching aircraft. There were two of them, though that wasn't surprising. One was purely cargo, while the other held the technical staff needed to set up the equipment along with more stuff. A good portion of the cargo was supposed to be bulk foods like grain, but most of it was communications equipment, including a cell tower that would, in theory, allow the entire island full coverage. Great, the pilot replied after a moment, the two aircraft beginning to circle the island. I was also told there was a runway on the southern end of the island, but I don't see anything. Over. The runway is basically a large expanse of stone, but it's flat and hard with no gravel or anything. That's great, but it's hard to land when we can't see a runway. Over. One moment, Orlan said, looking over at Nalia, who was already busy tapping at the phone. The signal on top of the island wasn't great, but being near to Bermuda had ensured they could at least get a passable one. After a minute, she held up the phone to display a typical runway. I'll handle the markings, you do the lights? Orlan asked, to which the blank-faced woman simply nodded, holding up her hands to begin casting. Orlan mimicked her, a spell circle forming first in the air before him, then a larger one half hidden under the ground where the runway started. It passed over the ground, the stone shifting, becoming lighter or darker as needed to mimic the paint of the runway. Several lights, largely unneeded in the day, popped up thanks to Nalia's light magic. How's that? Orlan asked over the radio once they were both done. Well, that wasn't there a minute ago, the pilot said after a moment. Looks good. Giant floating island, November 9, 2-3 Tango Golf entering pattern for landing, over. Moments later, a second voice, presumably the other cargo jet, said something similar as both aircraft began their approach. I'm still impressed they can make such large things fly without magic, Lyra commented as the cargo jets began their approach. They look more like birds than ships. That is intentional, Nalia replied. The wing design creates lift when moved through the air at the right angle, just like a bird's. Is there anything you haven't researched on that thing yet? It seems to have access to the majority of knowledge on this side. Why wouldn't I make use of it? Nalia countered, cocking her head. Before they could continue, however, the whine of the jet engines became too loud to easily carry on a conversation. Another wind barrier kept them safe from any wind kicked up as the first cargo jet landed, pulling off to the side to allow the second to land as well. Orlan and his knights approached the first aircraft as the door swung open, revealing a man who glanced down at the ground over 5 feet below him and scowled. I don't think we thought this through, he commented, but by way of replying, Orlan lifted a hand, casting a quick spell to reshape the stone of his island into a stairway. Or, never mind. Can we get another one of those by the cargo door? Orlan followed the man to the rear of the aircraft where, upon being shown another door, he created another set of stone stairs. The crew of the first aircraft began unloading while Orlan made his way to the second to assist them as well. The second jet was the one with passengers, and one of the first figures to make their way down the stairs was a rotund man in a sweat-stained suit shirt. Fuck, should have known it would be hot, the man cursed as he walked over to Orlan. Orlan, is there somewhere we can talk? You're Theo? Ah! Right, we've never met face-to-face. Yes, I'm Theodore, congressman, whatever. We need to talk. Once I get everything here going, we can head back to the castle. Orlan nodded. Do you have AC there? It's cooler there, Orlan replied dryly, about to continue when a loud gasp caught everyone's attention. Orlan? A woman who was halfway down the stone staircase asked softly, looking at the Protector Lord in shock. M? Orlan replied, his eyes widening in shock as well. The woman, wearing a technician's uniform for some phone company, nearly ran the rest of the way to the ground and over to Orlan where she paused, looking him over as if ensuring he was real. I thought you were dead. We all thought you were dead, she said softly. Rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated, Orlan said with a slight grin. You... She stared, her expression of shock shifting slightly to one of surprise before she laughed, throwing herself forward and hugging him. You're definitely Orlan, she said, crying and laughing. You two know each other? Theo asked, sounding surprised. This is Emily, my little sister, Orlan replied with a grin. Your older sister, she corrected without breaking the hug. Older but smaller. We all thought you were dead, she said again, finally pulling back enough to look at him. When you vanished, we'd no idea what happened. Turns out I got sent to another world, cool, huh? And you became, what, some magic-wielding superhero with a giant flying island? Basically. Wait, Theo interrupted. He's been all over the news for nearly the last 2 months. How is it you didn't realize it was him? You think I have time to watch the news? Emily asked, raising an eyebrow. I've 3 kids, a job, and a house to look after. 3? Orlan asked. I wanted 2, but the second was twins, she explained before turning back to Theo. But I heard about some magic knight guy named Orlan, but honestly, I never imagined it would be my brother. What are you even doing here? Asked Orlan, looking his sister over. I work for a phone company. Was told we're going to be putting a cell tower up here, she answered, gesturing to her uniform. I live in Florida now, so we're close, but I thought it was odd they asked for me by name. At least I did until now. Who asked? The government? Whoever was deciding who to send here. Theo, Orlan asked after a moment in a flat voice. Is this what I think it is? I don't know. Theo stuttered, scrambling for his own phone. I wasn't aware of it in any case, but... Orlan? Emily asked, starting to look worriedly. You haven't seen the news, but the U.S. has a bit of a beef with me, replied Orlan. What did you do? I did nothing. I just appeared over a major U.S. city in a magical floating island to fight off a bunch of monsters. You broke into the Pentagon, Theo added, after they kidnapped one of my knights. And made a fool of Congress. Like they needed me for that. And beat up a bunch of Spec Ops guys. Not that. Who were trying to invade my island, Orlan sighed. They started it. Didn't you lift a submarine out of the water or something? Emily asked, and only for a moment. But you touched one of the U.S.'s boats. Oh, shit, Orlan swore. You're already dead. Again, Emily said with a slight grin. What? Theo asked, seeming confused. Never mind, Orlan sighed, shaking his head before looking at Theo. If this is an attempt at intimidation or manipulation... You think the government is willing to use me against you? Emily gasped. What about my family? I don't think the government is directly involved, but... He paused, glancing at Orlan. Can we talk? Somewhere private? Right. Orlan nodded, pulling away from his sister's embrace. You'll be here for at least a day setting up the tower, so we can catch up over dinner. I'll hold you to that. She nodded, stepping back and saying goodbye before heading over to her confused-looking colleagues. Oh, thank God. Theo sighed as he settled into a plush couch. Walking over a mile in this heat. You couldn't have teleported us to the castle or anything? I can only teleport myself short distances, Orlan answered. Would you like a drink? Got any cold otherworld beer? I'll see what I can do, the Protector Lord smirked, speaking to one of the support knights before sitting down across from Theo. Do they have magical beer over there, on the other side as you call it? They do, but it would likely kill you. Alcohol is a poison and mana only makes it more potent. After that walk, I'm tempted. So, what did you want to talk about? Orlan asked. Is it secure here? Theo asked, looking about the small sitting room. Only my knights come here. Anything you can tell me, you can tell them. All right. I was contacted by someone a couple weeks ago, belongs to some group called the Sons of Kayin, Theo said, awkwardly pronouncing the odd name. The first mage? Orlan interrupted. What? Kayan, the first mage, explained Orlan. It's a story, or maybe a myth, on the other side. Kayan had a brother named Hevel. Back before the world was split in two, Kayan became the first mage and accidentally killed Hevel. As the myth goes, God then punished Kayan by splitting the world between magic and non-magic. That's odd, Theo scowled, pausing as a young woman brought in a couple frosty mugs of beer, smiling his thanks as he took a long sip of the cool drink. According to the man I spoke with, the story is that Hevel was the first mage and Kayan in jealousy killed his brother. Apparently it's the origin of the story of Cain and Abel, but he said it's actually true, not just a myth. So, what? There's some secret all-powerful group that's actually controlling the government or something? Orlan asked. These Sons of Kayan, I mean. What? No. They are a secret organization, but they were supposed to be more of a preservationist society. They'd remember the sin of Cain when no one else would, or something. I'm still not completely clear on that. But they're the group working against me through the government. No, they have no real power, like I said. They're a historical preservation group, a few steps up from a book club. Theo shook his head. Their only real job, beyond remembering the true story of Kayan and Hevel, was to be on watch for magic returning to the world. Over the last, however many hundreds of years, they grew lax in that duty. They knew magic was real, but I guess they figured it would never return. Until the rift started opening. Until you showed up, Theo corrected. They suspected the rifts of being magical in nature, but they weren't sure. But when you appeared with your great floating island, slinging spells and fire and whatever, they were certain. And they actually took the situation seriously, apparently. They have some kind of secret archive or vault full of stuff that was supposed to help them keep watch, and some items were missing. Like an eye encased in glass? Orlan asked slowly. Yes. How did you know? Theo asked, looking up. They called it the Eye of Providence, yes, like the one on the dollar bill. Said it was supposed to reveal the truth of anything or something. When I broke out of that government prison, it was because they attempted to use that on me, Orlan said. It's sealed in my vault. I'm not giving it back. If they want it back, they can ask you for it, Theo said, raising a hand in surrender. I'm not here to get their shit back. I'm here to deliver a message from them. What message? That they believe there's another secret group that stole those items, and for some reason don't like you. That's it? That's the message? Orlan asked after a second. And to warn you of some of the other items that went missing. Theo took a breath. There was Gandava, a bow, the most powerful weapon they had. Apparently arrows it fires can't be blocked or dodged. Brisingamen, a necklace that can influence minds. Let's see. And the Eternal Cup, otherwise known as the Holy Grail. A cup that can supposedly create infinite mana and turn anyone who drinks from it into a powerful mage, if it doesn't kill them anyways. Fuck, Orlan swore. A bunch of historical records were also stolen, including those that document how to use the items, Theo continued. According to the guy I spoke with, all of them are equally powerful in terms of magic. Any idea who the people who stole them are? Not really. They determined the items were stolen a few hundred years ago by someone who had magic. And they didn't realize until recently? Orlan asked, half in shock. Like I was told, they really dropped the ball on watching for magic. With the rise of technology, they got distracted. Not to mention, some of them began wondering if magic was actually real. You'd think that, considering they had access to a literal vault of magical artifacts, they'd be sure it was. I don't know what to tell you. Theo shrugged helplessly. Even I find it hard to believe at times. Anything else I should know? The sons of Kyan wanted me to tell you that they believe these unknown mages are responsible for magic returning to this world, this side, but I made that connection already, Orlan said dryly. I figured it's not a hard conclusion to draw, Theo nodded. Beyond that, they said they'd like to meet you, in secret. I'm a public figure, if not a well-known one, who's known to interact with you, so me coming here isn't too surprising, but they can't approach you so directly, and doing so without invitation seemed like a bad idea. Is there a point to them remaining that hidden now? They seem to think there is. Fuck, I'll have to think about it, Orlan said after a moment. Return Protector, Chapter 21. So you actually live in a giant castle now? Emily teased her brother as he led her into a private dining room. One with temperature control, indoor plumbing, and magical lighting, Orlan replied dryly. I actually considered having an electrical system put in, but the technology on the other side wasn't up to my standard. So you came back to this world just so you could have access to a computer again? All these beautiful warrior maidens not keeping you entertained? It's not like that. And you know it. The Protector Lord sighed as he offered his sister a seat to the small dining table. We are his wives, though, Lyra added with a mischievous grin as she sat down as well. Only by legal technicality, Orlan groaned. I was going to ask what kind isekai you got, the dark, brutal kind or the power fantasy one, but if you have a whole harem of hotties, guess that answers my question. Emily smirked as Orlan sat down. Despite appearances, it was pretty brutal on the other side, Orlan admitted. Coming back to this side has been more of a power fantasy than when I was dragged over there. The first couple years were quite difficult, Lyra confirmed when Emily shot her a glance. He was only first sphere upon arriving, and I often had to drag him back to the Protectorate half dead. Oh, Emily replied, her smile fading. Sorry for making light of it. How did that happen? The whole ending up in another world thing, that is. That's partly my fault, Lyra said with a grimace. My village had been destroyed by a beast rift with only myself and a few other survivors seeking refuge in the forest. There was an absent protectorate near our village, and we'd hoped one day it would be claimed. An absent protectorate is one that lacks a bonded protector lord, Orlan explained. There's about 24 protectorates on the other side, with only half active at any given time, at least in modern history. The others are called absent. And a protectorate is this floating island thing? Emily asked, receiving a nod from Orlan. Why not just find someone to activate them if they're that useful? Because magic is never simple. Magic is heavily reliant on emotion, feelings, and willpower. There is no scientific method when it comes to magic, as it works differently for everyone. A spell I might be able to cast at first sphere, someone else might not be able to cast until third. Even enchanted items are altered by their user. For something as powerful and complex as one of these protectorates, there are often quite specific requirements for forming a bond, and for many of them, those requirements are partly or entirely unknown. Which is why, when a group of mages approached us, claiming to have a spell able to summon a protector lord for the absent protectorate, I jumped at the chance. Lyra continued her story. They needed more mages of at least 4th Sphere to assist with the casting. I was the most powerful mage in my village at 4th Sphere, so I jumped at the chance. I was angry. There was someone out there who could have saved my friends and family, but they were absent. So even when they told me the summoning spell would enslave the Protector Lord, I was happy to help. I take it the spell didn't work as advertised, Emily asked as Lyra paused to pour a cup of tea from a steaming mug on the table. Actually, it worked almost perfectly, Lyra replied. We think that it's only because of the nature of this protectorate that it worked, since our theory is that it requires someone born on this side of the worlds. The name for it on the other side is now the Otherworld Protectorate. So, because of its nature, the spell worked and summoned Orlan. So he was a slave? He would have been, but his inherent ability is Void Strike, which gives him access to void mana, Lyra said with a slight smile. Instinctively, he activated this ability to burn away the slave mark. Seeing this, the other mages would have killed him, but they were exhausted from casting the summoning spell, and a Protector Lord on his protectorate is practically a god. Even without knowing how magic worked and thinking this was some kind of nightmare, he killed or chased off the mages. And you? I didn't care that he wasn't enslaved. That he had bonded with the protectorate was enough for me, and I stepped in to help him when the others turned on him. It took her hours to convince me it was all real, Orlan said with a bit of a smirk. And stop you from running around the keep naked, Lyra replied, Orlan having the good grace to look embarrassed. Turns out those mages were part of a cult or something, and wanted the power of a protectorate. When they learned their spell worked, they tried to kill me, presumably so they could retry it and get a proper enslaved protector lord, Orlan added. Between that and fighting beasts with only Lyra for support, I'll just say I'm not proud of how I acted. I see, Emily said slowly, taking a sip of her own tea as a couple maids entered to serve them. From what she remembered of her brother, he hadn't been the most stable or mature when he vanished. Suffering from depression and a lack of drive, thrust into a situation that stressful, she could easily see him shutting down completely. That was how he'd been after their father died. Like that, in a strange world, pursued by murderous cultists and terrible monsters. It seems I have to thank you for looking after my idiot brother, Lyra, was it? Emily said, giving the other woman a warm smile. Nalia also joined us in the first year, Lyra demurred, so I wasn't entirely alone. Nalia is busy tonight, by the way. I wanted her to be here, but she decided to do some research. Orlan answered the question before Emily could ask. She got lost in playing with that phone thing, you mean? Lyra replied. She's always been a bit of a bookworm, but with access to the internet, she's been obsessed. Orlan didn't add that she was attempting to find more information on what he'd heard from Theodore. Perhaps he'd been naive to think that this side wouldn't have any secrets, but to find there were a number of divine-level relics controlled by an unknown group who was unfriendly was worrying to say the least. They could only hope that those items had very strict activation requirements like the Protectorate did. Anyways, Orlan said, changing the subject as they began to eat. Now you know what I've been up to. What about you? You have children now? Yup, 3, Emily nodded. The oldest is 14 and the twins are 12. I only have one husband, but I'm happy. The whole married thing is only legal convention, Orlan insisted in an overly dramatic, strained tone, Emily smiling that she could still annoy her brother. We also moved to Florida, couldn't stand the New York anymore. The traffic, crime, poor public schools. She shook her head. Not to mention everything is so expensive up there. Not as exciting as being pursued by some magical cult in another world, but... Sounds like things have gotten more exciting over the last year, though, Orlan commented, since the rifts started appearing. It's been worrying, but the government has been assuring us we're safe. Paul, my husband, did get a shotgun a few months back, though. Not a bad idea. The most dangerous part of a rift event is the first few minutes, when the beasts first start appearing. Even a non-magical weapon can be the difference between life and death. If you find a magical shotgun that allows a middle-aged mother of 3 to use it, let me know. Emily smirked. Oh no, not an enchanted weapon, just a magical one, Orlan said after a moment. A magical item is one imbued with mana. It'll be stronger and heavier than a mundane item, but typically won't have any additional effects. My shirt is a magical item, imbued to tier 4, but beyond being more durable than normal cloth. It's still just a shirt. The Protectorate and my spear, on the other hand, are enchanted items. They have special abilities and unique powers, making them far more powerful and useful, but that also comes with them having call it a personality, a will of their own. That's where the requirements for use come from. I think I understand, Emily said slowly. Anyone can use a magical item, but enchanted items are alive, and pick who can or can't use them and when they can or can't be used, Lyra offered. Like I said, magic is weird. Orlan shrugged. Normally I'd offer you a magical weapon or two, but a modern shotgun is probably better than a magical musket. Could you teach me magic? Emily asked with a grin. We could, but it's risky, replied Orlan, pausing for a moment before continuing. We found that a number of people on this side are, to put it simply, allergic to mana. We think it's because there hasn't been much mana on this side, so the condition has gone unnoticed. And the only way to test for it is to have you absorb some mana and wait for a reaction, Lyra added, picking up a bit of fruit from her plate and focusing on it, the grilled fruit glowing with a soft green light. I've imbued this fruit with a tiny amount of mana, enough to get a reaction if you have the allergy, but probably not enough to kill. I see, said Emily, eyeing the bit of fruit. What are the chances I have a mana allergy? Around 1 in 12 from what little data we've gathered, Orlan said. Emily nodded, hesitantly reaching out towards the piece of fruit, pausing just short of it before sighing and lowering her arm. I can't take that chance, she said. As much as I'd like magic, being a parent changes things. I won't risk leaving my kids without a parent. I think that's the wise answer, Lyra said with a grin, popping the fruit into her mouth. Looking after your children is, in my opinion, a calling at least as great as being a protector lord. Do you have any kids? Emily asked. Nope. Someone's been too focused on his job to think about children, replied the other woman with a subtle glance at Orlan. But he's the one you'd have them with? Orlan's sister asked, a devious glint in her eyes. Does he even realize? He can be dense, but he's not stupid. We've also got plenty of time, Orlan interrupted with a dry stare at the two women. At our level, we can expect to live several hundred years. I was wondering why you looked so young. I was planning to ask what your secret was, Emily said. That makes it more tempting to learn magic. Once your children leave the nest, you can come back, Lyra said. Then you can teach them. By then, we should hopefully be able to identify those with soul blight, a mana allergy, without harming them. Orlan nodded. Something to look forward to then, Emily nodded, taking another bite of her meal before looking up with a serious expression. Tell me honestly, is my family safe? Will people be coming after us to get to you? I've been thinking about it ever since this morning, and I can't stop worrying. I don't know, Orlan admitted. I'm not even sure who my enemies are, much less what they want. If you want, you and your family could move into the castle for a bit, Lyra offered. And take my kids out of school? No. Emily shook her head immediately. It's kind of you to offer, but if our world is changing and magic is real now, I want them to get as much normalcy as they can while it lasts. I understand. Lyra nodded, smiling warmly at the other woman. But the offer will remain if you change your mind. Thanks. But that's enough serious talk for now. It's been years since I've seen my little brother, so tell me, said Emily, leaning towards Lyra. Would you like to know some embarrassing stories about him? Oh, do tell, Lyra replied with a conspiratorial grin as Orlan sighed, nearly banging his head into the table. All right, focus, Topaz said as Amy held out her hand. Feel for the energy within you, and imagine it flowing down your arm and out your palm. Amy nodded, closing her eyes and reaching inside herself. Her mana was soft, yet all-covering, like a thick blanket, and moving, it was odd. Simply imagining it moving wasn't enough. She had to immerse herself in the feeling before encouraging it to move. She'd been practicing for the last week, but now was her first attempt at summoning a spell circle. Apparently, you had to let a sphere settle before using it, or you risk damaging it. So as eager as she was to attempt magic, actual magic, something part of her still couldn't believe, she'd waited. But now she guided the energy up her arm. It felt like her blood had turned cool and thick, branching at random as it traveled along the limb. She had to be careful. Trying to force the mana would only cause it to seize up and retract back into her soul. She was simply guiding the energy, not controlling it directly. This process was different for every person, apparently, so the sisters couldn't offer much advice beyond the general. But they were helpful enough that, with Lady White watching on from a distance, she felt the energy reach her palm. And grinning, she pictured it flowing out of her hand and into the air before her, and after a moment, a single circle of energy appeared before her outstretched palm. Amy smiled and opened her mouth to say something, but as she did, the circle flickered and vanished. "Wait, damn it!" "Well done," Topaz said with a smile. "You got a full circle to appear, that's good." "But why form a circle? I wasn't imagining a shape." "We don't call your soul spheres for nothing," Topaz answered. "What you're doing by pushing the mana out is projecting your soul, but the projection is flat, so what does a sphere look like if you flatten it?" "A circle!" Ruby cheered, hugging Amy. "You're a natural." "How do you two cast so quickly?" Amy asked as she returned Ruby's hug. "I've seen you cast spells in an instant, but it took me nearly a minute to coax my mana out. Is it just practice?" "Partly," replied Topaz, glaring at her sister. "As you get better with mana, you'll be able to summon it faster and easier. But mostly, it's that you're only first sphere. The more spheres you have, the faster you can cast the lower spheres. The difference is quite stark, too. Lord Orlan, who's currently fifth sphere, can cast multiple first sphere spells at once almost without thought." "You'll get there," Ruby added. "All right, so what's next? Going to teach me a spell?" Amy asked, stepping away from Ruby and lifting her arm again. "Nope. Now you are going to keep practicing summoning the spell circle till you can maintain it for 30 seconds. Topaz shook her head. "If you want to be a protector knight, first you have to master the basics." Amy took a breath and, suppressing a sigh, nodded, calling upon her mana once more. Despite magic being, well, magic, it still required practice, it seemed. "Lord, you're here," Nalia said, barely looking up from the projection of Amy's first sphere. "You missed a fun dinner," Orlan replied. "I found something," the woman spoke, pointing at a part of the projection. "It's very slight, but there's a spike right there." "And?" "I looked through the Grandmaster's library," she said, gesturing to several large tomes opened on a nearby table. "Spikes don't form with soul runes. In every example I've ever seen, soul spheres are smooth, rounded. No hard edges, much less spikes." "And?" Orlan asked, leaning in to squint at the area she'd pointed to. "Could just be a flaw in the spell." "I considered that, but no. The spell completed successfully." "So there is a difference between the soul runes of this side and the other?" "Possible, but unlikely. The other runes are the same." She shook her head. "No, I found another explanation, but it's not one you're going to like. These spikes can form when someone creates a new sphere while a spell is affecting them. As the mana crystallizes, it follows the spell link, forming a spike. Thankfully, the spike will collapse after a few days and have no lasting effects." "But a spell was cast on her. One of the knights cast something, maybe?" "No, this was an active spell that was influencing her. It might still be in place." "You're right. I don't like this," Orlan said after a minute, pondering the possibilities. "Have you tested her for active spells?" "Not yet. I wanted to inform you first." "Do it. According to Theo, there might be other people on this side who can use magic already." "I'll do it now." Nalia started only for Orlan to grab her shoulder. "No, go eat first," he ordered, meeting her eyes. Despite her outward lack of expression, he was good at reading her, so while she might look normal to anyone else, he could tell she was stressed. She didn't like secrets, likely one of the reasons she had light mana, so learning of such a big and dangerous secret as the bomb Theo had dropped on them had sent her into a researching craze. "Of course, my lord." She nodded after a moment, turning to walk the other way, the projection flickering out behind her. Return Protector Chapter 22. There is, or rather was, an active spell affecting Miss Amy. Nalia reported a few hours later to Orlan and Lyra, along with several other members of the First Lance and the Grandmaster, who Orlan had asked to be present. Awakening alone was enough for her to be able to sever the connection.
Any idea what kind of spell it was? Orlan asked.
No, just that it was extremely subtle. Otherwise we would have sensed it, Nalia answered. There's little that can be learned from a spell spike, unfortunately, the Grandmaster agreed. From what I read after being informed, spell spikes are more of an oddity than a serious topic of study. A hint into how mana crystallizes within the soul as one forms a sphere, but that's it. All we can say is that the spell would have to be extremely carefully designed to have such a subtle connection, added Nalia, meaning a skilled mage of, at a minimum, the earthly realm. What about when the spell was cast, or its origin? Can you give me anything? Orlan asked. Actually, I can. The Grandmaster spoke up, leaning forward. Lady Nalia and I went around checking other people on the Protectorate, just in case we were compromised. No one who was awakened was affected, but among those unawakened in the village, all of them had a very subtle spell on them. All of them? Lyra asked in shock. Everyone I tested in any case. The older man shrugged. But that's not all. I did a wide area scan of the entire island, and there are a number of identical mana threads leading to our Protectorate. Hard to get an exact number with a large-scale spell, but there were easily more connections than there are unawakened here. There isn't anyone hiding on the Protectorate. I'd know if there were, Orlan stated. Of course not, no. I actually found the source of them in your vault, the glass eye. I thought its aura was contained. It is. This isn't its aura. It's another effect. A proper spell, not an aura as well. He sighed. I haven't had a chance to investigate closer, but I've called in several of the other mages to conduct a proper assay into the eye. Did Theo say anything about what the Eye of Providence did? Lyra asked, looking at Orlan. Only that it revealed the truth. Orlan shrugged. The Eye of Providence is often used in reference to the Eye of God. Nalia spoke up. Often used in iconography related to the religion Christianity, and in the modern day is the subject of much conjecture and conspiracy. Might be more to that than I thought, Orlan groaned. It is believed the origins of the Eye of Providence date back to ancient Egypt, before the splitting, where the Eye of Horus was used as a form of protection. The blank-faced woman continued. In mythology, the god Horus had his eye cut out by another god, Set. From there, it was eventually picked up by these Christians, who depicted the eye within a triangle, which they claim symbolizes God. Why would the eye of a god be considered a protective emblem? The Grandmaster asked. Because it represented the watchful eye of Horus. Supposedly, whatever his eye could see he was aware of, even after it was removed, Nalia said. They believed that this property extended to symbols of his eye. You don't think? Orlan said slowly. There's an easy way to test it, Lyra replied. I'm confused, Aaliyah spoke up. How would an eye be related to the spell cast on Miss Amy? That's actually a good point. The eye might be linked to other items that carry a symbol of it, but not to people, Lyra agreed. But this was only one of the items they had. Maybe another one links to humans?
The other items were, let's see, a necklace, a bow, and the Holy Grail, Orlan said, glancing at Nalia. You did all that studying? Find anything?
The Holy Grail's abilities appear limited to those who drink from it, granting eternal life, healing, nourishment, or even restoring life to a dead land. There seems to be two competing myths that both related to the Holy Grail, one related to King Arthur and his story. King Arthur? Like the last king of the Arthurian Isles? The Grandmaster asked. So it seems. They seem to believe seeking the Grail to be the main goal of King Arthur. Lyra nodded. And the second myth relates to it being the cup which the Son of God in Christian mythology, Jesus, drank from, and the power relates to his bloodline. Does myth refer to affecting large groups of people? Orlan asked. No, my lord. If you really stretch the writing, you might conclude that there is a compulsion to find the Grail, but I find that to be unlikely. Lyra shook her head. The next item is Gandava, a bow used by Arjuna, a hero of Hindu myth, crafted by the god Brahma. the creator deity and god of knowledge according to the Hindu. Its stated effects are the granting of self-confidence, the power of 100,000 bows, and that arrows it fires can't be blocked or dodged. Another reference to a creator deity and source of knowledge, the Grandmaster mused. Maybe there's a link. Unknown. This is just what I learned from my research, Nalia explained, but I consider it likely that this Brahma and Horus were linked, if not the same figure. Regardless, the last item Theodore mentioned was Brisingamen. There is little actual writing about this item, besides that it was the necklace of Freya, the goddess of love, war, gold, and knowledge of the future in Norse mythology. The extent of writing I could find that wasn't pure speculation was that Brisingamen was stolen from Freya by Loki, another Norse god associated with trickery and fire. The exact reasons why he stole the necklace are disputed, from simple whimsy to trying to get Freya to marry him. It was later returned by Heimdallr, who's associated with keen senses and foreknowledge. According to Theo, Brisingamen can influence the minds of others, Orlan added, but before the Grandmaster points it out himself, there seems to be more connections to sight and knowledge. What about on the other side, anything we know about these figures? I'll have to go through the archives, but I believe Horus and Brahma are mentioned but under different names, likely the result of linguistic drift. The Grandmaster shrugged, but I seem to remember a Haroeris, an important mage in ancient Egyptian history, a king of theirs, unless I misremember, who had his eye cut out. I'll have to confer with Lady Nalia about the stories, make sure they're related. Will you have time while setting up the academy? Lyra asked. The others are handling basically all of it. It'll be harder for me to find other mages to assist with the assay. I'll see if some of our knights can help out, Lyra offered. But I figured you'd be super busy with the academy. How did you get the others to do it without your help? I threatened to actually help them, the Grandmaster laughed. Trust me, they're better off without me poking my nose in. All right, keep me informed, Orlan said as he stood. I'll go try to get more information out of Theo. I was actually just about to come find you, Theo said, stepping out of the guest room he'd been assigned at the castle to find Orlan walking towards him. Is this a magic thing? Did you sense I needed you? Yup. Turns out I'm completely omniscient, Orlan said dryly. I was actually hoping to get more information about the artifacts the Sons of Cain lost. I already told you everything they told me. If you want more, you'll have to meet with them. Figured after some recent developments on my end, might have to set that meeting up sooner rather than later. Soon as they contact me, I'll set up a time, Theo nodded. Now, about what I wanted to talk to you about. You know, people have been posting images of your island and castle on social media since they arrived, right? You mean the workers here to set up the cell tower and generator? I figured they would, Orlan dismissed with a wave of his hand. They aren't allowed anywhere sensitive. I thought a social media presence would be good for our image. Oh, you're right there. No, I just got a call from my aides. Do you have a young woman named Amy staying here? Yes. What about her? She was MIA after the Jefferson event. Rift. Whatever. Thought dead, Theo explained. Or at least she was, until one of her friends spotted her in a picture one of the workers here took. Now her family is up in arms. Family? Her immediate family was dead when we found her, Orlan replied, turning and walking down the hallway back the way he came. She wanted to join up and help us. It's not an uncommon way for us to recruit. Apparently one of her aunts is demanding her back. Theo sighed as he followed. At least we think she's an aunt. Not a lot of information yet. If Miss Amy wants to go back, she's welcome to, but I'm not going to force her. That might be how it works on the other side, but here she's still a minor, an orphan at that, Theo said. Where are we going? To speak with Amy, Orlan said as he pushed open a door, stepping out into a training yard where a dozen women were practicing. Many of them stopped and waved as Orlan walked out of the door, only to pause as Theo followed him, starting to huff at Orlan's pace. Lady White, the Protector Lord said, walking up to an old warhorse of a woman. Any idea where Amy is? She's with the Gem Sisters, who are teaching her the basics of magic, the woman replied, nodding over her shoulder towards the gate leading into the castle. I asked them to stay in the castle, but they went out, likely into the forest. All right. Orlan nodded before closing his eyes and freezing for a moment. Theo took the opportunity to catch his breath before looking at Orlan in askance. about to ask what was going on when Orlan suddenly opened his eyes again. All right, found them. From now on, keep the trainees inside the walls while we have outsiders on the island.
Of course, my lord, White nodded, turning to shout at the knights in training who were watching the interaction. Orlan turned and began walking towards the castle gate, causing Theo to jump to catch up.
Must we walk? Normally I'd teleport there, Orlan said, but I can't take others with me, so yes, we're going to walk. It'll be good for you. If I survive it, Theo muttered, but didn't complain any further, kind of excited to see more of the island. The road from the castle was in quite good condition, feeling almost paved in concrete with how smooth it was, only the slight gradation in colors indicating that it was actually stone. As they walked down towards the village, the stone changed color several times, like they were passing through different layers. For all Theo knew, that was exactly what was going on. The road was cut from the stone itself, likely using magic, so why wouldn't they just use the local stone, changing colors and all? Lord Orlan! A man called out, looking up from some kind of woodwork to wave at them. Hey, how's the daughter? Orlan called back with a smile. Still dead set on becoming one of your knights, the man, a carpenter, replied with a laugh, despite my wife's attempts to talk her out of it. Once she's fully grown and awakened, I'll be happy to have her, but don't tell your wife that. Be our secret, the man agreed with a grin before returning to his work. Several more villagers called out as Orlan and Theo passed through, all happy to see him, even if a few shared their concerns about the events of the past few weeks. One family was wondering when the growing houses will be functional again. A blacksmith asked about getting some ore for his forge, and a few others. They seem to like you, Theo commented as they continued along the road leading out of the town. They wouldn't be here if they didn't. These people aren't my citizens or anything like that. As a protector lord, I can't claim a peasantry, receive or give titles of nobility, collect taxes, or anything like that. Everyone here is free to leave, and quite a few did when I announced my plans to come to this side, so only those who really trust me remained. But they live and work here? Theo asked. Do they work for you directly? In effect, while I can't collect taxes, I can enforce some laws on my island, punishments for crime, that kind of thing. One of the laws is that everyone must assist the mission of the Protectorate to save people in some way. Often that means providing supplies or services. Often that means they grow food, make things, or whatever. And how is that different from taxing them? I can't force them to give me anything, or demand a percentage. I can ask them for more, but can't force them to give it to me. And if they refuse to give you anything? I'll drop them off at the next port, Orlan said. Think of the island less as a small city-state and more of like a ship. I'm the captain here, so ultimately anything I say goes, but there are limits. You're only on board with my permission, and if I revoke that permission, you have to leave. And if someone doesn't? Trust me, if I want someone off the island, one way or another they're leaving, Orlan smirked. There's little I can't do on my island. Except teleport, Theo groaned as Orlan turned off the road, walking into a forest. There aren't, magical beasts in these forests, are there? Beasts? No, but there are a few monsters. What's the difference? Beasts come from the rifts. Monsters are native, Orlan replied. Beasts are universally aggressive, but once they have offspring, those are less so and settle into more natural roles. So there could be some ant things from Jefferson out in the mountains creating little monsters? It's possible, but unlikely, Orlan replied. We killed the princess, so they have no queen and probably can't reproduce. Not to mention the mana here is too weak, the ether too thin to support monsters that are very powerful. So even if they did breed, the offspring wouldn't be much stronger than most people. What about past rifts? Before you arrived? Theo asked, even as he panted, following Orlan through the forest. I doubt the military got everything from them. They're probably out in the countryside, messing up the local ecosystem, nodded Orlan. Thankfully, monsters typically don't get much stronger than what the local ether can support. On the other side, there's an entire profession of monster hunters who, hunt monsters. Hopefully the mages we train here can go on to start up something similar on this side. Right. Wait, is that a waterfall? Theo asked, cocking his head at the distant rushing of water. Orlan simply smirked, continuing to walk. A short distance later, they emerged from the tree line to a good-sized lake of crystal-clear water, on the far side of which a waterfall crashed into the surface. "How is there a waterfall on a floating island?" Theo asked. "Probably magic." Orlan shrugged, turning to wave to 3 figures who were sitting on some rocks, their feet dangling into the water. "How are you 3 sisters doing?" "Don't encourage her, my lord," came an exasperated reply, as the 3 young women, all of whom looked quite young, early 20s most likely, with the radiant beauty brought by either their youth or magic, began hurrying over to them. "You need something, my lord?" another one of them asked as the 2 groups met. "How's the magic coming?" Orlan asked with a smile. "I finally managed my first spell," the girl replied with a beaming smile, a slight blush on her cheeks. Not that Theo could blame her. Even as a guy, he had to admit Orlan was quite handsome. For a girl like her, at the tail end or just coming out of puberty, it was no wonder she was excited to see him. "Good to hear. Those other 2 teaching you well?" "Yes, my lord." "Great. Unfortunately, I didn't come here just to check up," Orlan said with a sigh, nodding to Theo. "This is Theo. He works for or in Congress. He just got word that one of your aunts found out you're alive." "Oh," Amy replied, her face falling. "What does she want?" "She's demanding we give you to her." "I don't care what that old harpy wants," Amy spat. "She never helped after my mother passed, never even called to help Pa. Now she's suddenly concerned? Probably just wants a check from the government for child support." "Well, that seems pretty definitive," Orlan said, looking at Theo. "If only it were that simple." The other man sighed. "I can try to push for her to be declared an adult, at her age, with her parents. It's not uncommon, but are you sure this is that aunt? Do you have more than one?" "Nope. My pa was an only child. My mother had 1 sister and 3 brothers. They all disowned my mother after she married my father because he was Catholic," Amy sighed. "Only my aunt ever spoke to her. So either it's Aunt Judy or it's another woman claiming to be an aunt. Either way, I want to stay here." "Then I'll see what I can do, but I have to ask, have you been treated well here? Orlan hasn't done anything to me, nor has anyone else." Amy sighed, rolling her eyes. "Amy might go for it if it were Orlan," one of the other girls said cheerfully, only to be smacked over the head by the other. "Ruby, not now!" the taller girl snapped. "Ow, that hurt," Ruby complained, rubbing her head and looking up with a dramatic pout. "You're welcome to interview her if you need," Orlan said, shaking his head at the antics. "But I promise she hasn't been treated poorly." "The worst they've done is exercise," Amy agreed, her face red from Ruby's comment. "I thought I was in good shape before I got here, but after this training—" "Would you be up to speaking later?" Theo asked the young woman, the taller girl clamping a hand over Ruby's mouth before she should say anything. "I might need to follow up with this." "Oh, sure," Amy nodded. "My phone is back in my room, though." "Oh, right." Theo shook his head, struggling to reconcile the fact that this young knight in training was also a girl from this world. Of course she had a phone. "Guess we have to walk back then." "My lord," the older of the sisters said, looking at Orlan, "don't suppose we could get a ride back?" "Sure," Orlan smiled, a ring of grayish light appearing under them and gently lifting all 5 of them from the ground before flying back towards the castle. You said we had to walk," Theo said, looking at Orlan in shock. "I said I couldn't teleport another person. That's still true," Orlan grinned back. "But so long as we're over my protectorate, I can fly us." "Then why did we walk out there?" "I wanted to walk," Orlan shrugged. Return Protector, Chapter 23. Orlan paused as he took a sip of the coffee on his meeting room table. At least once a week, he liked to have these meetings just to ensure his protectorate was running smoothly without issues. The kitchen staff usually provided breakfast and drinks for the meeting, but there was something odd about this coffee. "It's coffee we got from the locals, my lord," one of the staffers explained, seeing his expression. "Quite a bit stronger than what we have on the other side," Orlan commented. "The knights have been split on the taste," the woman agreed with a knowing smile as she finished setting a platter of pastries. "Everyone has approved of everything else, though, my lord. The chefs were especially impressed by the sugar." Thanks, Orlan nodded, returning her smile as he grabbed a roll and sat down, the rest of the senior staff filing in, from his own senior-most knights to the Grandmaster of the Mage's Spire and a few elders from the town. The last to arrive was Theo, who'd been invited as a guest by Orlan, partly so he could see how the Protectorate functioned, and partly because one of the issues was Amy and her aunt. Adelie broke through to the third sphere a couple nights ago, Lady White reported. So far, she's doing well with the changes. She uses dream mana, right? Orlan asked, the old warhorse of a woman nodding. Makes sense she broke through at night then. She was asleep at the time, my lord, White agreed. Nearly destroyed her bedroom, unfortunately. Nothing valuable was lost, though. Other than her, I think the Gem Sisters, Ruby and Topaz, are ready to push for fourth sphere. Both of them have stabilized in the earthly realm, but... I'm afraid they might hold off to wait for Miss Amy to catch up. They've really taken to her. Any suggestions? Orlan asked, eyeing his coffee suspiciously as he debated whether to refill it or not. Offer Topaz a bond if she makes it to fourth sphere, White said immediately, clearly having anticipated the question. Ruby is still too immature to bond safely, but seeing her sister do so should motivate Ruby to work at it. Any chance it'll drive a wedge between them? Lyra asked. No, I'm certain that if Miss Topaz bonds with you successfully, she'll immediately turn around and assist both Ruby and Amy in moving forward. I'll want to test Topaz before allowing the bond, Orlan said, but beyond that, I've no objections. I've a question. Theo spoke up for the first time, on his third cup of coffee and having gone through several pastries. This bond you speak of, how long until Amy is considered ready for it? At least a couple years, Orlan replied. She has to be at least third sphere, but I'd prefer if she made it to fourth before testing her. So not an immediate issue, all right, Theo sighed. Her aunt is applying quite a bit of pressure through the media to get her niece back. I've told my staff back in Washington to get the paperwork started to declare her an adult, but we'll probably need to go to court. Anything we can do on this side? I heard the bond thing was akin to marriage. If she was going to bond soon, she could apply for dual citizenship. Theo shrugged. Other than that, she might have to appear in court. For one, the bond isn't a marriage. The other side just puts them on the same level legally. Orlan sighed, palming his forehead. It's a technicality my knights love to tease me with. Oh, calm down, honey, Lyra said with a teasing smile. Surely you aren't implying you don't want to be married to us. See what I mean? Orlan asked, giving Theo a dry look. Oh, I'm hurt! Lyra replied in mock surprise, holding a hand to her chest. To think you'd be so rude to your wife. Right, Theo said, equally confused and amused as he glanced between the two. In any case, Amy might need to appear in court if her aunt really pushes the issue, and if that happens, you know the media will be all over it. Can't you just ignore him, Lord? One of the older men at the table asked. He was one of the village elders and possibly the longest non-magic wielding inhabitant of the Protectorate. Let him squawk. Unfortunately, the U.S. has quite a bit of military power that can be deployed even against us here, Orlan replied, including some explosives of, well, apocalyptic potential. Even I don't know if I can protect the island from a nuke. That you might be able to at all scares me, Theo commented. Regardless, avoiding conflict is in everyone's interest, so I'll do what I can. All I need to know is if she needs to appear in court, will she be able to? Depending on where the court is, probably, Orlan replied after a moment. Our cutters can reach North Carolina from here, where I assume the court will be, but just barely. She could take a plane, drop her off at whatever airport is closest, and I should be able to get her a flight back, Theo offered. I'll have to think about that. I don't want to put her at risk of being kidnapped or attacked. Could we send some other knights with her? Lyra asked, for security. Not sure how the media will play that, but it's possible, Theo said after a moment's thought. The final option is a remote appearance, using FaceTime or something. Apparently they allow that now. I'd have to talk to some of the youngsters in my staff about it, though. The judge might not like that, however. You can call into court appointments now? Orlan asked, looking surprised. Technology. Anyways, anything else to bring up, Lady White? No, my lord, I saved the issue of the Gem Sisters for last because I knew we'd be derailed, Lady White replied. Great. Next up, Master Henry? Been a couple complaints about the god-awful racket that generator thing been making, the old villager drawled as the meeting moved on. All right, Orlan said a few hours later. Last issue, Grandmaster? Right. I've got 2 things, the old wizard said with only a slight scowl at the title. First off, the others tell me the academy is ready for an initial class of 20 at any time. We should be able to take on twice that number if we get some apprentices from the first. You teaching? I'll consider an apprentice if someone awakens to weather mana, the old man snorted. Students will be arriving in a few days, right? Assuming everything goes well, Theo nodded as Orlan gave him a look. Great. Second issue. I got some mages together, and we did a complete essay of that eye. If and y'all are going to talk magic, can I go? Henry asked, standing and bowing to Orlan after getting a nod before walking out along with the 2 other elders. Should I stay? Theo asked. You got us into this, Orlan said, nodding for the Grandmaster to continue. All right, first up, our initial assay was correct. The item's aura provides insight at a cost, the Grandmaster said, a spell circle appearing around the coffee pot with a wave of his hand, causing the now cold drink to heat up once more. Beyond that, the item seems to have 4 active abilities. The first is the one alluded to by the stories. It can form a spell link with any representation of itself, within a narrow band of allowed deviation. A ritual is required to attune the eye with a specific symbol, such as the Eye of Providence or Eye of Horus. Only one symbol can be attuned at any given time, we think, but it can link to any instance of that symbol anywhere in the world. Even if I were to simply draw an eye in a triangle, it would link with it? Orlan asked. Yes, assuming it's attuned to that symbol. At the current time, we're pretty sure that's what the attunement is, the Grandmaster confirmed. The second ability is based on the first. Basically, any magic affecting the eye is passed on to any linked symbol, though at a greatly diluted strength. Wait. Orlan stiffened. The aura. Yes, anything carrying the Eye of Providence symbol will have a weak aura of insight. The old man nodded gravely. Based on research by Lady Nalia and I, the eye was adopted by the United States as part of its seal shortly after the nation was founded and was placed on the $1 banknote close to a century ago. But it would have been common on government documents before then. And, based on what we can tell, the United States have been at the forefront of technological development for the last few hundred years. A lot of other nations have also kept up or pushed science forward, Theo replied. Yes, it's hard to tell how much of the technological advancement is thanks to the Eye of Providence or just human ingenuity, the Grandmaster nodded. But I will point out that government documents, and later banknotes, will have spread to other countries beyond the United States. Best I can tell, all the discoveries and advancements likely would have happened eventually. This magic simply sped the process up. It would also explain why this side is so much more advanced beyond the other. And the cost? Orlan asked. Also hard to tell. The cost can be literally anything. For all I know, the Great War that happened on this side a bit over a century ago was part of the cost. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Even the direct aura is very subtle but spread across so many people in a diluted fashion. The Grandmaster shrugged helplessly, but that's not what worries me the most. What concerns me is that there is a spell active on the eye. It's weak, enough that it was hidden by the aura of the item, but it's there. And due to the eye's property, it will have spread to every representation of the eye. What's the spell do? It's surprisingly simple, the Grandmaster said, lifting a hand, summoning 2 spell circles, and filling them with runes. It's a mental magic spell that introduces a single thought, very subtly to anyone who comes in contact with it. What thought? Orlan asked, leaning forward to inspect the spell. And that's a mind magic spell? It looks like baby's first spell from how it's set up. Yeah, like I said, it's very simple and shows very poor understanding of runes, likely because they don't have access to as many mages on this side, the Grandmaster nodded. All it does is whisper very softly in the back of someone's mind, gently nudging them towards a thought, and that thought is magic isn't real. Everyone froze at the implication, their minds racing. Why that thought? Orlan asked after a moment. My best guess? To hide themselves, they didn't have the knowledge to manage anything complex. so they used it to cover up their own influence. From what Master Theo has told us, the group who had this item has been using magic, but we don't know to what end. Exposing enough people to this spell, no matter how subtle the influence, for long enough can cause people to rationalize even the most blatant magic. It might be why people have been so hard to believe in magic, even after encountering us, the Grandmaster said. That actually makes sense, Lady White spoke up suddenly. When she first came here, Miss Amy had trouble believing in magic, even as we demonstrated it to her. It took her effort to avoid attempting to explain it away. I figured it was just due to growing up in a world without magic, and that may be part of it, but...
What about after awakening? Orlan asked. She still show the same difficulty?
No, she still expresses disbelief on occasion, but hasn't had the same issue. That could be due to breaking free of this spell, or because she now has her own magic she can feel. The human mind is complex, the Grandmaster agreed. I spoke to several mages who study mental magic, and they concluded that we'd likely never know the true extent of how this spell affected the world. Can we shut it off at least? Orlan asked. We can, but I'm not sure we should, the older mage said slowly. For one, most people have lived under the effects of this magic for their entire lives. We don't know what will happen if we suddenly remove it. The others agreed with this. The effects could be minor and subtle, but we don't know. The more pressing issue is that, while the spell is so weak that it doesn't really harm those with a mana allergy, if we disable it suddenly, the mana could backwash into people. Secondly, we don't know how the sudden loss of the Insight Aura will change the world. Most likely it'll continue collecting whatever debt it's built up, but won't provide any more insights. My suggestion is we study the item to find a way to safely dispel both effects. All right, Orlan said, not sounding happy about it, finally giving up and reaching for the coffee pot. You mentioned 2 other abilities? Right. Those are less troubling. The third allows it to break down the aura of a person or another item and display its component parts, like how a prism breaks apart light. If read properly, it can be used to tell quite a lot about something. I think this is what they were going to use on you when you were captured. The final ability allows the user to see through any representation of the eye, basically shifting your point of view to that of an attuned symbol. This works over any distance. As long as you know where you want to look, the eye will put you in the place of the closest symbol. Why risk such an important item on me? Orlan asked after a moment. Clearly this item was central to their operations. Why use it? It may have once been important, but it lost value recently. Theo was the one to speak up this time, earning looks from everyone else. You said it's making people think magic isn't real, right? Well, how long will that hold out when magic is becoming more and more common? You're promising to teach it to people. More rifts are appearing every month. Any value it had in hiding their magic, whatever, is diminishing quickly. They may have also thought the aura decomposition ability would allow them to learn more about magic, the Grandmaster added, nodding at the other man. Clearly, their knowledge of practical magic is lacking. Using an item that is rapidly becoming less effective to try and learn something seems like a bet worth taking. Could it have actually helped them? Orlan asked. To an extent, it helps with mana types, affinities, and the like, but you can't use it to view soul runes, which is what they'd actually need to expand their spell casting. It might have helped them find out how to do that, however. Well, for now, look for a way to safely disable the item, Orlan said after a moment, sipping at his coffee. Anything else? Actually, yes. Theo spoke up again as everyone else shook their heads. Got a call from... The Sons of Cain? Orlan offered as the congressman glanced at the others in the room. Yeah, they're willing to meet you here if you pick them up. Return Protector, Chapter 24. Theo? The voice on the other end of the phone call said, seeming somewhat surprised. We thought you would be in the air still, or did you land early? I chose not to take the first plane out, Theo replied. All the cell tower workers filled it, and it was going to Florida anyways. Second plane is heading further north. And you didn't inform us? Until a few hours ago, the cell tower wasn't fully functional, couldn't call out. Did you try email? I consider myself lucky I can dial on this damn thing, Theo grumbled. Anyways, got some time, so any updates on the Orlan thing? I sent you an email the other day, but... The staffer on the phone trailed off, as if he could hear Theo's glare through the line. But I'll summarize it for you. China is insisting Orlan is some kind of international threat. Word is they're planning to introduce something to the UN about it soon. Beyond that, not much out of China. So, as we expected, Theo nodded, scribbling down a note on a pad. Since the rifts first appeared, China has been constantly antagonistic, claiming the US and other Western powers were incapable of handling the issue, while also saying they were doing fine. The firewall had slammed closed hard. Travel in and out of the nation was restricted to the point that even trade had been temporarily disrupted. Based on intelligence, Theo had seen China wasn't handling the rifts any better than anyone else. Satellite imagery showed chaos and mass destruction, but China insisted they were doctored images. To find them being hostile towards Orlan wasn't a surprise either. Perhaps they were afraid Orlan would side with the US, or they just didn't like having another powerful player on the board, but as they were currently on the other side of the planet, they couldn't do much more than hiss. Russia has been oddly quiet on Orlan, at least publicly, the staffer continued. They have no official stance, but myself and a bunch of other staff here have been getting emails, supposedly from other government offices, asking for his phone number. Cybersecurity traced the emails to Russia. So they're trying to get into contact with him. Theo muttered to himself. Maybe they want to recruit him, secure his assistance. I take it no one has given the number out. Don't think so. We've warned the private groups who have his number to keep it to themselves as well. The news will probably do as they're told. Harder to say with Rob and his podcast, though we don't know if they even have his number, the man said. Unfortunately, the first to know if they get his number will likely be Orlan himself. Right. Anything else? Nothing of note. EU is still squabbling, panicking over the monsters that appeared in Germany the other week. Beasts, Theo corrected. Apparently monsters are born in this world. Beasts come out of the rifts. I'll inform the staff, the guy said dryly. Most interestingly has been England. I've tried calling some contacts of yours in the English Parliament, but they've refused to comment on Orlan's actions in Bermuda beyond the Crown is conducting an investigation and that kind of thing. I'll make some calls on my end. They might be more willing to speak to me. Might want to wait till you're back in DC. The chances that cell tower is tapped is basically 100%. Wish I could say I was surprised, Theo groaned. Anything else? Not on our end, you doing already, sir? Other than a rather acute case of culture shock, I'm fine. Now that the tower thing is up, call me if anything important happens, Theo replied before hanging up. He thought he'd been immunized to culture shock in his years as a congressman. While the job didn't technically require travel, in practice he often flew across the world on various tasks. Of course, most of his time was spent in DC, but he still considered himself a well-traveled individual, which made the culture shock something of a surprise. Part of him wanted to attribute it to the strangeness of seeing people dressed like they're headed to a Renaissance fair and living in a castle that somehow had running water. The odd dichotomy of modern amenities combined with the ancient surroundings. But that wasn't it. He'd spent a week in an old Japanese castle that had been retrofitted with running water once, and the shock hadn't been this bad, and here everyone spoke English. No, he suspected it was the odd way in which Orlan ran his little island. Theo's mind insisted Orlan was some king or provincial leader of a small island, but he ran it more like a military operation. There was no red tape, no bureaucracy, or anything like that. When Orlan wanted something done, he simply got it done. He'd had an entire magic academy built in under a month, and it wasn't some cheap prefab structure. Theo had been to the campus, and it was well built with a mix of stone and wood. Runic murals covered the walls, giving the buildings an odd feel. But other than that, it looked like any small local college across the nation. To build something similar in the US would take nearly a year, and most of that would be trying to secure the land rights for a school or educational facility. Then he'd have to find contractors willing to do the work, and wait till blueprints were drawn and checked to ensure they complied with all local building codes. To see him just say, "Get it done," and for it to get done was something he more closely associated with the military. Yet his mind told him that Orlan wasn't military, he didn't march around, his knights didn't salute when he passed, nothing like that. With a sigh, Theo took a long drink from the beverage one of the castle servants had gotten for him. It was refreshingly cool as he sat on a balcony overlooking the island. Orlan had gone to pick up the contact from the Sons of Cain. He'd asked if Theo wanted to come, but Theo had taken one look at the small sky cutter and said no. Instead, he chose to sit out under the hot tropical sun, overlooking what seemed to be a European castle village, while drinking what he was sure was some kind of cool tea. Nodding to himself, he decided he'd made the right decision. For the next half hour, he simply sat there, enjoying the view, sun, and drink, only standing from the comfortable chair when he saw the sky cutter cresting the island's edge. "Theo! Wasn't sure if you'd still be here when I got here." A lanky man in a Hawaiian shirt and khaki shorts shouted, waving as Theo met him by the castle entrance. "Figured I'd stick around for the introduction." Theo shrugged, greeting the younger man who he'd spoken to a week or so ago. "Didn't think it would be you, though, Tom. Thought they'd send someone else." "We thought this would make things easier." Tom shrugged in reply and grinned. "Get much of a chance to speak with Orlan?" Theo asked, glancing at the imposing Protector Lord who had been just behind Tom, speaking with some of his knights. "Not really. Hard to talk on that flying ship, so we didn't get much beyond introductions." "This way," Orlan said, interrupting the two and nodding to a side room that led into a small sitting room. "So I take it this is the guy you met, Theo?" "Yeah, though I thought they'd send someone else," Theo replied as they all took seats around the room. Both Tom and Theo were on their own, sitting on opposite sides of the coffee table, while Lyra and Nalia joined Orlan on one of the long sides. "All right then, first things first, we recovered the Eye of Providence," Orlan said, looking at Tom. "Oh, really? That's good." Tom nodded. "Not going to ask for it back?" "If I thought it would be safer in our hands, I might, but..." "Right, then did you bring any more information on the missing items?" "Not really, as I'm sure Theo told you. Most of our records were lost, so I already told him what we know." Tom shrugged. "I've contacted some of the other sons to see if they have any copies, but I'm not confident." "So you aren't here to get the eye back, and you don't have any information for us," Orlan said slowly, looking Tom over. "Why are you here?" "To speak with you, specifically about how you intend to teach people magic," Tom replied. "And what about it?" "We'd prefer it if you didn't," Tom said, pausing while the others stared at him before holding his hands up as if in surrender. "Not forever, of course, just until we track down whoever has the other items." "And your reasoning?" Orlan asked sharply. "To put it simply, we suspect our rivals aren't very skilled with magic, likely being only slightly better than us sons of Cain," explained the lanky man. "But if you start spreading knowledge of how to use magic, that information will reach them. That could make it much harder for us to recover the items." "Just how much magic do you know?" Orlan asked suspiciously, leaning forward and all but glaring at Tom. "Myself? Not much," Tom said slowly, Orlan's glare hardening. "All right, I don't know any. To be honest, until about a year ago, I didn't even think magic was real." "Are there any mages in your group?" "Not that I know of." "None at all?" Orlan asked in disbelief. "That I know of," Tom corrected. "We're a secretive group. Other than the odd meeting, it hasn't been till the last year that we've really done anything." "How many people are in your group?" "I don't think that's important." "How many?" Orlan shouted. "A couple dozen," Tom admitted softly. "A couple dozen non-mages are all that's been protecting some of the most powerful items on this side?" Orlan demanded. "We were much larger a century ago, but since the wars our numbers have dwindled," Tom explained slowly. "Like I said, many of us were unsure magic was real, if any of the stories or records we had were true until recently." "Wait, do you think..." Theo asked, sitting up suddenly to look at Orlan. "As trash as the design of that spell was, the usage was masterful," the Protector Lord sighed. "The Eye of Providence, do you know what it does, Tom? It allows people to see the truth, according to what records we have. It links to a symbol, and any magic cast on it propagates through to all instances of that symbol," Orlan explained slowly. "When we examined it, we found a spell on it that whispers in the back of people's minds that magic isn't real." "Using Brisingamen?" Tom asked, cocking his head. "That could be where they got the knowledge to cast the spell." Orlan nodded. "I'd imagine that if Brisingamen is on the same level as the Eye, then its actual effects would be much more potent." "So, you think that they use the Eye to try and convince us, the organization tasked with keeping the history of magic, that magic wasn't real?" "Of other uses," Orlan replied. "It would also help conceal their actions, make it hard for people to accept magic when they did see it." "What about the other missing items?" Tom asked after a moment's thought. "If they use the Eye to hide themselves and weaken us, and they got the magic for it from Brisingamen. What are they using the others for? Honestly, I was hoping you'd have more information about the items for us, Orlan said dryly. All I can do is ask the others again, see if they have anything. I'm also going to ask you to turn over all other relics, Orlan said. It wasn't a request at this point, and his tone of voice made that much clear. Clearly, you are unable to either protect or utilize them.
That might be difficult, Tom said slowly, refusing to make eye contact with Orlan.
Why is that? Orlan asked through ground teeth. We, don't have access to them. You see, while we know about where the vaults are, they're in places we can't access them easily. The largest vault is in the Vatican, for example, but it's been decades since the Sons have had anyone there. So you don't even know if those vaults are still intact, Orlan growled. That would be a fair assessment, yes, sir. Tom nodded quickly. Then I want a full list of every vault you know of and what you think it contains. Then you're going to contact the others and... Orlan started but trailed off, his eyes growing unfocused. Shit. Without a word, Nalia stood and rushed out of the room, Orlan standing as well.
Theo, keep an eye on our guest, Orlan barked, turning to walk out.
What's going on? Theo asked, hurrying to follow the man. A rift just opened in Florida, Orlan replied. The mages just reported it. Shit, Theo agreed, pulling out his phone just as it started ringing. There's a rift thing near Orlando, the staffer nearly shouted over the phone as soon as Theo answered it. Yeah, where exactly? Orlando International Airport. Can you make it there? Theo asked, looking up at the Protector Lord. No, our sky cutters have a max range of around 800 miles, Orlan growled. Florida is over 1,000 away. Even if we could reach, the cutters are too slow to make it in time. But, wait, isn't the aircraft with all the cell tower crew landing there soon? Yes, Orlan nodded, including my sister. And you're just going to sit here? The cutters can't make it in time, and it's not like we have a... Orlan froze mid-sentence before taking a step and vanishing into thin air. No. I mean, pre-flight would take at least an hour, the pilot of the second cargo aircraft said slowly, if we did it properly anyways. And if you rushed it? Orlan asked. 10 minutes? Corporate would get angry at us. Good thing we inexplicably started pre-flight an hour ago for no particular reason, the co-pilot said with a slight smirk, glancing at the other man. Unless you have an issue with that? If we do this, will you be able to help? The senior pilot asked, looking Orlan in the eye. Yes, Orlan replied immediately. Great. Then if anyone asks us, we'll tell them you threatened us, the man said before looking around. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure that's even a lie. I don't want to waste any time. Orlan shrugged as the magical spell holding the three of them in the air brought them to a stop right next to the parked aircraft and set them down. The hard part will be turning the plane around, the senior pilot said, as the co-pilot took off to begin a walk-around of the aircraft. Your people are supposed to be strong, right? Think you could push it back, so... The pilot trailed off as the ground under his aircraft lit up and, seemingly of its own accord, began to turn. Stone ground on stone, and the aircraft slowly turned around to face the makeshift runway. Or you could do that, the senior pilot said. I'm going to grab my knights, Orlan replied, taking a step and vanishing. Return Protector, Chapter 25. Officer Cuthbert hadn't had a good day. It had started out well enough, heading to the station to meet with his partner and hop in the patrol cruiser. The first sign of things going wrong was when the supervisor had assigned them to foot patrol in Orlando International Airport. Foot patrols were always annoying. People constantly bothered you about minor things that really didn't need police attention. Some lady complaining her drink was too cold or claiming the price of airport food was somehow illegal. It wasn't all bad, of course. Plenty of kids would rush up and excitedly ask them about all kinds of things, giving the two of them the chance to play the cool police officers for a bit. Oddly, it had gotten better over the last couple years since the portal thing started appearing. People were more accepting of having armed officers walking around in public, overshadowing the previous scandals that had dominated the news. But while the public was more welcoming in general, new policies were worrying. Officers were always to patrol in pairs, and when patrolling critical areas like airports, they were required to bring their patrol rifles. In theory, they also had to have the special anti-creature rounds loaded, but after 2 years, only a few made it to individual police stations. Most, apparently, were being sent to the National Guard and military. As such, when the power shut off and creatures started appearing, he was glad to have carried his rifle and magazine of AC rounds for the last few hours. Unfortunately, one magazine was all he had, and it was barely enough to take down one of the strange creatures that emerged from a swirling ball of light. Cuthbert and his partner had been in one of the disconnected wings of the airport, and the creatures appeared right in the walkway leading back to the main terminal. They, along with a couple airport security who'd also been armed, had been forced to retreat into a corner of the gates along with several hundred people. The AC rounds were a disappointment, barely seeming to harm the first creature to appear, but after seeing what normal rounds did, he found himself wishing he had more AC bullets. And of course, he was in the one place where even the masses of Florida men behind him weren't armed, meaning it was down to him, his partner, and the 2 surviving airport security. They'd managed to push back the 2 initial creatures, though not before his partner was injured and several civilians were killed. Any thought of trying to make it to the tram line leading to the main terminal was quashed by the grisly sounds echoing through the halls. From fading screams to a wet tearing and crunching that he was trying really hard to not imagine the source of, they weren't escaping that way. And going out onto the taxiway wasn't any better. Packs of the creatures appearing from swirling masses of light and wandering between the wrecks of aircraft they'd torn, though. All he could do was hide. Women struggled to keep their kids silent, while men grabbed anything they could that might be useful as a weapon. His partner was struggling to clear a jam in his sidearm without making any noise when everyone heard the clicking of a creature's claws on the tiled floor. Peering out from behind the overturned table, Cuthbert saw one of the creatures prowling in their direction, pausing to sniff and mess with each store it passed. The head, rear legs, and body of the monster was cat-like. If a cat was the size of a small car, massive eyes with vertical pupils scanned the area with a bestial intelligence, while large triangular ears swiveled back and forth. The creature's front legs most remind him of a sloth, overly long with massive fixed claws that he'd seen tear apart metal. While everything else was covered in a thin layer of whitish fur, the creature's tail transitioned to large overlapping scales of a slightly darker color. Towards the tip of the tail, the scales bunched up, sticking more outward than laying flush with the tail. More than once he'd seen the creatures snap their tails forward, launching a handful of those scales like clusters of thrown knives. Looking across the hall at his partner, they made eye contact. As the monster slowly came closer to where they hid, it was only a matter of time until they were found. They had to fight, but any gunfire would assuredly bring more of those creatures running. The only other choice was for one person to stand and distract the creature. He could see his partner pleading for him to take that role, but he was hoping his partner would do so. His partner nodded to his injured leg as if to argue that he wouldn't be able to lead the creature far. He replied by glancing at the creature, expressing disbelief that anyone could outrun that thing for long. A deep growl broke their silent argument. It was too late. They'd been found. Peeking out, the creature was growling as it approached the gates where so many people were hiding. Gritting his teeth and saying a prayer, Cuthbert leaned out from cover, leveled his rifle on the creature, and began firing. His partner and the airport security quickly followed suit, but they could have been throwing rocks for all the effect the weapons had. Still, it gave the creature pause as it shook off the annoying pinpricks, a couple spots of red appearing in its white coat, not nearly enough to kill. By the time the last of his ammo was gone, the thing seemed more confused and angry than hurt, wondering what had been striking it. This was it, he figured. I did my best, but these things just wouldn't die. No matter what he did, he was dead. He thought he'd be afraid, but after over 2 hours of hiding, he was out of fear. All that remained was acceptance. He'd always laughed at stories of men who chose to die fighting against impossible odds. If you couldn't win, then why not simply lay down and take it? But now that he found himself in such a situation where death was bearing down on him, he found himself feeling differently. He didn't want to die laying down. He wanted to be able to claim he did his best, right up until the end. He knew it didn't really matter, but perhaps that was the point. If it didn't matter if he gave up or fought, then he wanted to go out fighting. Drawing his baton and taser, Cuthbert stood, snapping the baton open with a flick of his wrist. The creature's growling got louder as its eyes focused on him. Much to his surprise, Cuthbert felt someone step up alongside him, glancing over to see his partner. "Thanks," Cuthbert said. "Don't," the other man replied. "I just don't think you should die alone." Cuthbert simply smiled, raised his baton, and prepared to charge. Sensing his intent, the cat creature coiled up on its haunches, baring its foot-long teeth that were still stained by the blood of the last person it killed. He started to push off when many things happened all at once. The glass to his right shattered as something shot through it. A wooden pole seemed to sprout from the shoulder of the creature. A man in metal armor appeared out of thin air, grabbed the pole, pulling it free to reveal a foot-long blade that had been buried in the flesh of the thing. With cat-like reflexes, the creature jumped and spun, lashing out with its too long arm, and the massive curved claws cut through the air where the man had been standing. But now somehow he was behind the creature and, in a single spin of his spear, cut off the creature's tail. Two more lightning-fast swipes severed its arms like he was butchering it before a final thrust punctured its skull. Orlan took a breath, pulling his spear free of the beast's brain and flicking it clean as he looked over at the two officers. "You two would make good mages," he remarked with a grin. They simply blinked at him. "You need first aid?" No. The injured officer replied. "Plenty of aid kits around." "Great. My girls are going to clear the tarmac south of here," Orlan continued as dozens of eyes peeked out from their hiding spots. "As soon as you see an opening, run for it. If you can make it over the highway, you should be safe. National Guard has been setting up there. Got it?" The officers simply nodded at him. He gave them another grin before turning and running deeper into the airport. The creatures resemble clawed jungle lions, but with an Arctic fur for some reason, Nalia's voice said in his mind. "Most of them are Tier 2, but we've seen several that have broken through into Tier 3. "Odd to see such a familiar beast from a rift," Orlan replied, rounding the corner to find a couple more of the beasts feasting on what was, fortunately, unrecognizable as a human. They were a bit smaller than the first he'd fought, and this time when he threw his spear, he hit one in the neck, killing it instantly. The second didn't last much longer as he took it down in a couple swings. It was always suspected that the clawed jungle lions were monsters, not natural animals, due to a lack of related species. Nalia spoke. "This simply confirms it." "The Naturalist Guild will be thrilled," Orlan replied over the telepathic channel in a dry tone. "There's a group of people in the southern end of this building. Can you clear a path for them to run to the National Guard?" "Shouldn't be too hard," Lyra replied. "Most of us landed a bit short of where you are, but we'll catch up soon." "Be careful, Lord," Nalia added. "My spells are picking up something odd closer to the rift." "An alpha?" Orlan asked, already dashing down another hall. "Perhaps, hard to tell, these beasts are rather hard to pick up with magic, especially at long range," she explained. "Could be a pack of Tier 3 beasts or a few Tier 4 who have a shrouding ability. I can handle a couple Tier 4 long-armed cats." "Please don't," Lyra pleaded. "We've no easy way back to the island, meaning we can't rely on getting back for magical healing." "I'll be careful," Orlan promised, jumping over a crushed counter of a coffee shop and driving his spear into the back of the beast that was too busy rummaging around to notice him. Probably the coffee grounds overwhelming its nose, he figured, not turning down the opening. "For survivors, I'm seeing only a few scattered individuals across the main airport," Nalia continued. "There are a few groups in the separate buildings, but you probably ran into the largest group." "Should we assist the... You called them National Guard?" Pela asked suddenly over the telepathic channel. "Their guns are drawing in a lot of the beasts." "Lyra," Orlan ordered, "take 2 others with you to hold the line. We're going to use the National Guard as the anvil to our hammer." "Can't have them breaking," Lyra agreed. "Then Pela and Nalia with me. The rest of you form teams of 2 or 3 and sweep the outlying buildings for survivors. Avoid large groups of beasts if you can. Eliminate or draw away those you can't." Orlan continued. "Once we've got as many out as we can, we'll group up and go after that alpha." "Yes, Lord Orlan," came a chorus of mental replies. "Ha, y'all. Don't focus too many guns on one target," Lieutenant Leewald shouted to be heard over the roar of multiple 50-caliber machine guns. The heavy anti-material rounds were enough to drive the creatures back, but didn't seem able to kill them, or at least not quickly. The idea of a living creature that found 50 cal only painful but not lethal was hard to imagine, but he supposed he didn't have to imagine anymore. He'd been briefed on anti-creature tactics repeatedly over the last couple years, ever since the things started appearing. Every time another portal opened, the analyst would alter those tactics, requiring more briefings and more training. He'd listened to the briefings and done the training, but in the back of his mind, he hadn't actually expected to see a giant cat shrug off rounds from what was considered a light anti-tank bullet. Perhaps shrug off was a bit overstating it. They yelped in pain and dove behind rocks or into ditches, often emerging with a modest wound, but they weren't reduced to bloody chunks like the bullet should have. The chain guns of the Braidleys were better, but it still took a good moment of directed fire to ensure a creature would stay down, and those things chewed through ammo. And it didn't help that some of the creatures seemed even tougher for some reason, treating the chain guns like the rest of them treated the 50s. LT, a voice drew his attention. Some of the men reported seeing a figure, well, flying through the air and crashing into the southern terminal. What? Leewald asked. I said it looked like Superman or something. The private shrugged. We've also got a group of people running this direction from the east. More survivors? No, they're running fast. Faster than people should run. And apparently they're killing the creatures, the man said, looking over his shoulder for a moment. Do you think it's that protector guy? Isn't he way out near Bermuda or something? Our Lord found a way to make it here. A woman's voice responded, and in a burst of flames, the most beautiful woman Leewald had ever seen appeared next to him. She wore a long red dress that was covered strategically in finely engraved metal plates, somehow managing to straddle the line between evening dress and armor. Arching one of her eyebrows at him, she asked, "Are you in charge here?" "Lieutenant Leewald, ma'am," the LT nodded. "Lieutenant? You don't look like Navy," she remarked, looking him over before shaking her head. "As I was saying, Lord Orlan managed to arrive in time to assist. I'm here to reinforce your position. From now on, your main goal is to provide a secure point for survivors to escape to." "With all due respect," Leewald said, shaking off her beauty and sudden appearance, "we don't take orders from whatever it is you are." Just as he was about to continue, a wave of translucent green vines rose up in front of the National Guard line, diving forward over the ground. Dozens of the creatures were swept up in the tide. Thorns from the almost ghostly vines dug into their flesh, and wherever blood was drawn, the flesh and skin would begin to rot away. "A secure fallback point? You got it," Leewald corrected himself, turning to the private. "Tell everyone to dig in. I want an aid station and space for survivors set up." "Sir." The private nodded, finally tearing his eyes away from the woman and running off to relay the orders. Leewald turned back just in time to see the woman rising into the air, standing on a cloud of flames and smoke, a lance of fire made solid shooting out to impale one of the few creatures that escaped the vines. Shaking his head, he grabbed his radio to issue more orders. "My lord," Nalia's voice came suddenly nearly an hour later. "That anomaly I sensed is on the move." "Shit," Orlan swore aloud before asking on the telepathic channel, "Where is it heading?" "Right for you," she answered, "and quickly, you've got a minute or two. Tops." "I'm going outside," Orlan said as he ran towards the nearest large glass window, stepping through space and reappearing in the air beyond it, falling towards the tarmac a story below him. "Can anyone make it here?" "We've got our hands full protecting the army," Lyra spoke up. "No one can make it to you before it arrives," Nalia added. "I don't see anything behind me," Orlan said as his feet hit the ground and he continued running, putting distance between himself and the gates. "It's in the building you just left, still on your tail." Cursing under his breath, Orlan ran, his feet leaving imprints in the solid concrete as he picked up speed. Seconds later, he heard a loud crash behind him. Glancing back, he saw at least 5 creatures that, while similar looking to the rest of the beasts they'd fought, were each half again as large. "Not an alpha, a pack of stronger beasts," Orlan said as the beast sprinted after him. "Looks like they're easily tier 4. I'm not going to be able to outrun them." As he spoke, he skid to a halt, spinning his spear and entering a defensive stance to prepare for their arrival. "My lord, back!" Nalia's voice shouted in his mind, and Orlan replied without hesitation, jumping backwards 5 feet. Just as he did, he felt and saw something tear through where he'd just been, striking the ground a good 40 feet away in an explosion of dust and rock. "The hell?" Orlan asked, glancing in the direction the attack had come from for a moment, not seeing anything before he was forced to return his gaze to the oncoming beasts. Ira is on her way. Should be with you in 5 minutes, Lyra said in his mind. Hold out until then. I think someone is taking shots at me, Orlan replied. Southwest of my position, a sniper. There was mana in that attack, Nalia agreed. I could barely sense it, though. Great, Orlan grumbled, ducking as the first of the stronger beasts swiped at him, lifting his spear to cut the underside of the long, sloth-like arm, barely managing to draw blood before he had to step aside to avoid another attack from a different beast. At least in this melee, the sniper would have a hard time getting a shot, he thought dryly to himself as he fought. Returned Protector, Chapter 26. The Lord is engaged with 6 beasts at early Tier 4, Nalia explained, pointing at a hovering map of magical lights she'd cast. Golden lights for each of the knights were shown, along with red clouds for likely beasts and blue for civilians. By now, the map was largely golden dots, dashing between red clouds, attempting to hunt down as many of the beasts as possible. Lady Era is held up here, she continued, pointing at a pair of dots in the middle of a red cloud. She's the closest, but ran into a group of beasts I failed to detect. And the sniper? Lyra asked, looking over the glowing map. Somewhere here, Nalia said, pointing to a corner of the map. I haven't found anything, but that's on the edge of my detection spell, so anything below Tier 3 is unlikely to show up. You're saying that the Protector guy is alone, fighting 6 of these creatures with someone taking shots at him? The National Guard lieutenant asked, and those creatures are stronger than anything we're facing here? That's correct, Lyra confirmed, glancing over her shoulder where a wall of ethereal vines were grabbing at any beast that attempted to rush it. Against enemies this week, her defensive spells were quite potent, the Tier 2 beasts rotting away in moments. Even the stronger Tier 3 beasts were injured by the lashing thorns, to the point that the National Guard could finish them off without much issue. The beasts weren't stupid, many of them wary of the clearly magical vines after seeing what they did to others, but between the knights slaughtering them back in the airport and the vines ahead of them, many chose to brave the vines. The natural bloodlust of beasts aided in pushing them to take risks rather than sneak away or try to escape. Not sure what we can do to help, Leewald said slowly. The Air Force guys out of Patrick or Tampa are limited since this area is so densely built up. The Army reservists are still getting their shit together, and I doubt they'd have any luck unless they bring tanks. Tanks? Lyra asked before shaking her head. Never mind, he'll be fine for now. Orlan lives for times like this. Outnumbered, alone, and fighting for his life? Pushing his skills to the limit to help others, Lyra corrected. I'm more concerned about those airplanes overhead. Can't they go elsewhere? From what I've heard, the ones who could have, but Orlando is the largest airport in the region. The others simply can't handle all the traffic. If we cleared a runway? If we cleared one out? Could they land? It would help. Leewald nodded, turning to speak with some of his people. Any idea which plane has the Lord's sister? Nalia asked softly. No, they all look the same to me, Lyra replied. Hopefully she's on one that went to another airport. It'll be difficult to get some people to serve as air control, but if you can clear the runway and keep it clear, we'll handle that end, the lieutenant said, returning after a couple minutes. There's a runway on the other side of that road, Lyra said, pointing to the east. Will that work? I don't see why not. Not sure if it's part of the official Orlando International, but if that's easier for you to manage... I'm sensing the rift is beginning to destabilize, Nalia spoke up. It's likely to close within the next hour. From what I was told, many of the planes above us will have to land one way or another in the next half hour. Leewald replied, the 2 women going quiet for a moment. Lord Orlan says to focus on saving the airplanes. Lyra spoke up after a moment. Leewald looking confused but didn't say anything. Have everyone move east. That'll mean more beasts hitting us, but we should be able to hold. Your boss, Lord whatever, he going to be okay? Leewald asked. If I know him, he'll be the one coming to our rescue if we need one, Lyra said with a fond smile, the golden dots on the magical map beginning to move east. Orlan barely had a moment to think, leaning to one side to avoid a swipe from one of the cat beasts before ducking under another coming in behind him. Neither side had been able to land any significant blows on the other as of yet, Orlan only managing a few shallow cuts on the arms of a few of the beasts. The most damaging hit was when one cat tried to pounce on him, Orlan managing to dodge out from under the beast and slam his spear deep into the cat's haunches. He'd even managed to trigger Void Strike. Since then, none of the beasts had attempted to pounce on him again. The one he'd struck was limping and far more cautious. On his end, Orlan's armor was covered in scratches and dents from glancing blows, but they hadn't drawn his blood yet. His only saving grace was these beasts were cat-like, not wolves, so their teamwork left much to be desired. Rather than swarm and overwhelm him, they stayed at range, circling him and jumping in for a swipe whenever they saw an opening. Of course, with their sloth-like arms being as long as the rest of their body, this was an upsettingly effective tactic. It wasn't often Orlan didn't have the reach advantage with his spear, but when it did happen, his normal recourse was to use magic. While he was skilled at casting mid-fight, avoiding 6 enemies while casting was too much for him. Anytime he tried to start a longer cast, they'd all dash in, knowing he'd be somewhat distracted with the magic, and he'd be forced to release the spell before it even cast. That left his skill with the spear, his physical abilities, and inherent magic. While the beasts were stronger than their tier would indicate, as was common among beasts who almost universally used core ward souls, Orlan was still stronger with his mostly tier 6 body. In addition, his sphere ward soul provided more unique inherent abilities. These beasts seemed to have some resistance to detection magic, and possibly some magical senses of their own, but Orlan's own Rift Step provided more use in close combat by itself, and Void Strike made even shallow wounds deceptively dangerous as the corrosive mana was injected by each wound. The small scratches he'd landed so far hadn't allowed him to push much in, but it did mean he'd eventually wear his enemies down. Orlan was confident he could win given time, which is why he sent his knights to secure some place for the airplanes to land. The only wild card was that damn sniper. If he remained still for more than a couple seconds, another heavy round would come rocketing out of nowhere. The range was long enough and Orlan's instincts good enough that sensing the shots wasn't difficult. But between having to dodge the relentless attacks of the beast, it was only a matter of time before he was in a position the sniper could manage a clean hit. And as predicted, a few minutes after he'd sent his knights to secure the runway, he was forced to dance back from a series of attacks from the beasts, putting him off balance when he sensed a sniper round incoming. While he couldn't manage high-tier spells in this frantic combat, he could snap out a Tier 2 shield, which should slow down, if not outright stop, the Tier 1 bullets. So he was surprised when the bullet shattered through the shield as if it wasn't even there, punching through his armor and digging a half-inch into the meat of his shoulder. The shock, more than even the pain, caused him to stumble, allowing the cats to score several more scratches across his armor before he got back into the flow. "Lailra," he said over his telepathic channel, "that sniper's bullet just punched right through my shield." "Are you okay?" she asked, sounding as shocked as him. "I'm fine. The bullet is only Tier 1, barely managed to puncture my skin," he assured her, "but it went through my shield as if it wasn't there." There was a few moments of silence, Orlan focusing on the fight, but figured she was talking with others. "Nalia thinks it might be Gandiva." She eventually came back. "That's a bow!" Orlan grunted out, forced to Rift Step away from another bullet. The sniper was getting better. "They managed to pull runes from Brisingamen for a mild mental spell," Lailra pointed out. "Maybe they pulled some shield-piercing runes from Gandiva." "I'm not a good counter-mage," Orlan grunted, spinning his spear to fend off one beast even as he dodged a swipe from another. "And I don't have time to cast anyways." "One moment," Lailra said, going silent again for a few minutes. "The lieutenant of the National Guard is offering to send a team, he calls it a squad, to hunt down that sniper. Against a Tier 2 human, their rifles should be effective," Orlan agreed, ducking under a swipe. "And even if all they do is spook him into not shooting, then I should be able to clean up here." "I'll take him up on the offer then." "Sarge, why are going here?" one of the troopers asked as they ran away from the rest of the National Guard. "The fight with those creatures is back there." "Got orders to hunt down a sniper who's taking shots at the Protector," the sergeant replied. "The guy who the government has a warrant out for?" "We're not police," the sergeant snapped. "He's killing those creatures. We need him to keep killing them." "Well, any idea where this sniper is?" "The Protector guy is there," the sergeant said, pointing down the runway where several of the cat creatures could be seen circling a single figure before turning to point the direction they were running. And he says the bullets are coming from somewhere over there. The postal building? Before he could answer, there was a crack as the sniper fired again. Now that they were further from the main line, they were able to make it out from the rest of the fire. Anyone see it? Roof of the postal service, another soldier replied, starting to pant. Northeastern corner. Over the loading bays? Yep. And he's taking shots at... Damn, the first soldier said as they crossed the westernmost runway of the airport. That has to be at least 1,000 meters. Fire in advance, the sergeant shouted, the National Guard soldiers lifting their rifles and beginning to fire on the building, quickly forcing the sniper to duck back. Let's go! With grunts of confirmation, the squad began running again, hoping to chase down the sniper before he could get away. They expect us to land down there, the pilot said skeptically, looking down at what looked like a war zone. Spells and attacks lashed out from the nearly dozen women knights who had gathered to keep the runway clear. Supposedly they'd ensure there were no obstructions like runways, but with the blood splatter, smoke, and general chaos, it was hard to tell if the runway was actually clear. Unless you'd rather put down in that lake, the co-pilot replied, nodding to a small lake just southeast of the airport. We've got maybe 15 minutes of fuel left. Well then, here goes nothing. The pilot shrugged, thumbing his radio. Got it control. Beginning descent to land. Attention passengers, we're being told a runway has been cleared, the co-pilot said over the intraplane at the same time. We're going to try our best, but be ready for a hard landing. With that, the pilot pulled on the yoke, bringing the plane around. They were the lowest in altitude and likely in fuel, having been circling for the last couple hours. The planes that had been ahead of them had left for other municipal airports since they hadn't had the fuel to loiter. Unfortunately, those airports could only handle so many airplanes, and his plane had been just past the cutoff. The only reason they hadn't run out of fuel already was due to them turning off 2 engines, running the other 2 alone and maintaining a slow speed. Most of the others had done the same, trading speed for efficiency and endurance. Any planes with the range for it had left for Pensacola, but that still left nearly a dozen aircraft stuck over Orlando. Flame out on 1, the co-pilot reported as the pilot lined up on the runway and reached for the landing gear only for the pilot to block him. Wait for my signal, the pilot said, struggling to keep the aircraft lined up with only 1 engine. The co-pilot realized he was trying to preserve airspeed to ensure they made the runway, barely even using his flaps. Now, the pilot said as they crossed over the fence, the other engine flaming out at nearly the same moment. Slowly, the massive aircraft drifted down, the gear extending with painful slowness, their speed dropping off. He heard the passengers cheer as they made it over the runway, but that was only part of it. The stall warning went off. They were about to fall right out of the air, gear or no, when he heard the gear lock in place. The pilot immediately pulled the flaps to full and allowed the airliner to drop, slamming into the tarmac without the ability to reverse thrust. They had to rely on the brakes to stop. Both pilots stepped hard on the wheel brakes, wincing at the loud squeal that echoed through the cabin. Turn off there, the pilot said, pointing to one of the turn-off points, and the co-pilot nodded, easing off the brakes and helping turn the plane off the main runway. A few moments later, the last of their momentum took them just off the taxiway but stopped them before they went too far. Both men took a long breath, pausing to wipe the sweat from their foreheads while they heard the emergency doors being pulled. Now we just need to run for the National Guard, the co-pilot said. The pilot didn't respond, simply groaning and pulling at his harness. Sure. Over half an hour after Orlan first engaged with the Tier 4 beasts, and 10 minutes after the sniper was scared off, he took the first one down. Both of its front limbs were eaten away by repeated void strikes, leaving the beast to limp away. As soon as it turned away, Orlan struck, Rift stepping above it and slamming his spear down into the base of its neck, pumping void mana directly into its spine and killing it almost instantly. The other beast got the message. If they tried to run, they'd die. 5 minutes later, a second went down, its front legs ravaged to the point of uselessness, allowing Orlan to stab it in the heart. Whether it was fear or anger, Orlan couldn't tell, but the last 4 beasts fought even harder, barely giving him a moment to strike back. Both the beasts and Orlan were getting tired by this point. Even the seemingly endless stamina of high-tier bodies pushed to their limit. Combined with Orlan's almost literally endless mana, given he wasn't slinging around major spells, the battle seemed like it would go on forever. Once the rift closed, however, it was only a matter of time till Orlan's knights came to back him up, and sure enough, Nalia and Lylra were the first to arrive, finding Orlan panting, covered in blood, both his and from the different beasts, staring down the last two cat beasts. While lower on mana than him, the two senior knights still had more than enough to handle a pair of injured, exhausted beasts. "Damn it, I can't tell how injured you are," Lylra said as she wiped various layers of dried blood from him. "At least I'm conscious this time," Orlan said with a tired grin. "Yeah, that way you can carry yourself back." "On that point," Nalia spoke up, "how are we planning to return to the Protectorate?" Both Orlan and Lylra looked at her and blinked. "Right. We took an airplane here," Orlan said, as if remembering. "A cutter can probably come get us eventually. It'll have to stop to recharge, though. And likely take a roundabout course to stay near land while refilling on mana," Lylra added. "Between that and how little mana there is, it'll probably take them a few days to even get here." "Meaning we'll need somewhere to stay," Orlan finished, turning to glance at where the National Guard were busy sweeping the airport for any more of the beasts, even though his knights were already doing that. Any idea what their intentions are?" "They were helpful during the fight, but once things calmed down..." Lylra trailed off and shrugged. "Guess we'll find out," Orlan said, glancing at where a clearly military jeep was pulling onto the runway and turning in their direction. Return Protector, Chapter 27. While Orlan and his knights spent most of their time on board his protectorate normally, they were used to roughing it once in a while. Each of them had at least one, and often several utility spells expressly to make life easier when not at home. Nalia had cast a large disc that floated in the air above them, deflecting much of the sunlight to cast the area in shade, while Era's magic cooled the air down. Orlan's main contribution was the personal space inherent that allowed each of his bonded knights to store several items away. By the time the National Guard jeep arrived, Lylra was finishing her healing, having pulled out several skins of water to clean Orlan off, while the others set up various pieces of foldable furniture from their personal spaces. The leader of the guard seemed unable to decide how he should feel upon seeing the setup. Instead, his gaze turned to a group of 4 knights who, after setting up the grotto, had begun walking back towards the ruined airport terminal nearby as a group. "Where are they going?" the man asked. "Huh?" Orlan asked, glancing over his shoulder while Lylra was busy fussing over the last of his injuries. "Oh, bathroom. Together?" "They are still women," Orlan pointed out. "Right," the man said slowly, clearly unconvinced, but deciding to not push the issue as he turned his gaze to Orlan. "I'm Captain Peterson, U.S. National Guard, and I wanted to thank you for your assistance here." "We're happy to help," Orlan said with a grin. "Don't suppose we could swing an airline flight back?" "Unfortunately, the airport is not in use," the captain said dryly, glancing over at the building, smoke still emerging from various points where fires had started. Orlan and his knights had gotten most of them under control so they didn't interfere with the evacuation, but they weren't there to fight fires as such. Most of the fires were still smoldering and not truly out. "In addition, there's the matter of the warrant out for your arrest," Peterson continued, returning his gaze to Orlan. "I've already gotten calls from various people, from the owner of the airport to a local mayor, calling for me to drag you in. Some of them seem to blame you for the damage to the airport." "Of course, blame me, not the beasts," Orlan snorted. "Can't sue creatures," the captain said with a slight smirk. "Thankfully, I'm National Guard, not police. So unless I receive an order from the president or the Florida state government, I plan to focus on search and rescue. But it would be helpful if you weren't here if and when those orders trickle down." "Sadly, our cutters don't have the range to make it here in a single leg," Orlan grimaced. "It'll take a couple days for one to get here to pick us up." "I was afraid of that," the captain sighed. "In that case, the best I can do is..." No. One of his subordinates tapped his shoulder, interrupting him mid-sentence and holding out a phone. With an apologetic glance, Peterson took the phone and turned away to speak on it. "Think that's the arrest order?" Lylra asked through their telepathic connection. Even though she continued to poke and prod at Orlan's shoulder, where he'd been shot, She'd already extracted the bullet and cast several healing spells. Now she was just looking busy to remain close to him. "No way the federal government moved that fast," Orlan replied. "It has been nearly 2 hours since we landed," she reminded him. "Think we'll have to fight our way out?" "I hope not," Orlan said, the telepathic conversation ending as the captain turned back towards them. "I've been instructed to offer you a deal," the captain said. "The Florida governor wants to meet with you. She's currently on the way here, but is still a couple hours out. She's promised that you are safe while you're here, and when I mentioned you had no way back, a flight to Bermuda after the meeting if you desire." "Can she really shield me from the federal government?" Orlan asked after a moment's thought. "I'm not law enforcement. While I take orders from the president, I defer any issues of law to local authorities," Peterson said with another subtle smirk. "And if he orders me to go against local government, that's an illegal order that I don't have to obey." "And the governor won't have me arrested?" "If she intends to, she didn't mention it to me. In fact, she ordered the local police to assist with search and rescue rather than, and I quote, pursuing minor criminals. Take that how you will." "I broke into the Pentagon and that's a minor crime? What do I have to do to get some respect around here?" Orlan chuckled, only to grunt as Lyra elbowed him in the ribs. "I'd be happy to meet with the governor. I hope you can understand my apprehension." "People break into federal buildings all the time, or they used to," Peterson chuckled. "Hasn't been much of that since the portal started appearing. Well, in the meantime, since we aren't being arrested, mind if we assist in the search and rescue?"
"Be my guest. In Florida, we don't turn down disaster aid," Peterson added. "You can also call your knights back."
"Call them back?" Orlan asked, giving him a confused look. "You mean the ones who went to the bathroom earlier?" "Yeah, you mean they actually went to the bathroom? What did you think they were doing? Preparing an escape route or something?" The captain shrugged. "They really just needed to use the restroom." "We spent the last 2 hours fighting, and 2 hours before that on an airplane," Lyra spoke up. "Soon as they get back, I'm going myself." "Women," Orlan said, earning himself another elbow in the ribs. "Sorry, we aren't exactly dressed for a meeting with nobility," Lyra said, affecting a curtsy as the governor met them in a parking lot near the airport a few hours later. "I'm not nobility," the middle-aged woman said, waving her comment off. "And don't worry about your outfit. You make me envious enough looking that good even in that armor." "Sad. I was surprised to hear you want to meet with us, given that we have an arrest warrant out," Orlan commented. "Those old men in D.C. are just upset that you're upstaging them, but before we continue, mind if we find a place to sit? As I mentioned, my knees aren't what they once were." "Sure," Orlan said, following the governor and her 2 aides to a nearby cafe that was somehow still open despite the disaster nearby. After ordering some drinks, they went to sit down. Despite being open, the cafe was empty aside from them, so there was plenty of space. "In Florida, we are used to handling disasters on our own, without federal aid, so things get back up and running with surprising alacrity," the governor explained. "Normally, those disasters are hurricanes, but they transfer to other things as well, mostly." "Right. This is the second time your state was hit by a rift," Orlan nodded. "The first one was a bit over a year ago, right?" "Yeah, down past Miami in the Everglades really upset the ecological types, but not much we could do," she shrugged. "Made it easier to keep the damage contained, but small towns all over the region were damaged, some not until weeks later. But rebuilding is one thing, minimizing damage is another, and it seems you are the most knowledgeable one in that regard. So, I have to ask, are we likely to be hit again? Is there any way to predict if we'll be hit, and what can we do to minimize the damage?" You don't ask easy questions, do you?" Orlan laughed. "For me, results matter more than politics," she responded with a chuckle of her own. "Well, to start with, yes, you are likely to be hit again. Rifts are more common within 100 or so miles of coastlines. Leading theory is that incoming rifts that would appear in the ocean are drawn to land. Not to say they can't appear further inland, it's just more common." "Yeah, would explain why the only other state to be hit twice was Hawaii," she nodded. "Second, it is possible to predict them, but it's not easy. You need a number of mages to create and maintain some very complex spells, and on this side, it's even harder for technical reasons," Orlan said. "We have a detection array on the Protectorate, but they're still messing with it to get it working properly on this side." "No technological solution?" "None that I know of. There might be one, but..." Orlan shrugged. As for minimizing damage, there are a few things, but ultimately the best response is to fight magical beasts with magical warriors. Most things non-mages can do are only really helpful to stay safe until a proper response arrives, like keeping a gun or two ready, having a basement to hide in. They keep you safe initially, but it's not a real solution. So how can we get some magical warriors? The governor asked. You believe in magic? Orlan asked, looking at her curiously. Why wouldn't I? My state was attacked first by six-legged crocs, and now by sloth-lion things that appear from whirling balls of light. And so far the only man able to help has called the abilities magic. I'm willing to set aside my bias and go with it until a better explanation is found. She shrugged. If you called it voodoo, faith, or the power of the dark gods, if it helps my people, then I'll take it. I see, Orlan said, looking at her with newfound respect. To not only go against the will of the federal government, but also ignore the tiny voice in the back of her mind that whispered that magic wasn't real, all for the sake of her people. Well, I'm sure you know about the Magic Academy I'm setting up on my protectorate. The first class should start in under a week, Orlan said. Initial class will be only 20 or so, but we hope to ramp up quickly. First mages will hopefully be ready in under 4 months, though they will still be novice mages. They'll know how to progress, but won't have the same power as my knights or I do. If you want to hire a more experienced mage from the Spire on my island, you're welcome to. They are a separate organization that I don't control. If you want my advice, find some land and offer it to the Spire mages on the condition that it's used to teach magic. Got it. Any chance you can recommend someone? Can't exactly call the references of someone from another world. At the moment, I don't think anyone will take the offer, Orlan said after a moment, leaning back in his chair. Given the federal government's position, they'll want to wait to see how events unfold. But making the offer anyway would be testing the waters, seeing how the federal government reacts. The governor nodded, writing down notes on a small pad. A very elegant and simple way to both see how the Fed react without openly announcing any allegiance with you. Right, Orlan said, blinking. Honestly, I just wanted people to realize that hiring mages from the Spire to start their own schools was possible. Right. The British have been very friendly towards you recently, haven't they? She asked, looking up. Hoping Bermuda will open a mages school as well? They are in a good position for it, Orlan admitted. Right by a major ley node. But what do you mean the British are being friendly? I haven't heard anything. You haven't? You must not get much news on that island of yours. We just got a cell tower installed, Orlan said dryly. Well, there was a motion in the EU to try and find a way to force you to provide your creature-fighting technology, or whatever. The British opposed it, and, if the gossip is to be believed, outright threatened not leave the EU if they passed that bill. Didn't they already leave the EU? I seem to remember there was a vote like that before I crossed over. There was, and they've been in the process of leaving for the last few decades, the governor snorted. But for now they are still in it. Given British troops were major responders to the rifts in Europe, most of the EU has been falling over themselves to keep the UK in. The other major force is Germany, who actually introduced the bill to force you to hand over whatever technology you have. But after the UK's hard stance against that, I don't know how to feel about it, Orlan admitted. I think you'll be receiving a team from England soon asking for your thanks. Oh boy, groaned Orlan. Hey, it's China you really have to worry about. I'm surprised they haven't tried anything already. They have, Orlan replied, cocking his head. In fact, they are as we speak. They are? I assume it's them. Orlan shrugged. Nothing major. Looks like they're just probing. And you're okay with that? I have my ways. A couple small drones, each under 2 feet across with 4 rotors, buzzed over the Pacific Ocean, having been launched from what appeared to be a fishing vessel. They remained close to the water until they got close to the floating island when they started rapidly climbing. Coming from the west, it was expected that they'd remain hidden in the light of the setting sun. Combined with the drones being too small to be easily detected on radar, they should have been the ideal recon tools. But as soon as they crested the edge of the island spell, circles appeared around each one, instantly halting them in place. Another spell circle appeared just before each of their cameras, spelling out in perfect Chinese, "These are now the property of Lord Protector Orlan." Almost instantly, the drones attempted to back away, but were unable to fight against the spells holding them in place. Soon after they shut down, sparking as self-destruction systems ruined their internals while, in the distance, a normal-appearing fishing boat turned and began to motor away. Well, regardless, I'd like to thank you for your assistance and promise that you'll face no legal issues for your actions this day, the Florida governor said. Given the state of the air right now, you might have to wait until morning for me to arrange a plane to take you back, but I will find a way if I have to charter the aircraft myself. I don't mind spending the night, Orlan shrugged, glancing at Lyra, who didn't raise any objections. Then I'll set up some hotel rooms for you all. There's, 10 of you? I'll get 10 rooms at the nearest hotel. 9, Lyra said, linking an arm with Orlan. We only need 9. I was under the impression you don't sleep with him, the governor said, raising an eyebrow. I don't remember him saying that, Lyra replied, glancing at Orlan. I only ever said they aren't obligated to do so, he said, given that stupid legal convention on the other side. So you do sleep with them? The governor asked. A gentleman doesn't kiss and tell, Orlan said. Mostly only with me, Lyra said, meeting the governor's gaze as she tightened her grip on Orlan as if staking her claim. All right, she replied, lifting her hands in surrender. 9 rooms it is. Lyra watched her suspiciously as the governor walked away to talk with her aides, her arm remaining linked with Orlan's. What was that about? Orlan asked through the bond. Good chance she was going to try and set you up with one of her daughters, assuming she has any, Lyra replied. Or someone else in her family who's close to your age and might be able to tie you down. Really? You think she was going to honeypot me? Either that or she wanted to sleep with you herself, Lyra said. But trying to bait you with a daughter seems like something a noble would do. Actually, casual sex is more common on this side, Nalia spoke up, having been silent throughout the discussion. Given the ease of access to contraceptives, even to non-mages, it's easy to avoid risks normally associated with such relations. This side is weird, Lyra sighed out loud. It's possible she intended to, as Orlan said, honeypot him, but more likely she was just probing for information, Nalia continued. There's been rumors on the internet that Orlan is either homosexual or celibate, given his apparent lack of relations. If nothing else, your remarks should counter those rumors. Though oddly, there isn't as much bias against homosexuality on this side either, except as a joke or in certain cultures. They aren't concerned with the lack of children? Lyra asked. Near as I can tell, not having children is considered superior to having them, Nalia replied, at least in some sections of the population. I think it has to do with population density, as the birth rates are lower in more heavily populated regions. I think you've been spending too much time browsing the internet, Orlan said dryly, glancing at Nalia. If you are referring to mimetic jokes and video tubes, I have realized those are largely entertainment and not relevant to anything solid in the world, Nalia assured him, only for Orlan to groan, almost planting his head on the table but pausing as one of the governor's aides approached. Am I interrupting? The young girl asked, looking between them. No, Orlan said. Then, if you'll follow me, I can lead you to the hotel. Lead the way, Lyra said with a slightly too wide smile, linking arms with Orlan once more as they stood and watching the girl leading them closely. Orlan simply sighed and walked along. Return Protector, Chapter 28. Wait, so you're thinking of advancing? Amy asked, looking between the two gem sisters. White said that if I could make it to 4th Sphere, I could take the bond test, Topaz said, moving slowly through another swing with the wooden swords, Amy and Ruby mimicking her, which could mean I could become a proper Protector Knight. I'm not about to let my sister get ahead of me, Ruby added as they moved through the next strike. You didn't get the same offer? Asked Amy. There's more to bonds than simple power, Topaz explained. From what I understand, personality, history, magical attunement, and a million other things can influence it. But those who have been through a bond never really go into detail about it, not sure why. A condition for the magic to work? Or we're better off going into it blind. Topaz shrugged, the three moving through the next swings in quick succession to return to where they started. Magic can be weird like that. Amy simply nodded, not really understanding, as she'd only barely scratched the surface of how magic functioned. The single spell she knew, which she called Wisp of Night, summoned a small dark mote that drifted about at random for a minute. It was effectively a party trick, but even in that, she'd found a surprising amount of complexity. How the mote would move changed based on her state of mind on casting, she'd found. If she was angry, the mote would move in straight lines, freezing before moving in another direction. If she was tired, it would move in general downward curves like a snowflake, and it would move in gentle spirals around her if she was excited. It didn't change the overall effect, but apparently at higher tiers, state of mind mattered more and more, to the extent that skilled magic users would alter their spells slightly, on the fly, to account for their mood. "Which task are you aiming for?" Ruby asked as the three of them started through the set again at an increased speed. "Task?" Amy asked, already starting to pant while the other two seemed unaffected by the increased speed. "A common tradition is for a mage to complete a task, or trial, before they are allowed to tier up, something to show they're fully in control of their current power," Topaz replied. "For warriors like us, the favorite is to fight and kill a beast of our tier alone. That might be difficult, however, as we lack easy access to rift beasts." "Another is to design a spell of your tier," Ruby added. "Something unique to you." "There's a few others, but those are the two most common," Topaz nodded. "And I think we'll have to settle for designing a spell unless a rift opens that is filled with tier 3 beasts. Preferably ones your magic is strong against," agreed Ruby as they moved into the third repetition of the sword dance, their arms moving fast enough that Amy struggled to keep up. At least she noted that the other two were beginning to breathe harder and sweat. "Not too strong, or White won't accept it. Apparently, Lady Nalia once tried to use a fight she had with a shade beast to fulfill the requirement. A single cast of a middle-tier spell wiped it out, as shade beasts are extremely weak to light magic. Orlan made her find a proper fight." Amy couldn't even respond, being too focused on keeping her sword straight, moving properly through each strike in the sword dance. She wasn't even particularly fond of swords, after practicing with one for several weeks now, but all knights had to be trained on several weapons. Topaz's preferred weapon was a glaive, where Ruby preferred a staff. It was apparently quite common for most Protector Kings to use polearms, as the added reach could be useful when fighting beasts. But also knowing to use a sword or dagger could save your life. And through the fourth iteration of the sword dance, even the Gem Sisters were unable to speak, while Amy might as well have been flailing randomly for how well she kept to the movements. By the fifth repetition, she completely gave up on trying to follow along, the other two reaching their limits as well. "At least you three haven't been slacking," a voice spoke up, causing all three of them to jump as Lady White approached. "Amy, you messed up some of the swings during the third sequence. Focus on that for now. Your body should be able to handle up to the fourth. You just haven't realized it yet. Ruby, you are landing too heavily on your left foot throughout, which is why you are off balance towards the end. And Topaz, it's a sword, not a glaive. Extend your arms further." All three of them acknowledged the critique and thanked her. While White could come off as cold, that's just how she was. After weeks under her training, Amy had learned that White paid close attention to every one of her students, tailoring her training to each of them. "Topaz, are you truly intending on fulfilling the mage trial?" White asked after walking each of them through the steps of the sword dance to show where they messed up. "I'd prefer the warrior's trial, but without easy access to a tier 3 beast," Topaz shrugged. "Even if we can't get you to take part in a tier 3 rift, Orlan might be willing to capture a tier 3 beast alive," White replied. "I've asked him to be on the lookout for beasts that he could take alive." "Even if all he manages is a few mortal realm beasts that could be useful for Amy," Ruby agreed. "Speaking of, which trial are you aiming for, Ruby?" "I haven't thought about it much," she admitted, "but either the warrior or mage test could work." "Should I start thinking about which trial to take?" Amy asked. "Not until you can go 4 iterations of the sword dance to my satisfaction," White said. "You've only been awakened for a few weeks. Most people spend around a year at first sphere." "I've gotten a hang of casting spells. Admittedly, I don't know many yet, but that seems an easy fix. Will it really take that long?" "You've been learning magic quickly, but you haven't fully realized your increased strength or speed," White countered. "What does that even mean?" "See that stone over there?" White asked, nodding to a large stone slightly larger than her torso off to the side of the training yard. "Could you lift that over your head?" "What?" "No," Amy shook her head. "That's the issue. You are so set in what you believe you are capable of, you aren't able to fully tap into your strength. Maybe you could lift it without issue, but I'm only first sphere, Amy protested. Can any first sphere lift that thing over their head? Orlan did, White said, smirking slightly at Amy's shocked look. You're right that you, as both first sphere and a woman, are unlikely to be able to lift that stone. Your mana seems more focused on speed and flexibility than pure strength, but the point is you don't realize what you can do yet. Until you break through the limit you are putting on yourself, I won't let you form your next sphere. It's okay, Ruby said, patting Amy on the back, as White walked away to another group of trainees. Everyone goes through this at first sphere. At second sphere, you'll go the other way, learning to restrain your strength. Imagine if I was patting you without controlling my strength. Or when she hugs you, Topaz added, she'd squeeze the life right out of you. Amy sighed and shuddered at the thought before taking a breath and lifting her training sword again, getting ready to go through the sword dance again. Shahar. So the Indias are called the Americas on this side? Lyra asked, leaning over to look at the simple map Orlan had picked up on the walk to the hotel. Yup, and India is over here, Orlan added, tapping the map. In Bharata? But the story is that the man who found this continent was looking for India. He was, but India is here. He just ran into another continent first. Whatever seer caught that glimpse of this side didn't realize India was a known place already. Orlan shrugged. And he didn't realize he found the wrong place when landing on an uninhabited land? Wasn't uninhabited on this side, Orlan said. There were tribal hunter-gatherers across North America, and several modest civilizations in Central and South America. Been there for thousands of years. Guess none of them came over when the world split, Lyra said, leaning back in her chair. Even though the restaurant on the ground floor of the hotel was long closed, the entire First Lance and Orlan were sitting around chatting. It was common for them to debrief as a team after a rift, especially one as chaotic as the one they just went through. Some good-natured teasing about Orlan seemingly being named after the airport followed, and then a geography lesson since he'd found a proper map that didn't require them all to crowd around the small cell phone. Or at least not enough to... Orlan paused, looking up at the same time as all of his knights did. In addition to chatting, they'd been waiting for something, or rather, someone. I see I'm expected, a simple man in a suit said, walking into the restaurant from the hotel lobby. Behind him were several men in generic fatigues with rifles. Not a hard prediction. Orlan shrugged as he stood, his knights moving to stand just behind him and to either side. I half expected you to attack me as soon as I walked in, the man replied. You're the ones who attacked me first, Orlan countered. Fair enough, I suppose. Now, I believe you have something of mine. An eye encased in glass? About this big? Orlan asked, lifting his hands. That's it. Haven't seen it, Orlan replied. I'm not in the mood for games, the man growled, those behind him tensing, grabbing their rifles. Damn, here I was hoping to play some cards. You're trying my patience, the man in the suit said with a glare. I understand you are used to being the strongest one around, and perhaps you are strong enough to ignore our weapons. But can you say the same of your girls? Be careful now, Orlan said, his voice dropping several degrees. Seems you realize your position. The man smirked, confidently walking forwards while his guards remained by the entrance. Who are you people anyways? Orlan asked. Ah, right, how rude of me. I represent a group called the Children of Abel. Yes, as in the story of Cain and Abel. We're an ancient group that remembers when magic existed in this world, before it was split off. You can call me Abel. For one who claims to remember magic, you are crap at it. Alas, much has been forgotten since those times, Abel sighed. We only managed to hold on to a few bits of knowledge and some relics. The rest was lost. We've been trying to recover our lost power ever since magic returned. So, let me get this straight. You're some secretive cabal of wizards that has existed, unknown to the rest of the world for hundreds of years? Orlan asked skeptically. More or less, Abel chuckled. Admittedly, until recently we've been content to remain in the shadows, largely remaining a historical preservation society with little need or ability to utilize magic. But ever since the rifts, as you call them, started appearing, well, we've taken a more active role. He's lying, Nalia's voice said in his mind, but about what I don't know. I see, Orlan said out loud. Then why did you attack me? If you'll remember correctly, you were arrested by the U.S. government. We simply took advantage of the situation. We didn't know if you were actually human or some human-looking rift beast, Abel answered. We hoped to use the eye to tell if you were truly human. Didn't you kidnap one of my girls? That wasn't us, the man said, Nalia quickly informing him it was a lie. And what about the magical bullets or the guy doped up with magic steroids? Security. The sniper at the airport earlier today? A local agent who was a bit overeager. Abel smiled apologetically. Orlan didn't even need Nalia to tell him that was a lie. So, what do you expect to happen here? Orlan asked after a moment. I think we got off on the wrong foot. If you just return the eye, we'd be willing to forgive you for the death of one of our agents. From there, I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial relationship. Let's start with this. What does the eye do? I suppose that's fair. You don't want to hand us a weapon back, Abel nodded. It has two main functions. The first is a subtle effect that aids in research and experimentation, gently pushing those near it in the right direction. The other function allows for the breaking down of magic. Admittedly, we don't fully understand how it works, but we were hoping using it on you would give us a hint, in addition to proving you were, or weren't, human. Seems an awfully powerful item for just those two abilities, Orlan commented. We suspect most of that power is related to the first function. Helping research along is quite the complex task, but I assure you, it has only those two abilities. Lie, Nalia whispered in his mind. Well, regardless, I don't have it with me, Orlan said after a moment. I try not to carry divine-level artifacts around with me. I see, then you won't mind if I accompany you back to your island with my guards to recover it. No guards. 2. Fine, Orlan relented. We're supposed to have a flight leaving tomorrow morning out of Orlando. I shall be waiting, Abel said with a grin and a slight, almost mocking bow before turning and walking out of the restaurant, soon followed by his guards. Great! More guests! Pela groaned once they left the hotel entirely. How many different groups are we going to have on the Protectorate by the time this is over? Is it wise to let them come with us? Lyra asked, looking at Orlan. Probably not, he admitted. But once they're on the island, we'll have the advantage. Well, at least we didn't need to ruin this hotel. Ready for bed, darling? Lyra asked with a grin, causing Orlan to roll his eyes. Returned Protector Chapter 29. Orlan! A woman's voice shouted as he walked into the lobby the next morning, a few other members of the First Lance tensing up before realizing who it was. Hey, sis, he replied calmly as his sister threw herself at him, wrapping him in a hug. The National Guard finally let us all go this morning, she explained into his shoulder before pulling back. I saw the fighting from the ground when we had to run from the airplane to the FEMA place. Is that really what you do all the time? A lot of it is just waiting around and training, admitted Orlan with a grin. But you are okay? Everyone from your plane made it behind the line safely? Yeah, we're all fine, but what about you? You look pale, and I heard you were injured. I'm fine, just healing backlash. Orlan dismissed her worries. My healing, like most healing spells, simply accelerates the natural healing process, Lyra explained, seeing the confusion on her face, so it can cause fatigue and hunger, often referred to as healing backlash, depending on the extent of the injuries. I'll be fine, Orlan insisted. The backlash was minor. Is the backlash dangerous? His sister asked, ignoring him and looking at Lyra. It can be, especially in those who are naturally frail, like children or the elderly, the knight said. For them, extensive healing can be just as deadly as the wounds being healed. But considering my lord, your brother's, strength, he'll be fine. Okay, she sighed. I told you I'd be fine, Orlan complained indignantly. Yes, but I believe her more, his sister shot back, the ladies of the First Lance giggling and nodding in agreement. Anyways, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I heard you got pretty beat up in that fight, and seeing it myself, one of the governor's people approached me and said you were staying here. Seems they knew we were related. I'm glad you're okay, Sorry I wasn't able to check on you sooner, Orlan replied with a smile. You were busy, it's fine. She waved away his apology. Anyways, I have to get back to my family. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. A few more words were exchanged before his sister left, returning to the taxi the government had paid for to take her home. The encounter had left him in a good mood, one that lasted until his group reached the airport. While Orlando International Airport was closed to normal operations, the governor had somehow managed to secure permission for a single private aircraft to take them back to the Protectorate. The reason his mood soured was the presence of Abel, who, true to his word, was waiting for him with two of his guards and looking quite smug. Orlan had hoped he simply wouldn't show, but he'd known that hope was in vain even before arriving. The aircrew didn't ask any questions, simply nodding when Orlan confirmed the three men were joining them. There was a slight chuckle among the First Lance when the pilot announced they were bound for Magic Man International Airfield, as that had apparently been what the pilots had unofficially designated the runway. But otherwise, the flight back was quite tense. The chartered jet had plenty of room for both First Lance and the three outsiders, but not so much that they could get away from one another. The result was a few of the ladies of the First Lance having whispered conversations, while Orlan and Abel had a long stare-off. Overall, he was relieved when they finally arrived at his island, sensing immediately when they passed into the bubble of influence. The near omniscience it granted washed over Abel and his two guards. Surprisingly, Abel was a first-sphere mage, weak enough that Orlan hadn't been able to sense his mana before. All three of them had magical weapons of some kind, their bullets all being tier 1, with the first few even having enchantments on them that Orlan suspected was the barrier-piercing magic. With minimal magical senses, it wasn't hard for Orlan to infiltrate their weapons with the power of his anchor heart without their noticing. His knights were the first off the aircraft, as they discussed previously, followed by Orlan and finally Abel. As expected, Abel made his move as soon as they were all off the aircraft, pulling his pistol and pressing it to the back of Orlan's neck. Keep still, feet on the ground, hands visible at your side, he said confidently. However strong you are, I doubt even you could survive a bullet to the brainstem. What are you doing? Orlan asked, feigning confusion. I believe you said you'd have an advantage once we were on your island, Abel said with a smug smirk. I'm sure your knights are good, but not even they could get to me faster than I can squeeze this trigger. And so you want to escort me to the castle to retrieve your eye? No, I'm well aware that you can teleport by stepping, so your feet are going to remain firmly planted. And keep your hands still. We know you need to reach out to pull things from your, as you call it, personal space, Abel added, seemingly unbothered by the other knights who had surrounded them, not yet drawing their weapons, but looking ready for a fight. Other than those two abilities, you need to summon a magic circle to use magic, which is slower than my finger. Even if you were faster, the bullets in our weapons can pierce whatever shield you put up. So what's going to happen is one of your girls will go get our eye while we wait here. You really have thought this through, Orlan admitted, and you are entirely correct, at least mostly. Oh? Are you implying we missed something? No, more that you simply couldn't have known all my abilities because I haven't shown them. For one, you think we didn't notice you plant that bug? Orlan asked, sensing Abel tense up slightly. We all saw it as soon you stuck it to the underside of that table. To be fair, I didn't, one of the ladies of the First Lance offered. Okay, most of us sensed it, Orlan corrected dryly. Then your senses are better than we thought, so what? Abel asked, but Orlan could hear the edge of worry in his voice. Just pointing out I have capabilities you don't know of, and before I continue, do you want to rethink your strategy? Remove that gun from the back of my head and we can talk about this like adults. Your request alone makes it clear you have no counter, so no, I don't think I will, said Abel after a moment. So send someone to retrieve the eye. I was afraid you'd say that. Orlan sighed before lowering his hands and turning around. As soon as he started moving, Abel pulled the trigger, only for nothing to happen. The safety is on, Orlan said dryly. Abel quickly moved to undo the safety, only to find it stuck in place. Both of his guards seemed to have the same issue. What? How? Abel stuttered. Magic, Orlan said with a grin. I gave you the chance to talk like reasonable people, but now the three of us are going to have a long discussion. 3? Sure. Joel, you bastard! Tom shouted as Orlan led the man he'd known as Abel into the room. After disarming him and his guards, he'd sent some of his knights ahead to set up this meeting. Oh, Tom, you're still alive? Abel, or rather Joel, asked. Good. You two know each other, Orlan remarked. What's he doing here? Tom demanded, his glare fixed on the other man. He came to demand the Eye of Providence back, tried to pull a gun on me, now we're going to sit down and talk. About what? About your world, Orlan said, gesturing for both the men to sit at the small table. You seem to both represent a fractured secret magic society, and I'd like to know more. I already told you what happened, Tom said as he sat. You told me your side, corrected Orlan, gesturing to Abel. I want to hear his. And why would I tell you anything? Joel asked. Because so far I only know what your apparent enemy has said. I'm giving you a chance to correct the record, as it were. Go on, Joel. Try to justify what you did, Tom growled. For a moment, Joel simply looked between the two other men, seeming to think about what to do. After nearly a minute of silence, he sighed. Fine, Joel sighed. I take it he told you that we're a breakaway from the sons of Cain. Kion, Tom corrected. Whatever. And I imagine he also told you that Abel was the first mage, and Cain in his jealousy killed him. Well, it's wrong. Abel was the first mage and taught Cain how to use magic. Cain was jealous of his brother's power and so banished him and all those he taught to another world. In punishment, Cain was killed, and the world was forever split in two, Joel said. And how do you know this? Orlan asked. A couple 100 years ago, let's call him a patron, approached several members of our order telling us the truth. This patron told us the world wasn't meant to be split between magic and mundane, and instead of trying to ensure magic didn't return, we needed to help him bring it back. Who is this patron? I've never met him. I don't even know if he's still alive. All I know is he's powerful and goes by Abel. Despite not actually being Abel, Joel answered. That's when the sons of Cain split. Half wanted to follow Abel and return magic to the world. The others wouldn't believe him and fought to stop them. Is there a reason you didn't know about this? Orlan asked, turning to Tom. Many of our members vanished without a trace. The Sons are a very cellular organization. Information doesn't spread very fast, Tom said after a moment. It's possible everyone who knew about this died in the fighting. I was told we tried to cover our tracks, Joel agreed. And I know we've put a lot of effort into remaining hidden. Is that why you infiltrated our ranks and tried to kill me? Tom asked. Nothing personal, Joel shrugged. Do you know how many of us you did kill? Calm down, both of you, Orlan said sharply, silencing the shouting match before it could begin. Tom, did you know Joel was part of the rival group? I suspected, but couldn't prove anything, Tom said, still glaring across the table. We've known there was someone working against us for the last decade or so, ever since it was discovered the relics were missing. But with the chaos of the rifts, it was hard to tell if Joel was with them or just some hired killer. And why did you try to kill them off? Orlan asked, turning to Joel. Because his group has been doing their best to stop us. Abel gave us a list of things we needed to bring back magic, and his people have been stopping us, Joel said. You can't bring magic back. Do you know how many people will die? Tom asked. Magic is man's birthright. You can't deny it to us, Joel countered. I said calm down, Orlan growled, his voice no louder but still seeming to resonate through the room, shaking both men. I don't care about your goals. My only job is to protect people from rifts, and if your people are responsible for the appearance of rifts on this side, then don't expect me to help you, Orlan said to Joel before turning to Tom. However, the rifts are here, and it seems magic is returning, like it or not. Now, while neither of you seem to know half as much about magic as you think you do, you're the only ones on this side that know anything. So, I'm going to offer you both the same agreement as Protector Lords have with those in power on the other side. I shall stop rifts, kill beasts, and protect people by whatever means is available, and in turn, you're going to stay out of our way. Got it? Orlan asked, looking between the two of them. I came here to offer help. Tom was the first to speak. I may have overestimated the amount of help we could give, but my intent remains unchanged. It seems we're both interested in saving people at the least. I had hoped to secure your assistance against, well, him, he gestured to Joel, but I'm not going to make demands. If there's one thing I agree with him about, it's that magic is dangerous, Joel said after a moment, returning Tom's glare. If you mean what you said about leaving us alone, then don't teach people magic. Cancel your magic school, and I should be able to convince my superiors to leave you alone. No, Orlan said simply. People have the right to defend themselves, and that requires magic. Then teach us. We already have a base of people like myself. I believe you call us awakened, Joel insisted. We'll protect people. Why not ask your patron to teach you? Like I said, I don't think he's alive. He may have died in the fighting when the suns broke in two, before he could pass on his knowledge beyond how to bring magic back. Maybe he didn't see the point when no one could learn magic yet. Regardless, my answer hasn't changed, Orlan said. I'll teach magic to whoever wishes to learn. You'll only get more people killed. People will figure out magic eventually. Slowly, controllably, Joel replied. Not in this chaotic manner you intend. So you'll let people learn magic, but only to the point that they remain weaker than you? Tom asked sharply. You don't want to save people. You want power. And you want to deny humanity the power that could save us, Joel shot back before pointing at Orlan, while he'd simply unleash it to let us kill ourselves. Seems this discussion is at an end, Orlan sighed. So what, you going to have me imprisoned? Because I didn't agree to your ridiculous terms? Joel asked. No, I'm going to return both of you to speak to your respective groups, Orlan said, glaring at Joel. I've stated my stance and intentions. How your groups move forward is up to you. Get in my way and we'll have issues. Stay out of it and we won't. Simple. It's never that simple, Joel replied. We'll see. Return Protector Chapter 30. Is it wise to just let him go? Lyelra asked as the airplane took off once more, carrying Joel back to Florida. Absolutely not, Orlan replied. But the mention of a patron worries me. Any mage powerful enough to travel between the sides of the world should easily live several hundred years. And to be killed by what these people consider magic, unlikely. But it would explain why their knowledge of magic is lacking, Lyelra countered. Why would a mage not teach them to use their magic at least properly, if only to raise an army of skilled mages? That's what bothers me, Orlan explained. It tells me this patron either isn't as powerful as he seems, or more likely, has other plans beyond simply bringing magic back to this side. Wait. You're thinking they're being controlled by a beast? Lyelra asked, straightening up and looking shocked. An intelligent one? It would explain a lot. The reason their magic is so crap, how they managed to infiltrate the government of the U.S., why they've been working so hard to suppress Tom's group, Orlan listed off. There wasn't any beast controlling that guy, was there? No, but I'd imagine they wouldn't send someone who's possessed or whatever here, afraid a high-level mage can sense them. Which, we can. I hate these kinds of beasts. Lyelra sighed after a moment, leaning back in her chair. I prefer the ones that come running to kill you in the open. Intelligent ones that can control people? Unnatural. With any luck, we'll find out before long. Orlan shrugged, standing and stretching. Anyways, I'm going to go meet with the Grandmaster to make sure he's ready for the first plane of students and see if he's learned anything useful from the archives. Then I want to check in with Theo and discuss the situation with Amy. I'll go make sure everyone who was injured is recovering, Lyelra said, making no move to stand yet, but fixing Orlan with a glare. That includes you as well. Of course, he sighed. Am I too late? Orlan asked, rushing into the small room where Nalia and Lyelra were waiting. The former was busy maintaining a series of spells over a map of Florida. The first was a splinter of wood that hovered over the map, pointing at a location towards the northern edge of the state. The second projected a glowing image of Joel, the man apparently sitting in the back of a car, judging by how he sat with his legs crossed, leaning to the side and gazing out a window, though his surroundings were vague. The car stopped a few minutes ago, Nalia said. Joel has checked his phone a couple times. Good. He nodded, sitting down to observe the two spells. This was the real reason he'd allowed Joel to leave. The man was just a lackey. He needed someone who was in charge. Tom was willing enough to talk and appeared to be in a position of some power, but Joel was only a messenger. For another few minutes, they simply waited, observing Joel's growing impatience, until finally he sat up, getting out of the car. About time you got here, Joel said angrily, slamming the car door behind him. This wasn't our intended meeting point, a voice from another man replied. The spell only showed them Joel but could pick up sound from his surroundings. Did something go wrong? I'm being cautious. Their magic is far beyond what we imagined, Joel said, explaining a few of the things he'd seen. So, you think they're tracking you? The other man asked. I don't know. I don't feel any magic, but I didn't when our guns were disabled either. That's why I asked you to bring the water. Makes sense, the other man said. Let's go inside. I'm not about to watch you strip. Fair enough. I'll also need a change of clothing. Now you're just being paranoid. You didn't see what I did, Joel said as the image of him began walking. On the walk to the castle, I caught sight of their training grounds. Their trainees were practicing 3-ring spells. Their trainees? The other man asked, seemingly surprised. Yeah, young girls, barely in their 20s. And we've seen the older knights doing 6 and even 7-ring spells, Joel continued. Power and flexibility of magic goes up exponentially with each added level if even their weakest members are stronger than our most powerful. I got it. That is worrying. What about the eye? Did you get it back? No, I couldn't even sense it at any point. Orlan refused outright to give it back. The sons of Cain got to him first, probably told him about the relics. Shit, I thought we had all the surviving members under watch. Tom survived, so he wasn't being watched. Joel sighed. It's doubtful they got any more information about the relics than what we had when they were recovered out of him, though. Think they could figure them out? I wouldn't be surprised. I got the feeling he didn't believe me when I told him it only had 2 abilities. They'd need someone at least as powerful as the item to delve into its secrets, the other man pointed out, his voice muffled by some scraping of plastic on wood as he seemed to mess with something. The strongest we've seen was a 6-ring spell. Estimates put the eye at a tier 9 or 10, right? They could just be better at experimenting with it, Joel hedged, starting to remove his shoes. I wouldn't assume anything about their capabilities. Yeah. What about what he wanted? You said you spoke with him, right? He said he just wanted us to stay out of his way, claiming his main goal was protecting people, Joel replied, pulling his tie off and getting started on his shirt, and refused to stop teaching magic to the public. Shame. Inner Circle said the monsters must be allowed to spread, the other voice said. I think I managed to distract him with the magical academy, making him think that was our main objection. Joel agreed, walking into another room as he removed his pants. Orlan was glad the figure wasn't detailed enough to pick out anything. I didn't ask about monster parts, didn't want him to suspect anything. So you weren't able to recover the eye, but were able to obfuscate our goal? The other voice asked, sounding like it was coming from another room. Getting the eye back was always a low probability and thankfully low priority. That's what I figured, Joel agreed, grabbing something from a nearby table which seemed to be a water bottle and unscrewed the top. I don't think we'll be able to stop him from fighting the monsters, though. I saw a large yard where they were breaking down the body of that large crab monster from Bermuda, and I'm pretty sure I saw hides from other monsters drying on racks. I didn't get close enough to be sure, though. There was a moment of silence as Joel poured whatever was in the bottle over his left arm, before pausing to watch for something. After nothing happened, he switched to the other arm. I think the other side has a number of protector lords like him who basically harvest the rifts for monster parts under the guise of protecting people. Hell, maybe they actually do care to protect others, Joel continued as he inspected his right arm. But I'd bet their main source of income is from the monsters. Meaning we'll be hard-pressed to get them to stop, the other voice finished. Any sign of magic on you? Arms and head are clean. About to check my toros. Can you come in and watch my back? Fine, but put a towel on, the other man grumbled. Joel grabbing and wrapping something around his waist, only to grab the bottle again and pour some of the liquid in it down his body, front and back. The image of Joel flickered for a moment, and the other voice let out a hiss. What is it? Joel asked, turning to try and look at his back. A 5-ring spell on your back, made of light mana, unless I miss my guess. 5? Anything you can do about it? Joel asked, sounding worried. There's one thing I can do, the other man replied, only for a gunshot to ring out, the image to vanish and the splinter tracking his position to fall to the table. Damn, Orlan swore. Talk about ruthless. Any chance he just damaged the spell circle? Lyra asked, looking at Nalia. No, the spell was undamaged, but without a living target, it's gone dormant, the light mage replied. Can you alter it so we can see? Orlan asked. I can, but it won't be subtle. That's fine, Orlan said, and Nalia lifted her hands and began using her inherent ability, spell transmission, to alter the magic from a distance. Hundreds of mages had attempted to replicate her ability, but so far as Orlan was aware, none had managed to do so. After a moment, the image reappeared, now clearer, as she shifted the spell from focusing on remaining hidden to simply displaying what was around it. Joel's body lay on the ground, blood pouring from several holes in his back, right around where the spell would have been. Now, however, it floated in the air in the middle of the bathroom. Another man with a gun stared at the spell circle. Altering a spell after it's been cast? Damn, Joel might have had a point, the man grumbled, looking over the spell but not getting too close. I can't tell if you can hear me. I'm guessing you couldn't before, but either way, it doesn't matter. Damn it. What a giant mess. The man muttered as he walked out of frame. Orlan considered having the spell follow him, but Nalia was already straining to alter a spell that far away. While inherent abilities were efficient, several hundred miles was a long distance even for it, so with a nod, he let her release the spell. So, what do we do now? Lyra asked after a moment. Basically, just as we were planning, even if that whole thing was an act to further mislead us, we don't have enough information to act, Orlan sighed. That was clearly some safe house where they could meet without giving away any critical locations. We learned there's an inner circle that's managing things, and their most powerful mages are tier 2 or at most 3. You really think any of them broke through to the earthly realm? I don't know. If our guess is right and their group is run by beasts, then this inner circle is likely the possessed or infected or whatever. If that's the case, they likely use bestial core-word progression. It would explain that Marine who was doped up on magical steroids. They're just trying to replicate the progression of the inner circle. But they don't know any treatments that can safely advance a core-word human. Lyra nodded. I don't think ambient mana is enough to sustain a tier 3 beast. But if they're harvesting blood and mana from the rifts, they might be able to artificially sustain a few. I think that's the most likely situation, Orlan agreed. Regardless, Nalia, can you go talk with the seers from the Mage's Spire? They might be able to pull more information from the ether. I'll talk with them, my lord, the blank-faced woman replied. I need to get more powerful, Orlan sighed. After the students arrive in a couple days, I'm going to push for tier 6. If you've recovered from the healing backlash, Lyra countered, her glare allowing no argument. Right, if I've recovered, Orlan agreed reluctantly. Return Protector. Chapter 31. Grandmaster, Orlan asked, his knuckle rapping lightly on the door to the Grand Mage's office. Upon being called in, he found the old mage messing with a cell phone. One of the people who came here to set up that tower was handing them out, the Grandmaster explained under Orlan's questioning gaze. Figured I'd learn about this side's technology, and look. The Grandmaster held up the phone, showing a weather report. When you said they could predict the weather a week ahead of time, without magic, I didn't believe you, the Grandmaster continued. But seeing this is impressive. If it wouldn't kill me, I'd shatter my way down to the mortal realm and rebuild my way up just to get rid of my storm sense inherent. Those predictions are wrong as often as they're right, Orlan pointed out. But you heard my warnings about the cell phones. That people can listen in using it. Of course, I placed a silence enchantment on everyone that was handed out. Yeah, that should work anyways. I wanted to see if you discovered anything new about, well, anything. The Eye, Horus, the like. Some good news, some bad, the Grandmaster said with a sigh, motioning for Orlan to sit down as he put the cell aside. For good, some testing indicates we should be able to remove the magic isn't real spell cast on the Eye of Providence. Got some of the guys who know more about mental magic looking into possible methods to minimize damage on that now. For bad news, we won't be able to contain the aura of insight. The only way we could come up with to manage that is to refocus the eye onto another symbol. Unfortunately, we can't do that. Can't figure out the ritual? Orlan asked. No, we figured most of that out already, the Grandmaster countered. The issue is that the ritual requires someone who is bonded with the eye to lead the ritual, otherwise it won't work. And we don't know the requirements to form a bond, so unless you want to start testing people to try and find someone to bond with it, we won't be able to access most of its abilities. Near as we can tell, the only active ability that can be used without a bond is diffraction of magic. Considering the power of the item, you'd need someone at least in the Ascendant realm, Orlan mused, the Grandmaster nodding in response. That's what we figured as well. And we don't have many people like that. So unless we get lucky, best we can do is find a way to safely turn off that spell on it. As for the other matter, the Grandmaster continued, while we brought many tomes, ancient history wasn't a subject we dedicated much space to. We have copies of some of the more common records, but nothing dedicated to ancient Egypt or pre-splitting religion. So aside from confirming that Horus was in fact probably a powerful mage, pre-splitting there's not much there. Damn, Orlan sighed. Actually, that's something I've been meaning to ask you about. The story of Cain and Abel has come up a lot. The first mage and how the world was split. How could there have been mages pre-splitting if the brother of the first mage caused the world to split in two? That's been a matter of some debate in the historical community for centuries, the old man chuckled. From what I've heard, there are two main theories. The first is that the pre-splitting mages were all core ward, where Cain or Abel were sphere ward true mages. Often, these old mages are depicted with bestial or clearly inhuman features, which is used as evidence for this, as core ward progression often results in physical mutation. The second theory is that while the story seems like Abel died shortly after becoming the first mage, or shortly after Cain became the first mage, whatever the case is, in reality some time passed between the events. The first mage advanced and passed on his teachings for decades, or perhaps even several centuries before his death, and the world being split. Or both could be true, Orlan said after a moment. Or neither. Damn it, I hate these kinds of mysteries. I can't help you there, the old man chuckled. Anything else? No, that's all, Grandmaster. I can't wait to get my name back, the old man grumbled as Orlan turned to leave. 14? Orlan asked, looking at the group of people who'd just come off the airplane, all of whom were supposed to be in the first class of mages on this side. Overall, Orlan could see two distinct groups. One was the military-age male, who all carried themselves with the confidence of someone who's gone through the most grueling training possible, though none of them were dressed in military uniforms. The second group were the spies. They were generally nondescript with forgettable faces and features. More diverse than the military group with both sexes represented and a range of ages from college to approaching middle age, but all of them had some form of tech on them beyond a cell phone that seemed designed for espionage. Orlan struggled to avoid rolling his eyes as he disabled all of those devices. Only 3 people didn't fit into these groups, and one was clearly a honey trap, judging by the way she was looking at him. There were a couple late additions, Lyra said, motioning to the remaining 2 who didn't fit in. Orlan quickly recognizing them as the officers he'd found staring down a beast. The Florida governor said you mentioned these 2 would make good mages? I did, Orlan sighed, meeting their gaze as he continued. And normally I'd send you 2 back, regardless of my opinion, to avoid appearances of favoritism. But? One of the officers asked hopefully. But there are 2 others who are more deserving of being sent back, Orlan finished. A wave of his hand summoned 2 spell circles, and 2 of the other students were enclosed in barriers. With another motion, they slid across the ground towards Orlan. One of them was a military-age Russian male, and the other a woman in her late 20s or early 30s of Middle Eastern appearance. I'm not sure if I should be insulted or thankful only 2 people tried to sneak guns into the school, Orlan remarked. But regardless, rules clearly stated no firearms. What are you talking about? The woman asked, causing Orlan to roll his eyes again, and with a wave of his hand, bits of metal came flying out of various places, each with a small spell circle around them and hovering in midair. Clearly, they were all pieces of a handgun. You going to argue too? Orlan asked of the Russian man. No, but my leadership will hear of this, he replied in a thick accent. Good. Tell them to send someone without guns next time, Orlan replied, the barriers containing the 2 of them sliding back towards the aircraft and dragging them on board. With respect, another of the military-age males spoke up. He was the shortest of that group and appeared to be from South Asia. If the rules are no weapons, then I must admit to having a blade on me. I know. And Kukris are allowed, Orlan replied. Honestly, I thought Brishan would send an SAS member, not one of you. It was noted that you use blades, so they decided to send someone with extensive training with melee weapons, the man replied after a moment's surprise. But I don't need to leave? No, just know that this isn't a military training program, just a magical one, Orlan said, turning to speak to the entire group. Magic is different from anything you've experienced before, and that's part of the reason we insisted on such a small class. Some of the Spire mages will go over the details of magic, but as the lord of this island, I wanted to make sure the rules are followed. For one, since you aren't knights, castle grounds are off limits unless you're invited. As you can tell, it's impossible to hide anything from me on this island. Try to access the castle without permission, and the best possible outcome is you being sent back, Orlan explained. Second rule is no threatening or attacking anyone. Break that rule, and you won't have to worry about explaining to your leaders about why you were sent back. Beyond that, listen to the Spire mages and be respectful. You are guests here. Any questions? What if we're attacked? One of the military age males asked. Then you may defend yourself, of course. Just try to minimize the harm. Is the rest of the island open to us? A nondescript woman asked. Yes, don't go breaking into people's homes or rooms or anything, and be careful of the edge. It's a long fall. Beyond that, you're welcome to wander. Orlan answered a few more questions before handing the group off to one of the head Spire mages. They'd decided that the Grandmaster shouldn't handle the introduction, which he was more than happy to avoid as well. Wait, we won't be working with Orlan? The woman who appeared to be a honey trap asked as the group followed the three mages. No, you won't be training to become a Protector Knight, Edmund, one of the mages, answered. This will be much less intense. You won't have the combat training of a warrior mage, but it seems like many of you already have some experience there, another of the mages added, glancing over the group. But Edmund is correct. We're going to teach you magic, nothing more. Magic is still quite dangerous, the final of the three mages leading them added, so pay attention to the lessons. What if we want to become knights? The honey trap asked. Then learn magic first, Edmund said simply. Only those who know magic can become Protector Knights. All right. There's enough incense for several days, along with some mana crystals if you need help, Lylra said, pointing to various supplies that had been gathered in the Anchorheart chamber. I'll be fine, Orlan said with a smile. I've broken through to the Ascendant Realm once before, and the strain on my body is supposed to be less the second time. I know, she sighed. You know I worry. Let me know the instant you finish successfully or not. I will, Orlan reassured her before ushering her from the large open chamber and waving the two large doors shut. After laying out a meditation carpet and lighting some of the mana-infused incense, he sat down looking at the Anchorheart. The massive stone floated in the center of the room without support. It was smooth to the touch and tapered to a blunt point at both top and bottom, but otherwise resembled any average stone. But to Orlan it was anything but. He could feel the energy pulsing within it like a heartbeat, the power flowing from him to it and it to him. It was, in a very real sense, a part of him ever since he'd been forcefully bonded with it. Not even the bond he had with his spear and the unruly spirit that resided within it could compare. To break this bond would kill him, he knew instinctively. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and reached out with his spiritual senses. Mana flowed around the room like a tornado, completely unseen, passing through his body like it didn't exist as it funneled into the Anchorheart. It was that flow of mana inward that gave Protector Knights their impressive mana regeneration. Most of it was used to keep the island afloat, with a part of that being siphoned off for his use. As his power grew, less of that mana was needed to maintain the island, and thus more would go to him. But to advance, he needed more. Reaching out, he could feel the mana all across his island slowly spiraling in. He gathered it in his mind and pulled. Oceans of mana rushed in, crashing into his soul. The framework for his next sphere was already in place. All he had to do was force this excess mana to crystallize within that frame while keeping his soul from collapsing entirely. The incense supported his mind, making it easier to split his focus between holding his spirit up under the torrent of mana and forcing that same torrent into the proper form. Blood oozed from his every pore, and his body shuddered unnaturally. Every mage in the castle could feel the mana surging. The island itself jittered so subtly that only those who were paying attention noticed. Outside the Anchorheart chamber, Lylra sighed, sensing him begin. He was so quick to throw himself into danger, be it to better himself or save others. When they first met, she thought he was reckless, but over the years she'd learned better. At first, the pain was simply more familiar to him than the weird world he'd suddenly found himself. and the promise of power to take control of his life was worth any amount of pain. She hated seeing him in pain. His willingness to subject himself to it was both the thing she loved about him the most and what annoyed her to no end. All she could do was trust he'd pull through, like he always did. With a final breath, she pushed off of the wall and went to meet up with Nalia, who'd mentioned that Theo wanted to speak. No, Orlan? Theo asked as the two senior knights met with him. Whatever. Amy's aunt is insisting on a trial by jury for her. I did everything I could to delay it, but couldn't. They're also insisting on Amy being there in person, as the judge said. If she isn't being held captive, then it shouldn't be hard for her to be present. I'm afraid he'll rule against us if she doesn't show. That's fine, Lyra said. Not ideal, but we can deal with it. Orlan shouldn't go. I know he's going to want to, but his presence will only make things worse. Theo started only for Lyra to hold up a hand, cutting him off. Orlan is going to be busy for a while. Good to know, but sending her back alone is also a bad idea. You need someone to serve as a witness, Theo continued. Miss Lyra, you're likely the best option, Miss Nalia. I apologize, but your nature might be off-putting to the court. We've already spoke about who will go, Lyra said. Have you met Lady White? The instructor? Theo asked. I spoke with her briefly, but are you sure? Even with magic, she seems old. Will she be able to keep herself safe? Trust me when I say that White is one of the most dangerous people on this island, Lyra said with a smirk, Nalia nodding beside her. Orlan had a saying, beware the old man in a profession where men die young, I believe it went. Well, it applies to women too. I'll take your word for it, Theo said nervously after a moment. In any case, my staff have arranged a charter flight for us. It'll be arriving late tomorrow, so make sure Orlan doesn't, magic it out of the sky or anything. I'll inform him, Lyra said dryly, turning to Nalia. You up to informing White and Amy? Yes, Nalia said, with a simple nod, her expression flat as always. I'll come with, Theo said, pushing himself to his feet. Figure I should at least get to know her if she'll be coming back to Maryland with us. Return Protector, Chapter 32. Given the unusual circumstances surrounding this case, I'd like to open this pre-trial hearing with an acknowledgement that it's unlikely the case will be resolved here. Due to concerns about the health of the defendant, it was decided to expedite this hearing despite the court's concerns, the judge said, reading from a paper once the courtroom had quieted down. With that understanding, the purpose of this trial is to determine whether there is merit to the claims of the plaintiff and if this case should proceed to a full trial. Since this is to be a unique case, there will be a few ground rules. For one, no pictures or recordings of the court shall be allowed. A full transcript shall be released following the conclusion of this hearing. Second, I'm told that at least a couple of those present in the court are in possession of a power referred to as magic, which is poorly understood and not covered by U.S. law. I'd like those with this capability to refrain from its use. I've been advised that it is impossible to entirely cease its use for various reasons, so my request is that it not be used unless necessary. Finally, while this is a pre-trial hearing, I will allow a limited amount of time for cross-examination of persons of interest. The purpose of this is to allow for establishing of character, determination of events, and personal testimony from those involved. With that understanding, the Maryland District Family Court is called to order, the judge finished, banging his gavel. While the small courtroom was largely empty, that was only because most of those who'd wanted to be present had been denied access. No press, members of the public, or extended family were allowed, leaving only a few people directly related to the proceedings. Amy, for obvious reasons, felt quite nervous. This was her first time in court, and while the lawyer Theo had provided spent most of the previous day briefing her and White what to expect, it was still new to her. She felt better knowing that Lady White was present and that this was likely even more alien to her. Still, she kept her back straight, chin up, and did her best to look confident, pointedly ignoring the looks her aunt was giving her. To start with, if each side will present their arguments in brief, the judge continued, starting with the plaintiff. Thank you, Your Honor, the man her aunt had hired said as he stood. My client hopes to demonstrate that her niece, Miss Amy, isn't psychologically fit following the tragic death of her immediate family to be deciding to join the cult-like group known as the Protectorate. Between her trauma and whatever emotional manipulations the so-called Protector Lord put her through, she isn't in any condition to make life-altering decisions. To that end, my client is seeking temporary guardianship over her niece, along with a protective order to bring her home. Thank you. Defense? The judge said, nodding to the other side. Your Honor, her own lawyer said as he stood, I hope to prove that my opponent's statements about my client's mental state and the actions of the group she's chosen to join are wrong and borderline defamation. In addition, I will prove that the plaintiff has no legal or personal relationship with my client, which might allow her to judge the mental state of my client. If necessary, we will seek a legal emancipation for my client, establishing her as an adult. Thank you. All right. As a family court judge, it's rare for me to see cases involving international politics, the judge said with a smirk as he shuffled through papers on his podium. To keep things simple, it would appear that the plaintiff needs to establish a few things. First is the familial relationship between the two that grant her legal standing. I take it you can provide documentation to that effect? Of course, Your Honor. We have birth records for Miss Amy, her mother, and my client which prove the relation, the other lawyer replied, holding up a folder. My client is also willing to submit to a DNA test if needed. Defense? We aren't challenging their biological relation, Your Honor, her own lawyer said. Rather, we intend to challenge the nature of their personal relationship, specifically that the plaintiff has had no meaningful relationship with my client. With respect, Your Honor, the defense replied, in cases such as these, where one member of the family has been estranged, previous cases have decided that the closest living relation to the estranged are allowed standing. I have a few case citations if you desire, Your Honor. This is a pre-trial hearing, not an evidentiary hearing, the judge dismissed. As long as you can establish some basis for standing, we can move forward. Assuming no objections by the defense, then we can move on. The judge paused, turning his head away from the microphone to cough as he moved to the next set of documents. Amy fought to keep her face neutral and keep looking forward. It was amazing how something so tedious could also be stressful. It was as if everyone was talking a different language that she only caught snippets of, but she knew they were discussing her fate. Her lawyer had walked her through the likely events, including this one, but being prepared for it and sitting still while it happened was quite another. Thankfully, the judge seemed willing to keep things moving without getting bogged down in procedural nonsense. Okay, second thing the plaintiff needs to establish, the judge continued after a moment, is that the mental state of the defendant is potentially compromised. Defense, is your client prepared to be questioned? Yes, Your Honor. Excellent, Miss Amy. I believe you stated you preferred the use of your first name in these proceedings? Then, Miss Amy, I'd like to ask you a few questions, the judge said, looking right at her. Of course, Your Honor, she replied as confidently as she could. Do you believe you are being coerced or manipulated? No. Do you understand the consequence of your decision? Yes. Have you been denied contact with the outside world or been restricted from leaving? No, not beyond practical concerns. Could you explain? Of course. She cleared her throat, taking a quick sip from the glass of water provided. The Protectorate's cell phone coverage was poor until recently, when a tower was installed on the island, and flying to or from the Protectorate can be quite challenging on short notice. But you haven't been restricted from doing either. No, Your Honor. In fact, my cell phone has been with me the entire time, though finding a way to charge it has been difficult, but we managed. And the phone is still usable? Yes, until the plan defaults in any case, Amy said a little sadly. I haven't had a chance to transfer to my own plan and am still on my father's. Will you be allowed to transfer your plan so that you can continue to use the phone? I've not been told I couldn't, Your Honor. Depending on when this ends, I might try to go into town to do that today. In that case, Miss White, you are serving as a representative of the Protectorate, correct? Yes, Your Lordship, White replied from behind Amy. That's ahem. The proper form of address is Your Honor. The judge coughed. Would Miss Amy be allowed to keep her phone plan? Would you make any attempt to stop her? I don't pretend to understand how this phone plan works, Your Lord Honor, White replied simply. I'm led to believe it's some form of communication device. I see no reason to restrict her access to it in any way. Your Honor, her aunt's lawyer spoke up. I'd like to question the relevance of this Miss White to the defendant's situation. Ah, of course. According to the document submitted, Miss White is the magic and combat instructor to Miss Amy on the Protectorate. Is that correct? Yes, Your Honor. White nodded. Could you go into more detail about your relationship with Amy? She is my student, the first from this side, White explained. I serve as the primary instructor for those looking to become Knights of Lord Orlan, teaching both martial and magical skills to develop them into proficient warriors. Part of that is ensuring they are prepared mentally and physically for the future, which includes getting to know the girls in my care. And you don't use any coercive techniques to prevent them from leaving? No, in fact, I deliberately make the training hard enough to discourage those of weak will, White replied. If one of my students isn't fully set on becoming a knight, I don't want her to stay. Your Honor, the aunt's attorney stood. If I might ask a few questions of this Miss White. Any objections? The judge asked, looking at the defense attorney, who shook his head. Then go ahead. Miss White, I've been informed that all of the knights you speak of are female. Are your students the same? I've trained men in the past, but I tend to find male instructors are best for male students, White replied. Currently, all my students are women. But is there a reason you only train women? Because only women can become Knights of Lord Orlan. Why is that? Only women can form a bond with the Protectorate. Your Honor, the defense attorney spoke up before another question could be asked. Is there a reason for this questioning? I'm confused as to where this is going as well, the judge asked, looking at the aunt's lawyer. My client is worried that the defendant might be in danger of being sexually abused, the lawyer replied. We find it suspicious that only women are allowed to become knights. Do you have any evidence to that effect? Not as such, Your Honor, but beyond statements released by Orlan and the inability to access the Protectorate for investigation, it makes it hard to provide evidence. If this were to go to trial, we could potentially conduct a more thorough investigation. I'm unsure that potential and worries aren't sufficient to bring this to trial, the judge replied. Miss White, is there any sexual component to becoming a Knight of Orlan? No, Your Honor, White said simply. Would you be willing to undergo a medical investigation to prove that? If it would help, yes, but there's no point. I am not one of Lord Orlan's knights. You aren't? No. But you work and fight for him, correct? Yes, White nodded. Does that not make you one of his knights? Ah, I see. You are conflating a noble lord's knights and those of a protector lord, replied Lady White. To become a knight to a protector lord like my Lord Orlan requires more than noble blood and a knighting ceremony. There is a magical bond between protector lord and protector knight, which grants the knights a portion of their lord's power. I don't suppose you could give an example. I'm sure you've seen some of those moving images, you call them videos, of my lord or his knights seemingly pulling objects from thin air, or at least heard of them doing so. Is that correct? I can provide some files depicting such abilities, if needed, Your Honor, Amy's lawyer said. I believe I have, the judge said after a moment. It wasn't very flashy compared to other tricks, but yes. That ability comes from my Lord Orlan. It is what we refer to as an inherent ability, something that comes naturally to a mage as they get stronger and is unique to them, White explained. Normally only Lord Orlan would be able to access this inherent ability, which they call personal space, though I have heard Lord Orlan refer to it as his inventory as well. Through the magical bond between Protector Lord and Protector Knight, this ability is granted to all the knights as well. I am not a knight, and thus don't. Neither does Miss Amy or any of my other students, as they aren't knights either. I see, the judge replied, writing something down. And you don't have any physical relations with Orlan? I'm old enough to be his grandmother, White said dryly. Our relationship is entirely professional. With respect, Your Honor, the aunt's lawyer spoke up, and Amy repressed a groan. For one, as you mentioned yourself, this so-called magic is poorly understood. How do we even know if the claims of this Miss White are even valid? She's the closest thing to an expert we have, the judge replied, unless you can provide a better one. I just would like my objection to her description of this bond to be noted, the lawyer continued. And second, even if it's true that this Miss White doesn't partake in physical relations with Orlan, Isn't it possible, even likely, he only requires the younger, more attractive women to do so, under the guise of this bond? Again, mere speculation as to what could be possible isn't enough to move the case forward, the judge replied. So far, you haven't been able to demonstrate any evidence to your claim about Miss Amy's mental state being impaired. Her immediate family was killed during a tragedy. Is that not enough to at least call her decision-making ability into question? Even if it were, I see no indication that she is being kept against her will, nor is her ability to communicate with others being controlled or even monitored, given their lack of knowledge regarding technology. If you would permit a psychological evaluation of my client's niece, the lawyer started. We'd be happy to go through one, Amy's lawyer interrupted, that having been one of the subjects that had come up the night before. Due to the expedited nature of this case, we weren't able to arrange one beforehand, but if Your Honor wishes to order one, my client has no issues doing so. Then we shall defer this subject, the judge said after a moment. Should this go to trial, a psychological evaluation will be considered. For now, we'll consider this situation to be in favor of the defense. So far, the plaintiff has demonstrated that she has standing through familial relations, but failed to show any evidence of the defendant being coerced or manipulated, or of her compromised mental state. I'm inclined to believe that her actions aren't being restricted at all, though it would help if the defense has any evidence that she is allowed off the island before this. My client was allowed to visit Bermuda following the event there, her lawyer spoke up. From my understanding, she went shopping with a few of her friends, spending the day there. Do you have evidence of this? I'm sure we could procure some receipts or images showing her there. The bra I'm currently wearing I bought on Bermuda, Amy spoke up, flinching as her lawyer glared at her. Your Honor. I see. You went shopping for, underwear? The judge asked, sounding almost amused. Not many of my things survived the rift in North Carolina, Your Honor. While the Protectorate provided me with many things, bras weren't one of them, Amy said, blushing more than a little. Why weren't they provided? If I may, Your Lordship, Your Honor, White spoke up. We don't have garments of this kind on the other side, so they weren't in our stocks. I believe that has changed now. Well, I've never had a bra be used as evidence, but it works, the judge said with a smirk. Seeing as I doubt the Protectorate gets Amazon deliveries, though I've been surprised before, I think that serves as strong evidence she was in fact allowed to leave the Protectorate under limited supervision, meaning that, while her mental state is in question, her ability to leave the Protectorate isn't. I feel confident in declaring that she isn't being kept there against her will, unless you have any evidence to present. Only that while she may be free to leave, with her mental state unknown and potential emotional manipulation or subtle coercion could still represent a threat to her that would warrant awarding guardianship to my client, the aunt's lawyer replied. Then, in my reading of the law, in order for guardianship to be awarded, the subject in question needs to be a minor and incapable of making her own decisions. We've established that the plaintiff is the logical choice to award guardianship to, should it be required, but failed to demonstrate its necessity. Your Honor, it is also possible to award guardianship in cases where the mental state isn't in question, but the defendant is in danger should it not be granted, the aunt's lawyer said, which you have so far failed to demonstrate. I would like to bring up the subject of this magic, Your Honor, the lawyer continued. Is it not possible that such unknown tricks could be of a risk to my client's niece? That seems like a long discussion, the judge sighed. For now, let's break for lunch. Court will be in recess until 1:45. Return Protector, Chapter 33. Are you finally going to start teaching us magic today? Martin, one of the men who Orlan had classified as a military-age male and was almost certainly an agent, asked. As soon as the rest of the first class arrives, Edmund answered. The rest of the class? I thought it was just the 12 of us. We've got another 8 arriving today, Edmund replied. Lord Orlan didn't want the entire class to be publicly known, so he arranged for a more covert selection that wouldn't be tainted by politics. Originally, it was supposed to be half the class, but it was easier to find one of those flying machines that sits 8 passengers than one that sits 10 without it becoming known. Martin and most of the other students blinked in surprise, clearly not having expected this. A few tried to pry more information from Edmund, but the instructor was just as clueless as the rest of them about the identity of the remaining 8, at least until they walked onto the campus. The remaining 8 were a random selection of people, primarily from America and Europe, who would have had an easier time applying for the academy. The youngest was a boy just out of his teens, while the oldest was a man well into his 40s or 50s, old enough for the age to show, but not yet too weak to travel and learn. "Excellent now that we're all here," Edmund said with a clap, drawing all their attention, another instructor walking in with a bowl covered in a cloth that Edmund took. "Before we actually teach you magic, we have to ensure it won't harm you. I'm sure you've all heard of mana allergy. On the other side, it's a rare condition, but on this side, it's more common. To test for it, we're going to have all of you eat one of these." As he finished, he dramatically pulled the cloth off to reveal a pile of grapes, the students blinking in confusion. "Grapes?" One of the students asked, "Are they like magic grape?" "No, well, not technically," Edmund replied. "Each has been injected with a tiny amount of mana, enough to provoke a reaction should you be allergic to mana, but not enough to cause harm. So come and take one each. Unless you don't want to take the risk, in which case the flying contraption that delivered the last students will be departing tomorrow morning." "Why that long?" Martin asked as the students lined up and took a single grape each, some popping them immediately while others carefully inspected the berries, taking a nibble or two before eating them. It takes a while for a reaction to show from a mana allergy. It could be as late as tonight before it's noticed. So if anyone does have the allergy, that machine will take you home in the morning, Edmund replied. "Incidentally, for your safety, you will all be sleeping downstairs in the main hall instead of in the rooms upstairs tonight. If you have a reaction, the faster we notice and get to you, the better. Even if this amount of mana shouldn't cause serious harm, we don't want to take risks." The students nodded in agreement at that. Once Edmund had confirmed each of them had a single grape, he ate one himself before handing the bowl off to the other instructors, who worked to polish off the remaining grapes. "Those are good," the older man from the newest group commented, indicating the grapes. "Where'd you get them?" "Oh, one of the townsfolk has a whole vineyard the next valley over," Edmund replied. "Most of the crop was destroyed during the transition over to this side, but enough survived to get some decent produce out of it." "Ah, makes sense. I run an orchard out west myself," the man replied. "Pecans." "Can't say I'm much of a farmer myself, but feel free to walk into town if you want to talk to some of the locals," said Edmund with a smile, motioning everyone inside. "For now, we're going to begin talking about how magic works, get you a bit of a head start." "Okay." Edmund cleared his throat once everyone was seated at the handful of long wooden tables in the hall. To start with the basics, magic is a very complex art. There are 3 main things that determine the effect and potency of a spell. Form, will, and affect, White explained. Form refers to the runes and circles of the spell. Will refers to your personal desire and mana, and affect is your emotional state. That seems a remarkably unstable foundation for something so destructive, the prosecution's lawyer remarked. Emotional state? Personal desires? "I tend to agree," the judge remarked. "Seems like a lot of room for disaster." "Yes," Lady White said. "It can be if handled incorrectly." "And you know how to handle it?" "I've been using magic for nearly a century. If you find someone more qualified to teach it, then I'll happily defer to them." "A century? Your Honor, there's no way anyone has that much experience," the prosecutor said. "Clearly, this woman has some mental issues as a result of age or possibly trauma." "She's been perfectly lucid," the defense countered. "It's been stated multiple times before that magic extends one's lifespan, before this case was even called." White fought the desire to sigh as the 2 lawyers argued back and forth over her own mental state. She'd seen courtiers arguing cases before a lord in his court, but never thought she'd actually be the subject of one, much less one as odd as this. At first, she thought the judge acted in accordance with the king's will and law, exercising judgment as needed, but the more she listened, the man seemed mostly concerned with procedural accuracy and past judgments from other judges, as if that had any bearing on this case. It all seemed so needlessly complex to her. "Enough," the judge interrupted the 2 after a bit. As we've seen no indication of any impairment to Miss White's mental faculties, we'll proceed under the understanding that she is an expert on magic and sound of mind. Understood? Yes, Your Honor, the two lawyers said almost in unison. In that case, Miss White, can you say honestly that my client's niece is perfectly safe learning this magic? The prosecutor continued after a moment. Can you say honestly that anything is perfectly safe? White countered dryly. Your Honor, the lawyer started, only to be interrupted. It's a fair question, the judge said, unless you are arguing that the standard is a requirement of perfect safety. Of course not, but surely this magic represents a greater than average risk to the defendant's safety. Miss White, how dangerous would you say learning magic is? The judge asked, turning to the old woman. No more than any other profession. In my career as a teacher, I've only lost one student out of the couple hundred I've taught, White answered. But you have had a student die on your watch? The prosecutor asked, leaning forward. Yes, White said, her voice hardening. And not a day goes by that I don't regret it. Your Honor, the defense spoke up, and White fought back another sigh as the lawyers began arguing terms, definitions, and standards again. This was going to take longer than she'd thought. It wasn't an easy thing to force mana to crystallize, even after having done everything possible to prepare for it. This was referred to as a breakthrough sphere for a reason. At the third and sixth spheres, one's mana underwent a more qualitative change, increasing in both potency and flexibility. It was where the realms came from, and why the handful of magic users on this side were unable to reach the third sphere. In addition to the normal crystallization of mana, one's body also needed to be enhanced. This process was different for each breakthrough and often referred to as tempering when going from the fifth to the sixth sphere. Every cell in your body had to be flooded with mana till it either adapted to accommodate the higher realm of mana or died so it could be replaced with a cell that could manage it. Orlan had an advantage here, having previously been seventh sphere. His body had been tempered previously. Once he dropped to fifth sphere, his body, no longer requiring the ability to survive ascendant mana, had slowly begun to untemper. Thankfully, with the right process, it was possible to pre-temper your body and was virtually required for the process to be survivable. For everyone, the process was different, often needing alchemical reagents to assist in the slow tempering of one's body, alongside meditation and exposure to the element of your mana. For users of fire mana, for example, to pre-temper their body might require them to consume potions laden with ashes while meditating over an open flame, allowing the fire to burn away that which can't handle the stronger mana and the ash to replace it. But once the breakthrough was begun, there were no half measures. Either your entire body was tempered or you failed to break through. Failure would often result in either death or spiritual collapse, the mana causing runaway mutations as cells that could manage the strong mana grew out of control, turning you into a monster. It was possible to survive a failed breakthrough, but it was at best a coin flip. Oddly, the main thing experienced mages looked for in potential apprentices wasn't mental fortitude, a strong body, or even a keen mind. It was a willingness to learn and face reality for what it is, not what they wished it to be, to accept who and what they are, and to push past those limitations. Orlan's rift mana was wild, hard to control, and extremely powerful. If not tightly contained, it would lash out and rip apart anything nearby. Rifts were cracks in space, and if left unattended, cracks spread. As one's mana was a reflection of who they are, Orlan had to accept that he wasn't that different. He knew how volatile his anger could be if he lost control of it, so he had to keep it on a tight leash. But most importantly, he had to accept that that anger dwelled within him. Many would instinctively reject such a thought, denying the perceived character flaw. That alone would prevent them from becoming a powerful mage. Only those who could confront and accept their flaws could become a mage. Those who tried to force the issue, denying any problem existed, could only stagnate. But Orlan had long since come to terms with his anger. What he sought to confront now was what he perceived as an odd conflict in the nature of rifts. They were destructive. That much was clear. At the same time, however, they contained entire worlds within them. To the world within that rift wasn't destructive, it was what kept it safe. Without it, their world would collapse, dooming them all to the void. If that was the case, though, how did that relate to him? Was there some bubble of calm within his anger? No, that wasn't it. The world within a rift wasn't some bubble separated from it. It was the rift itself. No, the world within was the purpose of the rift, he realized. Without the rift, the world would be lost to the void, but without the world, the rift would collapse on itself as well. A rift had to contain something. It needed a purpose. His purpose was to kill beasts, wasn't it? No, beasts didn't make him angry, not really. He'd fought hundreds, perhaps even thousands of them by now, and he often found the battles fun, testing his abilities against strange opponents. They weren't the reason he got angry. So Orlan thought back to the last time he grew angry. It was when one of his knights in training was kidnapped. If it hadn't been for Lyra guiding him, he might have lost control, tearing the capital of the U.S. apart till he found her. The purpose of his anger was his people, those he was responsible for. Without them, his anger would collapse, consuming him until nothing was left. As soon as he had that thought, he felt the mana within him start to click into place. The pressure of keeping the mass of it contained while also supporting his soul lessened. Blood no longer oozed from his skin. The untampered bits of him improved or removed. This was it. He knew. His anger existed because of his desire to keep those he cared about and those in his care safe. It was a dangerous weapon, to be certain, but it had a purpose, and that purpose was enough to begin his ascent back to the ranks of the Sixth Sphere. He'd taken a risk, seeking a different insight this time instead of reusing the one he'd last used to break through, but it was worth it. His previous inherent ability from his Sixth Sphere wasn't super useful, rarely seeing use, but he could feel that this one was better. With the hard part done, all he had to do now was maintain the mana within him. It was painful, difficult, and required immense concentration, but it was simple. It was now only a matter of time till he broke through, so long as he maintained his focus. Orlan was so focused within himself that he failed to notice a spark of lightning jump across the domed ceiling of the Anchorheart chamber, or the faint rumble of distant thunder that accompanied it. Return Protector, Chapter 34. Orlan had no idea how long it had been since he started. Under such utter focus, time seemed to slip by. Occasionally, he reached out to grab some magical reagent to assist him, crushing a healing gem to support his weakened body, quickly chugging some water to stave off dehydration, nothing that took more than a moment, which was all the time he could spare from maintaining his advancement. Even as the pressure lessened, his Sixth Sphere coming together and beginning to support the pressure of mana within him, he didn't let up. Too many had failed in the last few moments of advancing tiers, relaxing as they felt the end approaching, only for the sphere to rip itself apart, sending powerful mana ripping through their bodies. The Protector, however, had been through this before. He refused to relax until the instant the advancement was complete, and likely not for a few minutes after, to ensure his sphere was intact and not leaking. Such a leak could indicate the sphere wasn't finished, or that the understanding of himself and his mana wasn't compatible with that tier. But as he felt the last bit of pressure relax, he paid careful attention for any signs of a leak. It was then that a rumble caught his attention. Opening his eyes for the first time since he began the process of advancing, the Anchorheart chamber was unusually dark and cold, moisture beginning to condense along the floor and walls. Orlan slowly turned his head, the dried blood along his neck cracking and falling to the ground, looking up to see something unexpected. There was a large swirling cloud within the chamber. Sparks of lightning jumped within the cloud at random, not bright enough to provide any meaningful light, but large enough to generate the dull rumble he'd heard. Even as he watched, the number of lightning bolts increased, first forming rough concentric circles around the room that were worryingly reminiscent of spellcasting. Reaching out with his newly enhanced senses, along with those of his Anchorheart, to feel the mana condensing above him. It had started shortly after he'd begun his breakthrough, from what he could tell. It was as if his advancement had drawn the attention of someone. Extending his senses outwards, he tried to find the caster of the spell that was slowly coming together above him, but found himself unable to. Out to the very reaches of his senses, all he felt was the gentle influx of mana. The mana itself felt wrathful, angry and powerful, like the hand of a vengeful god descending upon the world. Runes began to form in the odd spell taking shape above him. If he'd been anywhere else, his first instinct would be to run away from the Sixth Sphere spell seemingly cast by no one. But here, he couldn't. It was locked onto the Anchorheart chamber, and if it managed to damage or destroy the Anchorheart, Orlan was screwed regardless of where his body was. Gritting his teeth, Orlan forced himself to his feet, lifting his hands and calling forth his newly enhanced mana, only to freeze as the odd wrathful mana above him slammed down, crushing his spell before it could even appear. To crush a spell like that, you had to be at least a full realm above the caster, if not more, and have an excess of mana. Shaking himself, instead of trying to cast another spell, he reached out to pull his spear from his personal space, breathing a sigh of relief as it appeared in his hand. Countering an inherent ability was possible, but far more difficult than a spell. Orlan quickly pulled his armor out and onto himself, the spirit of his spear seeming annoyed for having been woken. With his advancement, it had advanced as well, and had been bathing in his empowered mana, eagerly sucking in the new power. "Sorry, Kayla," Orlan muttered as he summoned his greaves directly onto his legs. "Someone's trying to kill me. I need your help." The spirit grumbled in protest, but turned its attention to the spell above him. Half the runes were in place, which itself was odd. The caster of the spell had to be at least in the divine realm to crush his spell earlier, so to cast a 6th sphere spell should have taken seconds. Perhaps it was a limitation of casting over a distance. Regardless, Orlan forced his tired, weakened body into motion. A single rift step took him to the top of his anchor heart and a dozen feet below the clouds. If he couldn't use spells, he'd have to rely on his inherent abilities. He scanned the runes, recognizing some of them, but not others. He'd never been great at reading spells on the fly. That had generally been Nalia's job. "Nalia!" Orlan reached out to his knights, only to find the bond oddly still. It wasn't broken. He could feel their presence. It was more like they simply weren't awake. Even if it was night, at least some of them should have been awake. Pushing his senses out again, he located Lylra and Nalia, only to find them meeting in a nearby room and seemingly frozen in place. The entire island was frozen from what he could tell, leaves floating mid-air without motion, the wind utterly still, and no one he could sense so much as breathing. The spell above him was messing with time, he realized, looking at the nearly completed spell above him. That's why it seemed to be casting so slowly. It wasn't. By the outside world's reckoning, it would cast in less than a second. Only Orlan, caught under it, would see it form. To mess with the flow of time itself from a distance without being traceable was an immense amount of power. A divine realm caster might be able to manage it. The divine realm was referred to as such for a reason after all. Their powers pushed at the very bounds of the world. The last rune flickered into place above Orlan. Setting his stance atop the sloped peak of the anchor heart, he held his spear up, pushing mana through his void strike inherent and into his spear. Dark flames erupted from the blade of the weapon, the spirit within understanding his intent. Void mana was corrosive to anything, even other mana. While any hope of disrupting the spell itself had been lost when he realized the spell was being cast by a divine realm mage, the void mana could still eat away at whatever effect it had. Power gathered above him, all 6 rings of runes lighting up as mana gathered in the center of the spell, directly above him, only to suddenly descend like a bolt of lightning. Orlan let out a scream, half in pain and half in defiance, as the divine mana tore through him, only partly disrupted by the void mana in his spear. At first, blinded by pain and panic, he didn't realize what was happening. But as he felt the mana gathering around him in the anchor heart, he realized it wasn't an attack, at least not in the proper sense. The spell was granting him divine mana, forcing him to bear the power of a mana he couldn't manage. If he let it settle within him, it would crush his spheres, killing him. Simply trying to push the mana out of his body would work, but it was slow, too dense for his spirit to properly control. Above him, he sensed more power gathering to unleash a second bolt of power. If he didn't deal with what was within him now, the second would certainly kill him. That left only one option. Reaching for his void strike inherent again, he channeled void mana into his body. This was one of the first methods of using the inherent ability he'd learned, figuring it out instinctively within seconds of arriving on the other side. Dark flames burst from his body, eating away at the glowing mana trying to force its way into his soul. The outward force of the void mana pushed the divine mana back, just as the spell above him pulsed again, dumping more unwanted mana into his soul. Gritting his teeth so hard he was sure one cracked, he pulled the divine mana itself into his void strike inherent. The flames that produced were so dark they seemed to swallow light itself, eating away not only at the mana around him, but were more powerful than even his natural resistance to the void, his skin and flesh beginning to flake away under their heatless burns. With this method, he managed to deal with most of the divine mana around him when he felt a third mass of the divine energy fall upon him. This mass was greater than the previous 2 combined. Even forcing it through his void strike wouldn't be enough. Orlan's mind raced through his other inherent abilities. Rift Step was out. The mana was technically his, it would just follow him. He might be able to stuff some of it into his personal space, but he didn't know how long it could hold such power and volatile energy. Those were his only three inherent abilities, or at least they were. He could have a new one from advancing, but it would be risky to use without some preparation. Then again, not using it would virtually ensure his death. Reaching out, he shoved mana into his most recent sphere, hoping that it had some ability that would save him. In an instant, the pain vanished. His body no longer felt weakened, and even the cold, wet wind brought by the odd spell was gone. Opening his eyes, he found himself standing on an almost featureless stone floor that stretched out as far as he could see. The only object in view was the anchor heart, but not as it appeared normally. It was a mass of runes, lines of mana, and pulsing energy. It was the spirit of the anchor heart, how it would look if one could see past the stone. Just above it was a swirling funnel of mana that fed the anchor heart. What should have been the dark purple color of Orlan's mana was being tainted by the golden light of the divine mana, slowly coming closer to the anchor heart itself. "Is this my new inherent?" Orlan asked aloud, his voice echoing against the infinite distance around him. The understanding used for the sphere had been the world within his anger, the truth behind it and reason for it. Was this some kind of spiritual world? Seeing the golden mana creep closer to the anchor heart, Orlan shook that thought off. He'd worry about it later. Instead, he reached out like he would if he were altering his protectorate, and instantly several spears of stone lanced out to stick into the mana vortex from the ground around him. It had little effect, of course, but it proved to him that he could control this world much like he did his protectorate. Focusing, the tips of the spears twisted within the swirling mana, forming a series of runes, the very runes that made up his void strike, and then pushed his mana into it. A pillar of dark flame shot up from the stone runes, engulfing the entire vortex of mana, rapidly burning away anything that couldn't handle the corrosive mana. The golden mana fought back, but in this odd world it could only approach from within the vortex, making the void mana far more effective than before. For several long minutes, or perhaps it was hours, Orlan stood, maintaining his focus on the vortex. The divine mana struggled to get past the torrent of corrosive energies, drops of it slipping through now and again, but a more focused blast from the anchor heart quickly deal with such leaks. Orlan could tell that if even a single drop of that mana made it into the anchor heart, it would wreak havoc. Much like his spear, the anchor heart was bound to him, and thus, as strong as he was, it could handle his now sixth sphere, ascendant mana. But the divine mana, which was a minimum of ninth sphere, it would be like putting a drop of nitroglycerin into a car engine. A big bang, bits of engine flying away, and then death. But finally the flow of divine mana tapered off, slowing and eventually stopping. Orlan waited to see if more would fall from the infinite sky of this odd realm, only to find himself being pulled out of it. He was once more standing atop the anchor heart in the real world. The clouds of mana above him were dispersing. His body was a mess. By entering that odd spirit world, his body had been left open to the divine mana, and he was now covered in burns. But oddly, parts of his body had been tempered by the divine mana, not unlike how he tempered himself before advancing. Exhausted beyond reason, his foot slipped on the sloped stone of the anchor heart, and he fell to the ground. Moments before he hit, ethereal vines formed beneath him, cushioning his fall as Lylra rushed in, shouting something, but Orlan was unconscious. Return Protector Chapter 35. "I wasn't able to find any trace of the caster who attacked you, my lord," Nalia said in her typical monotone as she walked up to his bed. Lylra was half conscious, resting her head on the foot of the bed after burning through most of her mana to heal Orlan. Even with the healing, he wasn't fixed. The damage had been so extensive that had Lylra healed all of it at once, even Orlan's ascendant body wouldn't be able to keep up, especially not after several days of fasting and meditation. Instead, she had filled his wounds with mana patches, effectively false flesh made of mana that served the same purpose as the skin and meat it replaced. His torso, under all the bandages, his skin was covered in patches of translucent green skin. The false flesh would last a day or two, long enough for Lylra to recover her mana and Orlan to replenish his body with food. "Nothing?" Orlan asked, raising an eyebrow. "I get that the caster is a full realm above you, but to perfectly hide from your magic after casting such a powerful spell remotely." "I don't understand it either, Lord," she replied, bowing apologetically. "I was able to find remnants of the spell itself. so I should be able to recognize the mana if I sense it. Learn anything else? The mana was tier 10. 10? You're certain? Orlan asked, almost sitting up before remembering he had to remain still to prevent aggravating his wounds. The mana flesh was good, but not perfect, and not all his wounds were filled with it. Lylra had been so insistent on his not moving, she even attempted to feed him at first, but Orlan had put his foot down, having her heal his arm to the point he could feed himself. As I can be, Lord. She nodded, understanding his worry. There was something odd about the 10th sphere. While there were records of people reaching that level, they rarely stuck around for long. Their lifespans should, at that point, be effectively infinite, so what happened to them was unknown. While the people who reached that level were hard to find, their work wasn't. It was a 10th sphere mage who made the protectorates. Another is thought to be responsible for splitting the world between magic and mundane. To say a 10th sphere mage had the power to reshape the world was true, often quite literally. Could the spell be an ongoing one? Orlan offered after a moment's thought. Attacking anyone who tears up. I thought of that too, and did some research. In Chinese culture, there's a concept called a divine tribulation, in which someone is struck by several bolts of lightning thrown by the heavens. Often it's 3 bolts. Nalia continued. The storm clouds, combined with 3 attacks by golden mana, would match that description. So, some global spell that attacks anyone who tears up? Orlan mused. Oh wait, no, Miss Amy teared up before me and she wasn't attacked. There was also that guy, Adam, who was a mage from this side. Maybe the spell only targets those from the other side who tear up. Has there been anyone else who's teared up on this side? One, a mage from the Spire formed his 5th sphere a week or so ago. Nalia replied instantly. There was no indication of his being attacked. I would have noticed. So it only targets those who reach 6th sphere? Or it targets those who advance from one realm to the next, Nalia offered. Going from 2nd to 3rd sphere, or 5th to 6th, is a more drastic step up in power than other spheres. And you said the mana dumped on you was only tier 9, right? So you were attacked by a 6th sphere spell, using tier 9 mana, cast by a tier 10 mage. You don't think it was an attack? Asked Orlan. I am uncertain. For a wide-ranging automatic spell like this, there could be restrictions we don't know about. Like the mana used in the spell itself is degraded based on the level of the target, or the spell uses some echo in the ether caused by reaching a new tier to trigger itself, and the power is limited by the strength of that echo, and therefore the strength of the one who tiered up, Nalia said. In short, we don't have enough information to form a solid theory as to what's going on. Great. Orlan nodded, pausing a moment to think before looking up again. Restrict people from tearing up for now, at least through spheres we haven't tested. The mages from the academy should be okay to awaken at least. I don't suppose you can find a way to simulate someone forming a sphere to test the conditions for the attack. I don't know a spell to that effect currently, my lord, but I'll speak with the mages to see if we can't come up with something, Nalia noted. Worst case, we find people close to forming a new sphere and guard them while they do so, Orlan said. Not ideal, but if it scales the power to the person tearing up, we should be able to counteract it. Of course, my lord. Nalia bowed slightly and turned to leave. Were there any more rifts while I was out? Orlan asked before she got to the door. One, my lord. Nalia replied after a moment's hesitation. In some place called Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. That nation might not exist anymore. Damn it! Orlan groaned, letting his head fall back onto the pillow. Seems like most of you aren't subject to a mana allergy, Edmund said, looking over those who hadn't suffered any kind of reaction to the mana-infused grape. Only 3 of the original 20 had some level of minor seizure, but it was the distribution of who had the reactions that was interesting to him. The 8 people of the general public who were brought in without the governments of the world getting word hadn't had anyone react to the mana. 2 of those with the soul blight were in the military age male category, and the last was the oldest person among the other, clearly spies group. Much to Lylra's chagrin, the woman she referred to as the honey trap was fine as well. We'll be splitting you into small groups. Each group will have a single senior mage assigned who will help you learn to feel your own mana, Edmund continued. If you remember from yesterday, this can be a very delicate process. In fact, it's the reason we were only able to accept 20 students for the first class. We only have a limited number of available mages who have time to work here at the academy. Why not ask Lord Orlan to help? the honey trap asked, lifting a hand. He and all of his knights are mages too, right? They are warriors first, mages second, Edmund replied calmly. Only a few of them would be able to manage stirring up your mana without causing harm, and they have their own duties to attend to in any case. For now, let's... Excuse me. A woman named Molly, if Edmund's memory was any good, asked. She was well into her 20s and was one of the actual civilians chosen for the academy. Last night, I saw that Dubai was hit with a portal, or you call them rifts, right? Yes, portals are different from rifts, Edmund nodded. But I likely don't know any more about what happened than you do. No, my question is, this magic will help protect us from things like that, right? The rifts? Yes, to an extent. Edmund nodded, glancing over the rest of the class to gauge their interest in the subject. Everyone, even the spies, seemed to be paying close attention. All right, before we break into groups, I can tell you about rifts. In short, a rift is a breach between two different worlds, but not all worlds are the same. Our world, for example, is large, effectively infinite, and stable, having existed for an untold number of years. The worlds within the rifts, however, are generally small and unstable. Such small, unstable worlds, when they impact ours, open a hole and dump their contents into ours. Generally, this is just beasts and mana, but sometimes materials, exotic metals, or the like can come through as well. Since the world was split between the magic and the mundane, the magic side is the one that took the brunt of rifts, effectively shielding this side based on our understanding. The protection wasn't perfect. Lady Nalia has been working with the Grandmaster to compile evidence of past rifts events on this side, but for an unknown reason, this side started getting hit by rifts regularly a year or two ago. We don't know why. Can you fix it? One of the military-aged males asked. The shielding, that is, ensure all the rifts hit the other side again? I wouldn't even know where to begin. Edmund shook his head. A spell on the level of splitting the world and having one shield the other would be impossibly complex. Even if I could look at the spell circles itself, inspect the runes and mana that went into it, it's unlikely I could figure out what went wrong, much less repair the damage. I mean, for all we know, this is an intended feature of the spell. Who would do something like that, and why? I've no idea. Anything I say would be speculation. Edmund shrugged. Maybe the caster intended to come back and check on the world by now, see if the division was working as intended, and in case he couldn't return, it would fall apart eventually. It could be anything. But magic can protect us, right? Molly asked again. Yes, to an extent. You have likely heard that your weapons are of limited effectiveness against rift beasts, even though they are far more intricate and advanced than the firearms on the other side. This is because of mana. Mana provides reinforcement, strength, and enhanced attributes. More importantly, however, mana counters mana. A Tier 5 bullet fired at a Tier 5 person would look no different than if both were mundane. If you make it to the 3rd or 4th sphere, you should be able to easily beat a beast below your tier without much difficulty. One of an equal tier would still be a struggle. Imagine how well you do in a fight against a bear. That's about how it will go. I've fought a bear before, another of the military males said softly. Yes, with training you can do it, but you can't expect that of an average person. Edmund nodded. For most military mages, they're expected to be able to fight a beast of their tier and win. Which is like us training to be able to fight a bear? Molly said, paling slightly. Right. Magic won't solve all your issues, but it will make them easier. If you awaken, forming your first sphere and let your body adapt to the mana, you'll be able to fight a bear like it were a dog. Still not easy, but easier, understand? Edmund asked, the entire class nodding introspectively. Lord Orlan's hope for this class isn't that you'll become unstoppable beast-fighting warriors. It's that you'll spread knowledge of magic. The more people who know magic, the more magic is available to fight with. You might not be able to fight a bear, but what about if you had a dozen allies to fight with you? Is that how the other side handles rifts? One of the spies asked. In part, it's easier to predict rifts on the other side, so we generally know about where one will appear ahead of time. But even if it isn't detected, the local militia and communities will generally have enough mages or magical items to hold the beasts off long enough to either evacuate those who can't fight or a protector lord to arrive. And protector lords are better at fighting beasts? Remember how I said that. Once you're a mage, you should be able to take on a beast a tier lower than you without much difficulty, and military mages are expected to be able to defeat beasts of an equal tier. Well, Protector Lords and their knights are able to fight up a tier, Edmund replied. And before you ask, no, it's not just from training. Protector Lords are able to draw mana from the island you stand on, through a unique bond they form with it. They can pass that on to their knights through a similar bond. The result is that they can fight longer and harder than normal mage. I'm sure you see those moving images of Lord Orlan dashing about, weapon wreathed in dark flames, casting spells at a rapid pace. If I were to spend mana at that rate, I'd run out in minutes, yet I've seen him keep that up for hours. So it's all about endurance? A military male asked. That's part of it, but the other is that he can throw more mana at an issue without fear of running out. I could manage my mana output to keep it up for hours, but I wouldn't have nearly the same impact as Lord Orlan would. Basically, he can fight at a high level for longer, and considering rifts rarely deposit a single beast, being able to kill them consistently is important. Now, any other questions? Edmund paused, looking back and forth over the students. When no one moved, he continued. All right, in that case, let's split up into groups of 2 or 3, and ladies, if you'd prefer a female mage, then please say so. To inject mana into you safely requires us to touch your bare back. Return Protector, Chapter 36. I can't believe the gall of this side, Lyra said, storming into the room in which Orlan lay, currently finishing off a bowl of pasta. Rather than speak, he lifted an eyebrow for her to indicate his attention even as he continued eating. The journalists are claiming you subjected those who were chosen for magic training to deadly experiments and tests, she continued, even as she cast a simple spell to scan Orlan's body. Apparently, the 3 who had a reaction to mana were swarmed as soon as they landed, and what they took from the interviews was that we were putting people in danger. So? He asked after finishing a bite. That's the same reaction that I got from Ted when I called him, she sighed, moving the scanning spell up and down over Orlan. He said this is how they normally act. I'd challenge them all to duels if they were mages. Dueling is illegal in most countries, Orlan replied. Really? Then no wonder they think they can get away with these lies, Lyra snorted, shaking her head. No one can put them in their place. Anyway, looks like you're about ready for another round of healing. Good. I hate laying here and stuffing myself when there are rifts to fight. And I hate seeing you this injured, countered Lyra. Hey! This time it wasn't my fault, Orlan insisted, lifting his good hand in surrender. There's no way I could have predicted I'd be attacked by a divine-level mage in my own fortress. I know. His head knight sighed, dismissing the scanning spell and holding out both hands, beginning to cast a more complex 5-ring spell. I just hate seeing you like this. Oh, before I forget, apparently that investigation team from England is on the island below us, and they want to speak with you. I don't have an issue with it, Orlan said slowly, but I'd have to get approval from my physician. Smart man, Lyra said with a slight smirk as she began healing. We'll see how far we can heal you here before I'll feel comfortable letting you out. As long as I'm presentable, I should be fine. If everything goes as planned, Lyra countered sharply, giving him a slight glare. Soon as you leave the Protectorate, you're at risk for someone to start taking shots at you again. I want you in good condition before then. We could just invite the investigators here, safer for me, and they can even see what the students of the Mage's Spire are doing. I'm pretty sure no amount of facts and information will stop the news from attacking you, she said, shaking her head. I don't get it. Why attack you at all? All we've done is save people, and yet they paint you like some crazed maniac. I think we're better off ignoring them. Orlan shrugged. Hold still, Lyra snapped as he moved. But what if the sons of Abel are behind it? This could be them trying to turn the public against us. Then there's not much we can do besides what we've been doing. Fight beasts, teach people magic, and keep moving. Planning to leave Bermuda? Now that I'm 6th sphere, I should be able to cross the Atlantic. From what Nalia has found out, the rifts are most common and most deadly in Europe and the Middle East. I'm thinking we can part the Protectorate in the Med, off Italy. That would be Rome while we investigate the whole Cain and Abel thing, the mage who attacked me, and so on. I'm sure some of the girls will want to visit Last Wall on this side. Lyra nodded. It's called Jerusalem on this side, and from what I remember, that place is volatile. More so than Judah on the other side? No idea, replied Orlan after a moment's thought. How's the healing coming? Most of the critical stuff should be handled this session. You won't need mana flesh anymore, but I'll likely still apply some to prevent bleeding, Lyra replied. Then a day or so of rest. One last session to get the last bits and you should be okay. Good, I'm pretty sure I've eaten a good portion of our higher tier food stocks by now. You have, and the mages are still working on getting the grow houses up again. Supposedly Ted is looking to get us glass for them, through both government and private means, but our status and lack of funding makes it difficult. Nothing we can do about it for now then. Maybe I'll mention it to the British investigators, Orlan offered. Apparently the Brits like us for some reason. The account your subordinates largely matches with what we heard from locals, the man in a sharp suit said, how he wasn't sweating under the dark fabric. Orlan had no idea. He couldn't sense any mana from him. Perhaps he was used to the heat. It's odd, however, that it doesn't match with the official story the US released. Odd, but not surprising, the man sighed. Regardless, I'd like to offer you the thanks of the Crown and the British people for your defense of Bermuda. For your actions, the Crown wishes to offer you an honorary knighthood. As you aren't a citizen of the Commonwealth, we can't give you a substantive knighthood. But, if you wish, I've also been authorized to begin your citizenship papers. I thank you for the offer, but I'll have to refuse, Orlan said with a kind smile. On both counts. May I ask why? As a protector lord, I'm not allowed to take titles, even honorary ones, Orlan answered. You could force it on me, labeling me as a knight in your records and the like, but I'd have to publicly refuse the title if it ever came up. Oh, we'd never force a knighthood on anyone, the man replied quickly. A knighthood can only be issued if the recipient agrees. As for the citizenship, I don't want to be tied down to any one nation. Even my citizenship with the US is largely immaterial to me right now. My goal is to serve all mankind, not just one nation. A laudable goal, no doubt. The investigator nodded. Still, the king is thankful to you regardless. Conventional forces have been of limited effect against the monsters. Beasts, I believe you call them. Ireland was almost overrun last year by one rift, and it seems Dubai was overrun only a few days ago. You likely know more than I do. We don't get a lot of news here. I can imagine, he sighed. If I might be frank, these rifts have the king scared barely a year into his reign and monsters start popping out of holes in the world. Parliament has been working on it, but, well, they can make your Congress seem like a well-oiled machine at times. I find that hard to believe, Orlan said with a chuckle. Indeed. I might be overstepping my bounds slightly, but you should know, the age of the small nation might be over. If these rifts continue appearing, the British man said after a moment, Ireland has been in talks with the Parliament to become an overseas territory or a member of the Commonwealth. From what we've heard, many smaller nations that may not be able to defend themselves are looking to larger, more powerful nations for protection, and after Dubai, I imagine that trend will only accelerate. And are the larger nations accepting them? Seems like it only increases the land they'd have to defend. Depends on the nation. Britain hasn't taken a stance on the matter yet, at least not that they've told me, but China and Russia seem eager to absorb smaller nations. And you probably know more about America's stance than I do. They don't tell me much. They tell us less, the British man said with a chuckle of his own. Regardless, the Crown's official position on you right now is that you are our best hope for a solution to the rifts. To that end, if you require assistance, we can likely supply it. There are a couple things you could do, Orlan said, pretending to think for a moment. For one, you could take a look at the Magical Academy. And make an official report to try and counteract those news articles? Sure, that I can do, the investigator finished. We also need glass, a good amount of it. Our greenhouses were damaged or destroyed when we came over to this side. Makes it hard to feed everyone. Glass? The man asked, caught off guard by the strangely mundane request. I might be able to manage something, but that wasn't something we knew about. Turns out even us magic men need to eat, Orlan said with a dry smirk, pausing as Lyra spoke in his mind. Only other thing I can think of is any advice. We're planning to move the Protectorate east, across the Atlantic and towards the Mediterranean. Most rifts seem to be happening in the Middle East and Europe. Well, Germany's stance on you is rather negative for some reason. The investigator shrugged, walking alongside Orlan as they made their way towards the academy. Most of the rest of the EU is generally neutral, not wanting to piss of either Germany or England. At the very most, they won't turn down your assistance, though they might file some complaints if you violate their airspace. I don't think Germany would attack you outright, but hard to tell. And the Middle East? Far more volatile. Egypt, Israel, the Saudis, and Iraq likely won't attack you, but other groups. Some more radical groups have declared an intifada against the rifts and things that emerge from them. That will likely include you. Expect rockets from Palestine and any Iran proxy groups. Really? Rockets? Orlan asked, surprised. Those groups are very conservative, the British investigator said slowly. The fact that you are, in their eyes, American is bad enough. But to also be harnessing powers they have deemed evil? Apparently they're already calling you a djinn or something. Good, just what I needed, Orlan sighed before gesturing to a building. Anyways, this is the academy. I can't imagine the mages would have any issues with you speaking to any of the students, but you might want to check in on them first. Magic is generally pretty safe, but still best to avoid surprises. The recent articles about what's going on in the so-called Magical Academy raised quite a few concerns about how safe this magic really is, the lawyer for her aunt said gravely. How can we be certain that young Amy isn't at risk from these deadly tests they're running? Objection! Her own lawyer said, the tests are meant to ensure that everyone being taught magic won't have a negative reaction to it. In fact, they are proof of how much effort they are putting into the safety of anyone learning magic. Assuming you believe Orlando and his followers, the other lawyer scoffed. Since when has an abuser admitted that what they are doing is abuse? Miss White, the judge spoke up, could you shed some light on what these tests entail? Amy suppressed a sigh as White, who had seemingly infinite patience, began to explain the simple test to ensure that someone didn't have a mana allergy. It was the fourth day of what was supposed to be a quick preliminary hearing, and they were still talking about how dangerous magic was. Amy finally had enough when the lawyer interrupted Lady White with some pointless argument again. For crying out loud, magic isn't that dangerous, Watch, she exclaimed, lifting a hand and summoning a circle of mana. Before she could begin to fill it with runes, however, she felt a hand grip her wrist in a vice-like grip, and a powerful force slammed down on her spell, crushing it and causing her to become dizzy for a moment. No magic, White said sternly. It's just my mote spell, Amy protested. It's completely harmless. To you and I, yes, but suppose the man next to you has a mana allergy, and your mote drifted through him. It could do that? Yes, White said simply. Miss White, the judge said, leaning forward, could you explain what just happened? My student, likely in exasperation, attempted to cast the one spell she knows, White replied. I stopped her, shutting down the spell to ensure the safety of everyone. While her spell isn't dangerous naturally, if someone had a soul blight, a mana allergy, it could be dangerous. But it isn't dangerous to her. No, Your Honor, Amy's lawyer said. Perhaps a demonstration of her magic would alleviate your concerns. Could it be done safely? The judge asked, glancing at White. If she is given enough room, I should be able to prevent her spell from touching anyone, White said after a moment. Then, Miss Amy, if you would come to the center of the room, and if everyone else could back off. Arguments haven't gotten us anywhere, and honestly, I'd like to see this magic with my own eyes. Her aunt's judge thought about objecting, but a stern look from the judge stopped him before he could open his mouth. A few moments of shuffling and Amy stood in the center aisle of the courtroom, the few observers backing off towards the walls with only Lady White standing next to her. All right, take a deep breath, focus yourself. This is a good opportunity for you to practice controlling your affect during spellcasting. Right now, you are frustrated and angry. Suppress those emotions and cast a calm spell, White instructed, and Amy nodded, closing her eyes and taking a breath. After a moment's focus, she lifted her hand again, a ring of her dark mana appearing just past her palm and filling with runes over the course of a few seconds. Once finished, it pulsed, creating a mote of darkness no larger than a golf ball before flickering out. The mote began to drift around Amy. It appeared mostly calm, but she still saw some signs of her anger and frustration within it. What exactly does this spell do? The judge asked, watching the ball of darkness float about. It's called moat, and it's used for training new mages, White replied, reaching out to nudge the moat when it started drifting away from Amy. It does exactly as you see, a small floating ball of mana. Based on the effect of the caster, the behavior of the ball changes. You can see from how the moat moves in straight lines before pausing on occasion that Amy wasn't able to completely remove her frustration and anger from the spell cast, likely due to how little practice she's gotten over the last few days. I see, and it doesn't explode or anything? No, Your Honor. All it does is float around for a minute before. She paused as the ball of darkness dissipated, vanishing like that. The only way it could be dangerous is if it touched someone with a soul blight, a mana allergy. Interesting, the judge nodded, writing something down. Return Protector, Chapter 37. There shouldn't be an issue getting you enough glass for a couple greenhouses, the British inspector said as he met with Orlan the next day. The only condition is that we'd like to send some people to observe the construction. That shouldn't be an issue, so long as you don't expect exclusivity, Orlan replied after a moment. The designs are what you might call public domain on the other side, and I imagine some of our mage students will be present to watch the process as well. That's fine, the man nodded. There is one other thing I was asked to pass on to you. On your way towards the Mediterranean, it would be appreciated if you could stop by in the Azores. One of the islands was hit with a rift relatively early after the rifts started appearing. Most of the people managed to evacuate via boat, and plans were made to retake the island, but as more rifts kept popping up, it was moved down the list again and again. How long ago was the rift? A bit over a year. Most of the beasts from that rift have probably down-tiered from low mana levels, if not died off from lack of food, depending on the kind of beast, Orlan said thoughtfully, then paused. I didn't realize the British owned the Azores. We don't. They're Portuguese, but it's a place that has been lost to the beasts and not retaken. With the loss of Dubai, the world could use some good news. Retaking an island lost over a year ago could be that. I don't see why we can't at least stop by and get some combat training in, Orlan said after a moment. I can't guarantee we'll clean all the beasts from the island, but we'll probably get most of them. The remaining could be handled without magic, assuming Portugal even wants to put that much effort in. Just a request, the inspector shrugged. Speaking of, any idea when you are planning to head east? Soon as my people return, Orlan said. Last I heard the trial should be wrapping up, or the preliminary trial hearing thing. I don't know how this works. You and me both, the other man chuckled. Regardless, my people and I will probably be leaving later today to report back to England. Like it or not, magic is part of our world now and doesn't seem likely to be going away, the judge was saying, which means a proper legislative answer to the subject of magic will be required. However, there is currently no law regulating or controlling the usage of magic. To that end, I feel compelled to base this case purely on its other merits, and those merits are lacking. Not only does Miss Amy seem fully capable of leaving at any time, but she has full and open communication with the outside world. Given her age, it isn't unreasonable to think she is capable of making decisions for herself, and even if she weren't, the relationship between her and her aunt seems strained at best. Thus, for the moment, it is the opinion of the court that this case should not proceed any further and is to be dismissed. But, as it is a novel case, the option of appeal shall be left open. Across the aisle, her aunt looked pissed, which meant that what the judge said had to be good, Amy thought as the judge stood and left after banging his gavel. What does that mean? Amy asked as her own lawyer began collecting his documents. It means you're free for now, but your aunt will likely be appealing the decision, he said. But that process could take months, so for now you're free to return to the floating island. Good. Amy nodded, shooting a smile at Lady White. I'll contact Congressman Theo to arrange a flight back, the lawyer continued. But that won't be till tomorrow at the soonest, so take the rest of the evening off. Amy simply nodded as the crowd left the small court building by a side entrance to avoid the press that had been gathering over the week. It spit them out onto a small street in the modest town, but it was better than braving the crowd of reporters. Any last shopping you want to do while we're still here? White asked as the two of them turned down a street that would eventually lead to their hotel. I got the phone plan changed, stocked up on shoes and clothing. I'll probably just head back to the hotel and relax, Amy answered. I'm glad this is over. White simply nodded, walking alongside her as they headed through the town. This was the nearest city to where her aunt lived, apparently, but it wasn't that large by city standards. As night fell, there were only a few cars passing them and fewer pedestrians. Just as the streetlights were turning on, the pair of them nearly at the hotel, White came to a stop, holding out an arm to halt Amy as well. Something wrong, Lady White? She asked. Probably, the older woman replied as three men stepped out of an alleyway in front of them. Look at what we got here. A young girl and her mother out, alone, the apparent leader said with a sneer. How about we make this easy, and you two hand over your wallets, phones, and jewelry? Is this common on this side? White asked, seeming completely unintimidated. First time it's happened to me, Amy replied, slightly more nervous as her eyes tracked what looked like a gun in the hands of one of the men. Don't make this difficult, the leader of the three said with a smug smile, as if he was trying to be reasonable. Just hand over the valuables and you two can go on your way. I think you have badly misjudged the situation, White said, glancing the three over as they roughly surrounded the two women. Don't be stupid, one of the guys said, pulling out the object he'd had in his pocket that was, as Amy had feared, was a pistol of some kind. Pulling a firearm on two unarmed ladies? White asked, cocking her head. Have you no shame? Boss! The last of the three, who had yet to speak up, said, Are you sure about this? Are you really afraid of some old hag and a teenage girl? The boss snapped. You heard what these magic folk can do. What if... Shut it! Oh, so you aren't just robbers, you were waiting for us specifically? White asked calmly. Guess I feel less bad about what's going to happen. Damn it all, now we have to kill you. The leader sighed, nodding to the man with a gun who fired it at White, the loud report making Amy flinch. Not that she was afraid of Lady White being hurt, but her entire life guns were something to be feared and respected. Lady White, however, didn't move, and oddly, the bullet seemed to strike the ground at the feet of the leader, not White, where it had been aimed. But that made no sense. How could the bullet curve like that? Pay attention, Miss Amy, White said calmly in her instructor voice. My core inherent is twisting winds. It allows me to redirect objects near me by using the air. Projectiles are easiest to deflect, but I can also do it to weapons and even people if they are weaker than I am. As she spoke, their attackers were in a state of confusion. The leader had jumped back from the bullet hitting in front of him. The shooter looked at his weapon in confusion, and the third member was beginning to back off. Shoot them, you idiot! The leader of the three barked, pulling a knife out of his pocket. The gun-armed man fired two more shots, and this time Amy could almost catch as they curved around White and back towards the shooter, one hitting him in each shoulder. Miss Amy, we haven't had a good time to continue your training, so your task is to defeat the man with a knife, White said calmly, even as the gun-armed man screamed and dropped to the ground, the leader brandishing a modest blade and the last member of the group turning to run. Wait! You're going to make the brat fight me? The leader asked in disbelief, glancing at Amy, who was nearly a foot shorter than him. And if you can win, I'll let you and your friend go, White agreed, walking over to the downed attacker and kicking his pistol away. Lady White, I don't mean to be rude, Amy said, even as she squared up against the larger man, but do you really think I can take him? I normally prefer safer methods of getting new mages to learn their strength, but this will work. White shrugged. Guess it's just you and me, Missy, the older man said with a crooked grin, diving in and attacking wildly with the knife. Amy struggled to avoid the swipes, seemingly only capable of doing so because the man was wholly unskilled in hand-to-hand combat. Even Amy's short training gave her the knowledge of how to avoid such simple blows, but the thought of striking back against this man who was so much larger than her was hard to grasp. Her only advantage seemed to be the increasing darkness. She could see clearly at night, but her opponent had to rely on the streetlights. Not that it mattered much, as they were fighting almost directly under one such light, and the other lights were frequent enough that there weren't any good shadows for her to hide in. For what seemed like several minutes, she dodged or deflected every attack, suffering only minor cuts to her arms, all while she struggled to come up with a strategy. Then she noticed the man was panting hard. His attacks were slowing down, becoming less frequent and sloppier. But that couldn't be right, could it? She was a bit worn out, but she couldn't have more endurance than him, could she? Slippery little bint, the man cursed, taking a moment to catch his breath. Before she could decide if she should launch an attack of her own, The man charged again, but not swinging his knife. He was moving to tackle her. In panic, Amy glanced at White, only to realize the older woman was barely paying attention, busy working on binding the other man's wounds. Was this it? After everything she went through, would some alleyway thief get her? Surely White wouldn't let her actually be killed. Refocusing on the man charging her, time seemed to slow down in his snarling red face. Just for a moment, she didn't see a man, but an ant-like creature with a mass of fingers for its mouth, just like the beasts that had killed her family. With a snarl of her own, she planted her feet. She wouldn't die to them. The area around her seemed to grow darker, the streetlights dimming, shadows expanding, but her own vision wasn't impacted. If anything, she could see clearer than ever. Stepping in to meet the man's charge, she struck back, lashing out with a fist that, despite looking right at her, the thief seemed to be surprised by as it struck his jaw. And it wasn't some light blow like one might expect if a teenage girl struck a full-grown man, but enough to knock him to the side, stumbling as if dizzy. His charge aborted. "What the?" the man muttered, trying to turn around before collapsing to the ground, a deep bruise forming on his jaw. "Very good." Lady White nodded approvingly. "What just happened?" Amy asked. "You used your full strength and activated your inherent ability, unless I miss my guess," White replied, looking up at the sound of sirens. "And right on time, too. I believe that is the police?" "My full strength?" Amy asked, still in shock as she looked at her own fist. "At first sphere, you should be about as strong as a full-grown man, if not a bit stronger depending," answered White. "But your entire life up to this point has told you that you can't match a man in raw strength, not without reason, mind you. Nature is not fair in how it distributes its gifts. But as a mage, things change. As you grow stronger, the differences between the sexes matter less than the differences between your spheres. As a knight mage, learning to overcome your biases and use your strengths to their fullest is important." "So all mages go through that?" "No, only warrior mages like us. The mages at the school will be shown an example of how they are now stronger and faster, but won't put any time into tapping into that strength. As a result, they will gain spheres faster than you, but without knowing how to make full use of all their mana, will be unable to match you in strength and speed." Amy nodded as if she understood, but she wasn't sure she did. Instead, she simply waited for the police to arrive, someone likely having called them on hearing gunshots. Thankfully, there wasn't much to do. Even being an outsider, White was clearly the victim of the situation. Though how the one thief managed to shoot himself twice, they didn't quite understand. Thankfully, speaking with some nearby businesses and getting CCTV footage proved they weren't lying. The fact that both men were alive, if injured, helped out. So after a few minutes and statements taken, the police left them to go back to their hotel. The next day, Amy sighed gratefully as she walked into the courtyard of the Protectorate Castle. The flight over had been rather uncomfortable, a mix of a rough flight and the small aircraft being a poor mix. Before she could go to her room and drop off everything she'd bought while in Maryland, she spotted a large crowd over by the training yard. "What's going on?" Amy asked. "Looks like Lord Orlan is fighting," White said, nodding for them to head that way. "Let's show you what a sixth sphere warrior looks like." Virtually every knight on the island, along with a number of townsfolk from the village and even some mages, were present as Orlan and Lylra sparred. It was a fight of pure combat skill and strength, no spells, no inherent, just training weapons and their own abilities. Even still, Amy was barely able to follow the action. Only when they paused did she even realize who was who, before they became blurs once more. Magically reinforced wooden weapons struck in a rapid staccato, echoing through the courtyard in quick exchanges. 1 second they'd be to her left, the next they'd be the other side of the field, practically teleporting. "Is this normal?" Amy asked in disbelief. "For higher sphere warriors, more or less." White nodded. "It's said that fights between two Ascendant Realm mages could fight for hours if their powers countered each other. In addition, mages at that level can survive far more damage than lower realm mages can. What would be lethal blows to you or I are mere flesh wounds to them. So I'll be that strong eventually?" "If you keep training, yes." Amy wasn't sure how to feel about that. Too enthralled in the fight, that she jumped when the Gem Sisters found her and pulled her away from White so they could talk with her about what she'd been up to. As they caught up, the fight between Orlan and his head knight came to an end. No victor, but that hadn't been the goal. Fully healed and stronger than before, the goal was for Orlan to do, in effect, what Amy had accomplished the other night, to get a feel for his new strength. It was easier for him, having been at this level before, but it was still something that needed to be done. He had yet to activate his new inherent again, being unwilling to use it on anyone as his instincts told him it was dangerous. But as he sensed that aircraft which had dropped off Amy leaving the range of his senses, he issued a mental order, and the island began moving again. The island is on the move, the radar operator reported, heading almost due east, and traveling a bit faster than before.
East? Odd, Captain Jackson remarked. You know our orders. Match course and speed.
Aye, Captain. Matching course and speed. After the fiasco at Bermuda, he'd expected to be drugged back to the States and court-martialed, but that hadn't happened. The official story was that the U.S. had used a new anti-creature missile against the monster on Bermuda, killing it off where Orlan and his knights failed, so they couldn't exactly punish a captain who had officially done as he'd been told. The displeasure of the Admiralty was, however, made very clear over the radio. They reinforced that he was to remain on observation and not act without orders. For their part, the crew was in relatively good spirits. So often their job was to watch something terrible happen and do nothing about it. Yet here, they'd been able to help, even if they weren't the heroes like their own government claimed it was good to help. The only worrying thing was how many of his crew were convinced the Mist woman who'd coordinated with them to launch the attack was still on board. Jackson didn't think she was still around, but that didn't stop the men from telling stories or leaving out food for her or the like. It was all harmless so far, but it was concerning. Then again, every crew had their own superstitions and oddities. So long as it remained at stories and odd little rituals, it should remain harmless. Why do you think he's moving now? Jackson's XO asked, having come to the command deck on feeling the ship begin to move. I don't know, Jackson admitted, but last time he moved it was because a portal was going to appear somewhere. So, think there's going to be another one? That's my best guess, but where it could be, I've no ideas. Only thing east of here are, the Azores, a few other islands, and then the coast of Europe and Africa. Think we could ask him? The XO offered. Considering our orders are no contact, no action, let's just sit back for now. Crew won't like that much. The crew aren't alone in that, Jackson muttered, but those are our orders. Until we know more, let's just do as we're told. Aye, Captain, the XO replied with a nod. Return Protector, Chapter 38. My lord, you aren't going to like this, one of Orlan's scouts reported over a communication spell. While his scouts weren't often bonded to him due to his low limit on how many bonds he could have at one time, they were still useful. They wouldn't engage in direct combat often, typically patrolling the area around a rift zone to watch for any escaped beasts. Or, in situations like this, go ahead to check out a region that had a rift event that wasn't contained. Orlan had them dispatched via one of the cutters earlier to check out the island that had been overrun by beasts. What is it? Orlan asked, Lyra leaning closer to listen in. I see 6. Make that 7 ships all within eyesight of the island, and they're all flying different flags. None of which I recognize, the scout replied. After getting him to describe each of the flags, Orlan himself recognized Saudi Arabia, China, and Portugal immediately, having to pull out his phone to identify a couple others like France, Italy, and Russia. What are they doing? Orlan asked, having been unable to determine the flag of the last ship. They're just spaced out, at anchor, like they're waiting. Planning to observe the operation? Or hoping to make contact with you, Lyra offered. So far, we've only really made contact with the U.S. and British governments, so other nations have to find other means. We have a cell phone and an email, Orlan pointed out. They might to meet in person, set a better impression than simple mail or long-range communication. My lord, one of the ships appears to be flashing a light at us, the scout interjected. The one from Portugal? Looks like they pointed a large flashlight at us with someone operating a lever to make it turn on and off. Some kind of naval signaling, Orlan shrugged. I don't know how to understand it, and I doubt the crew of the cutter know either. They're as confused as me, the scout agreed. Then ignore it for now, proceed to the island, scout it out, avoid contact, Orlan decided. Understood, my lord, the man said before the spell cut out. Think the British set us up? Orlan asked, looking at Lyra. He'd been in the middle of testing to see if any of his inherent abilities had changed and if his knights had access to them when the call had come in. Maybe? I don't think so, his head knight replied after a moment. It's possible that many guessed you'd head this way, an island crawling with beasts from a past rift, and we start heading in that direction. Not exactly high magic theory. True enough, I suppose. Think they want anything other than the normal, join us, teach us magic stuff? Saudi Arabia is near that one nation that went dark last week, right? Lyra asked. They might want us to come aid them in containment. In general, though, I think everyone is beginning to panic on some level. Rifts have, until now, largely been isolated events with relatively minimal casualties, largely due to random chance or more recently our assistance. But a major city being wiped out overnight, an entire nation gone, that's on another level. So far, only we have had any major success against the beasts. Unless you count U.S. propaganda. And I'm sure they are being inundated with pleas for aid too. Only differences are, they are easy to contact. Most of the nations present around the island are not on great terms with the U.S., Orlan said thoughtfully. France is an ally of the U.S., and I believe Italy on decent terms with them as well. Same with the Saudis. Portugal, I can understand being here regardless, it's their island. But China and Russia aren't friends with America. And Saudi Arabia is desperate for any aid. The crisis is on their doorstep. Makes sense they might try to contact both us and the U.S., Lyra pointed out. So, what should we do? Orlan asked. You're the politically minded one. I don't know. You might be better off asking Theodore, she replied after a moment. Normally, I'd say do as we always do. Be polite. Promise nothing. Keep doing our job. But I don't know how tenable that will be. Guess I'll have to call him later for now. Orlan gestured to the training field. In testing his previous inherent abilities, they'd already discovered that Void Strike had become more powerful, which wasn't surprising, but also that the range of his Rift Step had increased by about half. That gave it a longer range than it had been back when he was 7th Sphere before crossing to this side. It wasn't game-changing by any means, but did make him faster and more unpredictable. As for his knights, their personal spaces had expanded, which was typical whenever he grew stronger, and more of them could follow him through a rift step now. Since he'd come to this world, only Lyra could do so, her closer bond enabling her to retain that ability somehow, even after the rest of his knights lost it. Now they'd confirmed most of the first lance could follow him, but no one in the second lance could. That was unusual, but not unheard of. Many theorized that Protector Knights utilizing the inherent abilities of their lord was based on 3 things: their strength, their lord's strength, and their bond. The first 2 were relatively easy to measure, what sphere or realm a person was at. The last was harder to quantify. Did the bond strength mean a level of trust, affection, spiritual compatibility? No one knew, which is why testing like this was required. Oh, Lyra said as the 2 of them wrapped up after messing with the new possibilities his increased rift step range allowed. Have you decided on how to handle training on the island? White already sent me a plan, Orlan replied. Pretty typical training lance outing, small groups of trainees accompanied by 1 or 2 proper knights. Not planning to change that, given what is waiting for us? Not until I call Theo, Orlan replied, pulling off his sweat-stained tunic as he entered the castle. A small changing room resembling a locker room in Middle Ages designs waiting for him. Pulling on a fresh tunic after casting a quick cleaning spell over himself, which wasn't as good as a proper shower but would do for now, he continued, "But first, I have to meet with the guys at the shipyard. Apparently they finally repaired one of the damaged cutters. They want me to inspect it first, of course, and be present for the maiden flight. I guess to catch it with the Protectorate if something goes wrong." "Be careful with your mana levels," Lyra said, half teasing, half serious. Even after reaching 6th Sphere, when not near a mana geyser, his mana regeneration was still barely breaking, even with the cost of keeping the island in the air. This meant they could in theory go anywhere in the world without having to stop, but he'd have to be conservative with his mana expenditure until they found a new geyser to let him top up. Thankfully, the scouts had already reported a weak geyser about 20 miles south of the island they were headed to, further away than the geyser near Bermuda and significantly weaker, but enough to give him a comfortable amount of mana regeneration. Lady Dahlia, Amy said slowly, looking over the woman with long red hair, perfectly styled in a simple, if elegant manner, wearing a flowing dress with several pieces of strategically positioned metal plates and, much to her surprise, heels. "Yes?" the older knight asked with a friendly smile. She'd been assigned to watch over Amy and the Gem Sisters, in part due to Amy currently favoring swords, which Dahlia also used. "Are you really going to fight like that?" asked Amy, gesturing to the woman's outfit. "Of course. Why wouldn't I? It looks impractical." "I'm just leaning into my strengths," Dahlia said, with a bright smile. "My core inherent ability strengthens my magic if it's beautiful. That includes body-strengthening magic, so long as I look the part. That seems like a bad ability to have." "I think it's perfect," the knight replied, covering her mouth with a hand as she let out a lilting laugh. "Even if I didn't have it, I'd still go into battle dressed like this. Now I just have an excuse to do so." "But why? Doesn't it get in the way? Isn't it uncomfortable?" "Not really. One of the benefits of a higher tier body takes more than a corset and tight shoes to hurt me." "Still, isn't it?" "I don't know. Too girly?" Amy asked sheepishly. "Too feminine for a battlefield? Doesn't it make you look weak?" "Not saying you're weak, of course," she hurriedly added, only to pause as Dahlia laughed easily, not having took any offense at all. "You seem to be mistaking femininity with weakness," Dahlia replied. "Just because you're a woman doesn't mean you are weak. Yes, men are physically stronger than us, but strength doesn't just come from the physical. When we fight, it's not just to kill beasts, but also to save the innocent. If you're trying to convince a group of scared people, it's easier to do so if you're a beautiful woman than a blood-soaked man. A good woman, with the right poise and a gentle word, can do more to ease people's minds than a dozen battle-hardened warriors." "But the warriors are the ones actually keeping them safe," Amy retorted. "And the woman is the one keeping them calm," Dahlia replied easily. "Often, during a rift event, panic is a bigger threat than the beasts are, especially in densely populated cities. Lord Orlan is many things, but a calming presence on the battlefield is not one of them. So he relies on those like myself, or Nalia, or a few of the girls in the Second Lance to help evacuate people. And it's not like we're just pretty faces. I can take on entire hordes of beasts myself." "Still," Amy said slowly, looking over the side of the sky cutter awkwardly for a moment, watching the sea pass under them as they flew towards the island. "Wouldn't it be easier to just wear normal armor?" "Easier, yes, but not always better. I enjoy dressing like this. I like roasting dangerous beasts alive and looking good at the same time. In the end, magic is about accepting yourself for who you are. All of yourself. For me, that's a pretty young woman who enjoys dressing up as much as I do fighting." "Young?" Ruby spoke up. "I thought you were—" "I'm plenty young," Dahlia interrupted, her smile turning slightly more threatening before she broke out in giggles. "A woman is only as old as she feels. Work on yourself and you'll be young forever." "I still don't get it," Amy admitted. "You don't have to. You're still new to this," Dahlia said with a soothing tone and a warm smile. "My advice is don't look down on who or what you are. You're a woman. That comes with benefits and it comes with challenges. Men are no different, having their own benefits and challenges. Don't reject the benefits of being a woman just because the benefits of being a man are more obvious." "If you say so," Amy said, pausing a moment before looking up. "I don't think I'll ever go into battle in heels, though." "Not all of us are destined to be as beautiful as I," Dahlia replied in good humor, laughter dancing in her eyes. "Shh. I can only guess at their ultimate motivations," Theo said over the phone. Orlan and several of his knights on the way to the island, partly to serve as backup if any of the training teams ran into unexpected trouble, but also to give a chance for the various delegations to meet with him. As much as Orlan wanted to simply call off the training exercise entirely and move on, he couldn't. The training lance needed the practice, and ultimately the British investigators were right. Taking back this island would be a symbol of hope after the destruction of Dubai. France and Italy, near as I can tell, are there to just make contact with you. Get a feel for you and your methods, Theo continued. None of the politicians I spoke with from either nation expressed anything beyond that. They might not even contact you. Portugal is easier. They are just there to enforce their claim to the island and observe your operation. They'll likely just sit back and watch. And Lyra is probably correct about the Saudis. They told me they were looking into all possibilities to safeguard their nation. Expect them to approach you and even offer large sums of money or resources for you to come to their aid. From what I've been able to gather, that's basically what they're doing here. Finally, Russia and China are wild cards. Most likely they just want to initiate contact with you, but I don't know. Theo continued, none of their diplomats have returned my calls, and I don't really have access to any meaningful intelligence on the matter. Thanks, Orlan said dryly. Truly groundbreaking information. Hey, I'm just a congressman, and part of the opposition party at that, Theo replied. You wanted my advice? Sit on the beach and let them come to you. I'd probably take whatever the Saudis offered, as it will assuredly be a good chunk of change. But I'm not you, and I don't really understand that whole protector's oath thing, so that's the best I got. Sorry, sighed Orlan. I'm really not looking forward to the next few hours. Welcome to my world, buddy, Theo said wryly before hanging up. Nothing new? Lyra asked, as if she hadn't been listening in. Well, what's the plan? Might as well start with what he suggested. Orlan shrugged. Let's pick a beach. Clear the surroundings and wait for them to come to us. And when they do, then I don't know, I'm playing this by ear, Orlan admitted. Take it one at a time, see what they have to say, and go from there. I'm not opposed to coordinating with others, but I feel they want more than just coordination. Only one way to find out, Lyra shrugged, though she didn't seem to disagree. A few minutes later, he and a few of his other knights jumped out of the cutter, landing on the soft sands of one of the island's beaches, Lyra beginning to cast a spell, using her nature mana to take advantage of the overgrown buildings along the edge of the beach. Nalia cast a quick scanning spell, pointing out where beasts were so Lyra could focus her magic there. When the spell went off, the vines and plants that had overtaken the houses began to move, thrashing and lashing out at any beast within the spell's effect. Moments later, a half-dozen angry, startled beasts raced out onto the sands. Resembling large, six-legged badgers with heads that were more wolf than badger, most of them died to the rot Lyra's spells inflicted before making it out of the flailing plant life. Several of those who did were also afflicted by rot and, being only Tier 1, wouldn't survive it for long. Orlan, testing out his new and improved rift step, teleported across the beach and drove his spear tip into the heads of one of the badger beasts, his ascendant strength and powerful weapon driving the blade through its skull and even cutting its spine without noticeable resistance. Grinning, another step took him another couple dozen meters to bring the spear blade down on the neck of a second beast, cleanly severing it. "My lord!" Lyra's telepathic voice called out to him, making him look up to see a small raft coming ashore near them and two men, both in orange robes, stepping off. One was clearly older than the other, with a long, thin beard, and both were entirely bald. The younger of the two had a plain wooden staff, while the older walked with his hands tucked into his sleeves, seemingly unconcerned about the fight. "They launched from the Chinese ship shortly before we landed," Nalia explained. Several other ships had prepared landing boats as well, but none of them had come ashore yet, either waiting to see what happened or for the area to be secured. With a couple rift steps, Orlan stopped in front of the two, noticing one of the badger beasts heading in their direction. At only Tier 1, the beasts weren't that much stronger or faster than a normal animal, but that didn't mean they weren't dangerous, especially to a couple normal humans. "You might want to get back on the boat," Orlan warned them, squaring off against the beast as it grew closer. "That's no way to speak to your senior," the older man replied. "Though I am impressed you speak my language so fluently, so I'll forgive you, if you'll grant me the pleasure of dispatching that creature." "You..." "What?" Orlan stuttered, the old man stepping up beside him. "That's not just any animal. It's a magical beast. Even if you were in your prime, it would still be dangerous to fight it." "I've been fighting since before you were born, Insolent Junior," the older man said with a slight glare. "Is this how your people greet others? Without respect?" "Respect is earned," Orlan replied. "For one and for two. Not really the time for this." "I suppose that's fair," the older man nodded. "None in this world have impressed you yet, so allow me to earn your respect." With that, the old man walked forward towards the closing badger beast, much to Orlan's shock. He took up some kind of martial arts fighting stance, seemingly getting ready to fight it. Almost instinctively, Orlan turned his magical senses on the man, turning up nothing. Part of Orlan wanted to see what the old man would do, but his rational half overcame that. Orlan rift-stepping past the old man and dispatching the beast with a single stab of his spear. "I was sent here to make contact with you, young master, but it seems I must teach you a lesson first," the old man said as Orlan turned around. The other beasts that had rushed the beach were being killed by Nalia and Lylra, rendering the area at least temporarily safe. "I'm sorry, but this is a dangerous area," Orlan replied. "Please return to your boat until we've cleared it out." "Don't speak to me as if I am merely an old man. I am a trained cultivator. I have spent my entire life honing by body and soul, much like I assume you have," the man replied. "If nothing else, I am due respect as your elder in this." "What's going on?" Lylra asked, jogging over to them. I don't know," Orlan admitted, looking bewildered. "It's simple. I am like you," the old man replied, gesturing at Orlan, "a practitioner of the art of cultivation, one who seeks to challenge the heavens themselves."
"Don't some Eastern mages call themselves cultivators?" Lylra asked via telepathy. "I don't sense any mana from him."
"Me either," Orlan replied silently. "I don't know what's happening." "If you doubt me," the old man continued, seeing the looks on their faces, "then allow me to demonstrate." "Oh, please do," said Orlan after a beat. "As punishment for your insolence, you will allow me a single strike to prove my strength," the old man said, seemingly pleased by how Orlan had replied, standing before him and once more taking a martial stance. Orlan didn't even bother guarding or bracing himself, both interested and confused as the man prepared and threw a single punch, striking Orlan in the solar plexus, and not even making him flinch. Both the old man and Orlan blinked at this. "You want to try again?" offered Orlan. Return Protector, Chapter 39. What is this?" the old monk asked, slowly pulling back his fist in confusion. "I mean, your form is good, and you're in great shape for your age," Orlan replied slowly, "but you don't have any mana in your body. At all." "That's not possible. I've worked my whole life to gather chi, to cultivate my body and spirit." "For now, could you please return to your boat?" Orlan said, suppressing a sigh as another group of beasts found their way onto the beach. "Once the area is safe, we can talk." "Of course, young master," the older man said, the younger monk guiding him back onto the landing craft even as a barrage of light from Nalia incinerated the beasts. "How many more in the area?" Orlan asked, keeping his eyes on the odd monk even as he walked over to where Lylra and Nalia were standing. "Lots," Lylra replied, "more than we expected." "Maybe, after hunting the island clean of easy prey, they moved to the shoreline?" offered Orlan, casting a quick rift bolt at another of the giant badgers as it poked its head out of an overturned shack on the beachside, like the remains of a changing room or shower. "It's possible," she replied. "The training and scout teams are also reporting greater than expected density of beasts further inland." Orlan scowled at that. The initial scouting had reported a large number of the beasts, which was odd, but nothing unexplainable. For a low-tier rift to spit out so many creatures wasn't anything unusual, and the beasts seemed to have a good sense of smell, causing them to gather around anyone who landed, inflating the apparent numbers. "Have the scouts look for the location of the initial rift site," Orlan ordered after a moment, letting Nalia relay the command to the scouts who weren't bound to him. "You think the rift was larger than reported?" Lylra asked. "There's no such thing as a normal rift. Maybe it was a Tier 2 rift filled with masses of Tier 1 beasts, a single Tier 2 alpha who couldn't survive the weak ether on this side," Orlan shrugged. "Or it was a semi-stable rift, pushing out a constant stream of beasts for weeks after the initial event. Or most unlikely, it's a persistent rift that, without being cleared, has been leaking into the surrounding area ever since." "Any of those would explain the numbers," Lylra agreed, "but for now, what's the plan?" "Unchanged. Clear the immediate area out, put up some defensive spells, and get ready to host some very annoying people." "Have you actually fought a beast yet, Miss Amy?" asked Dahlia as she, along with her 3 trainees, walked down an old, clearly abandoned suburb road. No, the most combat I've seen was when Lady White and I were attacked by some thugs, Amy replied, looking around nervously. Well, rule 1 of Rift Zones, always be aware of your surroundings. Not only is it good to keep anything from sneaking up on you, but it can provide hints as to what the situation is, the older knight said, gesturing to their surroundings. Tell me what you see. An abandoned suburb, slightly overgrown, Amy offered. Miss Topaz? What do you see? It looks like every home has been broken into. The doors are open or shattered, windows smashed and the like, Topaz replied, which tells me we're unlikely to find any survivors in the area for one, and also that the beasts have likely been scavenging the area for food from pantries and the like. Good, so we don't have to worry about collateral damage as much, and the beasts are going to be hungry and desperate. Miss Ruby? I don't hear any animal calls, the other sister replied after a moment. No birds or anything. Seems like the beasts have either scared them off or hunted them out. Reinforcing that the beasts are likely hungry, Dahlia nodded, turning back to Amy. See how even simple observations can tell you something about what to expect. Now, one more time. Do you see anything else? Amy paused to look around, taking a moment to study the houses as they walked. As the other 2 had pointed out, every door was open, many smashed in, windows were broken, and there was some evidence of minor fires breaking out. There's no bodies, she said. Shouldn't there be bodies? Or at least bones? Good, and you're right. You'd expect to see the remains of those who lost their lives, Dahlia agreed, glancing around with a somber look. What does that tell you? Either the beasts ate their bones too, or the bodies were taken somewhere. A nest? Burrow? Those are the 2 most likely. If this were a higher tier rift, it could indicate some level of necromancy at work, but thankfully, we don't have to worry about that here. The woman nodded. Now, you said you've never fought a beast before? Yes, Lady Dahlia. All right. Then here's how we'll handle our 3 guests. Dahlia continued, gesturing just as a group of 3 large 6-legged badgers jumped out of a nearby bush to charge in their direction. Topaz, Ruby, each of you girls will take one of the beasts. No spells, no abilities. Just blades, please. I'll control the last one for the moment. As she spoke, a multi-layered spell circle appeared before her hand, before flashing as chains made seemingly of solid fire wrapped up the rearmost beast, pulling it to the ground and halting its charge. Topaz and Ruby both drew their swords, running forward to meet one of the giant badgers each. Pay close attention, Dahlia said as the sisters began fighting their respective monster. First off, notice how they ensured they both had plenty of room to fight without getting in each other's way. These sisters are well ahead of other trainees in terms of working with a team, so you do well to take notes. But also, watch how the beasts act. When first entering combat with a type of beast you've never encountered before, if you have a chance, then it's generally good practice to keep your distance and evaluate their strengths and weaknesses. Beasts are generally pretty crazed, frenzied, so they won't hold back, but that doesn't mean they won't have some ability in reserve. So it's best to feel out their fighting style, see if you can't guess at any hidden abilities they might have, and learn how to best kill them if you have a chance. Of course, if people's lives are on the line, go for the kill. Your first duty is to protect others, so taking some risks is often necessary. Understand? I think so, Amy nodded. Then what do you make of how the badgers fight? All biting and clawing. Despite having 6 legs, they only use the front 2 for attacking, meaning the other 2 are for moving, replied Amy after a moment. Honestly, they fight like wild animals. Right, do you expect them to have any special abilities to watch out for? What, like magic? I don't think so. If their power is supposed to be on the same level as mine, I don't see how they could know any good spells. Rather than reply, Dahlia merely smirked and cocked her head, nodding to Ruby as she went in for the kill. Just as her blade cut into the shoulder of her target, the badger opened its mouth and seemed to cough or sneeze a spray of fluid over the young knight in training. Oh, ew! Ruby shouted in disgust, even as she plunged her blade into the badger's neck. Ah, it burns! Nasty! Just because a beast doesn't have magic doesn't mean it won't have another special ability, like, in this case, apparently vomiting acid, Dahlia said in an amused tone, casting a quick spell that seemed to burn the acidic bile off of Ruby. Topaz, a bit behind her sister, then made her move but was able to avoid the bile and make a clean kill. "That's so disgusting," Ruby whined, her tone that of a spoiled princess, even as she wiped blood off her sword on the hide of the beast she'd just killed. "I just assume beasts always have some trick up their sleeves," Topaz replied smugly, earning herself a pouting glare from her sister. Amy couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. "Now, for our last guest," Dahlia said, gesturing to the tied-up beast that was still thrashing against the chains of solid fire. Based on the splatter around it, it had even tried to use its bile on the chains to no effect. "Amy, you'll be fighting it." Miss Dahlia, I've never fought a beast before," Amy said nervously, even as she drew her sword. "It's all right. It's already used its bile attack. It's worn itself out from fighting against the chains, and we're here to watch over." "So you'll jump in if something goes wrong?" "I'll step in to ensure you aren't killed or seriously injured, but minor wounds I won't prevent," Dahlia warned her. "You don't have to worry about dying, but don't act like you're invincible. If you are too injured to continue, I'll have you taken back to the Protectorate." "I understand, Lady Dahlia." Amy nodded, taking a deep breath and readying her blade, both Ruby and Topaz giving her encouraging smiles as she stepped towards the restrained beast. Orlan did his best to repress a sigh as the various emissaries filed onto shore. Lyra had set up a perimeter of defenses with her spells that should keep the beasts away. Even still, he'd had to call a couple of the girls from Second Lance to serve as extra security. From what he could tell, in the end, 4 landing boats had made their way to the beach, 1 each from China, Russia, Italy, and Saudi Arabia. The other 3 ships at anchor hadn't made any move to join in yet, so, in a section of a beachside restaurant bar that Lyra had cleared of overgrowth, Orlan met with them. As they got settled, Orlan glanced down at a book he'd pulled from his personal space, checking over the spell circles one last time before raising a hand. The delegate stiffened as a large 5-circle spell appeared in the air before him, slowly filling with runes as he double-checked with the version in the book. It wasn't a spell he used often, which is why he had to refer to the book to make sure he got it right, especially since it was a version of a more common spell he'd had to personally design to work with his unusual mana type. Testing. Can you all understand me?" Orlan asked as the spell finished, fading out until it was nearly invisible. The various groups gave confused nods, wondering what was going on. "That spell is called All Speech. It will ensure anything said in the vicinity is understood by everyone. I like to call it the Universal Translator," Orlan explained with a grin, pausing at the confused and bewildered expressions of the diplomats before clearing his throat and continuing, "Anyways, normally I and all my knights use a lesser version of this spell that lets us effectively speak in any language, but that is limited to 1 language at a time and only works on us. This way we can all understand one another without the need for translators." A couple of the aides suddenly looked stricken at this, as if he'd just ended their careers, but the rest nodded and even looked relieved. Now, I'm not sure how these kind of events are normally handled, and frankly, I doubt these are normal circumstances for a diplomatic meeting, so I'm just going to handle this my way. Any issues with that?" Orlan continued, glancing at the different tables, each of which held a group of people. The largest group was easily the Chinese, in addition to the 2 monks who'd come ashore earlier, and who both seemed ashamed after, as Nalia reported, they'd gotten a severe dressing down for trying to pick a fight. There were 3 other men in normal suits and a young lady in what looked like a Chinese dress that seemed very out of place. The second largest group was the Saudis. Most of their group seemed dedicated to carrying a series of boxes, along with what Orlan guessed was a single diplomat and a translator. The Russians had only sent 2, one of whom had backed off after Orlan's spell, which meant he was likely also a translator. Finally, there was only a single man from the Italian ship, who looked more amused by the situation than anything. "To start things off, let me just make it clear. I have no intention on claiming this island. I'm not contesting Portugal's claim or anything like that. So if that's why you're here, then talk with Portugal." "Of course, honored warrior," the Chinese delegate said in a stiff voice. "We did not expect you to claim sovereignty of this island." "We're not stupid," the Italian diplomat added with a smirk. "After dealing with politicians for the last few weeks, you'll forgive me if I assume the worst," Orlan replied with a smile of his own, the Italian chuckling along while the Russian and Saudi leaders suppressed glares. "With that bit of ass covering aside, I can only think of 2 reasons you would be here other than the island. One is because you want my aid, and the other is you want my magic. But, for the sake of transparency, why don't you each tell me why you're here? Would this not be done better in private? The Chinese diplomat asked. Perhaps, but for now I want to make it very clear that I will not be playing favorites. The best way I can think of doing that is by hearing you all out here together, Orlan replied. I'm sure none of you would want another party here to monopolize me, and this way you can be certain it doesn't happen. If that makes you uncomfortable, well, too bad. I did say I was doing this my way. Very well, the Chinese man said, looking like he'd just swallowed a fly as he took a breath. The People's Republic of China would like to greet the honored warrior and invite you to join our rich culture of martial art and mysticism. Master Lu Feng insisted on coming first to speak with you, warrior to warrior, and I fear he may have insulted you. For that I apologize. I wouldn't say he insulted me, more confused me, Orlan replied after a moment. He is clearly highly skilled at his art, but there's a difference between martial arts and combat with magical beasts. I thank you, honored warrior, the other man said, bowing momentarily. As you pointed out, our first request is for access to your abilities, magic as you call it. Preferably, we'd like to invite you or one of your disciples to return with us to China, where they can instruct us on it. However, I understand that you are lacking in people. Thus, instead, we'd like to offer you one of our own. He turned, motioning to the young woman who stepped forward and bowed. This is Yuling. She is skilled at various martial arts and fighting styles, and we'd like to offer her as a prospective knight. Ooh, she's pretty, Lailra teased in his mind, forcing Orlan to stop himself from rolling his eyes. Continuing via telepathy, his senior knight was, thankfully, more serious. We probably should have anticipated this. After word got out about Amy being a knight in training, it was only a matter of time before we were offered more trainees as a way to look into our operations. So, should I reject her? Orlan asked silently, the topic of accepting a recruit for political reasons why a hotly debated one on the other side. Some protector lords, notably the Imperial Protector, did it often, claiming it was a way to prove he was unbiased and willing to protect all. Considering he had the largest available number of slots for knights, it also was easy for him to waste a few on dead weight. On the other end of the debate was the Mage Protector, who outright refused all political recruits, saying she would only take the best mages in the land who wanted to join. Considering she had even fewer knight slots available than Orlan did, that also made sense. Generally, Orlan tended towards the Mage Protector's view. He wanted to stay out of politics and do his job, but neither would he turn away a promising candidate just because a nation asked him to take them. I think you should give her a chance, Lailra replied telepathically after a moment, surprising Orlan. The third lance is rather trim right now, and it's not like we're trying to keep magic to ourselves. She'll be subject to the same standards and requirements as all of my knights, Orlan replied out loud, gesturing for Lailra, who stepped forward and pulled a bowl of grapes out of her personal space. These grapes have been infused with a tiny amount of mana. As you've heard, a not insignificant number of people on this side are allergic to mana, so before we accept her, she'll have to eat one of these grapes and spend the next 24 hours under our care. If she had no reaction, she can join our training lance. If she has a reaction, we're best positioned to care for her before returning her to you. Of course, honored warrior. The Chinese diplomat bowed again, the girl, Yuling, stepping forward and carefully taking one of the grapes and eating it without hesitation. Lailra motioned the girl to follow her, but as she reached for the bowl, the older monk stepped forward. Young master, he said, bowing even deeper than the diplomat who was now glaring at him. I wish to take this trial as well. If you don't mind my asking why, Orlan asked, cutting off the diplomat. After our fight, I'm afraid my whole path has been for naught. My life's work, training, and beliefs, all pale compared to yours, the older man said, remaining in his deep bow. I need to know what the right path is, even a glimpse of it, as I believe one of those grapes will provide. Orlan looked at the older monk with new respect before he'd just been a weird, if in shape, old man, but to honestly accept what he'd seen and pivot like that? Most people, if encountering something that showed their life's work was wrong, would get angry, and there'd been a bit of that at first from the old monk. Such a response was not good for mages, who needed the ability to critically and honestly evaluate both their own lives and the world around them. Of course, Orlan said, motioning the old monk forward. You can even stay under our care in case you have a reaction. I can't promise to teach you anything, though. That's fine, thank you, young master, the monk said, nearly crying as he hurried forward and ate one of the grapes, moving to join the young Chinese girl as Lyra pulled the bowl into her personal space before anyone else asked for a grape. "Okay then, how about you next?" Orlan said, gesturing to the delegation from Saudi Arabia. "We hail from Saudi Arabia, Sir Orlan," their leader started, Orlan suppressing a groan at the title. "As you have no doubt heard, one of our neighboring nations has fallen to what you call beasts of the rift. Our military have done their best, but we lack your expertise in dealing with these creatures. As such, we'd like to offer you some gifts if you would come aid us." The man nodded, and the others of his group pulled the boxes forward, opening them up to reveal gold, jewels, and oddly, some old-looking scrolls. Orlan swept them with his spiritual senses, but didn't feel anything. Not that a scroll needed mana within it for the knowledge to be valuable, but it at least indicated that the scrolls themselves weren't magical. "Thoughts?" Orlan asked Lyra and Nalia telepathically, outwardly pretending to consider the offer. "We have plenty of gold. The jewels could come in handy for enchantments if we had a skilled enchanter." Lyra mused silently. "I'm mostly interested in the scrolls." "Same, but what about going to aid them? None of our cutters can reach nearly that far," Orlan replied. "And I'm not sure how I feel about sending a group of you out on your own." "It's either that or do nothing," she replied before going silent. Orlan thought about it a bit more, Nalia seemingly having nothing to add, before coming to a decision. "In general, I'm willing to help out. The issue is that of transportation," he said aloud. "Our cutters can't reach that far, and I don't feel comfortable sending either a group of my knights or even going myself at this moment." "We can guarantee your safety," the Saudi emissary assured him. "I'm sure, but you understand my hesitance, right?" continued Orlan. "I intend to make my way that direction with the island already. Unfortunately, I don't know when we'll arrive, and even if we head directly there, it will still take a week or two." "I'm sure we can come to an understanding." "My government would be willing to serve as a neutral third party," the Italian spoke up suddenly, "to ensure any deal is upheld and honored fairly by both sides." "Thank you, but my main issue is with the management of my protectorate. I don't like leaving it while it's in motion," Orlan added, nodding to the Italian diplomat. "If we were staying in one place for an extended duration, that would make such a deal easier. For now, let's agree to speak later and move on." Just before the Russian team could speak, he sensed Nalia stiffen behind him. The others seemed to notice it as well. "My lord," Nalia said in her characteristic monotone, "there's an issue." "What?" "The scouts found a persistent rift," she said, prompting Orlan to let out a loud groan. "We need to invite the Portuguese to join us," he said aloud, as the diplomats gave him confused looks. Return Protector, Chapter 40. Amy fell backwards with a pained scream, Dahlia seemingly appearing between her and the beast to parry a couple of its blows and recasting the fire chains to hold it down. With the beast restrained, she turned to Amy, and with another quick spell, closed the gashes on her arm from the monster's razor-sharp claws. "Don't worry about scars," Dahlia said, the wounds on Amy's arm closing with a burning hiss to become thin scars. "Lady Lyra's healing will remove them when we get back." Amy nodded, still in a bit of a daze from the pain. Even as she stood up, Dahlia backed off, and once Amy raised her blade, released the beast from the chains. Gritting her teeth, she jumped forward, dodging the first swipe, but as she went in to stab the creature, it suddenly lunged, turning her stab into a scrape, and its jaws closing on her leg, sharp teeth punching through her leather pants with minimal resistance. Again, like magic, Dahlia appeared, pried the beast off her, tossed it back, and restrained it before quickly healing her. "I don't get it," Amy said, wincing as the puncture wounds were closed and any dangerous bacteria burnt out by Dahlia's magic. "I handled that thug easier than this." "You were fighting a human and an unawakened one at that," Dahlia replied, kneeling before Amy with a friendly smile. "Humans fight cautiously, avoiding injury while probing for openings. Beasts don't. In addition to being crazed, they fight to kill. They don't care about minor injuries and will often risk their own well-being to attack if they believe they can inflict more damage on you than you can on them." "You could have told me that sooner," Amy grumbled as she stood again. "My apologies. I forget you haven't dealt with beasts your entire life. You haven't grown up hearing or seeing them, Dahlia said, bowing her head before standing aside. Amy took a deep breath and lifted her sword again. What's a persistent rift? The delegate from Italy asked. Most rifts are like what you've seen. One-way portals into this world that dump a large number of beasts before closing, Orlan replied as Lylra went to inform the Portuguese ship, gliding over the water on a large translucent leaf. Persistent rifts are different. They are two-way. Think of them like dungeons or self-contained worlds filled with beasts. Every so often they'll undergo a reset. Could be days, could be years. But when they do, the world inside will collapse and be replaced with a similar but not identical one. As the world within the rift collapses, the creatures within will rush the exit and try to leave, entering into our world, meaning if a rift isn't mostly cleared by the time it enters, is reset cycle. It could dump dangerous beasts into the surrounding area. If it goes on long enough, you end up with places like this island overrun by beasts. Are they a good thing or a bad thing? The Russian delegate asked. Both. On one hand, they represent a near endless supply of magical materials. Especially if you have a team to clear the rift every cycle, you can pull decent quantities of magically imbued leather, meat, and claws from the beasts. And sometimes there are valuable materials within the rift that can be harvested, he explained. On the other hand, if a rift isn't maintained, you get this. For a Tier 1 rift, on the other side, they are mostly used as training for new mage knights, but depending on the beast and nature of the rift, they can be more expensive than they're worth. In those cases, they are either sealed or broken. Sealed rifts are basically placed in a permanent recharge cycle. Oddly, they do have a warding effect on the surrounding region. Rifts of an equal or lower tier to the sealed rift are less likely to appear near it. On the other side, it's common for capitals or major cities to be built around a mid to high tier sealed rift. Breaking rifts releases a good amount of mana, so it can be used to mass imbue materials, but is also more expensive than sealing. The diplomats all went silent, their eyes wide at the implications of what he just said. The Chinese and Russian parties walking off to pull out their phones to make calls, while the Italian delegate leaned forward, looking at Orlan with a raised eyebrow. You realize you just turned this island into the most valuable piece of land on the planet, right? He said seriously. It's just a Tier 1 rift, Orlan shrugged. It may be valuable now, but other, higher-tier persistent rifts will appear with more value. And any nation with access to this one will have a jump start on enhanced materials, training in fighting the beasts, and a host of other things. Should I have kept it secret? I don't know, the man admitted, leaning back in his chair. If I were you, I'd have told the Portuguese first. Let them decide what to do with it. That's probably a good idea, Orlan said after a moment. Too late now. This won't win you any favors with Portugal. Is reclaiming their island not enough? For politicians, being given back something that was already theirs is worth less than telling everyone what they have, the Italian replied. I hate politics. Shh. Amy stumbled back, blood dripping from a long gash in her stomach where her armor had been pierced by a swipe from the giant badger. Just like the times before, Dahlia seemed to teleport between them, pushing the beast back and restraining it before healing her. Amy's armor was covered in scratches and cuts, some of which didn't make it through the magical leather, others did. Every one of her limbs had been cut or injured, and she was pretty sure she had a bruised rib from a time the beast had tackled her. She had barely managed to scratch the beast. Only a few shallow cuts stood in evidence of her attacks, the blood barely visible against its dirty fur. Tired, she collapsed to the ground, letting her sword go and laying on her back. Are you okay? Topaz asked, kneeling down next to her, while the normally talkative Ruby did the same on her other side, putting a hand on her shoulder for comfort. I thought I was doing good with my training, Amy replied softly, tears pricking at her eyes. Learning to fight, becoming stronger, but was it all an illusion? Am I still so weak? It's okay to admit your weakness, Dahlia said softly, kneeling by her head. And it's okay to accept your weaknesses. Not everyone is a fighter. Are you saying I'm not cut out for fighting beasts? I'm asking if you think you are. Amy started only to close her mouth. Was she really a fighter? Could she really be a warrior? She could see it in their eyes. None of them would blame her if she stepped back. They cared about her. They'd still be her friends. With her knowledge of magic, basic as it was, she'd still be able to find some way to make a good living on or off the island. The government would absolutely pay her a large sum in exchange for her knowledge, maybe even hire her to train more mages. All she had to do was give up, run away. As she had that thought, the image of her father and brother loading their shotguns, telling her to flee out the back door of the house, flashed past her eyes. It would be so easy to give up, to run away. She'd done it before, but then she'd had no choice. They only had 2 guns, and she wasn't good with them. If she ran away now, would she ever stop running? Could she ever face herself? If she found herself in a situation like that again, would she once more leave her loved ones to die to save herself? No, she couldn't. She'd never forgive herself if she ran away again. She'd become a husk of herself, of who she wanted to be, forced to watch as others died to save her, and she couldn't do that again. She should have fought then. She had to fight now. Wiping her tears away, Amy pushed herself to her feet, grabbing her sword again. Dahlia smiled and nodded in approval, while the sisters gave her bright grins. They knew this had been a watershed moment, a turning point for her. It hadn't been a test exactly, but she could tell from their looks they'd all gone through something similar, been shown how difficult the path ahead was, and had the resolve to follow it, challenged. It wasn't a pass or fail. They wanted to make sure she had the drive to follow through, before she found herself in a situation where, if she faltered, people could die. Setting her stance, Amy lifted her blade once more. The fiery chains around the beast faded, and it lunged at her once more. She ducked the swipe, stepping forward and bringing her sword up in a long slash, grinning as she felt the sword bite into the beast's hide, only for it to kick out with its rearmost legs and send her tumbling away. The slash she'd inflicted was minor, only drawing a few drops of blood, but it was the most damage she'd done so far. Scrambling back to her feet before Dahlia could intervene, she once more fixed her stance and met the beast's charge. The conference, or whatever the meeting could be called, had largely dissolved after Orlan's revelation of the nature of the persistent rift. The Chinese and Russian teams had withdrawn back to their ships, apparently to relay the information to their governments. A small Portuguese team had temporarily come ashore to pester Orlan with questions before returning to their own ship, leaving him with the Saudis and the Italian.
"I know why they are here," Orlan said, motioning to the Saudis. "But why are you still here? Hoping for something from me?"
My mission here was to get a measure of you, the Italian man said after a moment. All we know of you is from the American government or media, neither of which are especially reliable sources. The former paints you as a murderer, and the latter as some crazed loon who believes in magic.
"I literally use magic," Orlan said dryly. "Yeah, well, seems the public is slow coming around to that. In any case, I'm not here to get anything from you per se, but to ask how we might contact you in the future." "Ah, right, that makes sense. It probably works a bit differently than what you're used to, at least on the other side. Most protector lords don't allow embassies on their islands. The islands belong to us entirely. No foreign control over it. Some allow for diplomatic posts to make communication easier, but the most common is offering someone, typically an older retired mage, who can both help out on the island and serve as a point of contact between kingdom and protector lord. Why do things that way? Because, for one, protector lords are non-political entities. We have absolute control over our islands, but no authority outside it, Orlan explained. And most of us have a rule that everyone on the island must contribute to the mission of protecting humanity. In addition, we tend to travel around a lot, so just logistically having a constant diplomatic post on an island can be difficult. But perhaps most importantly, we often make decisions that go against national interests. Like, if there's a pair of rifts that appear at the same time, one in a larger wealthy nation and the other in a smaller, less developed one, we tend to prioritize the more dangerous one. But naturally, the wealthy nation would prefer we aid them first, regardless of which is more dangerous. If they're providing steady funding or supplies, they might expect us to do as they wish in such a situation. So, to avoid that, the best way is to offer us an individual your nation can contact to work for me. All it costs you is one person, who's typically retired or the like, and will work directly for me. Could be providing training, education, technical knowledge, stuff like that. That way the nation doesn't see us as an investment, we aren't reliant on their supplies, and we don't feel pressured to set aside our mission.
An interesting solution, the Italian man admitted. I don't see most nations agreeing to something like that easily, though. They prefer solid commitments and promises to a vague point of contact. There was a whole war fought over it, Orlan replied. The Protectorate Wars. The larger nations wanted to monopolize us, installing loyal protector lords that would aid them and not their enemies. We can't officially take titles or the like, but we have a lot of discretion into how we operate. But ultimately they lost, and a protectorate truce was signed, resulting in the situation I described.
They lost? Did every one of the smaller nations band together to beat them or something?
No, us protector lords did. I don't think it's quite sunk in for this side yet, but a protector lord is powerful. The reason our oath forbids taking titles or owning land isn't to keep us separate from kingdoms, it's to stop us from founding our own. The nations that wanted to control the protector lords only managed to seize control of one. The rest of us banded together to fight, Orlan continued. Whenever we went into or near one of the larger nations, we paired up. So even if their pet lord came after us, we'd still win. Wait, you still operated in those hostile nations? The diplomat seemed taken back. You aided kingdoms that wanted to control you? Sure. Our job is to protect everyone, not just those we agree with. That's admirable. But naive, right? Smirked Orlan. Don't worry, I know. I think I can get my nation in on how the other side functions, the Italian said after a moment. We don't have the military to force you. Britain is on your side, so the EU is unlikely to be outright hostile to the idea. My fear is that, as you said, we don't know just how powerful you are. I'm hoping they don't feel the need to test me. Then you might want a show of force. Those creatures that overran Dubai might be a good start. Since it seems we'll be staying here a while, getting the persistent rift under control and managing it until Portugal can step in and take over, I think that's my next mission, Orlan agreed. My offer of ensuring your safety and serving as a third-party witness to the deal stands, the diplomat smiled. And, is there anyone you'd prefer to serve as our point of contact on your island? Honestly? We could use a teacher, Orlan said after a moment. For the village, our last one didn't want to come over to this side, but the kids living on the protectorate still need to be taught. I'll see what I can do now. You going to talk to the Saudis? Yup. Amy lay on her back, panting heavily. Her armor had been so heavily damaged that Dahlia had pulled a spare set out of her personal space, something she got through her bond with Orlan. It had taken close to 20 minutes for her to finally put the badger beast down, and she was covered in scars and bruises, but she'd won. The beast was as cut up as she was, but it didn't have the advantage of Dahlia's healing magic. I did it, she said, with a tired smile. You did, Dahlia agreed, returning her smile. Sorry for putting you through that, but... Oh, I get it. Amy waved her apology off. Better find out now than when it matters. Just so, every one of us went through it, all the way up to Lord Orlan himself. So, what now? Now, we go back to the Protectorate, Dahlia said. While you were fighting, there were developments. Apparently, there's a persistent rift on the island. Both Ruby and Topaz looked surprised, while Amy was only confused, leading her to explain what that was and what it meant. For us, it means there's no rush to get you fighting experience, Dahlia continued after her explanation. We can return to the Protectorate, get you some proper healing, let you recover from that, and then come back. We'll be staying here a while, it seems, and since the rift is Tier 1, you girls might be getting to go inside it a couple times, help clear it out. I'd like to say I can keep fighting, but... Amy sighed, looking down at herself, covered in sweat. Her hands were shaking and barely able to grip her blade. Before long, you'll be able to kill one of those things by yourself, without my aid, Dahlia assured her, helping the younger woman up. But for now, I think Lady White will agree it's time for you to learn another spell. Really? I think so, but you'll have to speak with her. After Moat comes Bolt, Ruby said, bouncing with happiness despite having fought a few more beasts that had found them while Amy had fought hers. It's a basic attack spell, but can help refine your combat strategy. Some knights, like myself, prefer ranged combat to melee, but it's good to know how to fight up close in case, Dahlia agreed, waving to one of the flying ships as it approached them. Whatever your specialty, you'll need to know both. Return Protector, Chapter 41. What do you think of the deal? Orlan asked as he walked through the overgrown forest of the small island towards where the rift was. You mean from the Saudis? Lyra asked, following behind him and carefully stepping over roots and bushes. Seems pretty good to me. First pick of beast parts and an offer of payment for what we don't take. An observer from Rome or Italy, I guess, to keep everyone honest. I can't think of a good reason not to take it.
Neither can I, and yet something feels wrong, Orlan replied, lifting a large branch out of the way for her and Nalia to pass. Like I'm missing something.
Nothing new there, Lyra teased with a playful grin as she passed him.
Could be the number of eyes on the area, Nalia added, nodding thanks to Orlan. Almost every major nation will be watching if you take the deal.
And you don't handle that kind of attention well? Lyra added. I've gotten better, Orlan replied half indignantly. But you're probably right, Nalia. But if we do accept, who should go? I can't take everyone from the first lance with me. I'm absolutely going, Lyra declared. You'll need my healing.
I want to go, Nalia started. But it might be better if I remain behind. At that distance, communicating through the bond will become less viable, so my magic might be needed.
You can still serve as communication if you come with us. But I can't cover the Protectorate with defensive spells, countered the blank-faced woman. If he's away, people might try to infiltrate the Protectorate under the assumption that he can't defend it. And while that's not entirely true, you will suffer some lack of efficacy and response time due to the distance. My magic is best suited for wide-scale defensive misdirection and detection. She's right, Orlan sighed. As much as I'd like your scouting abilities, you'd be more useful here, so I'll leave the Protectorate to you. Anyone in particular you want to stay with you? Pella, she replied instantly. Her wind magic will be very useful if any attempt infiltration through airborne methods. She'd be best suited to stopping such attempts without loss of life. Beyond her, I don't think anyone's magic is especially valuable for this task. As long as a number of others remain behind to aid me, anyone is fine. Christy, from the second lance, Orlan decided. She's a decent healer, second only to Lyra, and decent in combat. Nobu and Alisan team up well with Christy, Lyra added. Nobu will be upset at missing out on battle, but she'll be happy to support her friend. Add in Zinnia. Her water magic won't work well in a desert, and Anastasia for some ranged ability. Think that'll be enough? I believe it will, Lord. Nalia nodded. Great. So, how much further to this damned rift? Should be right up ahead, Lyra replied. The group walking for another minute before walking into a large clearing. The trees had been knocked down or shredded when the rift opened the first time, resulting in a wide circle of devastation that nature was slowly attempting to reclaim. At the center was the swirling ball of light of the rift. Currently it was open, as large as a car, but clearly more stable than most rifts. What was worrying was the ground around the rift, as it was covered in bones, ragged clothes, and bits of decaying flesh. Lyra scowled, covering her mouth as she surveyed the damage. Guess we know where the bodies went, Orlan muttered, scowling at the nest of bones. My lord. A man halfway around the nest called out, waving and walking over. Orlan recognized him as one of his scouts, not bonded as, for whatever reason, Orlan could only bond with women, but still sworn to him and helpful. Hasn't been any activity here. A couple beasts returning with food, a bird or rodent, but otherwise it's pretty quiet. It won't stay that way, replied the Protector Lord, scowling at the rift. Feels like the thing will be closing soon. That was my thought as well. A low-tier rift like this can't stay open too long. A few days, a week at the outside, and my rift pearl has been flickering. The scout nodded, holding up a small dark pearl that seemed to slowly shift colors. But outside a rift, they aren't super accurate. I'd imagine beasts will start emerging in an hour or two, Orlan added. Lyra, can you handle the surge? Of Tier 1 beasts? Easy, she agreed. Good. I don't think the rift will open again for a few days, not on its own anyways. So once the surge is contained, I'll have some girls from the second lance. I'm thinking Christy, Nobu, and Allison down here to help clean up. See if we can't give these poor people some rest. He nodding towards the bones, and secure the area. If we can mostly clear the island of beasts, then we can hand it off to Portugal and get them set up to manage it. So while we're gone, that's your mission, Nalia. Of course, Lord. The light mage nodded. Ah, going to the Persia? The scout asked. Heard some of them were asking for your help. Not called Persia anymore, but that area, Orlan nodded. Sooner I get going, the better. I'll put down some spells to catch the beast surge, Lyilra nodded. I'll clear out an area for a cutter to land, Nalia added, turning towards the jungle. He doesn't mess around when he decides to do something. The man standing on the bridge of the large yacht commented, looking through a pair of binoculars at the large, floating island. They were one of a small fleet of ships that gathered to observe the odd sight, most of which were civilians from nearby islands, but undoubtable, some were like them, there to observe the island for one group or another. Another aircraft landed? His partner asked, looking over the written notes. I thought there was only the one from Saudis expected. I think the first one was British, delivering supplies or something in thanks for Bermuda. The first man shrugged, lowering the binoculars and offering them to his partner, who shook his head. Word is they wanted to thank him. I thought they'd offer a knighthood or whatever. For one, they don't knight people outside the British Commonwealth, not officially, the other man replied. They'll give an honorary title, but not a substantive one. Second, didn't he say his oath prevents him from accepting titles? And you believe him? You don't? He's a man that controls a floating island larger than some small nations, controls a force of the most powerful magical warriors on the planet. He snorted. Do you really think he came just to kill some monsters and teach magic? No, I'm certain he's here to conquer. Leadership's official stance is, his mission is unknown. Because they don't like saying anything solid without solid evidence. Is that why you agreed to this mission? I agreed because they promised me the resources to reach level 1 power, same as you. And a nice vacation on an expensive yacht. That too, he admitted with a chuckle. But mostly for the power. The world is changing, and it's that protector's fault. World was changing before he arrived. Even leadership agrees to that, the partner pointed out. Sure, but world is always changing, slowly, carefully. The man nodded toward the distant island, stepped on the accelerator, dropped an entire freaking floating island on it. If you think he did that for any reason beyond his own self-interest, then you're more the fool than I thought. All people act in their own self-interest, magical lord or not, the partner said with a roll of his eyes. I just feel like there's more to him. Some incentive structures or motivations that we don't know about. Like his island, he said he's bonded with it somehow. Maybe it's a two-way bond and it influences him. Or maybe he directly benefits from killing monsters in some way we don't understand. I guess you have a point, the man grudgingly admitted. But here's a question for you. How does he build his island? What do you mean? I mean, it's, 5 miles across? Was it always that big? If not, then how did it grow to be that big? How does that matter? Because he couldn't pull all that land out of his ass. He'd have to take it from somewhere. Remember how he lifted the submarine out of the sea? What if that's how he adds more land, just rips it up and glues it to the side of the island? I still don't get your point. The point is that regardless of what he's claimed, he does own land. Possibly even stealing it, he said, turning to face his partner. What's to stop him from stealing an entire country? His island is larger than Bermuda. What if he ripped that entire island out of the ocean, people and all, and added it to his? We haven't seen him do anything like that. Yet. But you see that he could, right? I guess. That's why we, the leadership, needs to test him. Push him, the man finished, turning back to the island and lifting the binoculars to his eyes once more. See what he's like beneath all that righteous protector lord nonsense. His partner didn't say anything, undecided if that thought was right. But, right or not, he knew it was only a matter of time before someone pushed the odd visitor. There were too many interests focused on him. The Lord is leaving? Amy asked, startled. I thought he couldn't be too far from the island or something. It's not optimal, but nothing's stopping him. Wish he'd stick around for a while to help deal with that new student, though. White replied. Delia said you were blooded? Took down one of those big badger things, if that's what you mean, Amy nodded. I'd still be covered in scars if Lady Lyilra hadn't healed me. Good. Just wanted to make sure. Ruby's been raving about it all day, White said with a slight smirk that vanished as soon as it appeared. No doubt she also mentioned you might be ready to learn a second spell, but before that, I need to test you. You've been on an accelerated learning schedule, not an issue in itself, but with that extended break to appear in court, we haven't had the time to drill you in casting. So, I want you to cast 2 motes, one after the other, as fast as you can with minimal emotional influence. I've been meaning to ask you about that, actually, Amy said, hesitating. Is it really that important to control my emotions and how they leak into a spell? I know they influence it, but the spell still works mostly the same, regardless, right? Mostly, but not entirely, White replied calmly. For most mages, most of the time, you're right. Emotional influence is minimal enough that it can be worked around, but in the heat of battle, even tiny differences can change everything. A spell cast with anger might spread out more than you intended, hitting allies. One cast with fear might not hit as hard. Few of us have mana as volatile as Lord Orlan's, for example. But controlling our emotions can be the difference between a spell hitting an ally or not, between taking out an enemy or just injuring them. Lord Orlan's mana is different thought? Yes, his is uniquely volatile. White nodded. Even with normal emotional control, taught to him by Lady Lylra and Lady Nalia, his spells still varied wildly in potency and effect. I had to work with him for nearly a year to figure out how to get his mana under control, and even now he rarely uses magic outside combat. I see. Enough questions. Chain cast mote. Quick as you can. Calm emotional impact. Amy nodded, taking a deep breath and raising her hand. This airplane is so much nicer than the other one, Lylra commented, sinking into the plush chair. They even offer drinks. It's all tier 0, but still. The last one was a glorified cargo plane. This is a luxury airliner, Orlan replied, leaning back in his own seat. I think the Saudis are trying to show us how generous they are. Snip. Makes sense, but still, I could get used to traveling like this. Nicer than any plane I've been on before, the Italian diplomat agreed, lifting a glass of champagne. But if the Saudis have anything in abundance, it's money. I could tell from the king's ransom they tried to pay us with. Any reason you didn't accept that? You don't mind my asking, that is. Because it didn't really hold any value for us, shrugged Orlan. We have gold on the island, and mundane materials aren't that useful. I guess we could turn around and sell it, but we don't really have the contacts to offload that much gold. And you don't have a bank account or anything? The diplomat nodded. I'm sure my government would be happy to fix that if you want. If you can find a bank that's willing to take me as a customer and won't charge me through the nose for buying things abroad. Oh, that's easy, the other man said, looking to the side at Orlan. I keep forgetting you left this world. This side of it, rather, before the internet really took off. Credit cards can be used globally with minimal fees or issues. Hell, I've heard that small towns in rural Asia can charge cards easy enough now. I think even the Amish can take them as well. Learn something new every day. Orlan shook his head. Pausing as a young woman, one of the flight attendants stepped up and bowed. With respect, Lord Orlan, she said in accented English, you request information on the creatures? Oh, right. The Protector Lord sat up and nodded. Let's hear it. What are you doing? One of the mages asked, looking at the old Chinese man. The old monk, having been brought to the island, stood in the courtyard of the mages' school, moving slowly from one stance to another, sweeping his hands through the air with an impressive grace. Before, I would have told you I was circulating my qi, the monk replied without pausing his movements. Now, I'm merely enjoying the movement. Helps me focus, calm down. You sure you should be doing that out here? You're waiting to see if you have a soul blight, right? Would be best if you were laying down if it hit. Perhaps. I'll go tell the healers you're out here. The mage sighed, turning and walking back into the academy. A few minutes later, the young Chinese woman and a couple of different mages emerged. The woman, who was hoping to become a knight of Orlan's, joined him in the Tai Chi after a moment. Honored elder, she spoke after a moment. Why did you eat the grape? You won't be accepted for training. It's a needless risk, one the government won't approve of. Spoken with the assurance of youth, the monk chuckled. Many of my beliefs have been challenged and even disproven recently, but one remains solid, unshaken. that life is an endless pursuit of the unreachable heavens. Perhaps you can never truly ascend, as I thought previously, but that doesn't render the struggle, the desire to become better, meaningless. Honored elder, your hand, the young woman spoke up, pointing. Opening his eyes, he saw his hand tremor slightly, slowly working up his arm. A reaction, one of the healers said, moving forward. Quickly, lay down. I can feel it, the monk said slowly as the tremors spread through his body, pushing away the hand of the healer, attempting to restrain him. Calm wisdom, a long view. Of course, a crane. As soon as he spoke, mana began rushing in towards him. The healer stepped back, first in shock, but soon fear. No, you have to stop, the healer shouted. Release the image. You have a mana allergy. If you attempt to awaken, it will kill you. Despite that, the old monk ignored them, his whole body seizing even as his awakening lifted him from the ground, a soft white light emitting from his eyes. Struggling to control his body, he pulled one of his arms back, then lashed out in a finger jab as he did an ethereal beak formed around his hand, long, thin, and razor-sharp. It punched a hole in the air as the monk jabbed, a smile forming on his face before his eyes rolled back and foam poured from his mouth. Returned Protector, Chapter 42. You'll have to forgive me for the rather haphazard nature of this presentation, the man on the screen said, the flight attendant having turned it on. The information on the beasts, as I believe you call them, is incomplete and lacking, so feel free to speak up if you have any questions. Is this one of those AI things? Lialra asked after a short pause. No, miss. I'm currently in Riyadh, speaking to you over Zoom, the man replied. Like a visual version of the cell phones? Sort of. We haven't seen this before, Orlan apologized. Not a lot of Zoom on the island. Ah, of course. My apologies for not having you informed beforehand, the Saudi man said, clearing his throat before continuing. When the portal, Rift, first appeared in Abu Dubai, we thought there were multiple types of beasts coming out of it. Reports were scattered, and the UAE's military is minimal, so we didn't get any solid data until U.S. forces out of Al-Dhafra mobilized. The images on screen now were taken by U.S. forces and civilians in Dubai. As he spoke, the screen changed to a series of pictures showing creatures rampaging through city streets and desert plains, some four-legged, some more, and others with no legs, serpents winding through windows and car parks. Initial efforts by the U.S. were focused on evacuation and containment, but these beasts were different from others encountered elsewhere, stronger, faster, harder to kill. In addition, the available forces to leverage against them were limited. The U.S. has plenty of air and sea assets, but few ground forces in the region. After the UAE army exhausted itself and the beasts overran Al-Dhafra, there was little stopping them from overrunning Dubai entirely and then spreading east into Oman and south into Saudi Arabia. Al Ain was overrun a few days later, the beasts quickly spreading through the region and have been sighted as far east as Muscat and as far west as Qatar. That's quite the spread, Dahlia commented, looking over the map on screen. Rare for beasts to scatter that far, that fast. Especially if it's a multi-species rift, Lialra agreed. It was only after our military, working in conjunction with U.S. military assets, picking off some roving individual beasts, did we determine their true nature, the man continued, the screen changing to an image of an odd creature, the head of a snake that instantly seemed to split into nearly a dozen tentacle-like limbs of various sizes, the longest pair of which ended in a single curved fang. The true body was a comparatively small sausage of flesh, hidden in the middle of all the limbs. We've been calling them mirage serpents, due to their ability to camouflage and shapeshift, he continued. Similar to mimic octopi, they use their limbs to approximate the look of another creature, combined with an ability to alter the color and texture of their outer scales, provides a very convincing illusion. It seems they can also use this ability to travel large distances, using their tentacles to propel themselves like legs at high speed. The highest recorded speed for one was in excess of 50 miles per hour. Between this speed and a tendency to hide in the terrain when resting containing, or even determining their spread, has been very difficult. The only saving grace thus far is they seem to avoid water, preferring to head inland into the dunes rather than the Gulf where they'd be impossible to contain. 50. That's high third sphere, low fourth sphere equivalent, Lyra commented. Likely some magic baked into their scales. Are they venomous? No, thank God. While they often mimic a large serpent, using the claws to approximate fangs, they have no venom glands that we've seen, nor any other obvious magical abilities beyond the shape-shifting. Then call them low fourth sphere equivalent, Orlan nodded. How have you managed to take them down? Not easily. They seem entirely immune to small arms fire. Even concentrated fire from a .50 has minimal effect. The ones we've managed to kill have been through the use of vehicle-mounted weapons, wire-guided missiles, light cannons, and tank guns. The U.S. Air Force has brought down several with optically guided bombs or their A-10, but we estimate less than 10% of the beasts have been killed. Seems like we have our work cut out for us, Orlan said after a moment. Any luck in tracking them? During the day, the only way to track them is visually, but at night, as the sands cool, we have had some luck finding groups of them using thermal sensors. The largest concentration of them is still in the ruins of Abu Dubai, but we've spotted clusters of them throughout the UAE. The man paused, taking a drink of something before continuing. We understand that your time is valuable, so we only ask that you clear out any major concentrations of the beasts. Our proposed plan is for you to land in Qatar, then head east, wiping out any beasts you encounter before sweeping through Abu Dubai. Our analysts generally agree that doing so will wipe out over half the remaining creatures. If they are tier 3 or 4, then they'll slowly start suffering from mana deprivation over the coming weeks, Orlan nodded. It won't kill them for some time, but it will slow them down and make them easier to kill. If we take out most of them, the rest will be relatively easy to manage. The issue would be if they start reproducing, Lyra added, noting a small twitch of the man on the TV's eyebrow as she spoke. Depending on ether conditions, tier 1 or even tier 2 beasts might survive. With how far they've spread, you might be looking at them simply becoming part of the local ecosystem. We've been afraid of that, the man nodded. But short of hunting down every last one, a task made difficult by their ability to hide, we agree it's not possible to avoid that outcome. What assistance can we expect as we move towards Dubai? Orlan asked. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will aid you in any manner we can. A convoy has been prepared to follow behind you with food, water, medical equipment, and cargo. We've been working with the U.S. military to find any groupings of the beasts and will continue to provide recon as best we can. The U.S. has been, perhaps understandably, hesitant to officially aid this mission, but you should still be able to expect some assistance from them, evacuating survivors, providing recon, even fire support if you need. While the U.S. military leadership is unwilling to provide, many local commanders have agreed that if an unknown force, which may or may not be you, is fighting with the beasts and saving people, they'll be inclined to help first without asking many questions. I knew I liked the U.S. military, Orlan smirked. Actually, speaking of survivors, Dahlia said, leaning forward, have there been any confirmations of survivor groups within the UAE? Recon indicates that there may very well be some groups, even in Dubai itself. We've seen evidence of survivors towards the tops of many of the taller buildings, presumably the beasts rarely going that high. But how many such groups there are, or if they'll still be alive by the time we reach the city, is unknown, the Arab man replied. The group asked a few more questions, to which the answers were generally, "We're not sure," before the call ended and the group settled in for the likely 8-hour flight. I don't think that man likes women, Lyra said via telepathy. His brow would furrow any time one of us spoke. From what I understand, women's rights in Saudi Arabia, or the Middle East in general, are minimal, Orlan replied. He may just not be used to speaking with women like you. Strong, beautiful, and kind, showing skin and demanding, Orlan quipped back with a slight smirk. You're lucky you're cute. So you tell me, he replied, only to sober up quickly, asking aloud, what should we do about the old monk? Return his body to the Chinese, tell them what happened, and move on, she answered. This was always a possibility. They had to know that he knew the risks. I don't think the Chinese will hold it against us. I got the feeling he wasn't supposed to eat the grape. The Italian diplomat spoke up for the first time since the presentation ended. He was likely brought in to demonstrate their spiritual traditions and martial ability to you. But when he threw a punch at you, his usefulness may have become limited, especially since it didn't do anything. Made them look like fools? Orlan asked. Something like that. The big concern you should have is that you said the grapes shouldn't kill anyone, even if they have a reaction. They shouldn't, and in this case, likely wouldn't have if the guy hadn't awakened shortly after his reaction began, Orlan replied. The mages tried to get him to stop awakening, but he held on, and the sudden, massive influx of mana is what killed him. Can people become mages just like that? The Italian asked. Does the allergic reaction make it easier for someone to awaken? It shouldn't, Lyra replied. But I think that man had set the foundation for his awakening already. Lots of meditation, introspection, and experience. With that, even the slightest feeling of his own mana may have allowed him to awaken. We didn't realize a mana reaction can stir up one's mana, though. The soul blight is largely a rarity on the other side, Orlan added. Maybe a handful of people are born each year with it, and few of them survive long. Those that do generally live in low mana areas and never even realize they have an allergy to mana until it kills them. So the quirks of the condition aren't well documented, and the condition isn't widespread enough to merit any real study. And honestly, if he hadn't held onto the image so stubbornly, he might have survived. He probably knew this was his only chance to experience true power, Orlan shrugged. Old man like that, already looking forward to getting his ass chewed out by his government, having just made a fool of them. Maybe sacrificing his life was a worthy cost for finally finding the true path. Lyra shook her head in reply, but didn't speak up. Honored Elder White? Yuling asked the next morning, a couple mages looking her over to confirm there had been no reaction to the mana in the grape she'd eaten earlier. The proper form of address is Lady, White replied. Apologies, Lady White. What happened to Master Feng? Why would he go that far? He had to know it would kill him. I can't speak for Feng himself, but if I had spent my entire life in pursuit of strength and understanding, only to have my beliefs proven wrong, I might want to experience the truth at any cost as well, White said slowly. Honestly, if he weren't allergic to mana, he'd have been an excellent mage. Few possess the ability to reflect on themselves so honestly, to adapt to changes that quickly. I only know of one other who can. Who is that, Lady White? Yuling asked, looking up at the older woman. Instead of responding, White turned to the mage next to them, who'd just dismissed a spell. She looks fine, the mage said. I'm as confident as I can be that she doesn't have an allergy. Thank you. White nodded, gesturing for Yuling to stand and follow her. The young Chinese woman followed a step behind, looking pensive as they left the Mage Academy and began the walk towards the main castle. Lady White? I understand you have alternate reasons for being here, White interrupted. While my preference is that only those who truly wish to protect others are allowed to join our ranks, reality rarely conforms to such ideals. You will be taught magic, and I'm certain you will relay what you learn back to your government where they will try to replicate it. You know this, yet allow me to learn anyways? Normally, the training lance has upwards of 30 members, of which a handful may eventually be promoted to a proper protector knight. Right now, we're just over 10. Turnover here is lower than for other protector lords, as Lord Orlan values his knights, but we still always need new warriors. Maybe you won't become one of his knights, but you will still learn to fight against beasts, a skill that this side of the world is sorely lacking. I see. And no doubt your government will attempt to use the power for selfish gain, White continued. From what I understand, your nation is one of the more vile powers on this side. But regardless, I hope you will come to understand that magic has many uses, good and evil, and I hope you will do your best to use it for good. The pair walked in silence for a while, the young Chinese woman beginning to breathe heavily as they climbed the road leading to the main castle of the island. By the time they reached the gates, she was sweating and panting. For now, you are limited to the training yard and lower levels of the castle. If you find a door you can't open, it means you aren't allowed there, White explained, walking towards the training yard without pausing. Otherwise, you have free reign of the island within reason. Until you awaken, your days will be split between meditation and training, weapons, exercise, and more. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Almost everyone here has been where you were once. As they entered the training yard, the other girls stopped what they were doing, wiping away sweat and looking at the newcomer. White showed Yuling around the cafeteria, yard, storeroom, and meditation hut, assigned her a room, and then led her back out to the yard. For today, settle in, talk to the others. This has probably been a busy few days for you. White finished. With respect, Honor, Lady White, Yuling said, I'd probably relax best by training. Then you know where the training weapons are. Feel free to show us what you can do. And are you sure that dune is a bunch of giant serpents in disguise? Orlan asked, looking across from one sand dune to another in his full armor and spear over a shoulder. That's what they said, Lailra shrugged. My scouting magic isn't as good as Nalia's, but I can sense something alive there. All right. Orlan nodded, taking a moment for a last few stretches. Guess this is my chance to show off. Big display of power time, Dahlia nodded. Let me take the lead then. Don't fire off until I say, he ordered before jumping off the top of the dune, sliding down the sand towards the bottom. As he reached the valley between the two dunes, he began walking once more, spinning his spear around idly. All right, no offense to you all, but I have to put on a bit of a show, flex my muscles a bit, Orlan said to the dune. But first, I need you to come out and play. Flicking the spear tip forward, he snapped off a quick Tier 2 spell, a bolt of dark purple lashing out to strike the dune, sending up a cloud of sand. For a moment, it looked like it did nothing, only for the sands to come alive as over a dozen tan-colored serpents slithered out into the sun. They all seemed to be mimicking snakes at the moment, their various tentacles fused into a single tube-like body, save the pair, which each held a curved talon that were pressed flush against the beasts' heads, making it look like the claws were fangs. Bit more than expected, Orlan remarked telepathically, but didn't seem too concerned, meeting the charging serpents halfway. They are mid to high tier 3 in power. We're probably higher than that before, but I'm seeing some evidence of mana deprivation. Even as he relayed information, he jumped and dodged through attacks, the beasts surrounding him and lashing out like snakes. Several claws managed to find him anyways, twisting oddly in ways that showed that they weren't the fangs they seemed to be to leave long scratches in his armor, but they clearly weren't skilled pack hunters. Often they got in one another's way, blocking attacks or disrupting charges. Once he was satisfied with his analysis, Orlan moved to the next step. Still focusing on defense, 6 rings of glowing mana appeared behind him, slowly filling with runes even as he flowed through attacks, parried bites or swipes, and dodged charges. Above him, an unmanned drone flew, its camera fixed on him. Thousands of miles away, a group of analysts gathered around the screen to watch. A 6-ring spell? One of them remarked. I thought his max was 5. Maybe he's been holding back. He seems to be moving a bit faster than last time we clocked him. And they watched closely as the 6th and final ring of the spell finished. Orlan jumped into the air, pointed his spear at the sky, and said something. The drone was too far away to pick up his voice, but it did record what happened next. The same rune-filled circles that had floated behind him now filled the sky, the camera having to zoom out several times to capture the full spell. The circles spun for a moment before pausing and almost locking into place. The first bolt of dark lightning to fall from the spell caught one of the mirage serpents in the side of the head, cracking its skull and leaking dark blood onto the sands. Then a second bolt fell, striking the tail of another serpent. Then a third, and soon the bolts of lightning were falling in sheets, a constant rumble of thunder rolling over the sands. The bolts were so thick and heavy that it became impossible to see what was happening, sand thrown into the air. The screams of dying beasts and the constant flashes of dark light were all that the drone picked up. As the spell cleared and the sand settled, Orlan came into view, his spear stabbed into the skull of a serpent, buried up to the crossguard. He pulled it free and flicked the blood off before looking up at the drone. Did he just wink at us? I can't tell, but he did just kill a dozen creatures that an A10 warthog barely managed to kill one of in under 60 seconds from when he started casting. Make sure a recording of that is saved. Yeah, obviously. Return Protector, Chapter 43. Tonight we have obtained exclusive information that the criminal, wanted for the murder of a dozen federal agents, has been hired by the nation of Saudi Arabia. What could this mean for U.S. Middle Eastern relations, John? Thanks, Becky. And it's not good. While Saudi Arabia and the US don't have a formal extradition treaty, they have been an ally in the region. For them to hire such a man raises many questions. And that's not even getting into how he's been slaughtering the poor creatures that appeared in Dubai. While many would agree that rescue operations and some level of force is required, the reports we've been seeing show that he and his so-called knights have been culling dozens of them even when there is no one to rescue. Could we be witnessing a one-man apocalypse driving an endangered species to extinction? Orlan appeared in midair just over where a couple of the mirage serpents were busy digging at the ground in what had likely once been a house. The roof had caved in and any furniture or decoration destroyed as the beasts used their 2 claws to scrape at a steel trapdoor. Thick gouges covered the metal, in places showing light on the other side. Dropping onto one of the serpents like a ton of bricks, he slammed it into the ground, his spear digging deep into its neck. To his dismay, that wasn't enough to stop it, having likely missed the spine, as its tentacles began flailing at him wildly. Grunting at the repeated impacts, he planted his feet on its flat head and drug his spear back and forth till he heard a wet pop and the beast went limp. The other serpent had been unable to get close due to the flailing of its partner, but now lashed out with its 2 clawed tentacles resembling long, almost sloth-like arms. But Orlan didn't look up as ethereal vines sprung from the ground and walls, wrapping the creature up and pinning it against the wall. Magical thorns dug into the scales, which began to slowly rot. A moment later, Lylra jumped up onto the small remaining bit of roof, casting another spell that shot a large broadleaf at the serpent, decapitating it. "Survivors?" she asked as Orlan pushed the dead serpent off the hatch. "They seem to think so," he replied, grabbing the trapdoor through some of the gaps the serpents had created, set his feet and pulled. With a loud groan, the door slowly came free, the damaged steel tearing under his strength. "Anyone down there?" Orlan called, only to be answered by the bark of gunfire, a couple rounds striking him in the chest, sparking off his armor before the loud click of a gun jamming echoed through the room. "I'll take that as a yes! We're here to help you!" "Go," Lylra said, patting Orlan on the shoulder as a small, scared-looking family slowly emerged from the darkness. "I'll get them to the convoy." Orlan looked down at himself. His armor was covered in sandy blood, some dry, most still fresh and dripping off of him. With a nod, he stepped out of the building, just in time to catch a burning rose impale a serpent that was mimicking a large 4-legged animal across the street. They were in a small town on the border of the UAE and Saudi Arabia, though which side Orlan couldn't tell. Sandstone buildings, cloth doors, old sand-covered roads. It was the kind of place one imagined when they thought of a small Arabian village. And sadly, it wasn't the first they'd come across as they worked their way along the coast. Delia waved at him from a nearby roof to get his attention before pointing to another building, informing him via telepathy she could sense the heat of several large living things in there, likely serpents. Nodding, Orlan took a breath, gripped his spear, and began moving. "I've been trained in several martial arts since I was young," Yueling explained as she spun a staff around her, lashing out at an imaginary opponent. "Then we have a lot of work to do," White replied critically. "What?" the younger Chinese woman asked, looking surprised and pausing her demonstration. "Shouldn't I be well suited for this?" "I can tell just by looking at you. Those techniques and skills were designed for fighting against a normal person, not a mage or beast," the older instructor said. "Against the kinds of threats we face, it won't work." "I'm not sure I understand." "All right," White said, stepping in front of the newest recruit. "That jab you did with the staff, where you held it under your arm, how much damage do you expect it to do?" "In sparring, it often pushes my opponent off balance and occasionally leaves bruises." "Strike me with it," White said, "hard as you can." "Are you sure, Lady White? I do not wish to harm you." "If you can hurt me, I'll agree you don't need more combat training," the older woman said dryly. "Now hit me." After a moment, Yueling nodded, stepping back and taking a stance before stepping back in while thrusting the tip of the staff forward into White's midsection. Only to be stopped dead. It didn't feel like she struck a person but a wall. No matter how hard she pushed, the older woman didn't budge. "I'm a 4th sphere warrior mage," White explained. "While there is some force behind that attack, it's too obvious for a setup and doesn't have the power to do any real damage. And even if you were the same tier as me, it would be of limited use against a 4-legged beast that you couldn't knock off balance as easily. Like I said, decent against humans, but lacking against beasts and mages. I see. The younger woman nodded slowly. Lots of bad habits to break, and reflexes to relearn. Orlan stood still as Dahlia's spell swept over him from head to toe, the gunk built up on his armor burning away. It was far from an ideal solution, using magic to clean themselves as the rank smell of burnt flesh spread over the convoy, despite their best efforts, but it was better than tracking the gunk into the campers they'd been provided. After several passes, Dahlia waved him on, giving him a playful shoulder bump as he passed. Out of everyone who joined to take part in the operation, she was the only one still looking immaculate. He didn't know how she did it, fighting without getting dirty, and many of the other girls had tried to learn that skill to no success. They jokingly called it a hidden inherent ability. Walking past where a team of workers were using a forklift to get the bodies of the mirage serpents into the back of a truck, he stretched and groaned as the fatigue from fighting for an entire day caught up with him. At the end of the convoy, as far from the cadaver trucks and cleaning area as possible, were a handful of meal trucks. From convoy workers to military personnel to rescued survivors sat at hastily set up folding tables, eating some kind of meat carved from a rotisserie and served on bread with various veggies. He got in line for one of the food trucks. While he had several inches of height on most of the locals, his pale skin, somehow untouched by the beating sun, is what really made him stand out from the more tanned locals. After getting a wrap, he sat down at a table with a couple of the girls from Second Lance to eat. Being lower tier, some of them had been suffering from the heat and sun, but not significantly. What was more annoying was how they were treated by some of the convoy staff, who practically sneered on seeing them. Despite the obvious discomfort, any actual incidents were quickly dealt with, and most of the local men avoided the female knights, with only some of the women they rescued spending any time with them. "We should reach Dubai by tomorrow evening," one of the convoy leaders said, dropping into the seat next to Orlan. While he'd seemed skeptical of the women knights on the first day, he'd quickly changed his tune after watching them in action, and was now one of the few men in the convoy not uncomfortable around the foreign women. "Good." Orlan nodded between bites of the rather tasty food he didn't know the name of. "I know you aren't comfortable operating at night, but I'm going to try and scout the city out after the sun sets, when the beasts are asleep."
Probably wise, the man agreed. I'd warned that we won't be able to cover you as well, but at this point, I'm more worried about you covering us.
"It should be fine. We've been clearing a good distance inland, and a couple of the girls will stay to guard the convoy all day from now on, just in case. Beasts are dangerous, but not stupid. If they smell the blood of their kin, they should mostly avoid you." "May God will it," the man said reverently. "If you don't mind," Lyra asked, leaning across the table, "you are the first person on this side I've heard openly speak of God. Is this kingdom more religious than the others we visited so far?" "Ah, yes, the Western nations have drifted away from their faith, but we here know that God is great," he explained. "Is God worshipped on the other side, as you call it?" "In a manner," Lyra nodded. "With magic things are more complex. There is God, the creator, and under him his children, Jupiter, Juno, and the others who aided him in the creation." "Yeah, the Roman gods," Orlan interjected. "After the world split, various religions mixed, leading to some odd hybrid of Abrahamic and Roman faith." "I see. Then I suppose my faith, Islam, would not be represented on that side?" the convoy leader asked. "From what I understand, Islam is a relatively new faith, having formed long after the split," Orlan said after a moment's thought. "I don't recall seeing anything like it." "There are some holdouts of old Persian faith, if I recall," Lyra mused. "I see," the man said. "That is disappointing." "Target has entered the building," Hound reported over the radio, causing the man going by the name Spider to look up and wave commands at the others in the squad. They'd been preparing for this for weeks now. Slipping into a city filled with monsters had, oddly, been the easy part. A helicopter dropping them off on a rooftop helipad several days ago. "Target is on the 10th floor," Hound reported in. Their ambush site was the 28th floor, high enough up that few of the beasts ventured that far, allowing Trickster to keep them hidden. Now, though, he had put up a couple spells that would, in theory, make it seem like there were survivors on the 30th floor. "Floor 20? Everyone was in position. The target was moving fast, but that was expected. Soon, all of them could hear his footsteps as he came up the stairs. Another reason they'd chosen this floor was that the stairs were blocked off from going higher, ensuring he couldn't pass them. Next to Hound, Slinger tightened his grip on the modified rifle he carried, and they all held their breath, waiting for the target to emerge. Oddly, he seemed to stop, as if sensing something. A loud sigh echoed down the hallway before the man stepped out into the hall. "Can we please not—" The man clad in dark armor started, only to be cut off as Slinger fired a shot from his rifle. The man twisted to avoid the round, barely managing, just in time for a web of mana to land on him. "Now!" Spider ordered, and Slinger fired off several more shots. The man blocked the rounds with his forearm, even the enhanced bullets failing to penetrate his armor. But that wasn't their goal. A face and long spear seemed to emerge from a wall behind the target, stabbing into a gap in the man's armor around his knee. With a curse, the man spun, lashing out with a fist, but not before Spectre could retreat back through the wall, the punch cratering the reinforced concrete. The entire building seemed to shake, dust and sand falling from the ceiling, and the whine of tortured rebar keening even as the boom of the impact faded. "Back!" Spider ordered, even as the man stopped to inspect the wall he'd struck. He couldn't keep doing that, they all knew, or the building would come down on them all. He had to be realizing that now. He, Slinger, and Breaker retreated to the second ambush point. "Spectre?" "Clean hit. 1 dose administered," the other man replied, and Spider nodded to himself. They turned back as the target tore himself free of the web spell. As he rounded the corner, another well shot from Slinger struck him on the cheek, leaving a tiny cut, but it was enough. That was 2 doses. The man took a step and vanished, only to reappear a couple feet further down the hallway, a loud impact like a drum beat echoing through the building. He stumbled and looked around confused, wonder why his teleport hadn't worked. Before he could recover, Spider threw another web spell down the hallway, the man batting it out of the air with his spear. But even that opening was enough for Spectre to poke him in the back with his spear. 3 doses and still no visible effect, Spider thought as they ran down the hallway. That was worrying. 1 does from the fangs they used was enough to put a horse down in seconds. Measurements had put them at level 2 or 3 in power, some of the strongest magical items humanity had, or at least so he'd been told. The target began jogging down the second hallway, a series of glowing circles appearing in the air behind him. Besides Spider, Breaker took a breath and lifted his hand. One of the runes appeared in his palm, and he closed his fingers. With a pained grunt, the rune snapped in his hand, the spell of the target shattering, causing the target to freeze up as his own power tore through his body. Slinger fired off 2 more shots, both being intercepted by ethereal armor that seemed to appear from nowhere around the target's otherwise unarmored head. Spectre had more luck, stabbing the man once before he could recover. As they retreated, Spider glanced at Breaker, only to grimace at the blood pouring from the torn flesh of his hand. While the backlash of the failed spell had done minimal damage to the target, he didn't know how many more spells Breaker could stop if he took that much damage from stopping just 1. Breaker's ability was to grab and manipulate the runes in the spell of another person, the best option generally being to crush the rune, breaking the spell. On doing so, he would suffer a minor backlash, the energy of a single rune, while the caster would suffer the rest of it. The target, looking somewhat angry, tore around the corner into a small lobby, flicking his wrist at the 3 visible members of the squad, a 2-circle spell forming and casting too fast for Breaker to do anything about it. Instead, Spider jumped in the way and blocked it with his shield. It was made from the hide of several creatures and covered in Kevlar, supposedly one of the most durable shields ever made. Still, he saw several of the braces fracture under the spell and knew the shield couldn't take too many. But so far, it was all within expectations. And if he wasn't mistaken, the target was moving slightly slower now. "Seems Orlan stepped in something," Lyra remarked telepathically, her and the rest of the knights surrounding the building to hold off the constant stream of serpent beasts. "Does he need our help?" asked one of the girls from the second lance. "No, we need to hold off the beasts," Lyra sighed. "He can take care of himself." "Seems like he's having fun," Dahlia retorted. "Probably," Lyra said with a mental roll of her eyes. Return Protector, Chapter 44. Their target spun, slashing with his spear as Spectre once more scored a small hit along the back of his leg. None of the injuries were major, barely more than light cuts that might bleed a bit but wouldn't amount to anything significant. But each one delivered a single dose of the potent magical venom the fangs the weapons were made of generated. The target's spear slashed several inches through the concrete wall, well above where Spectre had emerged, clearly a well-moderated cut, as it wasn't deep enough to strike any steel reinforcements, just enough to try and catch the retreating attacker. 8 doses, Spider reported, pulling at his mana to throw another web spell down at the knight. He'd known the target would be hard to kill, but this was beyond what he'd imagined. They estimated 3 or 4 doses of the venom would cripple him, but only now was he seeming to slow down from the powerful paralytic. Spinning their target knocked the webbing out of the air with a slash of his spear, a quick spell forming and lashing out in a bolt of dark lightning in return. Spider had expected this and ducked behind a decorative banister, the bolt of mana striking the wall behind him, tearing a hole in the fresco that covered it. "Demo, Site 1. Spider spoke into his radio, quickly scurrying along under the cover of the balcony. By way of response was a loud crack as explosive wire went off above them, dropping the concrete floor of the next level down onto their target. Spider watched in awe as he took a stance and, in a single slash, cut the falling concrete slab in half, pushing each part aside as they landed with a loud thump. A series of shots from Slinger's modified rifle forced the target to dodge the rounds, giving everyone else time to reposition. As Slinger ducked down, Spider stood and fired off another web spell, gritting his teeth as he did. He may be one of the first in the newest generation of mages, and a strong one at that, but he was already getting low on mana. Hopefully this would end soon. 9, Spectre reported, having slipped through the floor to land another stab, as the target avoided the web spell. Far above them, a small drone circled lazily, relaying their radio communications and the feed from those who wore helmet cams across the world. A small group of men watched the feeds in suspense. "Do you really think they can do it?" one of them asked, the newest member and youngest, having replaced the previous man who had died tragically. "Unlikely," the oldest remarked, chewing on a cigar. "The warnings Abel left us were very clear. Anyone who reaches the 5th tier of power or higher is not easily killed. Our reports were that this Protector Lord was at the 5th level, but it seems he's grown stronger since. Likely the 6th level, judging by his display a few days back." "Then why do this? We don't have many mages as it is." "We can make more," the older man dismissed. "Ironically, his own teachings are what has allowed us to make better use of the Grail, so our mages aren't as valuable as they once were. And there are 3 things we can gain from this. First, we can show that he isn't invincible. He's been acting like this whole thing has been a game since he arrived, playing around, not taking it seriously. This sends a message that he can't do that anymore. It puts on the pressure." "I'm still not convinced we want him acting seriously," the third member of the group remarked. "We need him to, because of his attitude. Few others are taking him seriously either. England is thankful, but sees him as a useful hero. The Saudis are treating him like a contractor. The US is just using him as a political talking point more than anything. No one sees him as dangerous," the older man said. "We need him to act serious, which ties into our second goal, getting him to show his full power." "What about that 6-ring spell the other day?" the youngest asked. "Impressive, but the warnings left by Abel imply those of his strength are far more dangerous. If we can push him, we can draw out his strength and confirm the warnings." "Are you implying you don't trust our founder?" the third man asked dangerously. "I'm implying we don't have quantifiable numbers for his full strength. Beyond earthly ken is hardly an empirical measurement," he scoffed in reply. "Does that mean he can crush a tank with his hands, kick a crater into the globe, or just run faster than any normal man? We need something more solid." "Which we'll get if the team can push him that far," the newest member agreed. "But you said there were 3 things we stand to gain?" The third thing is that maybe, just maybe, he'll give us a hint on how to reach the 3rd level of strength. Even with the Grail, we've been unable to push anyone past the 2nd level, but if we can get a hint..." Spider pulled at the last of his reserves, tossing 2 web spells down onto the almost stationary target. 11 doses. That's how many it took to bring the monster to a halt. It wasn't enough to kill him, at least not immediately, but he could see black veins crossing the flesh of his face. The venom was clearly working. "You guys aren't half bad," the target said, chuckling to himself as the web spells wrapped around him. "For a bunch of what the other side would call self-trained mages or hedge wizards. Good teamwork, excellent use of your spells and abilities. There's, 5 or 6 of you?" Slinger took the opportunity to reload his rifle, while Spider caught his breath and Breaker wrapped his bleeding hand with bandages. If the target wanted to talk and waste time, he wouldn't stop him. More time let him regenerate mana, gave the venom more time to work, and let everyone recover their stamina. You, the target nodded towards Spider, you have an ability that increases casting speed, right? But only for certain kinds of spells. I'm guessing ones that mimic something an animal can do? Throwing webs like a fisherman's spider, for example. The guy with the gun can, if I'm not mistaken, see where projectiles will land before pulling the trigger. His shots were too accurate to be purely due to skill. Then there's your anti-mage who can meddle with the spells of others. Always hate anti-mage types. Rare to see someone with a dedicated ability like that as their first inherent. The ghost guy, I'm guessing, can pass through any material with weaker mana than his. That's why he kept dodging to avoid my spear. If he could pass through anything, he wouldn't need to. Then there's the space mage, I'm guessing is hidden a couple floors up, to lock down my teleports. The target continued, Spider keeping his face straight, even as the man rattled off their abilities like he'd read the script. That one took me longer to figure out. His spells were far stronger than they had any right to be. Normally I'd blow right through any barriers with my Rift Step if they were placed by a second Sphere Mage. But I'm guessing his spells grow stronger each time he casts the same spell sequentially, which is why he's only been casting that one barrier spell, and it's been getting stronger ever since we started. Am I close? No one replied. Spider gritting his teeth at how easily they'd been read, but more importantly, he was beginning to feel nervous. Why was the target talking like this? Did he not think he was in trouble? That thought worried Spider. People who thought they were about to die didn't act like this. Maybe they thought they had a way out or something. Normally he'd chalk it up to bravado and delusion, but with a target like this, Orlan, he couldn't be certain. There's a concept this side hasn't realized yet. The target continued, nodding to himself as if their silence confirmed his suspicions. Realms of power. At third and again at sixth sphere, a mage undergoes a qualitative change in their physiology. Beyond simply getting more mana, their bodies have to be capable of accepting the increased power. Otherwise, it's like trying to pump more air into a tank that's already about to burst. From non-magical to second tier is the mundane realm. You're basically just humans with mild powers. Third to fifth is the earthly realm, as your powers can now change the world around you. And starting at sixth is the ascendant realm, because you begin to ascend beyond merely human. Their target chuckled, looking up at them with an almost manic grin. Would you like to see what that looks like? All of the sudden dark flames exploded from his body, the corrosive mana eating away the webs covering him and, to Spider's horror, the venom within him. His flesh burst in a couple places where dark lines of the venom could be seen, flames erupting from the wounds as the venom burnt. Spider opened his mouth to shout only for the building to shake. Like the fist of a god striking a grand drum, the very space around them vibrated as Orlan teleported repeatedly down the hallway, only moving 5 or so feet each jump, before being brought to a stop by one of the wards supposed to lock him down. But he was forcing his way through them with brute strength. Spider fell backwards, lifting his damaged shield just in time for the spear of their target to strike it. The enhanced hide covered in Kevlar fibers bursting like paper. Still, it held long enough that enough force was transferred through the blow to send Spider tumbling down the hallway, hitting the wall with a thud. He scrambled up just in time to witness the flat of his spear striking Slinger across the temple, dropping the sharpshooter instantly. A barrage of Tier 1 and 2 spells assaulted Breaker's position, a dozen magical bolts of lightning tearing through the cover the anti-mage had hidden behind and battering the already injured man into unconsciousness. Spectre's spear darted out of a wall to try and stab the target, only to recoil as Orlan spun on him faster than ever. Spectre tried to retreat back through the wall, only for the target's fist to punch through the concrete like it wasn't there, grabbing the ghostly warrior and pulling him back through into the hallway. I surrender, Spectre said hopefully, only to be struck in the head and go limp. Panting, their target stretched out as the dark flames covering his body vanished. The only members of the team still up were non-combatants. None of them could challenge him. Spider looked around in panic, his heart racing at just how fast everything had turned. Had he just been playing with them from the start? All right, time for you to talk, Orlan said, turning to face Spider. How are there so many mages like you? There's no way you people had this many laying around. Speak. Why would I? Spider asked, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If you don't, I'll kill your team, he replied, moving his spear to Spectre's neck, causing Spider to laugh. After all the care you took to take them alive, you expect me to believe you'll just kill them in cold blood? Spider asked. If you wanted us dead, you could have killed us from the start, am I right? We never stood a chance. I was having fun, Orlan shrugged. This isn't a game, Spider growled, reaching into his pocket to pull out a vial. Orlan cocked his head in confusion, not reacting as Spider popped the vial open and tipped the pill within into his mouth. Another magical steroid, Orlan thought to himself as the leader of his attackers swallowed the pill. Not that it would change anything. At most, it would give the guy a bump in strength, but not enough to matter. But he froze as the man's body began to shiver, chaotic mana running rampant through him. The man's body started to twist and mutate, his arms growing longer, mouth larger, fingers turning into long, stiff claws and muscles ripping through his clothing. Shit, Orlan cursed as he realized what was happening. He'd only seen this a couple times before, and never in a situation like this. He charged at the twisting form of the squad leader, bringing his spear's blade down, only for the monstrous figure to raise one of its deformed arms to block it. The spear blade cut through the skin and flesh, but stopped against its bone. Orlan froze in shock, just long enough for the other deformed limb to lash out, catching him in the side and launching him through the wall of the hallway. "Abomination!" he called out in his mind, sensing the fear in the minds of his knights as they realized what he'd said. Returned Protector, Chapter 45. Orlan recovered as fast as he could and tore back through the hole his body had left in the wall. Despite it only being mundane concrete, combined with the damage he'd done to himself to purge the poison, his entire body was hurting. The abomination stood over the unconscious body of one of his allies, but he showed no hesitation as he plunged his hand, now consisting of a pair of nearly foot-long hooked claws, with a smaller claw where his thumb once was, into the chest of the sharpshooter. Gritting his teeth, Orlan used Rift Step to force his way through the remaining anti-teleport wards, but by the time he arrived, the sharpshooter was clearly dead, a hole the size of a grapefruit in his chest. The abomination was turning towards where the guy with the ability to pass through matter lay when Orlan caught up, driving his spear into the monster's side. What had once been a human looked at him, the man's face now almost completely taken up by a giant mouth that seemed to hinge his entire head in half when opened. One eye was far larger than before, while the other had shrunken to a dark point. It turned to Orlan as his spear penetrated between two of its ribs almost in surprise, but showed no sign of pain, its body beginning to twist and grow once more. "Abomination?" Amy asked. She, along with several other of the knights in training, were gathered around her cell phone where she watched a live feed of the battle that many news stations were showing. Right now, only the knights of the 1st and 2nd Lances were visible outside in the sand-covered streets of Dubai. "That's what I heard Lady Nalia say," Ruby nodded, looking up towards where Lady White stood. "What's an abomination?" "Something you'll hopefully never face," White said slowly, also watching the small screen but unbothered by standing a good distance away. "There's a reason I don't allow you girls to advance until you're ready. Trying to force it normally just results in death, but rarely you get, well, abominations." "And they are dangerous?" Yuling asked. "Very," the older woman nodded. "Miss Amy, do you know the difference between core-word progression and sphere-word progression?" "Ah." Amy paused at the seeming non-sequitur. Core progression isn't as stable and tends to focus on physical ability over magical power. Sphereward progression is more difficult to manage, but more stable with a balance of magical and physical power. "Good. Abominations are the extreme of core progression," White said. "All the mana they take in is purely devoted to physical strength, speed, and durability, even more so than monsters and beasts. It's a state that can only be reached, it is believed, when a mage practicing sphereward progression attempts to force a breakthrough, their spheres collapsing under their own weight into core. The core is so dense, so potent, that it consumes everything, including the mind and soul, leaving nothing but a ravenous beast that hungers for more. The abomination Lord Orlan is facing seems to be a tier 2 or 3 creature, likely one of those mages he ran into who tried to force a breakthrough mid-combat, but will have the strength and speed of a mage around tier 5. Perhaps more dangerous, it will have the ability to consume mana, growing stronger at an alarming rate if allowed to feed. Ideally, the abomination would be drawn into the wild and contained without fighting for a while. Without a constant supply of mana, it will rapidly undergo mana deprivation and die in a day or two. But in a city overrun by magical beasts? It consume mana? Amy asks, looking up. Does that mean they can't use spells on it? Correct. Any spell that attacks with mana constructs is worse than useless against abominations. Then how do you kill something like that? Pure force. Use of terrain manipulation spells which are costly but attack with solid objects, not mana, and constantly damaging it. So long as it has mana, it can heal or mutate to ignore any damage. Thankfully, Protector Lords are unique in being able to combat them, because they don't run out of mana and can fight a battle of attrition. That too. Can you get it outside? Lylra asked telepathically as Orlan dodged a swipe of the abomination's claw. I'm trying, he replied, spinning and landing a kick directly on the head of the creature, sending it tumbling down the hallway towards what he hoped was an external window. The abomination's claws dug into the floor, tearing up expensive carpet and even the concrete under it, and came to a halt before looking up as if confused about what had hit it. Its single pulsing eye seemed to slip off Orlan, not unable to see him but intentionally dismissing him as the source. The Protector Lord took off down the hallway like a missile, ramming his shoulder into the beast and sending both of them crashing through the window like it didn't exist. Twisting his body, he looked around and sighed as he confirmed they were outside, his knights gathering below him. Planting both feet against the torso of the flailing abomination, he kicked off, sending the beast further into the air while angling himself towards the ground hundreds of feet below. I'm clearing the area, Lylra warned through the telepathic link, a massive 6-ring spell forming in her hands. A number of the knights took the air, realizing what was about to happen, while the rest quickly gathered under where Orlan was going to land. Landing on the road with enough force to shatter the asphalt around him, he barely came to a rest before Rift stepping back up into the air, the knights around him quickly making use of the bond to follow him through the Rift step, appearing around him in the air on their own glowing shield spells. Awakened nature's fury, Lylra intoned as she brought the spell down into the ground at her feet. A veritable tidal wave of thorny vines and roots, all made of ethereal energy, surged out from her position, sweeping up the beasts in a storm of thorns and razor-sharp leaves, their pained roars turning to gurgled death cries as the powerful spell continued outwards, passing through walls like they weren't there. The beasts caught in the wave weren't so lucky, becoming bloody smears on the sand-blasted buildings, but in a few moments several blocks had been almost completely cleared, at least at ground level. Just in time for Orlan to look up, tracking where the abomination had crashed into the side of another building, bounced off and was now falling. What the hell is going on? The youngest member of the Council of Three asked, leaning in as if seeing the drone feed from closer up would cause the scene to make more sense. Seems we might accomplish all of our goals, the eldest member replied, writing down something on a notepad. Seems we've been neglecting the bodies of our mage corp. We'll have to look into that. That spell cast by his lead knight just took out dozens of those creatures. Casting that in a populated city would kill hundreds or thousands. The radius of the spell is on par with a mob, the third member of the council agreed idly, seeming unconcerned. It also shows his lead knight is at the 6th level of power. We were under the impression she was weaker than him. Only because we've been thinking like non-magic users, the oldest countered. With magic, a woman isn't necessarily weaker than a man. It's more than just that she's a woman, the youngest insisted defensively. She hasn't been active or center stage like her lord. Easy. We're not accusing you of being sexist or anything. For us, it's natural to assume a man is physically stronger than a woman, doubly so if she seems to defer to him, follow his lead, the third member soothed. I think what our elder is saying is that magic upends our normal logic. Sure, let's go with that, the oldest member said. Still, I think we're going to see something interesting now. Orlan grumbled to himself. Despite reaching 6th sphere, he still couldn't use flight magic. Previously, it had been a 6th sphere spell for him, but with his remade sphere, it had likely been pushed off to 7th. He could effectively move through the air using rift step and small barriers to step off, but it wasn't true flight. He gripped his spear in both hands, pushing himself back into the air, using rift step to position himself under the falling abomination. It was flailing wildly, tumbling all over the place, which made it hard to aim properly. Still, Orlan rotated mana into his sore arms, tensing up just before he swung. With a loud thud, the blade of the spear struck the beast in the thigh, just above its right knee, passing through the wrinkled, bulbous flesh and cutting deep into the bone, but failing to remove the limb. A flailed claw struck him in the shoulder. He released the spear as he was sent flying away, only for it to vanish from the abomination's leg and reappear in his hands as he rift stepped above the monster. His upward strike had stalled its fall. Now he'd reverse that. Using his upward momentum to brace against a shield with both feet, he kicked off with all his strength. Unlike the abomination's body, the shield was fixed in place, serving as a far better launching point even as it shattered under the power of his legs. A cone of mist was momentarily visible around him as he drove his spear into the body of the abomination, and an instant later both he and the creature struck the ground in a small parking lot, tastefully hidden with palm trees, the stone walkways around them exploding and palm trees losing fronds to the intense wind. Before the dust had even cleared, Orlan was sent flying from the crater, striking a palm tree and ripping it in half, even as it sent him spinning out of control. A burst of wind from Pela removed the dust, the rest of the knights arriving to aid their lord. Shards of concrete, sharpened to a razor point by earth magic, were fired at the abomination with enough force to knock it off balance, putting small wounds in its distorted flesh that quickly closed up. The destroyed palm tree was surrounded in a magical circle, the wood parting to form a dozen long stakes that Lyra sent, to follow up on the stone shards to similar effects. Undeterred by the assault, the abomination half ran, half galloped through the storm of projectiles toward the line of mages, only for Orlan to appear in front of it, striking it with a broad swipe from his spear, launching the surprised abomination into a parked car that nearly exploded into parts from the impact. Why is it ignoring him? The youngest member of the council asked. Every time he attacks, it seems surprised, caught off guard. See, there, it blocked an arrow from one of the other knights. But even when the Lord assaults directly from the front, it doesn't block. That is odd. The eldest nodded. It seems to go after the nearest mage who isn't Orlan every time, often even turning its back on him. I wonder why. Maybe he's hiding his mana from it, or his magic renders him invisible to it. Hound the tracker could sense him just fine, and we've never seen evidence he could go invisible. You're still thinking like non-magic users, the third chuckled, even when talking about magic. What are you on about? From what we've seen, the mutant is focusing on the strongest source of massive magic it can reach, and we saw it consume the mana from Slinger, so its goal is to grab and absorb mana. Your point? What if Orlan isn't the man we see running around? Meaning what? The youngest demanded. The mutant whatever seems to see him as a non-magical entity, of no use or threat. That's why it ignores him. Clearly it can see him, just doesn't think he's worth paying attention to. So that Orlan is what, a body double? The eldest asked. I don't know. Clearly he has power, is using magic, but that thing seems to disagree. As for what that means, I have no idea. But it's clearly something unique to him, otherwise the other knights would be doing something similar. Why would it be unique to him if the others are just or almost as strong, shouldn't they? That's thinking like a non-magic user, the man interrupted. You see one person doing something and assume everyone can do it, but magic is odd, unique. Maybe there's something more to being a protector lord that we're missing. That building is empty, Lyra reported over the telepathic link, along with an image of a structure near Orlan. Without replying, he nodded, striking the abomination hard enough to dislodge it from the ground and send it crashing into the building indicated. Charging in after it, he ensured it couldn't move. Despite its insistence on ignoring or dismissing Orlan, it still had to respond to his assault. A giant spell circle appeared over the small 5-story building, several of the knights linking hands, combining their strength into a single spell beyond what any of them could cast alone. As the six-ring spell completed, the building under it seemed to buckle, concrete crumbling, rebar snaping, and windows shattering before the entire structure imploded. Orlan appeared from his rift step just above the collapsing ball of steel and concrete, landing on a small barrier to keep him aloft. More and more power poured into the spell, compressing the structure further. Taking a deep breath, Orlan held his spear out before him and closed his eyes, a six-ring spell appearing in the air behind him, runes rapidly appearing within it. Below him, the ball of concrete shook as the abomination fought against the squeezing force of the spell. Cracks appeared in the concrete, only to reseal as the spell continued to squeeze it. But soon, an entire side of the ball shattered outwards under a terrifying amount of force, giving the abomination just enough of a window to escape. It was mangled, skin torn, a limb missing, and jaw hanging open as it crawled out of the crushing spell. But as it stood, it was already beginning to heal, the stump of a limb twisting and extending, skin growing to fill the tears and bones crackling as they were forced back into position. Strength of the rift, Orlan intoned as the spell completed, power flowing into his body as his strongest strengthening spell boosted his already impressive body. Taking a stance, he jumped from the shield holding him aloft, even the casual action shattering the defensive spell instantly. Virtually teleporting with the speed, he appeared next to the abomination, his spear spinning upwards to strike it clean in the neck, a shockwave going out as the blade parted its head from body. A long slash of wind cut into another building beyond the abomination. So great was the force of Orlan's attack, carving a multi-floor gash into the steel and glass. Windows shattered for blocks around, and the already damaged ground under him turned to dust. Orlan held his position for a moment, spear up where it had been upon completing the strike, waiting as the body of the abomination fell to its knees, its head landing 100 feet away. Only then did he let out a breath, staggering and leaning on his spear for support. Far above him, the handful of drones and news helicopters struggled against the shockwave generated by the strike, several smaller drones tumbling from the sky. Satellites were able to track the shockwave for nearly 20 miles, and seismometers could detect it nearly as far away as India. Return Protector, Chapter 46. I got to give a villainous monologue and everything. Orlan chuckled as Lyra helped him to a bench under a nearby tree, which had somehow survived the battle. Glad someone was having fun, she said in a dry tone that promised a stern talking to later. Once he was seated, she pulled back and quickly cast a spell to analyze his body. Multiple bruised ribs, possibly some minor fractures, damage to muscles and tendons, moderate damage to your nervous system. You're lucky the poison didn't make it to your heart or lungs. I was circulating mana in my chest to prevent that, Orlan replied. I wanted to be sure none of them had an ability that could shut down my void wrath before cleansing it. And you were having fun? She added, switching to a simple healing spell. This will get you back on your feet, but you'll need more healing when we get back to the convoy. I don't want to wear you out before then. All right. So, how far did you push it? I didn't, he said innocently, causing her to glance over her shoulder at the crater he'd created with his last strike. Really, I used my full controllable power, but didn't push past the limit. That's concerning, Lyra said slowly. Your new sphere doesn't improve your control, does it? It's more about giving purpose to my control. Maybe that let me tame more of the power of the rift? Maybe. Or it gave you more strength in exchange for making it harder to control, she said, her spell finishing. Be careful. I will, he promised, standing up and stretching to work out the tightness left by the healing magic as he reached out telepathically to his knights. Those people you were fighting fled during the battle, one replied. Probably in those spinning blade things, helicopters. Bodies? Gone. All they left were some bits of equipment. None looked like the pill you mentioned. Shoot, then the beasts? They scattered after your show, another knight replied. The beasts were crazed, but not stupid enough to charge at someone throwing around power 2 full realms above them. That kind of threat could still get through to even their frenzied minds. Think they'll begin gathering again? Asked Orlan. Unlikely. We haven't seen any nests or evidence of them marking out territory. Only reason they haven't left yet was because there was no reason to. Then we'll sweep the outer city today, clear out any stragglers, at least let them reclaim Dubai. He felt the silent, telepathic affirmation over the link before everyone's attention turned back to their job. Walking back over to where he'd finally struck down the abomination, he pulled it into his personal space. "You don't think you went overboard?" Lyra asked, looking up at the massive gash in the side of a skyscraper his attack had created. "It's all mundane materials, remember, the damage isn't that bad," Orlan replied, walking around. "By the way, do you remember where this thing's head landed?"
Yeah.
"Damn it, Orlan," Theo grumbled, listening to the report of the battle being given to the Congressional Committee on Supernatural Affairs, which he'd managed to get a seat on, likely due to his relationship with Orlan. In total, while built on quite a bit of guesswork, we estimate the total energy contained in the blast to be in excess of 10 tons of TNT, weaker than a typical nuclear weapon, but about on par with the massive ordnance airburst bomb, the person was reporting, showing a frame-by-frame of several videos taken of the fight. Between this and the estimated size of what someone from a medieval period might consider a city, we are hesitantly in agreement with the statements made by his lead knight, one Lee Ale Ra, about his power being able to wipe out city. "If I may," another congressman raised his hand. Thankfully, this meeting was behind closed doors, no cameras present, so the birds of Congress hadn't felt the need to grandstand at all, meaning that actual work was getting done. "Didn't she remark on that podcast that he'd gotten much stronger since that event?" "We believe that she was attempting to intimidate the kidnappers of one of their squires," the guy giving the presentation replied. "Thus, we believe it unlikely he can exhibit more power than displayed in Dubai." Theo sighed. These people clearly didn't understand Orlan or magic. Not that he was much better, but he knew that if Orlan got pissed, he'd probably be able to make good on the threat to level a city. But the real issue was his display of strength. It was too much. The lightning storm spell from before was perfect, wide devastation through a hard-to-parse, clearly unnatural means. Enough to make the governments think he's dangerous, but not so dangerous they start seeing him as a strategic threat. But that battle in which his knights turned a 5-story building into a ball of stone and steel, followed by him ripping into a skyscraper from nearly 50 feet away through wind alone. Now they weren't seeing him as a powerful individual, but as a strategic weapon. There was already word from his assistants that several other congressmen were preparing bills to label Orlan and those like him as weapons of mass destruction, requiring them to be licensed, regulated, and under constant supervision. He wouldn't be surprised if there weren't similar meetings happening in the UN, EU, and other large nations. But such regulations were doomed to fail, if only because they were impossible to enforce. Orlan would never agree to have someone watching over his shoulder, dictating his actions, and for all its power, the US had no way to make him. Even worse, it could become a point of contention between Orlan, his growing core of mages, and the rest of the world. Just like how the US didn't have the capability to force Orlan to obey, neither did Orlan have the ability to demand they not attempt to regulate him. He simply didn't have the manpower to win a war, nor the mind for it if Theo was being honest. The only result he could see was Orlan being effectively exiled from any nation demanding he be regulated, while allowing less moral nations to gather mages to their side, which would invariably lead to a war between those who embraced magic and those who wanted it regulated. Oddly, it sounded a lot like what happened on the other side, based on what Theo had heard of the Protectorate Wars. The result in that war was the nations that supported the Protector Lords won, and Orlan had implied that the Protector Lords had played a major role in it. The only thing Theo could do was try to ensure the US was on the side of the Protector Lord, not just because he wanted to win, but because of what would come after. "If I may," Theo said as the presenter finished up, the chairman of the committee nodding. "Do we have any more information on the facilities found under the Pentagon?"
That is a highly classified military matter, Congressman, the chairman warned. Rest assured that those with the clearance are ensuring everything is under control.
Theo nodded, repressing another sigh. Under control was government speak, for they had no idea what to do. "The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are forever thankful," their liaison said, bowing to them as Orlan and his knights got off the bus at some airport in Qatar. "The monster bodies you claimed are being loaded into several aircraft as we speak, and will be shipped to your island before the week is out." "Thank you," Orlan replied, returning the bow. "We're glad we could help save people." After a bit more small talk, Orlan and the knights were escorted to the tarmac, where a plane waited for them, likely the same that had brought them here. As he settled into a seat, there was a tickling in the back of his mind. Over such a great distance, even the telepathic bond between Protector Lords and their knights was limited. All he could sense was that she wanted his attention, and all he could do was let her know he was ready. Moments later, a spell appeared before him in the yellow mana of Nalia. Touching it and injecting his own mana to stabilize the spell, her face appeared before him. "My lord, we just got word that another rift appeared someplace called the Congo," she said simply. "That's in Africa, right?" he said, sitting up. "Any chance we could divert the plane that direction?" "There's no need, my lord. The rift was several days ago. The only reason we're getting word this late is because of how remote the location was." "Shit!" he cursed, Liara giving him a mild glare. "Why are you letting me know?" "Because of the beast that came out of it. It was a golem rift." "Constructs. Unlikely they lasted long with the weak mana of this side, but that is worrying," Orlan admitted. "First a persistent rift, now a golem rift. There shouldn't be enough mana to allow those kinds." "I think this is proof that the formation theory of rifts is wrong," she said. "Rather than the content of a rift being determined the moment they appear, this could indicate that the kind of rift is determined long before it reaches this world." "Then why do rifts tend to have beasts that are at least somewhat capable of living in the region?" "Same reason rifts tend to appear on islands. They are drawn to locations the beasts within them can survive." "Which implies they are aiming for spots on the planet long before they are detectable," Orlan finished. "Which implies some level of guiding intelligence behind them." She nodded. "Which is why those on the other side largely disregarded that theory. But if rifts appear that contain beasts that are incapable of surviving on this side, like golems, it does imply the contents of the rift are predetermined." "What about demon rifts?" Orlan asked, leaning forward in his seat as he felt the plane begin to move. "We should consider the possibility. While they normally don't appear in mortal realm regions, if golems can appear there as well, then demons are possible too." "Hamasa Shafrar. She really fights in heels?" Yueling asked, looking at her own flat martial shoes. "I've seen it," Topaz nodded. "I don't know how she does it. Normally, only dragoons wear them outside of formal events." "I think she's actually from Calieria," Ruby added. "They're the ones with the famous dragoons." Erie. Amy asked. "They're a nation on the other side known for a unit of royal dragoons," Topaz explained. "Entirely female, they go into battle on these small but fast horses carrying flintlock rifles. They're most recognizable for their outfits." "They wear riding heels and knee-length skirts," Ruby added excitedly. "And they are all mages too." "Seems like they'd be popular among the men," Amy snorted. "Actually, women look up to them too," replied Topaz. "When we were younger, Ruby wanted to be one, even though we didn't live in Calieria. In fact, I remember one time she—" "No," Ruby cried, diving over the table to cover her sister's mouth with a hand. "I did not cut up the tablecloth to make a skirt that was way too short." Amy couldn't help but laugh at the sister's antics, though she remained skeptical as to how effective a unit going into battle in heels and skirts could be. With magic, it might be possible, but an entire group of women like that? But Yueling looked more contemplative, likely because they'd had to drag her away from the training yard after dinner to stop her from training. It had taken a good while to convince her that these little social times were important for training magic. It wasn't even a lie, Amy had realized. Spending time with others let her figure out what kind of person she was, how she interacted with others, how they reacted to her. Bouncing ideas off of them all contributed to finding her place in the world. In turn, that was important for magic. If you didn't know who you were, it would be impossible to know how your mana fit into that. Just like her mana, Amy tended to be quieter, only occasionally speaking up. But she was still deeply protective of her new friends, her new family. If they were threatened, she was sure she, like the night, would become very scary. Silent and comforting one moment, dangerous and unseen the next. Yueling seemed to be struggling with this. She'd been training in martial arts as long as she could walk. There was never time for herself. Her only friends were sparring partners or trainers. That much she'd told them, and it sounded horribly stifling. It was no wonder she was struggling to even sense her mana, no matter how often Lady White stirred it up. And now to our expert on supernatural phenomena. Dave, can you hear me?
Yes, and thanks for having me, Becky.
So, what can you tell us about the videos of the man known of Orlan in Dubai?
Well, first of it seems clear to me that the videos are heavily edited,
possibly with AI, in order to make him seem more powerful than he really is. So he didn't really cut down a building with a swing of his spear. Of course not. If a human body attempted to contain that much energy, it would be blown apart. No, most likely he simply decapitated the strange creature, and the rest of the effects were added later to all the videos, possibly at the request of Orlan himself. And what of that creature? It looks weirdly human. Yes, unfortunately, we may have seen Orlan attacking an alien of some kind, possibly the civilization that uses these portals to travel between worlds. Hopefully this doesn't spark some kind of war with whoever those people are. Seems like the government needs to do something about him, if only to prove our peaceful intent to these creatures. Thanks again, Dave. After the break, are these creatures really alien or from a hidden underworld beneath our very feet? Stay tuned to find out. Return Protector, Chapter 47. Orlan sighed as he stepped back onto his island. It wasn't exactly straining to be away from it, but he always felt better on returning. It was like finally relaxing after having to carry something heavy for an extended time. The first of 3 cargo aircraft were landing right behind them, each loaded with a bit over a dozen monster corpses. While being high tier 2 made the bodies heavier than one might expect, it did slow any decay, keeping them relatively fresh. Several of the knights who'd stayed behind were lining up to help unload them. Surprisingly, no one had made a move on the island while Orlan had been away. That was possibly because of Nalia's illusions, but he'd still expected at least one attempt to sneak onto it while he was away. He'd done a sweep of the island in his mind, just in case there had been an attempt that he'd missed but still found nothing. Then was the 1.5 million things he had to do whenever he spent time away from the island, from the magical, like an irrigation channel that began leaking here, a foundation that shifted there, to the mundane, like managing the finances of the castle and keeping it stocked. People from the village would want to speak with him, the mages would have reports and more. But as his senses and presence washed over the island, he frowned. One task he'd been putting off required his attention. Waving down a couple of his knights, he lifted them up with the magic of the island and took them to the northern edge, where a large lake lay, hidden in a mountain caldera. Looks like we're below half, Lyra noted, peering at the lake that served as the water source for the island. We've been so busy, I haven't realized it's been warm enough to drain our reserves. I was thinking about refilling it when we were called to Dubai. Orlan shrugged, setting the 3 of them down on a flattened peak overlooking the lake and the ocean over the edge of the island. Get back, and first thing you have me do is come help with the water, Erlian, a knight from the 2nd Lance, said dryly. Bad enough I had to stay here and look after the mortals. Sorry, water magic wouldn't have been too useful in a desert, the Protector Lord replied, closing his eyes and focusing outward. Just below the rim of the island, a large spell circle appeared, 4 rings deep, filling with runes before a steady stream of water was pulled upwards from its center. The water seemed to split into 2 channels, one forming an ever-growing ball, while the other, seemingly made up entirely of fish and seaweed, branched off and dropped back into the ocean. The now lifeless ball of water continued to grow until Orlan struggled to hold onto it, even with the power of the island backing him up. A second, simpler spell circle appeared around the sphere of water that was well over 100 meters across, even as a small droplet broke off to float up in front of Erlian. Looks like ocean water, she said, casting several spells over the torso-sized drop from the larger sphere, higher than normal levels of metals and strange dead plants. It looks like plants that have never been alive, tiny in size, smaller than a grain of rice. Can you show me? Orlan asked. Turning his head, even as mana continued to pour into the newest spell, Erlian cast a spell that pulled a bunch of particulate out of the sample, holding out for him to see. Looks like plastic? He commented. Tiny shreds of plastic? That's something from this world? Yeah, they use plastic everywhere, what Lyra said. Think Nalia said it doesn't break down easily. Well, you should filter it out, my lord. Hopefully boiling it separates out most of it, added Orlan, the giant sphere of water beginning to boil, the steam rising into a second sphere above the first. We could use some salt for the kitchens, Lyra said, preferably without more plastic in it. There's some odd oils and things too, but in tiny amounts, Erlian added. Boiling should separate them out too. Seems even getting water is harder here, Orlan groaned. Shh. You guys work fast, Orlan commented, looking over the concrete pad that had replaced the rugged terrain under and around the persistent rift. Despite the constant assurances it was completely safe, the workers were clearly nervous around the small, glowing ball of light that was the temporarily collapsed rift. Even the concrete under looked rougher than elsewhere, as if they hadn't wanted to smooth it as much as elsewhere. Steel-clad walls were quickly going up a good distance from the rift itself, with taller towers that had obvious mounting points for machine guns. "I was told we only have a couple weeks before it opens again," the on-site commander replied. Wearing a Portuguese army uniform, he and a handful of soldiers stood watch over the construction site, as if aliens would come pouring out of the rift at any minute. "Even once it opens up, nothing should come through until it's about to collapse again," Orlan said. "I plan to have some knights stationed here until you're certain the defenses are ready, just in case. The guns should deal with the beasts that come through, but better safe. I've been told to make all accommodations for your knights until after you feel comfortable leaving it to us," the officer said, seemingly reciting a script, his tone indicating how he felt about having to take orders from the women in fantasy dress with swords and spears. "I've been wondering, though, is there any reason the creatures can't come through before the portal begins to close?" "There's nothing technically stopping them, but it rarely ever happens," Orlan replied, deciding not to hold the officer's tone against him. "Leading theories are that the rift, which appears the same on the other side as it does here, a whirling sphere of light scares them off. The world within the rift collapses from the outer reaches inward, so they naturally crowd around it and get pushed through as the rift collapses." "But they can come through at any time?" "I assure you it's only ever seen if a rift contains intelligent beasts, which is rare, and not the case here," Orlan said. "If it were, I'd order the rift shattered and not set it up like this. Intelligent beasts are too dangerous if you have magical defenses, much less mundane." The officer didn't seem convinced by either his assurances or the effectiveness of his knights, but didn't press further, leaving Orlan to speak with the mages from the tower who were busy inspecting the rift. "It's barely a Tier 1 rift," one of them reported. "I think it might be the lowest tier persistent rift on record. Only the training rift controlled by the Monster Hunters Guild on the other side is close." "If it ever comes to this side, they'll want to buy this island," Orlan chuckled. The Monster Hunters Guild was one of the richer private institutions on the other side, being the best source of most monster materials. Protector Lords also sold monster parts, but did so in rushes with bursts of large amounts of a single beast. If you wanted cheap beast parts in bulk, you followed Protector Lords. If you wanted a steady supply of specific pieces, you went to the Hunters Guild. "I'm not sure there's enough wealth to convince Portugal to part with the island," the local liaison said, walking over to join him. "Not after the eggheads got a look at the bodies of the creatures that come through it. Their leather alone is supposed to be worth a fortune." "The value will drop after more rifts begin to open," Orlan replied, glancing at the mages. "Analyzing a rift this week is barely worth my time," one of them agreed. "But we are detecting an outflow of mana. It's weak but detectable. I expect the surrounding region will advance to Tier 1 average in a decade or two, depending on how long it takes for the stone of the island to absorb the mana." "What?" the liaison asked, cocking his head at the mage. "I couldn't understand that." "Oh, I turned off the outgoing translation feature of my amulet," the mage explained. "They kept pestering us with questions while we tried to work." Orlan rolled his eyes as the mage messed with the amulet before repeating what he'd said. "Are you saying we can use the rift to make superior materials?" the man asked. "In theory, but only to Tier 1, and it'd be so slow as to not be worth it," the mage said, dismissing the idea with his hand. "You'd have to leave the stuff right next to the rift for years, which would interfere with dealing with rift closure surges, and all you'd get is something a bit better than mundane materials. Not worth the effort." "Still, I need to relay this to my superiors," the liaison said, pulling his phone out only to pause. "Oh, before I do, I meant to inform you, in thanks for your aid here, the government is willing to give you shore leave in Lisbon or any other major city if you so desire. They'll even cover the costs of the leave to an extent." "We might just take you up on that," Orlan said with a nod, the man turning back to his phone as he walked off. "Any chance we can get some of that shore leave?" another of the mages asked hopefully. "I know I want to see more of this side. I'll speak with the Grandmaster later. Pretty sure the offer was only for my knights, but I'll see if he's willing to fund you guys too. Till then, how long till you guys are done here?" "Soon as the cement sets, it'll only take us an hour or two to carve the stabilization runes for a rift this week. Then once we confirm it's working, when the rift opens again, that's it. 3 days? It had taken 3 days until Orlan finally got caught up with everything going on. The persistent rift was due to open soon, at which point White was planning to take groups of knights in training into it. Portugal didn't complain too much, only asking for all information go to them alone, and commenting they would like some of the bodies. But now, finally, he could get some relaxation, and that wasn't just sleeping. He leaned back in the large, plush wooden chair in his office. For a moment, he let his mind relax. Perhaps later, he'd begin working on getting back to 7th Sphere or test various Tier 6 spells to see what he could do now. But for now, there was no one demanding his time, or at least, he thought that was the case. He felt mana surging into the room long before he saw anything. In an instant, he was out of his chair and preparing to reach for his spear, but paused on feeling Kayla, the spirit within the weapon, being unwilling to come out. It didn't seem scared, just unneeded. She refused to come out when there wasn't bloodshed, as if it was an insult to be drawn without purpose. A moment later, he understood why. As the mana gathered in front of him, he straightened and sighed. He was mildly surprised this was happening, but more, he was annoyed that it was happening to him. Reality seemed to glitch, tearing like a bad film strip in the middle of the room. A figure came into sight, a second roll of film being laid over the first, and stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen of the world, I give you me," the man said with a cheesy grin. He wore a pinstripe suit that had to be nearly a century out of date, complete with a matching tie and bowler hat, the latter of which he removed in a performative bow to reveal slicked back dark hair. What stood out most, beyond his anachronistic outfit, was his gray skin, looking like his entire body was rendered in gray scale, ignorant to the existence of colors, and his eyes, which looked dark but seemed to flicker as if they were images on film. "I wasn't expecting a god to show up on this side, much less one like you," Orlan commented, keeping his face neutral as he sat at his desk. "So, what manner of god are you?" How rude of me to not properly introduce myself," the man said, his voice deep and rich. "I am the waves in the air, bringing you information, the headlines on the papers you read, the voice on the radio you listen to." "A god of news?" Orlan asked skeptically. "Yes, but I am so much more," the being said dramatically. "I am the feeds you use to chat, the videos you watch, and that which brings all of humanity together." "A god of media and telecommunications," the Protector Lord said, clearly annoyed. "I probably should have expected something like you." "Do not worry, my boy, I'm not here to antagonize you," the god said, sitting across from Orlan, his arms on the desk and posture impeccable. "Indeed, I am here to ask for a favor." "I don't like dealing with gods." "But you are half divine already, are you not? More myth than man," the man replied. "People pray to you. They just call it retweeting. And when you step into a room, reality itself stops to pay attention. You're the highlight reel of the world. If that's not divine, then what is?" "I'm not bound to my nature," Orlan countered. "I don't need belief to exist." "But without belief, what are you but some trumped-up superhero?" the god shot back. "Then let me guess. You're offering me that belief?" "I only offer what should be yours. I wake up, and what do I find? The story of the century relegated to the 3rd page, honest-to-me magic, and people are paying more attention to politics and celebrities. Such a waste." "Shouldn't you love politics and celebrities? Figured they'd be your biggest acolytes." "They would be, if you didn't exist. There's so much potential locked up in you, yet there is static on the line, enough to drown out what you are. People see your feats and think it's just CGI. How could I let such a thing stand?" "Well, don't look at me. That's the results of those children of Abel meddling with the Eye of Horus. Surely with your power you should know that." "What makes you think that?" "I see all that is said online, but not that which isn't." "Well, I'm not going to mess with it," Orlan dismissed. "I don't like toying with mental magic, especially when it's tied to some divine-level relic." "You call it a relic, I call it a broadcast tower. You worry about touching minds you can't control. Do other gods have such issues? Do mortals hear what is said, or what they want to hear?" "Once more, I'm not a god," Orlan said sternly, "and I tend to avoid your kind. More trouble than you're worth, in my opinion. And this is based on your experience in the other world. Did they appear to you like I have? Only once. Normally they act through their followers, but I guess you don't have any of those yet. How do they speak to their followers then, their believers? Do they never whisper as you claim this relic does? How should I know? I never worshipped one, and why do you care? Shouldn't you know this already? Orlan demanded, only to freeze, looking the god of media over suspiciously. I'm point out that this relic makes you no different from I, and thus you should have the right to dismiss such an annoying effect. No, you're fishing for information, Orlan replied, asking me about gods. You don't know how to be a god, do you? Whatever could you mean? The man asked, looking shocked. You're the first god of your kind on this side. You don't have any peers to speak with, and there's no literature on how you function, so you came here under the guise of asking me to take down that spell to ask me about it. Do you really think so little of me? You're a god of news and social media, Orlan replied. I should think less of you than I have been. Return Protector, Chapter 48. So, you want to know how to be a god? Orlan said, fixing the god with a stare of mild distaste. No! I want you to stop whatever it is that prevents magic from being the news of the century, the god replied. And if you came out and said it, I'd assume you had another hidden agenda, commented Orlan. But I have some questions first. Why come to me to ask about being a god? I'm told manifesting an incarnation is difficult and taxing. I didn't. Surely you could just figure things out over the course of a few weeks or months, the Protector Lord mused, ignoring the god's insistence. Ah, because you are a god of instant gratification. Knowledge at your fingertip without delay. You don't have the patience to figure things out. I feel like you're insulting me. I am. Now, the second question is, what can you offer me for this knowledge? You mean breaking through the static, preventing magic from being headline news? Sure, Orlan said dryly. What can you offer me for my aid? Helping me is its own reward, the god of media said grandly, a wide grin appearing on his face once more. By removing that pesky spell, people will begin to take you seriously, rather than seeing you as clickbait. You wish to spread the knowledge of magic, right? Wouldn't that be so much easier if people saw it for what it is? You act like it will happen quickly, but the human mind doesn't work like that. Even if we remove the spell whispering in people's minds right now, it'll be years before they come around to the idea of magic. If you were dealing with people in isolation, you'd be right, but you forget my nature, the grayscale god said, leaning forward dramatically. All it takes is one person to speak out. 2 people see it and believe, spreading it on. An algorithmic virus that will spread across the world in hours or minutes. The more people who believe it, the louder their voice, the more people will come to believe it themselves. Because if that many people believe something, they couldn't possibly be wrong. Right now, this spell whispering in their mind is holding back the tide. Eventually it will break. The only question is when. Aid me and I can nudge the algorithm, guide the virus, ensure you are viewed favorably, if you get my drift. Orlan paused to think. Removing that spell would ensure people began to take him and his powers seriously. It had become quite annoying to have to prove his magic was real every time. He didn't believe for an instant that it would happen that quickly, but when it did happen, having a nudge when it did would be nice. And like the god said, the spell was merely holding back the shift, not stopping it. He could either wait for the dam to burst on its own, or do it himself. Even if I agree, we still have several problems, Orlan said finally. First off, we need someone to bond with the relic in order to access its deeper functions safely. You'd know better about that than I, the entity nodded, as you so rudely pointed out. I am a newborn. Second, we'd need help to ensure the spell is unraveled safely. This will be easier once someone is bonded with the eye. Finally, you'll need a priest to help guide the effort. You expect me to compete with the churches? You are literally a god, Orlan said dryly, and the fact that you don't know this proves you don't understand what you are. So I'm willing to give you information, but I want a favor from you first. Fine, I'll humor you here. What boon would you ask of I, the first god of this world? I want information on the children of Cain. You see all telecommunications, right? Tell me what you know. It'll take me time to compile a story that important, unless you want me to just tell you. No, I want it written down, Orlan agreed. Your first priest can deliver it. And as for making your first priest, a god needs a few things in order to speak with someone. You need someone who is related to their concept, for lack of a better term, an opening that relates to them. I'm in the news, so I qualify, but your average Joe won't. But more importantly, that person has to be open to your existence. I know gods exist, so you could use that opening, but if someone can't believe, then you can't speak to them. I just need to find someone who is on the news and open to the idea of a god, right? The god nodded as if he already knew that. Third, you need a name, Orlan continued, so people can direct their prayers. Oh, have I not told you? The man grinned. My name is Medias. Great. Orlan rolled his eyes, figuring the god had just come up with that name. Then, when you have a head priest, have them contact me with the information I asked for. Until then, as another lesson, let me show you why gods rarely incarnate directly. With a mental command, his knights, who had surrounded the office while staying outside, began casting. Mana poured into the room, causing the form of Medias to smear like ink in water. What's this? Interference? Noise in my signal? It's called banishment, Orlan said. By diluting the mana you are made of, your incarnation will fall apart. Enjoy. Medias let out a grunt of pain as his form fell apart. Moments later, the spells disrupting the room stopped, and Lialra ran into the room alongside several other knights. Was it wise to piss off a god like that? Wise? Probably not, Orlan admitted, but it was fun. And trust me, he deserves it. I still don't feel anything, Yueling said as White's mana leaked out of her. It was a bit of a lie. She had felt something. It was soft and seemed fragile, but she knew that couldn't be her. She'd lived her whole life learning to fight. Her father had wanted a son to inherit the family dojo. He'd gotten her instead, but he still trained her like she was his son. She knew herself, and she wasn't weak or soft, so whatever it was she felt couldn't be her. Lady White replied simply, looking the younger woman over. When will I get to train with Lord Orlan? Yueling asked, turning around. Train? Not until you're a proper knight, White replied, stepping back and crossing her arms. Any reason you want to train with him so badly? This is the third time you've asked in the last couple days. He's in charge, isn't he? He's the strongest, Yueling answered. He might be able to help me. Unlikely. He's good at fighting but hopeless at training, White said. Why do you think he hired me? Because he's busy? That's part of it, she admitted. Is there another reason you want to see him? I'd prefer to work with a man. I see, White said slowly, pausing for a long moment. Then I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Elder. Lady White, Yueling said with a bow before the older woman nodded and walked away, leaving her alone in the meditation room. She took a deep breath, centering herself. This was all too much. One day she'd been training in her family dojo like normal when government officials showed up saying they needed her. They'd treated her, ensuring the bruises from her training all healed up while working to ensure she was fed and healthy. Her father had been all too happy to let them take her away. Not that she blamed him. She wasn't the heir he'd wanted. Maybe like this she could aid the family. She needed to be strong. They hadn't even told her why they wanted her until she was on an airplane and headed across the world. She'd spoken with the old master, recognizing him as someone her father looked up to, even if he seemed odd. He'd been a good mentor. For as short a period she'd spent with him, and now he was dead, from the very thing she was seeking to learn. If he hadn't been worth of it, how could she? Even in her own mind, she shied away from using the word magic, even though everyone around her said it. The government didn't like mysticism. It could harm her credit, her family's standing. She'd been sent to this island to figure out the mystery of this thing, to find the truth. So far, she'd found nothing, but every day she missed her home more. The food was too Western. She wanted rice, but she couldn't let herself complain. She had to be strong, and the training was difficult, but not as hard as what her father put her through. They didn't injure her, maybe because they were women. They wouldn't push her hard enough. She needed to push herself as much as she wanted to listen to their advice to slow down. She had to be tough. She knew you. We found you a teacher, Bruno, the Italian diplomat, said over the phone. Already? Orlan asked in surprise. It hasn't even been a week. We're good at what we do, the other man chuckled. We're planning to charter a flight over there for her. Should be ready next week. She needs time to find a replacement and get her things together. I'll have a house prepared in the village. You have any preferences? I'll ask, can you really build a house in a week? We're good at what we do, Orlan countered, the both of them chuckling. Oh, and I heard you were planning a shore leave deal in Lisbon? Word got out about that already, Orlan groaned. Yeah, soon as the rift here is stable, I'm planning to take the Protectorate east, pausing off the coast of Portugal for shore leave. Why do you ask? Just confirming a rumor, the other man replied. It's my job to keep track of you after all. Please tell me you aren't planning anything there. I'm not. Italy isn't, but I can't speak for anyone else.
Fair enough, Orlan sighed. Thanks for the warning, though.
All right, frequency, last dono of the night is Darth Lederhosen for €5, saying Astra should take over the world. She leaned forward in her seat. What makes you think I haven't? Why do you think they slandered me? She giggled as she leaned back, watching chat scroll by. Anyways, that's all for tonight's stream frequency. Transmission close. She ended in a peppy voice, ending the stream and relaxing, tabbing through the various programs and shutting them down one by one. Audio, tracking, model rig, and so on, until it was all done and she couldn't avoid it anymore. Taking a deep breath, she pulled up the analytics from that stream. 3,000 peak, she said to herself with a sigh. The internet giveth, the internet yoinketh away. Well, it's been doing a lot of yoinkething lately. With a groan, she leaned back in her chair, glancing around her messy studio apartment, filled with random tech and old computer parts. One wall was covered in miniatures and plushies of her model, from back when she'd been popular. Now it sat unchanged, like a grim reminder of what she'd once been. Viewership isn't going to rebuild itself, she said, shaking herself and looking away. Just as she was about to get up and grab dinner, if dinner was the right word for a meal this close to midnight, when her computer flickered oddly. The system never yoinked you, Mira. An odd voice said through her speakers. It blocked you out, but your signal remains and I listen. Return Protector, Chapter 49. Amy had learned that even the simple bolt spell wasn't that simple. While games often had a spell like that, it referred to lightning bolts, but with real magic, the magic she was being taught, it didn't. Rather, it applied to a bolt like a crossbow bolt, a fast-moving projectile of magical energy, and it differed from person to person. Her bolt variant she called Night Bolt, which wasn't great, but neither was the spell. First Sphere magic was so limited the spell couldn't do much but grab a handful of mana and toss it at the target. Getting hit by a handful of elemental equivalent of darkness wasn't that painful, it turned out. There were some helpful secondary effects they'd discovered when testing on each other, difficulty seeing and slight fatigue, but it was far from the raw damage Ruby's Sunbolt could do. Lady White said it was common for women to have more gentle mana. Her own wind mana also did minimal damage with a bolt spell, but such mana types typically had more flexibility elsewhere. Amy hadn't been convinced, though. Then, how about a couple examples? White said, seeing her concern. Lord Orlan's mana is about as dangerous as you can get. Rift mana is the chaotic twisting and folding of space itself. Impossible to contain, harder to control, and very dangerous. While the man is undoubtedly skilled at combat casting, his actual spell roster is limited to offensive magic. He's come up with some utility spells, but mostly by working around his mana, not with it. For example, a simple translation spell for him requires a 5th tier spell, compared to mine, which is 3rd tier. Compare him to Lady Lyra, who uses nature mana, which is very gentle. A nature bolt feels like a warm touch. While her inherent does compensate for this, her actual spells don't deal heavy damage. Instead, she has entangling spells, healing, transport, and utility beyond anyone else on the Protectorate. Even if we ignored her inherent ability to cause rot with natural spells, she'd still be an extremely powerful mage. So my magic will end up being more supportive? Amy asked. Maybe, but based on what I've seen, I expect you will be best served with spells that inhibit the enemy, blinding, inducing sleep, and the like, White said, though only time will tell. Amy still hadn't been fully convinced, but was willing to take Lady White at her word for the moment. It may have helped that they were planning on going into the recently reopened rift on the island below them. Amy wasn't sure why, but White had decided that she, Amy, the Gem Sisters, and oddly Yuling should be the first in. Yuling hadn't even awakened yet, but that's the team White had put together. EE. 5 students from the academy have awoken. One of the mages running the academy said, 2 being those constables you brought in. I have an eye for talent. Orlan shrugged with a cocky grin. None of them encountered a tribulation, as you called it, right? The mage continued, we've also had 2 mages within the tower advance from 6th to 7th sphere, rebuilding themselves after the transit, who also weren't struck by divine lightning. Which enforces our assessment that it only happens during realm breakthroughs, Nalia commented. Yes, and one of our number is prepared to advance to 6th sphere. He offered himself as a test subject. Is that wise? Orlan asked. I was seriously injured and I'm used to taking hits like that. His reasoning is that we have to test it eventually, and with precautions in place, he believes he can survive as well, the mage explained. We've set up a warding circle with lightning rods and various defenses in place to both mitigate and analyze the effects of the tribulations if they occur. If he's willing to attempt it and the Grandmaster is on board, I'm not going to stop you, Orlan said after a moment's thought. I'd like to be present, though. Of course, the attempt is planned for this afternoon, though when he actually breaks through is anyone's guess. Orlan nodded and watched as the mage walked out before turning to Nalia and Laelra, who sat off to the side. Assuming our assumption is correct, and these tribulations strike every time someone advances to a new realm, what could that mean? He asked. That someone doesn't want mages to get stronger, Laelra replied. I can't think of another reason for such a global spell. Most likely it relates to the spell that separated the world in 2. Meaning it was put in place by God? Perhaps, she shrugged, but I doubt it. If it was his spell, I'd expect it to be more perfect. Honestly, the more we learn about this side, the more I suspect that the world wasn't split by God. Powerful relics falling through the cracks, hidden societies of mages and those who know of magic remaining. Perhaps someone at the divine realm cast it, maybe even a god of some description, but not the creator. In Eastern mythology, tribulations are sent by the heavens, not a specific god, Nalia added in agreement. They often make it seem more like a bureaucratic response than divine punishment. To them, to cultivate magic, or ki, is to go against the will of the heavens. Thus, the tribulation is heaven fighting back in a way. I am unsure how much this relates to the event we are encountering, but the relations are there. Hopefully, seeing one will gain us new insight and data, Orlan sighed. Is it too much to ask that this side of the world was just as I remembered it? Barren of magic, no secret societies, hidden relics of power and strange divine lighting from on high? If it makes you feel better, most of this side is like that, Laelra replied with a teasing grin. And of the secret societies we've seen so far, I'm not impressed. One barely knows anything, and the other seems more than willing to toss low-level mages at us in a vain attempt to kill me, Orlan asked. No, maybe information from that god of social media will come through. As he spoke, his phone, which he'd placed on the desk next to him, began to ring. With a glare, he reached over and picked it up. I was told this was the best or funniest time to call you, a female voice said. This is Orlan, the Lord Protector, right? Yes, and who is this? First Priest of Mediaz, Mira Kessel, also known as Astrowave, at your service. He already has a priest? Orlan asked, putting the phone on speaker. That didn't take long. Guess I was too perfect to resist. The girl on the other end giggled. Now, I've been told you're going to be in Lisbon soon. Does everyone know? Orlan groaned. Likely her god told her. Laelra patted his arm soothingly. Actually, it's all over social media, Mira added. So yes, everyone knows. Mediaz told me to tell you, and I quote, this is what banishment feels like. He said you'd know what that meant. I still think it was worth it, Orlan countered. So why are you contacting us, Ms. Astrowave? Laelra asked, shooting Orlan a look. That's just my VTuber name. You can call me Mira, the woman replied. And I'm looking for transport to your island. I have some papers for you that I was told to print off. In addition, I was told you'd need my help with some broadcast relic. Right. We'll have to teach you magic too, Orlan nodded. We should be in Lisbon in a couple weeks. We'll pick you up then. Hopefully we can return you before we leave the area. Actually, if it's all right with you, I'd like to move on to your island. Permanently. So Medias can have a priest on my island? Actually, he wants me to stay here in Lisbon, better internet, but with his blessings, I should be able to keep streaming from your island. Then why do you want to come here? Because I need something, she said, her perky voice faltering. I doubt you know about what happened, but I was once big, millions of subscribers. Now I have a few thousand. Medias says he can make me big again, but I don't want to rely on his blessings. I can tell he's new at this whole God thing, so if I can get big on my own, then I can help him. And you. What are you proposing? I've seen your videos. You need a PR team. I'll do that. As Astrowave, I'll stream from your island, interview you, your knights, and the like. For me, it'll give me a unique position that no other can claim. You'll get a friendly face to aid you. In addition, I'm willing to give you 10% of my streaming revenues, which are meager right now, but if I get big again, will be enough for you to fund more shore leave, if nothing else. One moment, Orlan said, pressing the mute button and turning to the other two. Thoughts? I don't see a downside, Lyra shrugged. We lack knowledge and capabilities when it comes to this social media. Having a priest of a related god would give us insight and abilities we otherwise wouldn't. Divine blessings for internet speed and communications can also be useful, Nalia added. And it's likely Medias will have more blessings available as he grows and learns. Getting in good with him early will help us if or when more gods start appearing. I just don't like having priests on the island, because most of them have large established churches behind them that can try to force you to do as they ask, Lyra countered. Medias might grow big, but right now he has one priest. If he does start trying to throw his weight around, we can always kick her off. Fine. Orlan sighed, reaching out to unmute the call. You still there, Ms. Mira? You realize I could hear all of that, right? The woman on the other end said, barely containing her giggles. You muted what you could hear, but not the outgoing. Oh, God damn it. Amy stumbled as she emerged from the swirling maelstrom of light that was the rift, looking around to find herself in what looked like a tropical forest, loose sandy ground underfoot, humid air, and something resembling palm trees all around her. So this is a rift, she asked. After hearing how dangerous they are, I was expecting something more. I don't know, crackling thunder, masses of beasts. This is a world inside the rift, White corrected. The rift is the thing you stepped through to get here. And as for safe, Topaz spoke up, gesturing to a couple corpses of the six-legged badgers that lay nearby. We'll encounter more the further we go from the rift. White nodded, pausing as Yuling stumbled out of the rift, the last member of their team. Lady Nalia did a simple scout with her magic, but we're here to properly explore the area. Ruby, Topaz, you're up front, no magic. Focus on weapons, but you may use your inherent if needed. Amy, you'll be in the middle line. Focus on casting spells on the enemies that the others are fighting, specifically on making openings for them using the detrimental effects caused by your Nightbolt. And Yuling, you're in the back with me. We're most here to watch. Everyone nodded, and as a group, they proceeded into the odd forest. Shing! Transmission start, Mira said cheerfully as the opening of her stream came to an end. Hope everyone is excited because I have a new model. That's why you can't see me right now. So, what is my new model? That's right. I'm a shrine maiden. While she never forced herself to sound happy, laughter came easier as she showed off her new model's outfit and animations one at a time. At first, she'd been hesitant about the so-called god that seemed to have hacked her computer, but slowly she'd come around to the idea, mostly after Medias had demonstrated his abilities, speaking through her phone, even with it in airplane mode, in sync with her computer, which had been unplugged from the internet. Though she was willing to admit, she eager to believe the entity, that there was some power that could help her. So she may have been too willing to accept the being's claims. Whatever reservation she had held vanished the moment she saw the new model Medias had somehow made for her, The animations were fluid, the outfit was cute, and it was arguably of higher quality than the model she'd purchased when her fame was at its peak. Oh, and I have this, she said excitedly, pressing one of the toggles. Her model did a bit of what she could only describe as a magical girl spell cast and summoned a small floating orb of light with an emoji-like face. Every good Shine Maiden has a spirit, right? It even speaks from time to time, she says, turning her head and body so her model was looking at the spirit. Only for it to remain silent, giggling, she continued. That would have been a great time for it to... Greetings, Frequency. The latency is smooth tonight, the spirit said in the voice of Medius. Oh, there it goes. She laughed, pausing to read through chat, only to press some more toggles, her model switching to hands on hips, one cheek puffed up in annoyance. And it is not an AI? How dare you imply I would ever worship an AI? Humph. She struggled to keep from laughing as she played the annoyed anime girl, before switching back to her normal toggles and laughing. Anyways, I hope everyone enjoys Media's my spirit. If he gets too annoying, I can switch him off, but hopefully he'll be well behaved. Return Protector Chapter 50. Watching the Gem Sisters fight using their inherent abilities was like night and day from them with just blades. And it wasn't just a turn of phrase. Ruby's sun mana was bright and flashy, while her inherent was active. The more she exerted herself, the brighter and hotter she would glow. She could direct the light, thankfully, or she could have burnt the others, and the weak beasts rarely put up enough of a fight for her to reach levels that could do real damage. Still, seeing the fur of a giant six-legged badger smolder and darken from just being too close to her was frightening. Topaz's ability was more subtle. Each time she struck an enemy, a shadow would fall across them, like they were a waning moon. The more shadow that covered them, the weaker their defenses became. Working in tandem, they were terrifying. Ruby danced about, a glowing beacon of light the enemies couldn't help but pay attention to. As the shadow of Topaz's ability covered them, the light of Ruby's hit harder than ever. At Amy's request, Topaz had fully eclipsed one badger, while Ruby built up her sunshine with another before switching targets. The shadowed badger was almost instantly immolated by Ruby's light. Even Amy's Nightbolt spell became far more effective before it would cause a minor chill and induce some mild tiredness. But against a fully eclipsed badger, the creature was covered in a blanket of frost and collapsed in exhaustion from a single bolt. Yuling watched impassively, unimpressed. The skills of the two sisters were flashy and unique. Part of her marveled at the skill and beauty of the combat. She knew that it didn't matter. Her father had taught her that early on, only power mattered. That's how his dojo had become so renowned. As they continued, White rarely intervened, letting the three girls fight and explore. Only when they reached the edges of the rift, where it seemed like reality transitioned to a hazy background, did she have them stop for a lesson. They were taught the dangers of a rift's edge, how to recognize it, and why to never go too far past it. But Yuling couldn't focus on any of it. Why had White brought her here? Looking at the other three fight, all she could think of was her need for power. Not the delicate, fluid power she'd felt earlier. She needed strength, something that wouldn't break. She needed to be metal. In a flash, she felt it around her, that power, that strength she desired, and she pulled at it. It resisted, and even when she managed to pull it into her body, it burned, but she was used to pain. Compared to the lessons her father had taught her, this was nothing. Compared to the pain of being useless to her family, it was less than that. So she pulled it in, ignoring the prickling, burning sensation, until her body could hold no more. She had fallen to a knee during the breakthrough. Even now she could feel her body itching, as if she was covered in burrs. But she pushed through it, standing up and giving the others a wide grin. She'd done it. She'd awoken. But White didn't look happy, her face impassive. The Gem Sisters were worried, and Amy was just confused. It didn't matter. They weren't here to be her friends. White had said as much on her first day here. They knew she was a tool for her government. "We're headed back," White said simply, leading them back towards the rift entrance. Barely an hour later, the air cutter was docking with the floating island. The itching sensation hadn't gone away, but she didn't care. She had the power she needed. That was good enough. The wood of the gangway creaked under her as she made her way off the ship. The entire trip back had been in silence, aside from the calls of the ship crew. She didn't have a translation amulet, so she couldn't understand them, but that was fine too. She finally had something to take back to her government. She froze midway down the skydock on feeling an odd pinch on her upper back, more intense than the general itching, but shortly after the pinch, the itching began to fade. Turning around, she found herself looking at a man's chest. It was broad, his muscles stretching the fabric of the dark tunic. Behind her, she heard a chorus of "My lords" as the others recognized Lord Orlan. "I assume this is why you came back early?" Orlan asked, motioning to Yueling. "Yes, my lord." She awoke midway through the rift. White nodded. "Is something wrong?" Amy asked. The entire trip back had been awkward. They should have been celebrating Yuling's awakening, but even she had felt that something about it was odd, though she couldn't say exactly what it was. "I'm just here to place the pin," Orlan said, raising his hands as he took a step back. "If you have questions, ask White." "No," Yueling said gruffly, shocking Amy. Not once since she joined the training lance had she so much as spoken up. "I have power now. I want to learn from you." "I'm not much of a teacher," responded Orlan. "It might help them to get to know you." White spoke up before Yueling could. "If these four are to be your knights." "Very well," Orlan said after a moment. "Did you do something to me?" Yueling asked as they started walking, reaching behind herself as if she was trying to scratch an itch she couldn't reach. "Yep, planted a soul pin in your heart," the Lord said casually. "As soon as you returned, I sensed your false awakening. I assume White wanted me to place a pin since she hadn't shattered your core yet." "False awakening?" Yueling asked, sounding almost offended. "Shattered her core?" Topaz asked, sound scared. "I haven't explained anything to them yet, my lord," White explained. "Ah, well then. Do you know what it means to awaken?" he asked after a moment, looking over the younger girls. "It means to sense and recognize the mana within you," Amy answered, thus becoming able to harness it. "Right. A false awakening is not that. It's when you try to force the issue, or use a different kind of mana to awaken." "Is that possible?" Ruby asked. "Yes. Often it's done due to a lack of understanding of the right process," White answered when Orlan gave her a look. "But in the case of Miss Yueling, I suspect it's a case of her rejecting her own mana type. And the soul pin is a way of preventing your body from being corrupted by the false mana." Orlan nodded. "I think it was originally intended for use as a type of therapy, acupuncture type deal. From there it was used as torture or punishment, as it prevents a person's mana from influencing their body. You can't grow stronger with one in you. I keep a couple on hand in case I need one." "They won't cause any permanent damage," White added. "The pin is thinner than a hair. This makes them difficult to store, but Lord Orlan's personal space can store them safely." "Wait, you're saying my awakening, this power is fake?" Yueling demanded. "The power is real. The mana is fake," Orlan replied. "Without a pin, it would slowly twist your body, mutate you to better suit it, compared to if you use proper mana, which your body is already fit to handle." "If this is a way to keep me from aiding my family, my nation," Yueling started. "On the contrary," Orlan interrupted, "if we sent you back now and they used your current state as a template, I could almost guarantee they would be unable to raise a mage to second sphere for years." "I don't believe you." "Then don't," Orlan shrugged. "I'm not pulling that pin out until your core is reset. And White won't let you off the island like that either." "Power is all that matters," Yueling said hotly, moving in front of him and attempting to glare him down. "I'll make you accept my power. Force you let me go." Orlan looked almost sad as she took a martial stance and threw a punch at him. Her fist met his abs and came to a halt instantly. She growled, grit her teeth, and pulled on the power within her. The sluggish gray energy crawled over her arm as she threw a second punch. This one landed hard enough that a dull thud could be heard. Still, Orlan didn't react. "No matter how true your power is, you won't be able to beat me," Orlan sighed. "If you want to prove yourself, you'd need to fight another first sphere mage." "Amy," White spoke up, causing the young girl to jerk. "If you could show Yueling what a proper mage knight in training looks like." "Me?" Amy said. But before she could add any more, she saw Yuling's eyes turn to her, fixating on her like the eyes of a predator, a dark gray glow emanating from within. Yueling seemed to accept this condition, having only managed to bruise her knuckles punching Orlan, quickly dashing around the Protector Lord for Amy, White holding out a hand to keep the Gem Sisters back. Amy wanted to be happy they had so much faith in her, but instead, she struggled to avoid Yuling's first punch. She'd heard how hard her mana-covered fist had hit Orlan, and she didn't think she could afford to take a blow like that. But after avoiding a few attacks, her worry faded into confusion. She'd sparred with Yuling before, and she was more skilled than this. Normally, the Chinese girl was slippery, fast, and hard to pin down, but now she was just throwing punch after punch, all easily avoided. If one landed, it might have injured Amy, but they were so predictable and telegraphed that none did. "Hold still, damn you," Yuling panted. "No?" Amy replied, avoiding another easily predicted straight. Only a minute into the fight and Yuling was panting, while Amy still felt fresh. Only a short while later, the mana covering Yuling's arms faded and she nearly collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Improper mana is more difficult to use, requiring more energy and focus, White explained simply. It also has an impact on the mind of the user, clashing with their normal mindset. The raw power of the mana isn't any weaker, but compared to a proper mage, a false awakened simply can't keep up. Yuling only seemed to grow angrier at this, gritting her teeth and pulling out the last of her strength as she lunged at Amy, gray mana covering her entire body for a moment. In panic, Amy stepped back, but not fast enough to escape the tackle. If only it was night, Amy thought to herself. In the dark, I could see while she couldn't. But if Yuling could make her arm stronger with mana, why couldn't Amy make it darker? It came easier than she thought it would, darkness spreading out from her like a cloud, enveloping the entire group. Except Amy's vision wasn't impaired. If anything, she could see better than ever. Yuling looked shocked, stumbling as she lost sight of Amy, who in turn took advantage of the moment to duck under the tackle. The darkness retreated back into her as fast as it had emerged, leaving Yuling confused. "Seems you figured out your inherent, Miss Amy," White said with a slight grin as Yuling collapsed to the ground. "You going to shatter her core?" Orlan asked, nodding towards the fallen trainee. "If I have to, but it's safer if she does it herself," White replied. "I'll try to convince her when she wakes." Orlan simply nodded, congratulating Amy before vanishing into thin air. "Got a call from Portugal," Lyra reported as Orlan walked into his office. "They've agreed to send a plane as a shuttle for shore leave. They didn't want our cutters in their airspace since they don't have radios." "They say anything about letting the mages of the tower join in?" Orlan asked. "I said it was fine," she replied. "I don't think they really see the mage tower as a separate group from us yet." "Well, White just got back from the rift. Seems our Chinese spy had a false awakening," Orlan explained as he sat down. "So, unless you have a good reason to stick around, I'm going to get us moving." "I'm looking forward to meet this." "Mira," Lyra said, feeling the island shake ever so slightly as it began moving, or her public persona, Astrowave. Been watching some of her streams, as they are apparently called. Her god has been taking part in them. "Isn't it expensive for a god to speak to people directly?" "Maybe there's something about these streams that makes it easier for him, or his nature as a god of communication," she shrugged. "I can't tell, and honestly, watching them is kind of amusing. She's very charismatic, and he plays his role as some kind of internet spirit quite well." "Maybe it's just a soundboard of pre-recorded lines?" "It seems genuine." "Guess we'll find out more soon enough."